Third Rebirth. I woke up to the excruciating pain of my limbs being ripped from my body. The groans and occasional screams of pleasure coming from the Class 3 zombie horde echoed throughout my head as I tried to make sense of what happened. I remembered answering the door to my apartment in the compound and seeing my best friend, Colin, outside. I turned around to let him come in and, all of a sudden, there was a cracking sound before I blacked out. Laying there, I turned my head and, not 5 feet away, the 200-some people of the Phoenix compound stood on the other side of the wire fence, staring at me as I got eaten alive. Why? Why would they do this? Did they not realize that it was me that saved them? That created the compound? That farmed the fields that fed them and drilled the well that gave them water? All that was me, so why did they push me out into a Class 3 horde? Oh well, too late for regrets now. It took me 10 years to get used to this new world that I found myself in, and I wish them all the best in surviving without my knowledge from Earth. Who knew, maybe now I will find myself back home in Canada, eating my favorite foods and thinking that this second life was all a dream. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sight of the light purple zombies as they continued to feast on my arms and legs. I knew they liked to keep their victim alive as long as possible. Apparently fear changed the taste of a human, and the Class 3 zombies were intelligent enough to get as much fear into the meat as possible before finishing the kill. I knew some people that stayed alive for a week before finally being killed off. The tradition of human pigs continue into this new world as the zombies experimented with their food to see what would provide them with the best taste. Who knew zombies could be foodies too? I sighed as my 2 previous lives flashed before my eyes. Would I finally be able to rest in peace this time? Or was I destined to constantly wake up in a new place and a new body? All I could do was hope and pray that there would be no zombies in the afterlife. I was tired. In my final act of defiance, I looked deep within my body for the pinkish gold flame that lived inside me. I woke up with this flame the last time I died, but I NID it from my friends and those I considered to be family. After all, I didn't want to be different from the rest. But now, I needed the comfort of that flame. It rose from my body to rest on my chest, right where my heart was slowly beating. I took one last look at those I thought to be my friends and smiled as the flame grew bigger and bigger until it surrounded what was left of my body in a hug. The flame welcomed me into the security of its warmth. "Thank you, my friend," I whispered to it as I let out my final breath and allowed the flames to consume me. My name was Li Dai Lu, and I was born and raised in the country of Canada on a planet called Earth, where I lived for 30-some-odd years until I fell sick from a virus that swept the world and died. I was nothing special on Earth. I was short, no more than 5 feet 2 inches, with long black hair, and blue eyes. I had a love of all things Asian and a thirst for knowledge. I had no family and spent my time in social services until I turned 18 and could make my own way. Life was hard, but it was mine. I would like to think that I found a path in life when I discovered web novels about transmigration and rebirth. Having that fantasy to take me away from my reality, I spent my days dreaming of going back in time to ancient China or ancient Europe, and, in my free time, I studied all the old arts of surviving in the Dark Ages. Who knew that my passion for the past would be completely useless when I died and was sent to another world that was in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? Knowing how to make sourdough bread from scratch was not as beneficial as I thought it would be when I was on the run from the undead. But at least transmigration was real, right? What was useful was knowing how to find water, grow food, and build a home using whatever I could find. I rescued those that needed help, and slowly, my home for one grew and expanded as more and more people came to me for help. And, as a good Canadian, I helped all those that I could, until they threw me to the zombies. But now that I was dead, I could finally enjoy the peace and quiet of the afterlife. I woke up to a pounding headache. "Fuck," I muttered to myself as I raised my hand to massage my forehead. "Fuckity fuck," I muttered again as I looked at my hand that was clearly attached to my body. I guess the fates really hated me if I managed to be reborn for a third time. I slowly opened my eyes and looked around the room. I prayed that it was my home back on Earth, but I knew I was bound to be disappointed. 2020 AD had nothing on my life. I looked at the black covers on my bed and knew that I was back in the other world, most likely before the apocalypse, and the soft, comfy bed that I was on was screaming my name. The downfall of the world could wait. I wanted more sleep. I pulled the covers up over my head as I burrowed down deep into the warmth and comfort of my bed. Wait, warmth. I quickly sat up and looked deep into myself, trying to see the pinkish gold flame that accompanied me in my last life. And there it was, nestled deep inside, its light flickering in the darkness. But this time, it wasn't alone. Standing beside the pink flame was an ice blue one. I watched it as it flickered, almost as if it was waving hi to me before going back to guard the pink flame. I smiled, content. At least my power was back and with a new one in tow. No longer would I just act passively, hiding who I really was, saving all those who came to me to be saved. From now on, I would look after me and mine and burn down anyone that thought to use me in the process. Deciding that sleep could wait, I sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to see if this life brought me any new surprises besides the ice flame. I was hoping for some type of space pocket or an affinity to Earth. Some people in my last life were blessed with those two mutated powers and they basically ruled the world. Colin was one of them. Taking a slow, steady breath in, I expanded my mind inside my body. Sure enough, there it was. It looked like a small, wooden door with a key in the lock. Just like a secret passageway in Alice in Wonderland. Well, let's see where this rabbit hole will go. I pushed open the door and found what I had been hoping for, a space of my very own. In the middle of a vast field stood a red brick, 3-story house with a wraparound porch and a white picket fence. Roses grew from the flower beds around the house and ivy climbed up the walls and framed the windows. This was my dream home back on Earth, and now here it was. I climbed the steps of the porch and opened the door. The entire house was empty, just waiting for me to make it a home. I closed the door again and walked around. I saw fields where I could plant my food, a stream, and a pond that I could swim in or raise fish. This place was everything I needed to happily live out the zombie apocalypse that was going to happen in just a short time. I smiled in contentment, maybe this life wouldn't be that bad after all. I exited my space and looked around the apartment I had woken up in. The first time I was reborn into this world I was thrown smack dab into the middle of the apocalypse. However, it appeared that this time, fate was on my side and had given me a bit of time to prepare before the world turned to pot. I swiped my arm and everything that was once in the apartment now appeared in my space, including the bed and pillows. I was looking forward to sleeping on that later. I checked the date, November 1st, 2119. I had exactly 1 year to prepare for the rest of my life. I better get to it. Looking around my empty apartment and walked out the door with a smile on my face. This time would be different. This time, I would be prepared. This time I would live the life I was supposed to live. The life of an apocalypse queen. I think that I need to make it clear that I know who I was. I know where I came from and where I wanted to go. I know Li Dai Lu. Unfortunately, I have no idea who the person that I am currently residing in is. Nope, not a clue. This isn't like a novel where the memories of the person flood my mind and I can easily step into her shoes. We have already established that the fates hated me, so I have no clue who I am now. But you know what? I really don't care. I am me, whether I can recognize my face in the mirror or not, I am me. I have now lived in this body for 2 lives, it is mine. I licked it, I own it. And I have not met anyone that seemed to know this body before. So there. I stuck my hand in my pants pocket where I put my debit card, their debit card, whoever's debit card, and pulled it out. Reading the name of the original owner and the bank, I look up the address. Time to see if I am broke or can afford all the supplies that I could dream of. It turns out, this body was loaded. I returned to the empty apartment after taking out a few $1 million from the bank. They weren't impressed, but I definitely was. Money, right now, was great, but in about a year, it would be completely worthless. So might as well spend it while I can. It seemed like a no-brainer. Money might not be able to buy happiness, but it was able to buy food. And nothing made me happier than food. Taking out colored pens and paper from my space, I sit down on the floor of my empty apartment to organize my thoughts. On a blank piece of paper, I write down, Step 1 to surviving the end of the world. Then I stopped. I had done this once before, I had survived for a good long time at the end of the world, a whole 10 years. I knew what it would take to succeed. And the first thing was to realize that people ruin everything. As an extreme introvert, I had long known that people were the problem. A person. I could deal with a person, but people as a whole were nothing but an issue. And apparently, saving too many of them could lead to your death. I would like to say, who knew, but I knew, I definitely knew. Therefore, step 1 was for people to go away and die. There. Simple. First step, don't bother with people and let as many people die as was needed for me to have a good life. Feeling accomplished, I write down, Step 2, set yourself up for success. I looked at the title a few times and scrunched my nose. I was starting to sound like one of those inspirational books. I jot down a few notes under that step. 1. Buy supplies, seeds, and animals. In the last apocalypse, the animals never mutated, and the land was still safe to live off. Since zombies were created by a virus, not like the novels told me they would be, only humans were affected. But if you look back at step 1, people ruin everything. Unfortunately, in the cities, the land was at a premium, and trying to buy a live cow at your local grocery store was just not happening. So why stay in the city? It turned out that it was human nature to want to be amongst other humans. For some reason, people felt safer in bigger groups than they did by themselves, so within the first year, the countryside was vacant as people rushed to where they felt safest, the cities. The funniest thing was that the cities were so much more dangerous than the countryside could ever be. You knew where you stood with zombies, humans. Not so much. It had taken me years to set up the original compound, but I didn't have years to spend on this one. Crossing out the first point, I chewed the end of my pen. Closing my eyes, I pictured what needed to happen. 1. Buy a farm, somewhere out in the middle of nowhere and build a really, really big fence. I nodded happily at that one. Yes, set up a place and move in well before my life was in danger. And let's face it, a good fence made for good neighbors. I never knew why people left their original homes in apocalyptic novels to journey to different cities and try to find any safe zones. Maybe I was too North American in my thinking, but setting myself up to stay put seemed so much more sensible than leaving the safety of a familiar place. If the power goes out, prepare ahead of time and build solar panels and generators. No food. Learn how to store food properly so that you can have a year's supply on hand. Learn to grow your own food and have seeds to be able to do so. Need water? Have some stored and learn to make a well. Have rain barrels to collect the water for both animals and plants. An angry mob at your door trying to steal all your stuff. I smiled at that thought. Big guns, a big dog, and an even bigger fence. Why let them in the first place? I had 1 year to make my own Fort Knox, fit for a king, or even a queen. 11. Step 1 was done, but step 2 needed to be worked on. I pulled out my phone and started to look for a real estate company that specialized in farms. I didn't want to live in the same place as my last life, there were too many bad memories associated with it. Instead, maybe someplace in a valley beside a mountain, or near a body of water. There were so many possibilities. I just needed to wait until I found a place that felt like home. All I needed to think about was myself. No one else mattered. And in case I wavered and wanted to save someone, I could always refer to step 1 in case I had any doubts. And warning other people about what was coming. Sorry world, I have no more fucks to give. I woke up to a bright and sunny morning on the second day of my third rebirth. Saying good morning to my pink and blue flames, I cooked myself some breakfast before packing up the apartment all over again and heading out. One thing about living every day like it was your last was that you developed some really weird habits. Weird habit number 1 was that I would always pack up everything if I am going anywhere. Sure, things were more convenient with the space, but I even packed my backpack filled with what I considered important when I left the door of my apartment in the compound. Since nothing was ever guaranteed, making it back to a safe place a night was never a sure thing. Therefore, it was always smarter to have whatever you needed on hand, at all times. Although I was pretty sure that this body had a car, I had never driven it, nor had I passed a driving test in this world. As a result, I walked towards the first real estate office that offered farmland for sale. 8 hours later, and 6 farms viewed, I began to think that maybe the second step was not as easy as it sounded. No place felt like the one. Oh sure, the farmlands were beautiful, but they were either too close to people or the land was not suitable for both animals and crops. I sighed, realizing that this might take me a bit of time. Putting the farm at the forefront of my mind, but on the back burner of my list, I smiled at the poor real estate agent that was hoping to make a quick and easy sale. She assured me that she would keep looking for land that met my requirements and I said goodbye for the day. Both food and my bed were calling my name and I hated to disappoint either of them. I entered a cafe/dessert shop that was located down the street from my apartment and looked at the offerings. It had been over 10 years since I last had something sweet, and now, absolutely everything was appealing. Blueberry crumble pies. Check. Rich, decadent chocolate cake with chocolate ganache and fluffy salted caramel buttercream. Check. Macarons of all colors and flavors. Yep. Had to have those too. After 10 years of not being able to choose my food, of some nights not even getting enough to eat, this shop was a glimpse of heaven that I had waited 3 lifetimes to find. What to choose, what to buy. Well, it was simple. When you couldn't choose, buy them all. Should I feel bad about buying out the place? Nope. I didn't care about the people that would come after me, needing that hit of sweetness to make their lives better. Everything was mine, and I was not sharing. Sorry people, my fucks have run dry. I smiled at the cashier as the person lucky enough to be in front of me put in their order and moved to the side, waiting for their slice of rapture. I stood in front of the cash and waited for the cashier to acknowledge me, and ask for my order. I vibrated in happiness. Hello, welcome to Le Petit Mort, how may I help you today? The overworked, underpaid cashier asked, as if she hadn't asked that question 100 times today. I had to give her credit, her customer service was right on point. Hi. I replied cheerfully, my eyes wide with the thought of eating all that delicious goodness. I would like everything. She looked up at me, startled. I'm sorry, I think I misheard, she said, trying to think about where she misheard me and what I actually meant. I shook my head, the smile on my face never leaving for a second. Maybe I was becoming a villain because the idea that all those people behind me would not get what they wanted made me feel even happier. Nope. You heard right. I would like everything. Every cake, cookie, square, pie, tart, Napoleon, everything. I mean, it all looks so good. Oh, you mean you would like one of each? Certainly. Not a problem. I will get that for you right now. My smile dropped a bit as I looked at her. I stood up straighter and then slouched again. My head cocked, and I blinked rapidly. Nope, I mean, I want every last thing in those display cases and behind in the kitchen. Every thing. As in, nothing left over, you can close the shop because you have sold everything, everything. But that is going to be hundreds of dollars if not thousands. And what about someone else? If you take everything, what are they going to have? I shrugged my shoulder and remembered step 1, all people should die. Why should I care about what they want when no one had ever cared about what I wanted? People always seem to want to take the moral high ground until it involved them, then their brains stopped, and it becomes all about what they wanted. People are inherently cruel, selfish, and narcissistic. The apocalypse taught me that in the harshest of ways. I wanted every last one of those desserts in that case, and damn it, I was going to get it. Putting on a customer service smile of my own, I look at the cashier. I do not care about someone else, or even those standing in the line behind me. You asked for my order, this is it. Are you going to do it or not? She really did seem stunned at my response and even tilted to the side to see the faces of everyone else behind me. I could guess what they looked like, after all, I could hear the grumblings after I put my order in for the first time. Once again, no more fucks to give. Let me check with my manager, the oh-so-stubborn cashier said. In my last 2 lives, I would love to say that I had never gotten upset over anything. Don't get me wrong, I had a temper, but I always bit my tongue and gave in the end. This life was to be my way. No biting my tongue, no holding back my temper or my thoughts to make other people happy. My way. You do that. But you might want to hurry, people seem to be getting testy behind me, I said, waving my hand towards the others that she seemed so determined to make happy by making me upset. Seriously, this was the easiest order in the world. Everything. What was so hard about that? It's not like she can get it wrong by giving me a raspberry tart instead of a blueberry one. Within seconds a young man came out, dressed as the manager. He, once again, smiled at me and asked what I wanted. Sighing, I looked him in the eyes and said as slowly as I could. I want every thing. He looked me back in my eyes and I quickly figured out why he was the manager. Of course, Mississippi. Will you be paying by cash or credit? Yup, I knew I liked him. Cash, I replied calmly, handing him a stack of bills totaling more than the cost of everything. I figured a tip was in order given how smart he was. Certainly. The goody two-shoes in me cringed as I walked out of that store, a line of employees following me as there were too many things for me to carry alone. The new me, the 2 lives smarter me, reveled in the feeling of power, of doing something for myself without caring about what people thought of me. Opening the door to the empty apartment, I showed the people to the kitchen, and they quickly dropped off the sweets before hightailing it out as fast as their little feet could carry them. Seriously, they didn't even bother to shut the door behind them when they left. I guess that customer service only took you so far. You might ask yourself why I was so adamant that I buy every last pastry and confection in that store, and the answer was simple. I needed to prove to myself that I could. It was not a matter of money, this body had more money than I could spend in a lifetime, let alone a year. It was a matter of throwing off the shackles that I had bound myself in, the mentality that I did not matter as much as the person beside me did. That I needed to take them into consideration before doing anything on my own. I had lived 40+ years, 2 lifetimes, thinking that everyone else's opinion mattered and that their thoughts, beliefs, and actions were more important than mine. For those years I dealt with the hateful comments of, "You need to work harder, my son doesn't have enough to eat," and, "You don't know what you are talking about, I believe the complete opposite of you, and my opinion is the only thing that matters." After a while, you begin to lose yourself in the quest to make others happy. But in this lifetime, I was on a quest to make myself happy. I was always putting everyone else first, to the point that it killed me. If I truly wanted to start over, to follow my steps to a better life this time around, the first thing that I needed to do was change my attitude, my whole way of thinking. Buying all the sweets in the cafe was just a bonus. But I did it. I ignored everyone's feelings, I ignored the hateful looks and the nasty comments. I made a decision, and I followed through on it, despite all opposition. I took my first step of putting myself before others. And it felt good. It took me 45 minutes to put all the desserts into the kitchen of my space. I wanted to organize everything so that when I had a craving, I could easily find what I was looking for. It was one thing to collect things into my space, it was another thing to have it all organized. And apparently, my OCD was kicking in. Only time would tell if my space had the capability to stop time and keep things fresh. Honestly, I didn't particularly care either way. If it did, it would just be icing on the cake. Or more like keeping the icing on the cake. I took a piece of cherry cheesecake out of the fridge and, with my notes and colored markers in the other hand, I left my space. Once again, I sat down on the floor, my notes around me, and a fork and cake in my hands. Time to get to work. Step 2 was to buy a farm, and so far, none seemed to be what I wanted. I would have to put step 2 on hold for now and think of what step 3 was going to be. I couldn't start the big fence or buy animals to fill a space that I didn't yet have, my own space not included. But I could start collecting shelf-stable food from grocery stores and seeds to plant in the future. Still under step 2, set yourself up for success, a second subset was, to buy seeds and pantry items that will last a while. This world didn't have mason jars, the most perfect thing in any place, but I could live without them. I guess, if I was forced to. Still, I would need the supplies to can things, dehydrators to process fruits, veggies, and meats to make them last longer, and all these things I would want for the future as well. My list of what I needed seemed to be getting longer and longer the more that I looked at it, but I was fine with that. Money, right now, was not an issue, and I wanted everything on hand to make my life easier later. Canners, dehydrators, freeze dryers, rice, flour, white sugar, brown sugar, icing sugar, vanilla, fruits, veggies, meats, oils, and sauces all made the list. Luckily I was filling up on cake, so my list of desires, while long, was not as impractical as it could be. As it happens, night slowly crept up, blanketing the world in a darkness and quiet that could only come when the sun went to bed. I walked towards the patio doors, leaning against the glass, and took a deep breath. There were no stars where I was. Oh sure, without the light pollution of the city and the clouds covering them, I knew there were stars out there, waiting for the world to end so they could shine brightly once again. Me, I reveled in the peace and tranquility of the night. The feeling of a blanket surrounding me like a lover's embrace. I came alive at night in a way that I never did during the day. The night was my time. I stared out into space a little while longer before going back to my notes and plans for tomorrow. I would start with the supplies and then the food. I had a plan, and now all I needed to do was see it through. Feeling calmer than I had in a while, I took out my blankets and made myself a nest in front of the patio doors. In the quiet of the night, I never would have guessed what would happen next and just how much of an impact on my life it would have. In the quiet of the night, a lone figure stood in front of an army of soldiers. In complete silence, the 1,000 men stood at attention. They might not have been in fatigues, their country's flag displayed proudly on their arm, but it made them no less of an army, no less of an intimidating entity. No one moved, there was no fidgeting or restlessness, not even the sound of breathing broke the silence of the night. They all stood there, watching, waiting, knowing that when the time came, their life or death would mean nothing in the face of the mission. They were trained and trained by the best, to be the best. There would be no compromise. They were trained to kill, and that was what they did best. The lone figure looked back at the men he commanded, knowing that their life was in his hands, that his decisions would impact their actions, and that the consequences would rest solely on his shoulders. As they trained for combat, he trained for command, and there was no one better than him in this world. The silence was broken by the steady, rhythmic footsteps of a man as he made his way toward the lone figure. He walked through the sea of soldiers, following a path laid out for him by their very formation. A path meant to bring him to their leader as fast as possible. "Sir," said the figure to the lone man once he was close enough. "I have found where they are located. At the base of a mountain, approximately 100 miles southwest of here, there are 1,549 men with enough guns, ammunition, helicopters, and supplies to last for a few years. Intelligence says that they are probably using that range as a permanent base and conducting all missions from there. What are your orders?" "Enough ants can take down an elephant. We need to crush them now before they can become an overwhelming force. Take 5 teams and wipe them out. Do it silently. I don't want anyone else to know about it." As if the men were one, they saluted, turned around, and marched out, their footsteps quiet in the darkness of night. The lone figure waited until everyone was gone before he, too, turned and disappeared. There was a lot of work to be done and not a lot of time to do it. Wang Chao entered his study a few minutes after dismissing his men. Heading straight towards the solid oak desk, he sat down and waited for his personal assistant to close the massive doors to his sanctuary. The piles of paperwork did not detract from the feeling of majesty and power that surrounded Wang Chao wherever he went. Folding his hands, he looked up to where Louis Wei was standing, ready to give him his report. "Sir," Louis Wei began, "the acquisition of Sunset Corps has been completed and is awaiting your signature. As for the current CEO, after the information has been released to the police, he is looking at 10 to 15 years in prison for fraud, tax evasion, and bribery." Replied Wang Chao as he opened the first folder presented to him. Quickly reading through the contract's terms and conditions, he signed his name at the bottom and sealed the fate of the Sunset Corps. It was nothing personal. He didn't have a grudge or revenge in mind when he set out to take over the multimedia company, he just wanted to have it in order to diversify his companies. He might have excelled in the military, becoming one of the youngest generals ever to retire, but the complexities of the business world was where he shined. The business world was a lot like a field of war. Information was key to a quick and bloodless victory. However, every so often, Wang Chao missed the blood on his hands. Louis Wei took the original folder out from under the hand of his boss and replaced it with another. "Louis E. has found the operation base of the Blood Moon mercenary organization. As you know, the men left tonight in order to exterminate the threat that they pose to the old master. However, it seems like they are just the hands of a long-time operation. New information suggests that they are working on a black ops assignment for the government and the old master was opposing their involvement. The assassination order against him is simply a result of him becoming a vocal obstacle. There also seems to be a clandestine operation going on in the north that the government is funding, but more information on that is impossible to get. We have our team of hackers searching both the black and white web to find out what General Hyung is doing. The best that we have been able to come up with is Operation Hydra, but we are unsure of what it might entail." Came the deep, raspy voice again. "Sir, if I may ask," started Louis Wei. "Hurry up and ask." "Yes, sir. What are your plans for the Blood Moon base once the men have taken it over?" "I have no need of land out in the middle of nowhere. Search every inch of the property, do not miss anything, and bring back what you can. After that, have the men clean it up and put it up for sale. It would be better to make a profit off of it than have it remain useless to us." "Understand, sir. I'll inform the men of your orders," said Louis Wei. "Leave the rest of the information here. You are dismissed." Louis Wei bowed and turned around to leave. He knew that it would not be wise to remain when his boss was in a mood. After all, it was not like he provided any new information that the boss did not already know. Sometimes being an assistant was very stressful. Wang Chao swiveled his chair around to look out the windows behind him. Framed by the soft maroon curtains, the night sky looked even more peaceful. Unfortunately, Wang Chao knew that the peace would not last long. He got up from his desk and walked towards the bookshelves along the side of the room, where a decanter of whiskey was waiting. Pouring himself a glass, he returned to the window, trying to see where all the pieces of the puzzle belonged. However, he only had one question that he was unable to answer. What the hell was Operation Hydra? I woke up the next morning to my cell phone ringing. I groaned as my body gave me a long list of reasons why falling asleep in front of the patio doors was not a good idea. I blindly stuck my hand out along the ground and tried to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. I was not going to move more than I had to before I was absolutely ready. I found the phone on the last ring and picked it up and saw a missed call from the real estate agent. I raised my eyebrows, trying to think about what she could possibly want. I practically had her in tears yesterday when I left. The phone started to ring again. Huh, must be important. Hello. I said as I answered the phone. I put it on my shoulder as I got up and walked toward the kitchen. I couldn't stop the jaw-breaking yawn that came out of me if I tried. Ms. Lee. Hi. It's Jenny Wong from Urban Paradise Real Estate. Is now a good time? Came the cheerful voice from the other side of the phone. I looked at the time on my coffee maker and saw that it was 7:30 in the morning. Who the heck was that cheerful at 7:30 a.m.? Yes, of course. What can I do for you, Jenny? I asked as I stared at the machine. If Will alone could make it work faster, I would have been sipping on my cup of freshly brewed coffee 2 hours ago. Yes, I am aware that 2 hours ago, I was still sleeping. I was trying to make a point that I wanted this thing to go faster. It's not what you can do for me, it's what I can do for you. I was startled out of my thoughts when I heard Jenny's answer. What she could do for me? Wouldn't that be letting me sleep for a few more hours or bringing me a cup of coffee from the cafe down the street? I was pretty sure that I was persona non grata there, so I would have to find a source of coffee elsewhere. Better add coffee to the things to stock up on. Although the plants did not mutate, the supply chain was completely cut off. Let me tell you, people without coffee were not people. They were mindless, wide-eyed monsters that were willing to bite your head off without a second thought. Seriously, the zombies had nothing on people without coffee. Then what can you do for me? I asked Jenny, as the last bit of coffee dripped into the pot. I poured myself a cup, added all the milk and sugar that could fit, and took the beverage to the mini bistro set that I had taken out. I sat down and looked out the windows while I waited for Jenny to tell me why she felt the need to wake me up so bloody early. The perfect homestead for you has just come on the market an hour ago. I will send you the pictures, but the listing has not been approved for the public, so only agents from my office have the information. Anyway, the property backs onto the bottom of a mountain. It has 3 good-sized ponds and plenty of fields for both plants and livestock. It is about 100 miles from here, which will be a little over an hour and a half drive. My body froze. From what she was saying, although it was a bit closer to the city than I wanted, it seemed perfect. I know you wanted something a bit further away, but I think that it would be worth a look. What do you think? Came the voice from the phone. When can you pick me up? I returned with a grin. I'm waiting for you downstairs now. And I have coffee. Be right there. And just like that, Jenny redeemed herself for waking me up this morning. If everything worked out, that place would be more than worth a little less sleep. The place was well worth waking up early. After about an hour of highway driving, we turned off onto a small path through the woods that just had 2 tire tracks in the grass. As we bunked along, the woods all of a sudden cleared and it was, without a doubt, the most beautiful thing that I had seen in 3 lifetimes. As the landscape opened up, all I could see were green fields, wood fences, and a large red barn off to one side. As we got closer, the tire tracks morphed into a dirt road. After opening the gate, Jenny got back in the car and looked at me. What do you think? She asked. The excitement in her voice told me that she knew exactly what I thought. You said it hasn't been made public yet? I asked, looking around. This place might be less than 2 hours outside of the city, but when you were on the property itself, you felt like you were in a different world completely. Nope, she reassured me. Urban Paradise is a subsidiary of Wong Enterprises, which is a subsidiary of Phoenix Conglomerate. That is a really roundabout way of saying that it is our parent company that is looking to sell the land, so they gave it to us first. Keep the money in the family and all that. I'll buy it, I said, not even bothering to look at the rest. I needed this place, and this place needed to be mine. You're not going to ask how much? Jenny laughed. Or even see the rest of the property? I'm going to go look around. You will figure out the price, and I will, fingers crossed, own this house within the next 2 hours. Deal? I asked, getting out of the car on the other side of the gate. I'll see what I can do, replied Jenny as she yelled at me with her head sticking out the window. I laughed and waved my hand, ready to start on an adventure around the land. So, it turned out that what I thought was paradise on earth at the entrance to the ranch was not, in fact, paradise. Paradise came with 3,000 acres of land that went all the way from the highway to the bottom of the mountain range. It had at least 3 ponds in various fields and a river that supplied the water. Paradise came with the 13,000 square foot home that boasted 10 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms, 2 entertainment areas, a wraparound deck, a stone fireplace, and a chef's kitchen with 4, count them, 4 pantries. There were so many buildings and land that there was no way possible for me to see everything in a year. Good thing I have the apocalypse coming that would give me the time to explore. With that much land, I could set up my own safe zone and protect all the people that come to me for help. Or I can live my own life, away from people and zombies. Let's go with option 2. I saw Jenny walking up the hill to greet me and I waved at her. What's the damage? I asked, laughing. I would be willing to buy it no matter the price. Even if I got a loan from the bank, I'd only have to pay it off for a year. $5 million, she said, looking at me. 5 million? On Earth, something like this would have cost at least 20 million, if not more. Sold. I laughed. I could afford the entire amount, but I was not going to. An EMP hit the city, and most of Country K, at the beginning of November, just when news of the zombies got out. All the information anywhere was lost. There was no more internet, no more cell phones, no cars, or anything that relied on electronics. That included the banks that contained your money, your loans, all of that, were wiped out when that happened. Even after 10 years, that information was never retrieved. But enough about what was going to come. Now that I thought about the EMP, there was more to add to the list at home. Apparently, Phoenix Conglomerate was as willing to make a quick sale as I was to make a quick buy. Within the 2 hours I had said, everything was signed, sealed, and delivered and I could move into the ranch that day. As happy as that made me, and it made me extremely happy, there were still a few things back in the city that I had to do first. Jenny drove me back to my old apartment, which I found out today that I owned, who knew, to be able to sort some things out. I opened the door to my home and took out of my space only what I needed. Sitting down on the floor, I looked at my notes and pens. Time to get to work. I had over an hour to come up with the next steps and I needed to write them down before I forgot them, because let's face it, that happens a lot. I took out the paper entitled Steps to Surviving the End of the World. Number 1. Let them die, simple, easy, and not likely to be forgotten. Number 2. Set yourself up for success. 1. Buy a farm. I took my highlighter and crossed that off the list. Done and done. 2. Buy seeds and pantry items, would do that tomorrow. 3. Buy livestock, might still have to hold off on that one. The first 2 steps were pretty much accomplished, or would slowly be accomplished over the next few months. Sometimes I forget that I was not in the apocalypse. I still felt the urgency that all the supplies had to be gathered that day or there was no way to get them ever again. I could do step 2.2 slowly, and maybe if I told myself that enough times, I would begin to believe it. Okay, now on to the steps that I came up with in the car. Number 3. Sell your old place, pretty straightforward. No point in keeping the apartment if I had the ranch, and the money would help with supplies. I'll contact Jenny in the morning and see what she can do. Number 4. Move into the ranch. 1. Build a fence, keep in mind that everything electronic is going to go, so what other options were there? 2. Make sure fields and barns are able to hold animals, no point in buying them if they aren't going to stay put. A. How many animals can each field/barn hold? B. How many different types of animals can I get? C. Don't forget fish. I have 3 ponds and a river. I can have fish. I paused in my writing. I had never actually considered getting fish before, but I remembered that ponds were a great way of raising your own, so why not try? Number 5. Organize pantry, maybe I should have written pantries, eek. So happy. Number 6. Fill up the pantries, let's face it, this was going to be the best part of it all. Number 7. Learn more about EMPs, because I had never heard about them in my first life and only saw the aftermath in my second. I needed to prepare for it, and knowledge was key. Number 8. Gather guns and weapons. You would think that this one was for defending myself against the zombies, but it was really for the humans. Refer to step 1 if you have questions. And there you had it, my 8-step program for surviving the end of the world. I was sure that as I thought of things, there would be more steps added, but for right now, I was happy with this. I put my pens and paper back into my space and took out the bed and sheets. I will admit that it did look weird to have a bed in the middle of the living room, but hopefully, my body would be more appreciative of a soft bed to sleep on. I was still feeling the aches and pains from last night. I went to sleep feeling more confident than I had before. Settling the ranch issue has really relieved a lot of stress. Sir. A knock on the door of Wang Chao's study caused him to look up from the latest stock reports. Enter, he said, putting the reports to the side and watching as the door opened. Sir, said Lu Wei as he walked into the study with a file folder in his hand. I have received confirmation that the Blood Moon base has been sold this morning. Here is the sale agreement and all relevant documentation on the issue. It's sold already? Asked Wang Chao surprised. He thought that it would take a while for that piece of land to be bought simply because it was so massive and out of the way. Yes. I had given the listing to Urban Paradise first, and apparently, they had a buyer looking for a property like that. She put in an offer before even entering the house. How much did you sell it for? $5 million, sir. 5 million and there were no issues. Who is the person? Lu Wei opened the folder in his hand and looked at the contract. Ali Dai Lu. 22 years old, single, no parents or immediate family, but a holder of Li Industries. It looks like she is a holder in name only, collecting the dividends but not having any actual power. Her cousin took over the business when her parents died 4 years ago. They don't have much to do with each other. She paid for it in cash. Asked Wang Chao, trying to figure something out in his head. No, she put down 20% and took out a loan from our bank for the remaining amount, a total of $4 million. So she didn't pay for it in cash. Does she not have the money? Yes, sir. Her records are showing that she has $10.4 billion in total assets with us, and $8.9 billion is in cash. So why didn't she pay everything all at once? Any business professional would avoid the interest payments. What is the length of time for the loan? She asked for 25 years. Look into it, Wang Chao said. He didn't know what was wrong, but he had a feeling that something wasn't right. Of course, sir, said Lu Wei as he turned around to leave the study. Leave her information. Of course, sir, his assistant said and turned around to deliver the file. Anyone that bought that property would be under suspicion. A ranch like that was incredibly rare, so what would a second-generation rich girl know about or even want a working ranch? Did she have a connection with Blood Moon? Lu Wei would make sure to dive deeper into things. If Wang Chao was interested enough that he wanted to look over that contract, he would give his boss everything he could on the girl and the situation. Although I hate mornings more than anything, my body was a lot happier with me after waking up in a bed than on a pile of blankets. Things to note, I guess. I was trying to revamp my entire future, so there was no point in getting used to sleeping on the floor on the cold ground. I had my home, my paradise, and I would not give it up for anything or anyone. Instead of making my bed, I just put the whole thing in my space. Why make it when I was just going to sleep on it again tonight? I called Jenny and got my house on the market. I didn't know how long it would take to sell, but step 3 was now out of my hands. Which mean that I was in for a day of shopping. I got out of bed and took my time getting dressed and decided that this would be a perfect time to see if I could have a piece of chocolate cake with fudge icing. I entered my space and walked towards the house. I think that the ranch meant so much to me because it was so similar to this place. Not being as excited about my own space as I thought I would be, I finally understood the saying, be careful what you ask for. In my second life, I would have given anything to be like Colin and have my very own space. Mind you, how he described his space was nothing like what I had. He claimed that it was like a warehouse. It started off small, but the more that he put stuff in and took it out, the bigger it got. Not what I was expecting, but sure. I would have to say that the first time I came here, I was really confused as to what was going on. Once again, I really love to read web novels, and since I was obsessed with transmigration, I think I had read everything that I could get my hands on. That included transmigrating into the end of the world. Yes, even I could chuckle over the irony of it all. That being said, I would have preferred ancient China if I could have had a say in the matter. But I digress. I thought that I would be ahead of the game, understanding how supernatural powers worked, about the nucleus in the zombies' heads that could be used to increase your own power, about leveling up and becoming an unstoppable force with someone that had lightning powers and or a space power. My reality was nothing like that. So, did I mention that nothing went the way I was promised in those novels? Let's start with the zombies, shall we? The original zombies, as the world here thinks of them, were created in Country M as part of an experiment to improve the power and performance of the Navy. The volunteers were given an injection of genes and a retrovirus that would enhance the desired characteristics of certain species. Each dosage contained the gene sequence for both blue and mako sharks, starfish, as well as a little-known organism called a hydra. Now, if you are like me and hear the word hydra, you automatically think of a mythical creature that looks like a dragon with, like, 9 heads. Something that Hercules would be proud to fight. This was not it. This hydra was about the size of a child's finger when fully grown, with a base stem and a flower-type head. So, why add this weird, alien creature into the mix? It turns out that they are the secret to eternal life, or the ability to not die. Yeah, I wasn't impressed when I heard it for the first time either. One of the scientists that I saved in the third year that I was there told me that these hydras have stem cells with an infinite capacity for self-renewal. This came in the gene form of FOXO, so, the scientists in their infinite wisdom added an overabundance of that gene. Self-renewal would be important to any respectable soldier, right? Then came the starfish genome. They, the ones that were supposed to be smart, took the gene that allowed the starfish to reproduce asexually and regrow limbs. Seriously, they had a starfish that was able to completely regrow from just an arm. Imagine what that did to the zombies. The sharks, I think, were the guys in the group deciding that if they were going to add genes to the Navy, then sharks would be a great place to go. The blue shark and the mako shark are less well known than, let's say, a great white or tiger shark, but the blue shark was known for its aggressive behavior, while the mako was considered highly intelligent with larger brains and extreme speed and agility. 1. Want to know how those four creatures put together with a dude would work out? Nightmarish, really, not. Yeah. Remember, forget everything you knew about zombies, cause these weren't them. They had no crystal nucleus to dig out. They didn't start off slow and gain speed and intelligence with every level that they upgraded to. These zombies were highly, extremely, intelligent. They started out fast and agile and never slowed down. I guess it is also a blessing that they didn't speed up either. Some had light purple skin while others had a bluer hue to them. They were organized, followed a hierarchy, and preyed on humans to the point where they would and could sneak into the safe zones to take humans away to eat at a later time. Heck, they could even decide who would turn into a zombie and who would just end up as food. I feel like I need to stress that as much as most novels talk about humans becoming more powerful and coming out on top, this was not what happened. We were considered to be the food source for the newest apex predator. I had even heard rumors that they were farming us, bringing us to their bases, and keeping us terrified until our fear had reached a level that they considered our meat delicious. Yeah, those were the zombies that we were dealing with. All the intelligence of highly trained men and women with the aggression, stealth, agility, and immunity that the new genes afforded them. And if Country M thought that they would maintain control over these creatures, they quickly learned otherwise. So, how did the gene spread? A retrovirus was added to the mix in the hopes that it would give the scientists some level of control. This retrovirus would attack the immune system, ideally killing these super soldiers in about 10 years or so. But once again, the best laid plans of mice and men. By destroying the immune system, it allowed the genes that should not have been that dominant to come and take control. And, as with all other viruses, it could be passed through blood, bodily fluids, and from mother to child. In other words, the scientists succeeded in creating a superhuman, indestructible creature that liked the taste of humans and can regrow its head if necessary. Oh, did I forget that part? Yeah, cutting off their heads was not enough to keep them dead. You would need to burn the corpse to ashes in order to be assured of complete victory. But the triggers were so quick that simply setting them on fire would not work. The fire needed time to destroy their genes so that they couldn't regenerate, thus having to cut off their heads. Give me the zombies that my world came up with any day. It seemed like it would be so much easier. I shook my body, trying to dislodge the images of those zombies from my head. I should be far enough out of the way for them to never come looking for me at the ranch. And it wasn't like I was going to go looking for them. Nope, not a chance in hell. I grabbed my purse with my list of what I wanted to buy and left the apartment. It was vacant, so if Jenny needed to show it at the last minute, she could. The first place that I went to was a seed store. As I walked in, reality once again gave me a slap upside my head. It was November 4th, and as much as I was expecting it to be snowing at this point in time, the mild weather made me forget that seeds would not be that popular right now. Who knew that City A didn't experience snow until December? I smiled at the cashier that looked at me in surprise. Well, I guess most people would not be walking into a nursery at this time of the year. Sorry about this, I said as I approached him. I was just hoping to get a head start on the growing season, but I completely forgot that winter was approaching here. Not from around here, then? He asked as he looked me up and down. Nope, I am from City H, just moved here for a job. I wanted to grow a few things on my balcony to make it feel like home, I said, the lies flowing smoothly. I still adhered to the principle that you catch more flies with honey. Might as well tell him what he wanted to hear. Besides, he must be bored stupid being in the store alone all day. Ah, yeah, it is easier to grow things all year round down there. It has a more tropical climate than what we normally get. So I am learning, I laughed. I left him at the counter and walked around to see what he had in stock. I was impressed with the selection and found several packets of seeds that I would like to grow. They had most of the herbs that I was looking for, but I would need to go to a few other places to look for the peppers. I wanted more than just bell and jalapeno peppers. Of course, they offered like 15 different varieties of tomatoes to keep me happy. I would have to come back in the spring to see what they had when they were all stocked up. I'll grab these for today and then come back in a few months to grab some other fruit and veggie seeds, I said as I put my choices on the counter. I was not going to pull another bakery episode. Don't worry. What are you looking for? I can add them to the order to make sure we have them, said the man I can only assume was the owner. You might regret saying that. I laughed. I am hoping to find a house with a good-sized backyard so I can grow a lot of stuff. It's all good. Let me know, and the worst-case scenario is I can't get it for you. Well, standard things I guess, strawberries, cantaloupe, watermelons, pumpkins, zucchinis, I started to name off. A lot of these I grew in Canada, so I didn't know if they would have them here, or even by those names. All right, he said as he wrote down my list. He didn't seem confused, so I could only assume that they were standard here as well. Any kind of peppers you can find, corn, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, I laughed, enjoying myself. Did you want any saplings? I can do apple, pear, orange, and cherry. Oh, those sound great. How about some blueberry and raspberry bushes? Goji too, if you can find it. Can you get your hands on a couple of maple trees? The ones with the sap. I'll talk to my supplier, the owner smiled in return. Leave your name and number and I'll give you a call if they have something that we didn't mention. Did you want any flowers? Yeah, sunflowers, nasturtiums, marigolds. Now I had the owner laughing out loud. So, you actually know what you are doing. I'll get you some companion plants. What about ginger, turmeric, echinacea, and chamomile? If I didn't know better, I would think that you were just trying to increase your sales for the year. I'll take all those too. I paid for my purchase and promised to return in February when he would have the rest of my order in. I wasn't in a hurry. I could afford to take my time now. I was just glad that I returned when I did, so I would have this time to prepare. Lu Wei looked at the latest information on Li Dai Lu and wondered if he should give it to Wang Chao with his regular report. You seem to be thinking hard, just spit it out, said Wang Chao as he sat on the couch of his office in Phoenix Conglomerate. Apparently, Li Dai Lu has been purchasing several different types of seeds. She has also put in an order for several fruit trees to be picked up in the spring, said Lu Wei, not sure how this information was important. So, she bought a 3,000-acre ranch and is buying a bunch of seeds? Asked Wang Chao, trying to think of what could be happening. Could it really be as innocent as she bought a farm to farm? Or was this a plot from M government to rebuild Blood Moon without suspicion? And what would a rich girl like her know about farming? Why would she want to farm? What did she know that would lead her to do something like that? He had researched her past and there was nothing about her knowing or liking plants or even food. It was as if she woke up one morning and just decided on this path. She has even stopped contacting her friends and family. If she had gotten in contact with Blood Moon and was working with the M government, it would explain a lot of things. Keep your eyes open. If she is part of the Blood Moon, then she will slip up sometime. I will not let that organization regroup and be a threat to us again. Yes, sir. Understood, said Lu Wei as he bowed and walked away. Once again, I woke up in an amazing mood. I could feel my body start to relax, the constant vigilance that I felt in my last life slowly leaving me. You never knew how hard on your body always being ready at any second was until you could stop doing it. I mean, it wasn't instantaneous. It took me a few days to realize that the zombies weren't lurking in the dark alleyways, that they were not waiting for me to let down my guard enough to rush out and grab me. But on the flip side, as I watched all these people going about their daily business, the smiles on their faces, the complete lack of fear, I almost felt bad about the shock they would be experiencing in a year. It was a lot to adjust to, knowing that you were no longer the top predator in the world. So, back to my day. The other reason why I woke up in such a phenomenal mood was that this was the day that I decided to move to the ranch permanently. I would have to grab some food and daily necessities that I had not been able to consider a necessity before, like shampoo, body wash, and a frigging toothbrush. Ah, the luxuries of a pre-apocalyptic world. I laughed out loud in the empty apartment and enjoyed the sound echo around me. After getting ready and making sure everything was tucked away in my space, I shut the door behind me and locked it. This apartment was not mine, I had no emotional attachment to it. I had no idea if the previous body loved it, but it was not for me. Give me a large patch of land and an open sky any day, and I was heading to the one place in this world that I could say without a doubt, was mine. I was slowly building my own place again, and this time, I would not allow outsiders in to ruin it. I spent a few hours shopping for the basics and, of course, I would need a vehicle, or four, to get me to and from the ranch as well as around it. I found a place that sold 4x4s. I would have called them a Jeep back in Canada, but I found the top-of-the-line Jeep Wrangler or whatever they called it here. I purchased 2 of them and got each one detailed to my liking. While I am claiming that I did it to my liking, I mean, I got them colored and changed to allow for some type of safety from zombies. It turned out, and you would be surprised at how long it took us humans to figure it out, that sharks did not really see colors, they saw in contrasts. And, since one of the dominant genes in the zombies was a shark, they gained their eyesight. This meant that the zombies hunted in a similar way to sharks. If you were driving a white car at night, the zombies could spot you from a mile away and ring the dinner bell. The same was with driving a bright-colored car. If the background added too much of a contrast, then you became dinner. Had too much silver or chrome on your car to reflect any type of light, no matter how dim, then yeah, same problem. So my first car was done in a light blue color that should be able to blend in with the day. I got them to matte any of the visible metals and bought the second one in black for the night. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I was completely fine with that. As far as I was concerned, the majority of these people would become chum in the next year or so why worry about their opinion of me? After driving the blue car out of the shop and having them promise to deliver the black one to the ranch, I went to a second dealership that dealt more with off-roading vehicles than the standard car you would see on the road. I bought one standard ATV, with the 4 wheels, and completely open, think a motorcycle on 4 wheels, but that was just for use around the ranch. After much hush-hush conversations, secret handshakes, and a meeting with the manager/owner, I was led to the back warehouse where they kept the vehicles that I was looking for. It's hard to explain exactly what I was looking for. I guess the best way to picture it would be a military amphibious vehicle that would be able to take on the end of the world, and pretend that the world was not actually ending. Yup, I'm crazy like a fox, mwahaha. So anyway, the first ATV that I was looking at was called a Shaman 8-wheel ATV, and, as you would assume, it had 8 wheels. The seating area was completely enclosed and could move on both land and water. The body could be reinforced to my specifications and there was an additional rack on the roof, and it also came with 2 floodlights at the front. When I thought of apocalyptic vehicles in Canada, this was the image in my mind. Too bad it was slower than molasses going uphill on a cold day. Canadian way of saying really, really slow. It would be easy for the zombies to catch up, and, given enough time, no matter how reinforced the metal exterior was, they would eventually be able to break through. It would more be like opening canned foods instead of having them out in the open. I bought it anyway. The second one that I had my eye on was a Ripsaw EV2. It was military grade, fast, with a dual track, and looked like what would happen if a tank and a sports car had a baby. I needed to have it. In matte black, of course. Me, being me, I walked into a car dealership to buy a 4x4 to take me from the ranch to the city and back again and ended up buying an additional 4 vehicles. But don't I get a pat on the back for not buying them all out of stock? I felt like I should be praised for my control. My bank account was not as happy to see my latest purchases, but when I saw all the zeros still in the account, and I don't mean a balance of $0, I still felt like I was in a good position. Once again, I scheduled delivery for a few months from now. After all, it would take time to outfit the EOW vehicles, end-of-the-world vehicles, to my specifications. I wanted stealth, strength, and security. Not something that screamed I was tuna in a can if they only had the opener. Storing the cars. I would figure that out later. I jumped into my sky blue Jeep and took off down the highway, ready to settle into my paradise. I would have to come up with a name for my ranch. I can't just keep calling it, the ranch, inside my head now, can I? The latest report for Li Dai Lu has arrived, sir, said Lu Wei as he handed over the report. Wang Chao took it from him and put it to the side. What does it say? He asked his assistant, not bothering to read it. She spent $10 million on 5 vehicles today, 2 of them military grade that she has requested modifications to be completed before delivery, 2 other off-road vehicles, 1 blue and 1 black, and finally a recreational ATV, said Lu Wei, already having memorized the information in the folder. 10 million? Asked Wang Chao, looking up from his desk. Did she take out a loan for it? No, sir. The dealerships for 3 of the vehicles requested to be paid in cash, and she was fine with that. So why would she take out a loan for the ranch, but not the vehicles? Wang Chao wondered out loud. The more he learned about this second-generation princess, the more he became confused. It was like she was 2 completely different people. One that was spoiled and never worked a day in her life, and another who, clearly, had some serious plans. Could she have been a sleeper for Blood Moon and, now that their base and operations were almost completely wiped out, she was called in to restart everything? Maybe the ranch is for her own use while the vehicles are meant for Blood Moon. Said Lu Wei thoughtfully. She could be expecting a lot of that cash back if that was the case and the government of Country M was ordering her to do these things. Wang Chao hummed. But where could she have even been in contact with Blood Moon in the first place? Not even mentioning Country M. After her parents' death, she pretty much stayed in her apartment, going out occasionally to shop or to meet with her friends. There is nothing here to suggest that this is a recent thing. Maybe that is the point, sir, said Lu Wei, following his boss' train of thought. She is 20 years old this year. Maybe they met her earlier when she was attending the parties with her parents. A 16-year-old is much easier to manipulate than a 20-year-old. We will have to ask her that one day. See what her excuse is and why she is so willing to betray her country, replied Wang Chao, signaling Lu Wei to leave. His assistant bowed and quickly left the office, leaving Wang Chao to his thoughts. He picked up the file he had set aside and opened it to the first page. There was a picture of a young woman, her black hair hanging down to the small of her back and her blue eyes sparkling at whoever had taken the picture. She had to be short, but everything about her screamed of the privilege that she had growing up. Her skin was white and flawless, her nails perfectly done in a neutral color, and her dress was clearly designer. How could Blood Moon be able to approach her, and what did they tempt her with working for them? Wang Chao guessed that the best spies were those that you never expected. But he now expected her, and he would never let her succeed with her plans, whatever they were. My plan for the rest of the day was to explore my new home and come up with a name for it. As I turned off the highway and through the seemingly dense forest, I thought about what I would call it. The trees parted and once again, the absolutely stunning view of sprawling green fields and majestic mountains greeted me. I sighed, the smile on my face never leaving as I passed by the first 2 red barns and continued down the gravel road toward the house itself. The first time I explored here, I wasn't able to see too much, but what I did notice was that the previous owners must have left in a hurry. I was not sure why, but they left absolutely everything from the farming equipment to the beds in each one of the rooms. Hopefully, they didn't leave any food, because it probably would be smelly by now. I stopped the jeep in front of the garage and just sat there for a second. It had been 3 lifetimes, but I finally had my own home. The thought alone gave me goosebumps. I would make this everything that I ever wanted and dreamed of, and I would make it for me alone. Still on the high of having my own slice of land, I got out of the car and walked up the cobblestone path to the front door. There were pillars every 5 feet on the wraparound deck. The look of them gave off that quintessential ranch feeling that made my smile widen. I could see myself coming out here in the morning with my cup of coffee, enjoying the air and the scenery. But a place like this needed a name, and the word paradise screamed at me to pick it. However, I felt that that name was too overdone. Heck, even the real estate office that I was dealing with was called Urban Paradise. Paradise, heaven, all these names represented this stretch of land, but at the same time, they were used so much that the very words had lost their meaning. I walked up the 2 steps onto the deck and placed my hand on the door, ready to open it and start my new life. Was that a good name? Something to do with a fresh start. The bird, phoenix, meant rebirth, right? But that was also way overdone. I wanted something to be mine alone. Hey, we have already covered the fact that deep inside I don't share well. I had an idea, but I didn't think that the concept was here in this world. I took out my cell phone and looked up Elysian Fields. No results. I had found something that belonged to me and me alone. Elysian Fields was the Greek concept of heaven, a place where when heroes died and went to see Hades, they would be sent to the Elysian Fields as a reward for all their hard work and for helping people in their life. If I remember correctly, it was described as a peaceful, beautiful region with sunlight and fresh air. That was it. This was my Elysian Fields. I spent my first night in my new house in the most beautiful 4-poster bed that I had ever seen. Well, maybe I should say that the entire room looked like something out of a magazine. The bed was a king-sized monstrosity with a black metal frame facing a wooden fireplace. The ceiling was done in reclaimed barn wood and a window overlooked the mountains in the back. The walk-in closet was huge and empty, which I took as a good sign seeing as there were clothes in almost every other room in the place. I took out the bed sheets that I had picked up earlier, all white with lavender and pink cherry blossoms, and made the bed before I fell asleep. That was the end of my 5th day of rebirth. Now that I was home, and my list was made, I started knocking down things one after another, using the internet to do most of the work. The first thing I looked up was fencing companies. I wanted the biggest and the best fence, and I wanted it to completely surround the 3,000 acres of my property. I knew that this would be a major expense, but it was worth it in the long run. Nothing worse than people trying to escape to the city and thinking my house would be a good place to stay. Simply searching fences did not give me what I wanted, and even looking at security fences didn't give me the results that I wanted. I did not want a fence made of metal, rods, or otherwise, that allowed people to see through. That was only begging them to try and get in. I settled on a company that did concrete fencing of all different styles, and I will fully admit to being surprised that there was more than one type of concrete fencing, called dragon fencing. I rolled my eyes at the name. First, there was Urban Paradise, then Wong Enterprises, Phoenix Conglomerate, and now Dragon Fencing. I sensed a theme, but if they were as good as they claimed, then I would hire them. I filled in the report requesting a free estimate and then moved on to the next thing on my list, EMP survival. Okay, fine, it was not the next step on my list, it might have been 7th, but I was greatly enjoying my lemon crumble pie. Yes, my space did preserve the sweets from the bakery, and I didn't want to leave my dining room table. And if you saw how beautiful it was, made all out of oak and seating for like 20 people, you would understand why. Anyways, back to the lists. I figured that I needed to check the barns and pens before ordering the animals, so the next thing that did not require me to move was EMPs. From what I could gather from my past life, the EMP that struck could, or could not, have been an attack by another country or a solar flare. Well, when facing something that was trying to season you to improve your taste, things like what caused the EMP were not high on my list of cares. And before you ask, yes, I have a list for pretty much everything. So, EMP could be the result of war or the environment, no one could say for sure, but what we did know was that it wiped out everything electric, from cell phones to light bulbs to fridges and bank loans. The only cars that would work were the really only fashioned ones that did not rely on a chip or electricity to run. Unfortunately for this world, 95% of the cars were electric cars. Sucks to be them. The 5 that I just bought were not the case, and if they were, removing anything chip-related or electric was part of the modifications that I insisted on. You would think that the owner would believe that I was crazy for insisting that that was done, but he simply nodded his head like he completely agreed with me, and anyone that did not request that modification was the crazy one instead. Gotta love like-minded people. Maybe he will survive what was to come. I did a general internet search for what an EMP was. It was not like I needed to know how to build one, how to use one, or even how to set one off. All I wanted was the information on how to save what I wanted to be saved from the effects of the EMP. In other words, how do I protect my fridge, air conditioner, stove, appliances, freezers, and everything else with electricity that I considered a necessity of life? On a side note, when the internet went out, how would I watch any shows or movies? Maybe I should invest in a Blu-ray or DVD player and a few TVs to watch it on. Do they still make Blu-rays and DVDs? Add that to the list to research later. I focused my attention back on EMPs and started the long process of learning exactly what they were and how to protect my stuff from them. Sir, I have today's report. She is looking up some unusual things and had requested our company Dragon Fencing to go to the ranch and provide her with a quote for concrete fencing, said Lu Wei as he handed the daily report to the CEO. It was going to feel weird when he didn't include a report of Li Dai Lu. What is she looking up? Asked Wang Chao, his gaze on the contract in his hand. EMPs, came his assistant's quick reply. Wang Chao put down the paperwork and stared at Lu Wei. EMPs? He said, his tone unchanging, but the very air in the office became electric. What about EMPs? Everything, sir. How they are created, both the man-made and environmental kind, what area of impact they have, what needs to be done to have the most impact, how to reduce the impact, and how to protect against them. Could Blood Moon be planning an EMP attack? Asked Wang Chao as he looked at Lu Wei. Honestly, sir, we have not had any chatter about Blood Moon since we ride-decked their base last week. We have no way of knowing what they are planning besides what Li Dai Lu is doing. Understood. Get one of the men to conduct his own research on EMPs. And contact Dragon Fencing to arrange to go with them for the estimate. Do not leave that place without getting the contract for it. I don't care what you have to do. Do you understand? Of course, sir, said Lu Wei as he bowed and left Wang Chao's office, already contacting Dragon Fencing and sending an email to the science division of Phoenix. The next morning, I stood on my deck, coffee in hand, and looked out at everything. I needed to get over how amazing this place was while still understanding how lucky I am. It was a fine line. And I'm sure that once all the chores start, the newness would wear off. I was really surprised yesterday when I received a prompt reply from Dragon Fencing that they would be able to come by this morning to give me a quote on what I wanted. Like, seriously, things back home never seem to work that fast. 4. But anyway, I was on my deck, coffee cup in hand, waiting for the fencing guys, when I heard a soft little meow. I looked down at my feet and there stood the tiniest, cutest little black kitten ever. I defaulted to, I will fully admit, rubbed his little head against my leg, seeming to beg me to pick him up. And how could I not? Coffee in one hand, cause that thing was not being put down until I emptied it a few times, and a kitten in my other. I wished for an Adirondack chair to be able to sink into. Unfortunately for me, I only had a space and not a magical wishing well. No chair popped up, so I sat on the step instead. I placed the kitten on my lap and started to pet him. This time I checked and confirmed it was a him. He purred under my hand and I just had to smile. Of course, I was keeping him. Even if the farm didn't need a mouse catcher, he was too cute not to keep. How about Hades? I asked, looking down at him. When he replied with his own little meow, he had now cemented his place here in the Elysian fields. I heard the rumbling of a car before I saw it. Putting Hades down, I stood up to welcome my guests. I watched as 3 men got out of the car, one very clearly overdressed for the occasion. Hello, Ms. Lee, said the very pleasant voice of the man who came to a stop in front of me. He was tall, with black hair and gray eyes. The rim of his gold glasses sparkled off the sun as he looked down at me. His black 3-piece suit, perfectly pressed white dress shirt, and his impeccable blue tie set my warning bells off. The reflection of his glasses in the sun set my heart racing. I was still getting over my fear of shiny metal. If you think it is a dumb fear, please refer to the chapters before, where I very clearly explained that shiny things and contrasting colors were the best way to become dinner. This man did not look like he worked at a fencing company, and I did not see the need for an owner to come and give an estimate himself. In fact, I have yet to see the owner of a fencing, gardening or any type of physical labor company come to a client's house in a 3-piece suit. Hello, I replied, not getting down from the deck to greet the company. Who are you? Okay, so 10 years in an apocalypse had really made me forget all the manners beaten into me by my foster parents. Sue me. Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Lu Wei and am the assistant to the CEO of Phoenix Conglomerate, he said, extending his hand to shake mine. I did not return the gesture. How is it that the assistant to the CEO of a huge conglomerate has the time to give me a fencing quote? Is business that slow? I like to think that I was highly fluent in the language of sarcasm. Whether it came out as such or not, I was not entirely sure. Lu Wei laughed at my response and withdrew his hand. He indicated to the 2 men behind him to step forward. This is Lu Hongtao and Lu Mingjie. They are from Dragon Fencing and will be more than happy to help you out. And the reason why you are here? I asked, my eyebrow raised. He looked startled when I asked that question, like he never suspected me to wonder why such a higher-up was invested in my fence. He said, as if he just came up with the answer. You bought this land through Urban Paradise from Phoenix Conglomerate, and now are using our fencing company. I am just here to see if you are satisfied with our services or not. I wanted to look down at my hair to see if it had turned blonde in the past hour without me noticing it. Nope. Yeah, I didn't think so. Sure, I replied, really not believing his explanation. I looked at the other 2 men who were clearly here to do their job. Let's get started, shall we? I asked as I went down the 2 steps to the men that were waiting. Coffee still in hand, because coffee was life. I explained everything that I wanted, a somewhat decorative concrete wall, after all, I would have to look at it too, and at least 10 feet tall. They looked at me kind of weirdly when I said that, but frankly, it was the STO of my life, well, lives, so I just ignored it. A standard fence is 6 feet tall, said Lu Mingjie. Studies have shown that even adding extra height does not deter someone from trying to climb it and it is just a waste of money. Aw, how sweet. Thanks. You are right, let's go 15 feet and call it a day. 15 feet? Asked Lu Hongtao, wondering how a recommendation from 6 feet was more than doubled in just a sentence. Should I go higher? I asked, looking at them, confused. Yes, I was playing with them, but I didn't ask them to save me money, no matter how sweet that idea was. And with their professionalism, I was willing to work with their company, even if it was attached to the creepy guy following us from behind. I had to smirk at the look on his face every time he stepped into a puddle or other farm-type patties, in his patent leather shoes. Meh, who invited him here anyway? Back to the guys here to do actual work. I smiled at the look on their face. I want this place to be as safe and secure from the outside world as I can make it, I said. I don't want to spend my time stressing that I could have made the fence higher. Besides, not everything that would try to climb the fence would be human. You're right, said Lu Mingjie. There are a lot of bears around here, as well as deer and wolves. Each one would be attracted to your property for different reasons. It would make sense to build something that they cannot get over. The beauty of concrete fencing, as opposed to something like chain link, is that bears cannot use any part of it as a handhold to boost themselves up. However, for aesthetic purposes, I suggest no higher than 10 feet as it. I thought about what he said, but honestly, wolves, deer, and bears were the least of my worries. Alright, 10 feet. Now, my biggest problem is the gate entrances and exits. I would want 3 major ones, north, east, and west, and another 6 smaller ones, similar to a door. The back part of the property backs onto the mountain range and I don't see a need to fence that off. The doors I would like to look invisible from the outside, if at all possible. But I have no idea how I want the 3 major gates to look, and there is an even bigger problem of how to lock them securely. Since I had no idea outside of an electronic lock, I would have to ask the experts. Unfortunately for me, they let me down. The best and most secure way to enter and exit from a gate is through an electronic lock that you would have to either input a code or have a signal for, said Lu Hongtao. And what would happen if the electricity would go out? I asked, looking at the man. And what would happen if the electricity did go out? I asked, looking at Lu Hongtao. Well, one of the greatest misunderstandings about electronic locks is that they would fail in a power outage. This is simply not true. Each lock would operate on a battery until such time that the power was restored. I nodded my head at his answer. 10 points for professionalism, and another 10 points for what I said going right over his head. And if there is a power surge that fried all of the electronic components? I asked, a fake smile on my face. The chances of something like that happening are less than 0.05%, replied Lu Mingjie, the look on his face suggesting that he was talking to a paranoid child. The joke was on him, I was neither paranoid nor a child. But he would learn the hard way. Apparently, we had given Lu Wei enough time to join the conversation because he looked at me strangely when I started to talk about a power surge. How about for right now, we install the power locks on all the gates and doors, and the research department at Phoenix can start developing a secure lock that would be able to withstand any power surge. Would that be acceptable to you, Mississippi Lee? I turned to look at the man, and for the first time since we met, he showed promise. Of course, but when might you be able to come up with something like that? I asked, my head tilted to the side. It is not like we would be trying to reinvent the wheel, so it should be within an acceptable amount of time. When were you thinking? Within 9 months, I said, quickly doing the math in my head. I have only been reborn for 6 days, even though it felt like longer, so I had about 1 year before the apocalypse should happen. But if web novels had taught me anything, it was that every time someone was reborn then the timeline would be off. But, on the flip side, those novels also assured me that killing zombies would be a fun activity to go out and do with your friends. Clearly, they couldn't be relied on. However, better to be safe than sorry. Within 9 months? Asked Lu Wei, making a note of it on his tablet. Shouldn't be a problem. Can I get a phone number to be able to contact you if we have any questions? Sure, I said. It sounded reasonable seeing as I was going to have a very particular specification for what I needed. But, there are a few more things to cover. And what would those be? Asked Lu Wei. About the gates themselves, I don't want bars, I want something sold that will swing open from the inside out, I said, as I tried to describe what was in my head. I wanted the gates to swing towards the outside world, so if you weren't expecting it, they would smack you. I also wanted it that way so that when I left my ranch, it would be quicker and easier to escape. Don't get me wrong. I am planning on hunkering down here when the end of the world comes, but a smart rabbit had more than one hole. That was also the point for the other 2 main gates to the east and west. If I needed to take a vehicle out that way, then I wanted something quick and simple. The 6 smaller doors were to let me out on foot if I wasn't able to get to a car on time. Plus, a small door would be a lot less noticeable opening than a large gate. Wait a sec. I forgot one point. I don't suppose you have color-changing concrete, do you? I asked, knowing it was probably impossible, but figured it never hurts to ask. No, can't say we have ever heard of it, replied Lu Mingjie. Any chance of being able to create it? I asked, turning my attention to Lu Wei. I am sure our tech department could think up something, but it would take at least a year or two and we wouldn't be able to start the fence before then. I was shaking my head before he could even finish the sentence. If they did a gray or white color of concrete for the fence, then the contrast at night would be obvious and any zombies around the area would easily be able to see it. If they did it in a dark gray or black, then it would be the same problem during the day. Now, I think that I have made it perfectly clear that these zombies were not normal. Instead of being inactive during the day, they were still a danger to humans, maintaining their speed. In fact, they were able to hunt better during the day as it took humans a while to understand that bright colors and dark colors were very easily seen. Not to mention dark hair. Yeah, it sucked. At night was almost worse. If that was possible. Since they were originally military trained, they tended to be a lot more successful in their hunts at night. They could slip into any place where humans slept and carried them away. No one would even hear anything, they would just wake up to the bed beside them being empty. Yeah, the stuff of nightmares. I looked around the property, trying to think of a way around this latest hurdle. May I ask what you are thinking about? Asked Lu Wei as he came up beside me. Since his presence was invisible and his steps quiet, it was not enough to snap me out of my thoughts and I automatically replied. Contrasting colors, I said, still staring out. White or light gray would be too obvious in the dark and black or dark gray would be too obvious in the light. If I can't have the material change based on the time of day, I would need a color that can blend in with the scenery no matter the time. He looked thoughtful and looked around. Why not forest green? He asked, looking at the thick woods in front of us. Yeah, I was thinking that, but when winter came and the majority of these trees lost their leaves, then the forest green would stand out too much against the snow. Which is why you wanted color-changing cement, he said, still thoughtful. Exactly, I said, racking my head, trying to find a solution. Leave it with me, Lu Wei said, as he looked down at me. As the assistant of a super important CEO, I think you have bigger things on your plate than trying to help me figure out the color of my fence. He chuckled at my answer, a smile appearing on his face. It was a lot more real than the first one I saw him with. Leave it with me. I will figure it out. After all, being the assistant of a super important CEO means that I am great at problem solving. I nodded my head, willing to delegate this matter to him. I had enough on my plate. But the entire fence, locks, and backup locks have to be completed in 9 months. 9 months, he said, looking at me seriously. It will be done. Thanks, I said, smiling. This time it was me that reached out my hand to shake his. He took my hand in his and pumped it once. The deal was done and the dragon fencing employees took their specifications and dimensions and went back to their office, promising a quote within a few days. Lu Wei went back with them, and I was left alone with Hades, desperately needing a cup of coffee. I would really have to stock up on that particular luxury. Maybe add some cases of energy drinks as well. Carrying my new little bundle of joy, I went back to the dining room table and continued on my list of supplies. Lu Wei nodded to the 2 guards standing outside the door to Wang Chao's office at Phoenix. Knocking on the door, he waited for an acknowledgement before opening the door and letting himself in. How did it go? Asked Wang Chao, looking up from behind his desk. Normally, it would have been impossible to pull him away from the business reports, contracts, or stock reports, but this time it seemed that he was waiting for him. Honestly? Asked Lu Wei, trying to get his thoughts together. He had been at the ranch for several hours and he still could not organize his thoughts to make a report. The whole thing had him reeling. Would I bother to ask you to lie, replied Wang Chao, looking at his normally composed secretary and wondering what was going on in his head. Sorry, sir, said Lu Wei as he took a seat across from his boss and made himself comfortable. Honestly, Chao, it was nothing like what we expected, but there is something definitely going on. Surprised that his friend would drop the honorifics at work, Wang Chao leaned back in his chair and prepared himself for what was to come next. What do you mean? Exactly as I said. It was nothing like what we expected. There were no indications of anyone else on the property. She was not being cagey or suspicious. Mind you, you can tell that she really does not like people at first. She acted like a lone woman on a ranch and wanted a secure fence to keep herself safe from the animals around. Okay, said Wang Chao as he listened to his right-hand man in both the business world and the Wang family army. If that was the case, then why would you say that something was definitely going on? It was the little hints that she dropped without realizing it, continued Lu Wei as he got up and grabbed himself a glass of whiskey. He was hoping that the drink would help him pinpoint what had set him off. She asked if there was a top-of-the-line lock for her gates that was not electric. One of the men said that even if the power went out, the lock would still work and that it was her best option, and the look she gave him was as if he was stupid. She then specifically asked what would happen if there was an electrical surge. His response? He said that the chances of that happening was less than 0.05%. That time, she had an almost pitying look on her face. I said that I was willing to see if our tech department could come up with something and if she had a timeline that she was looking at. I assume she did. 9 months, replied Lu Wei, shooting the rest of the liquor before pouring himself another glass. Wang Chao looked at his friend, concerned. He had never seen him drinking like this. You okay? He asked. You know what? I don't know if I am. I cannot figure out what it was about our meeting, but now I'm on edge, like something is going to happen. You are sure that it has nothing to do with Blood Moon? No, I am almost certain that she has nothing to do with Blood Moon. Hell, if I were to guess, I would say that she has nothing to do with Li Dai Lu. Nothing about her screamed second-generation wealth at all. Why do you think that? Asked Wang Chao, now leaning forward to hear what Lu Wei had to say. Contrasting colors, came the reply. Wang Chao was surprised. What do contrasting colors have to do with anything? Exactly my point. Exclaimed Lu Wei, slapping his hand on the armrest of his chair. Why would she care about contrasting colors so much that she would ask me if there was any way our techs could invent it and have it set up in 9 months, and what the hell is with 9 months? Did she say anything other than contrasting colors? She said that white concrete at night would be too noticeable and so would black during the day. I replied that if she wanted the fencing to blend in, then maybe go with a forest green. That would be a good option if she wanted to blend in with the forest, said Wang Chao, also thinking of a potential solution. His mind loved problems like this and it would be all that he could think about until it was solved. Except that in winter, when most of the trees would lose their leaves, then forest green would contrast with the white of the snow. So, what are you thinking? I think that we need to look into electric locks that can withstand an EMP and how to blend in with the environment. Because she is certain that something is coming in 9 months and I think that she is preparing for whatever it is, said Lu Wei, absolutely sure about that one fact. Understood, replied Wang Chao, going back to the papers on his desk. Then make it happen. Days flew by and weeks turned into months. I got what I considered to be standard things, water bath canners, pressure canners, dehydrators, and freeze dryers. I figured that I could put all of the electrical appliances that I wanted to keep in my space to use after the EMP went off. After all, it was not like there would be no electricity, it just wasn't as high of a priority since the things that used it were all fried. With that in mind, I added more than a few generators to my online shopping cart to be picked up in store. They would use gas to create electricity, but I could once again store them in my space to protect them. Given everything on the ranch that would need electricity, I opted to buy 10 of them, wondering if maybe I should have picked up a couple more. I added 15 to the list, just to be on the safe side. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine what else I would need. I was limited in terms of food right now, as I couldn't grow anything and I already bought 6 grocery stores out of their coffee. I picked up tea leaves as well, but let's face it, coffee was life. I ordered a herd of 200 cattle, 30 horses, 20 pigs, God only knows how many different types of fish for the ponds, shrimps, and prawns were also purchased at the recommendation of the supplier, and 250 chickens. I think I was good on the livestock front. Parts of the order had been delivered and the animals set up in their barns and pens. I was right, I would like to point out, the awe of this place faded when I was mucking out barns, feeding cows, chickens, pigs, and horses. The concrete fence would have to wait to be installed until April when the frost melted. I was told that it would take about 15 to 20 days to get everything installed. Lu Wei and I had been emailing and calling back and forth trying to figure out the color and locking mechanism. I guess the text suggested a reflective material like a mirror or something, but I vetoed that idea. If the zombies approaching the fence could see themselves in the mirror, then they would know that something was up. Come on, they were zombies, they weren't stupid. Lu Wei suggested painting the walls forest green for the spring, summer, and fall, and covering it in white fabric for the winter months. I thought about it and agreed. It was my best option right now, and we were getting close enough to the Big Bang that I was starting to feel the stress. Well, it was only March, so we weren't that close, but I was paying attention to the news from Country M and saw that we were on schedule for the November 1st unveiling. 7 months was all we had, and as much as I would normally think that 7 months was a long time, I was really feeling stressed. I think it was made worse by it being winter and I wasn't able to do much but slowly buy food. 1. I looked back at my lists and rechecked my stock. I had 50 pounds of flour, but that felt like too little. Maybe I should increase that to 100 pounds until I could grow my own wheat. I forgot wheat seeds. Need to add that to the list too. 17. I kept going through my lists over and over again, trying to see what I was missing. I only had one chance to get this right and I didn't want to blow it. Lu Wei was sitting in the middle of a meeting with the heads of the different subsidiaries of Phoenix when his cell phone went off. Surprised, he looked at Wang Chao and then at his phone. Normally there was a rule that all electronic devices had to be turned off during these meetings, but he and Wang Chao were the exceptions to the rule. Seeing that it was Li Dai Lu, he showed the caller ID to Wang Chao and, upon his nod, stood up and answered the phone. "Hey, is it a good time right now?" I asked when Lu Wei answered the phone. I was really stuck trying to figure out how to accomplish step 8 on my list. It was now July and I was really feeling the pinch. The news coming out of Country M and that was being delivered by Country K was not promising. But maybe this is what happened in the past, but because I didn't transmigrate until a few years after the start of the apocalypse I didn't know these things. "Of course," came the smooth reply. "Since I am pretty sure that you guys own everything in City A, do you know where I can buy guns? Like a lot of guns?" I knew that that question was going to come out wrong, no matter how long I spent trying to word it. But I needed guns, and a lot, and ammunition, and grenades. What else was on my list? As my brain was going 100 miles an hour, I didn't realize how long Lu Wei remained silent on the other end. "You want guns?" he asked, his voice going from friendly to stone cold in seconds. Me, being me, didn't notice. "Yeah, I have no idea where to buy them, but I am running out of time. I was hoping that if anyone knew where to get them it might be you." Once again there were a few minutes of silence on the phone and I heard a door open and close. "Do you want legal or illegal ones?" asked Lu Wei. It sounded like I was on speakerphone, but I had worked enough with the man to not overly care about small things like that. By November, it won't matter whether I got them legally or illegally. It will only matter that I have them. "Who are you planning to kill?" he asked, his voice soft. "Humans," I replied, closing my eyes. "Humans are scarier than anything that is coming our way," I continued, willing to trust Lu Wei. "And what exactly is coming our way?" came a deep voice from the phone. I could feel my body react, the hairs on my arms standing at attention. I didn't know who just spoke, but I definitely had a reaction. "Would you be willing to believe the end of the world?" I asked, my own voice soft. I understood that with rule number 1 I was not supposed to help people, but just this one, I wanted to warn him. "If you said it, yes," replied the deep voice. "I will give you whatever information you need. I just need the guns in return." "Deal, we'll meet at your ranch this afternoon." I nodded my head, knowing that he would not be able to see. Maybe, just maybe trying to save a couple of people wouldn't be going against my grand plan, right? It had taken only about 2 hours for Deep Voice and Lu Wei to show up at my newly completed gate. I let them in, electronically. I was not happy, and waited on my deck until they reached my house. Now, if I was expecting only one car with 2 people in it, I was caught completely off guard when a whole convoy of 10 vehicles showed up. Like seriously, 10 blacked-out SUVs? Were they driving the president or royalty? Every time Lu Wei came it was only him in a 4-door, normal car. And I say normal cause outside of the vehicles I bought, I knew absolutely nothing about cars. The doors all seemed to open in sync and 2 armed men rushed around to SUV number 4 and opened the back door. Lu Wei stepped out first, followed by the most attractive man I had ever seen. Like seriously, even the dark cloud over his head couldn't detract from his looks. I knew just by looking at him that he was Deep Voice. "Welcome to Elysian Fields," I said, opening the front door and gesturing for them to enter. "May this be the first, last, and only time you are ever here." "I did warn you she wasn't a fan of strangers," said Lu Wei as he led the men behind Deep Voice into the house. I raised my eyebrows but didn't say a word. He was right. I really hated strangers. The three of us sat down at my dining room table while the 38 guards that came with him spread out around my house. That really did not impress me. Call them back or our deal is done, I said, sure that the anger in my tone was enough to warn the men sitting across from me about the seriousness of the matter. Or at least Lu Wei should have caught on. With a brief wave of his hand, Deep Voice summoned his men back, and this time they stationed themselves around the dining room. I thought that you would not want them to overhear, my apologies, said Deep Voice. Now that I was more relaxed, I took the time to study him. He was large, and I mean one of the largest men that I had ever seen. He dwarfed me and I would guess him to be around 6 feet 6 inches in height, no idea about his weight, but even under the black three-piece suit and the overcoat that hung from his shoulders, you could tell that he was all muscle. His black hair shined in the sun in a way that I would have killed for in Canada. The short cut to it screamed military, but I didn't think he was a soldier. Something about him screamed, in charge, and I was not going to mess with him, unless he messed with me first. Apparently, three-piece suits were the dress code for the CEO and his assistant. I looked at Lu Wei and noticed something different. You took your glasses off, I said with a smile. I did. You seemed very uncomfortable when I had them on the last few times I was here. I figured that if you were going to be dealing with all of us, I should at least make you a bit more comfortable. I chuckled at that idea. Well, I guess he was right about one thing. Without the reflection from his glasses, I was much more relaxed. This is Wang Chao, the CEO of Phoenix and my boss, continued Lu Wei as he gestured to Deep Voice. Nice to put a face to the name, and a name to the voice. Wang Chao just nodded, not speaking again. What can you tell us? Asked Lu Wei, starting the conversation and the negotiation. Ah, come on Wei Wei, I thought we knew each other better than that, I laughed as I got up from the table and went into the kitchen. One of the guards followed, I guess worried that I was somehow going to kill his boss. I just wanted a cup of coffee, if the guard really wants a death on his hands, he can try to take it away from me. 1. Sorry, said Lu Wei coming in after me. As I said, he knew me well enough to know that I was not going to be hosting them in any way. He made 2 cups of coffee and followed behind me until we reached the table. He gave 1 cup to his boss and kept the other for himself. You're right, I do know you better than that, he continued, watching as I took a sip from my cup. This was my favorite cup so he was well used to it by now. He could appreciate the fact that it was the size of my head and said, coffee is vital for survival. Your survival, . So, what can you give me? I asked as the 5th coffee of the day hit its mark. Guns, ammo, and men, came Wang Chao's reply as he too took a sip of his drink. I'll take the guns and ammo, as much as you can spare. But keep the men for yourself. I don't want anyone here but me, I replied, looking Wang Chao in the eyes, wondering what his game was. Without my men, you will get nothing. You said that you were using it to kill humans. I will not have my guns killing the citizens of K country without my approval. That's nice. I said it before and I will say it again. Pay attention this time, no one, other than me, will be living on this ranch. There is no discussion, no negotiation, nada. This place is for me and me alone. Understood? I replied, ready to stand up and show these men out of my house. The last time there were so many people in front of me was when I was tossed out to the horde. To say that I was uncomfortable was an understatement. Lu Wei's glasses aside. Alright, let's have everyone take a step back, said Lu Wei, and I turned my attention from the giant to a man that I somewhat considered to be a friend. On the good days, of course. Let's start with the basics. I assume that you would want them by August, correct? That would be 9 months since last November, he said, looking at me. I was the first one to look away. As long as I had everything I need by October 31st, I would be satisfied. What is happening on November 1st then? Asked Wang Chao, his eyes never leaving me. I told you, the end of the world, I said, returning his look. That's when I heard it, one of the top 3 sounds that were guaranteed to set me off. One of the guards in the room snickered when I spoke about the oncoming apocalypse like I was some crazy person that thought the world was ending. Remember that temper I spoke about? Yeah. Without warning, I reached into my space, took out one of the daggers that I had specially made for me, and threw it at the man. Too bad the fucker was wearing a bulletproof vest. Oh well, at least the snickering stopped. Actually, it seemed that everything stopped after I flung the dagger. I snarled, the right side of my lip coming up in an unmistakable look. Taking a sip of my coffee, I composed myself again. Putting down the oversized cup, I looked at Wang Chao. Are you also planning on laughing? I asked him, my fingers drumming in agitation. Or do you want to know what you need to do to save those that you care about? Wang Chao looked at another one of his guards, and two went over to the snickering one and started to drag him away. I kept my eyes on Wang Chao as I waved my hand, bringing the dagger back into my space. That thing was too bloody expensive to leave behind. I am sorry about that, he will be punished, assured Lu Wei as his gaze followed the three guards out of the room. The remaining men stood still, their gazes in front of them like statues. Whether he is or is not has nothing to do with me, I said, looking at Lu Wei. But I never want him in my house again. Of course, Lulu, said Lu Wei smiling. Now, please tell us what we need to know. I laughed out loud at Lu Wei and replied, how much time do you have? All the time in the world, replied Wang Chao looking at me. The serious expression on his face told me that at least he took me seriously. If he felt that I was being serious, then I could only respond as such. It would take days to get you up to date on what you need to know, but I will try to keep the information as condensed as possible to get you off my land, as soon as possible. I smiled, my gaze going between the two men in front of me. I am not sure if you have been paying attention to what is going on with Country M right now, I started, trying to figure out how to best do this. You mean the epidemic? Asked Wang Chao, taking another sip of his coffee. Coffee, good idea. I picked up my cup and took a big gulp. It had cooled down a lot, but it was still coffee. Sure, let's go with that, I said, and do you know how our country is reacting to it? They are trying to get everyone vaccinated to prevent a pandemic, replied Lu Wei. I looked back and for between the two of them, trying to get a read. Were they being serious? Was that all they knew? And? I asked, tilting my head to the side. And what? Asked Wang Chao, a brief look of confusion on his face. Is that truly what you know? I asked, somewhat frustrated. Both sides needed to be completely honest with each other if this was going to work. I promise you, Lulu, this is all the information on the issue that we have. Things like illnesses, diseases, that sort of thing is not on our radar, said Lu Wei. I smiled sadly. Maybe that was part of the problem. Like all apocalypses, no one was able to see it coming. It's not an epidemic, it's not going to be a pandemic, at most, it can be considered a retrovirus, but even that is a stretch, I said, watching their reactions. When the confusion was still on Weiwei's face I toned it down a notch. Country M is known for its military force, I said. But they themselves felt like they were lacking. Army and air forces were great, but their navy was underperforming. I don't know whose idea it was, and where I am from we have 6 movies clearly stating why it was going to blow up in everyone's faces. But someone thought of combining the genes and DNA from a few sea creatures with volunteers from the Navy to create a super soldier. Hopefully they got up to that part. When I saw Lu Wei looking at me in confusion, I sighed. Seriously? Aren't you supposed to be all brains, Mr. Assistant to the CEO? He laughed at me. If I was all brains, wouldn't I be the CEO and not just the assistant? Okay, he had me there. I looked at Wang Chao and saw that he was on the way to understanding it, but not connecting it to the end of the world. Okay, stay with me, I said as I took a deep breath. In order to strengthen their navy, Country M took the gene sequences of 4 aquatic creatures, the hydra, the starfish, the blue shark, and the mako shark, and put it into its volunteers. I looked at both men. Still good? I asked. I had noticed Wang Chao stiffening when I said hydra, so something must have clicked. They both nodded their heads but chose to remain silent, so I continued. Each one of the species chosen was chosen for a particular trait or traits. The hydra is an extremely small, predatory animal that has the ability to never die. Not the most scientific term, but there it is. Thanks to their FOXO genes, they have an overabundance of stem cells which makes them impossible to kill. Seriously, cut one in half and you are just producing 2. Handy trait for any military, I guess. The starfish, I continued, wanting to do this over as fast as possible. Like the hydra can produce asexually, cut off a limb, create 2, cut off 5 limbs, create 5. I think you get the idea. They can also produce sexually, and, due to a chemical in their genes, can scent food in their environment through their skin. Great for them, not so good for us. What do you mean, not so good for us? Asked Lu Wei. I held up a hand, not taking questions at this point. We hadn't even gotten to the end of the world shit yet. The blue shark is not as beneficial as the previous 2, but they do add a layer of aggression and an impressive set of teeth to the gene milkshake. The mako shark is where it becomes really scary. Mako sharks are highly intelligent, aggressive, fast, and agile. Their biggest downside is that sharks can only see in contrast, not in colors. I looked at Lu Wei to see if he was understanding it. I don't get it, he said, sharks are only found in the water. What's the point of worrying about contrasting colors on land? You're right, sharks are supposed to be in the water, I said, turning my attention to Wang Chao to see if he was understanding what I was saying. They are in the water, but their genes are not. Is that what you are trying to say? He asked, returning my look. At last, intelligence, I said, smirking at Lu Wei. This issue was heavy enough for me. I would like to add in a lightness where I could. So, they injected volunteer soldiers with the genes of 4 species designed to make them aggressive and able to regenerate, said Wang Chao, understanding the first part, but still not seeing the whole picture. Exactly, I confirmed. But the scientists were smart, they knew that they would need a kill switch to be able to control these men and women. So, they added in a retrovirus that was designed to slowly break down the genes of those infected with it, leaving them prone to sickness and death within 10 years. I closed my eyes because this is where shit went downhill fast. The retrovirus was the worst thing that they could have done. Men and women with animal DNA in them? Sure, very doable. But adding something that can be passed through blood and bodily fluid, from mother to infant and from husband to wife is a little much. I took another sip of my coffee, only to realize that at some point in time, someone had changed out my giant cup of coffee for a hot one. I hope you didn't waste that, I said, not looking up from my cup. In under a year, there won't be any more coffee in Country K. So, a retrovirus that degenerates genes. Does anyone in the class want to take a guess at what genes got broken down first? That's right, the human genes. I sighed and wondered how I could explain this. The retrovirus weakened the genes of the volunteers, leaving the 4 genes of the aquatic creatures to take over. The result is what we called a zombie. But it wasn't like any zombie anyone had ever seen or imagined. I closed my eyes and pictured them. Their skin was either a light blue, a light purple, or some color in between. It was believed that the shark genes had taken over that aspect. Their teeth were elongated and sharp, and their nails turned into sharp points with a serrated edge to them as well. The shark DNA also provided them with an unlimited number of teeth, so, they would never have to take a break from hunting. The Mako genes increased their intelligence and speed, and of course, the 2 types of sharks give them an extra burst of aggression. I took a breath, not wanting to look at the 2 men. The hydra and starfish had made them completely immune to any weapon. Hack off a limb and you just created a second zombie, hack it to pieces and you have just created its own horde. But that was not the only way that zombies could be created. They could decide who they would eat and who would be an asset to their horde. A simple blood exchange would turn any human into a zombie. Any questions? I asked, now taking the chance to look at Lu Wei. What about my glasses, he asked, looking back at me. Sharks not only need contrast to be able to find prey, but any type of metallic shine would also attract them. Something about it looking like fish scales in the sunlight. Lu Wei nodded his head and we both turned to Wang Chao, seeing where he stood on everything. If that is what is happening in Country M, then why does Country K want to follow them? Wang Chao asked the million-dollar question. Because they don't know what is actually going on. They just know what Country M is releasing, and invincible super soldiers seem like a great idea. They have no idea that it is creating a zombie. What about the vaccine? The vaccine is in fact, the gene enhancer. Country M and K are both seeing if they can turn the average person into a soldier. It would expand their armies by infinite numbers. So, everyone that gets the vaccine will become a zombie? I will make sure to tell grandfather not to let any of our men take it. Not at all, I said, surprising them. Make sure that all of your men get the vaccine, but as soon as they receive it, have them locked in separate rooms until 48 hours have passed. I don't understand, said Wang Chao. You said that it was the vaccine that is creating the zombies. Yes, the vaccine is responsible for creating the zombies, but it doesn't only create them. This was the biggest secret that the scientist told me. Every person will be infected with the retrovirus within the next 3 years, but there are 4 outcomes of the virus. The first is that some people become zombies, I just told you all about them. The second outcome is those people that are asymptomatic, meaning they have the ability to create zombies but don't show any symptoms. They are the most dangerous because they could look and act perfectly normal, but will produce a zombie offspring, or their husband or wife might turn into a zombie after a night of passion. They will become the most hated section of the population because they are the most unknown. Another sip of coffee and I am ready to continue, the third group is made up of those that call themselves the power users. They have had a dormant gene in them, that when exposed to the retrovirus, gave them a power of some kind or other. I can go into that later because it will take a long time to explain. The fourth and final path of humanity is the normals, those that had a superpower but decided to not use it and eventually lost it. What do you mean by that? Asked Lu Wei, clearly confused. I opened my right hand and my pink flame erupted onto it, startling both Wang Chao and Lu Wei. One's power is a lot like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger you become. But if you were to ignore it. I closed my fist, extinguishing the pink flame. You will lose it. So the best way to become powerful is to use it as much as you can, to constantly train, said Wang Chao, staring at my hand. Leave it to him to figure out that the power needs to be trained and exercised. The man looked like he never missed a day in the gym. Exactly, I said, this time I filled the table with sweets from my space. Have you had the vaccine? Asked Lu Wei, reaching out to grab a cookie. No, I replied, picking up a lemon square. The vaccines will start October 1st here and it will take 31 days to supply each and every individual with a dose. What about those that don't want the vaccine? Asked Wang Chao, his attention on me and not the desserts. People have a choice in the matter. I asked, not saying anything one way or the other. Then what about November 1st? November 1st at 5 p.m. our country, and perhaps the world, is struck with an EMP. Whether it was an act of war or the result of a solar flare no one knows, but the result is the same. Everything electronic dies in our world as we know it is plunged into the dark ages, complete with a predator with a taste for humans. Any other questions? I asked, waiting for them to say no and leave. Yes, just one more, said Wang Chao, his black eyes staring deep into mine like he wanted to see my very soul. How do you know all this? I have to admit, I was not expecting that question. Although now that I am thinking about it, how would I know all this stuff? What am I supposed to tell someone that looks like a human lie detector? I died 13 years into the end of the world by the very people that I tried to save. Now my vengeful soul has been reborn with enough time to have me prepare for what is to happen and take revenge on those that killed me, I deadpan, looking Wang Chao in the eyes. If you didn't want to tell us, that is fine. Just next time, don't feel the need to lie to us, said Lu Wei rolling his eyes. I glanced over at him and gave him a half smile. Sure, I replied. Now, about my guns. We'll have them delivered to you on November 2nd, said Wang Chao as he adjusted the wrist cuffs on his suit jacket. That's bullshit, I grumbled standing up from the table. I completed my end of the bargain, now it is time to uphold yours. Ah, but that is based on you telling us the truth, now isn't it? And there is no way for us to confirm the truth until after this has all come to pass. You will get your weapons on November 2nd, replied Wang Chao calmly. Well, if that is what he wants. Do you really think that I have told you everything I know? I smiled, my head tilted. I was willing to work with him because I had been getting along with Lu Wei. But just because I was willing to make friends, did not mean that I would completely ignore my rules. Nothing in it for him. That's fine, let the world burn and him with it. Lu Wei knows where the door is, please see yourselves out. I was done with peopling today. I would go to the greenhouse where I had my seed started and hopefully be able to relax there. You know more. There is more to know. Asked Lu Wei, not getting up from the table. Wang Chao had also yet to move. Did these men think that because they were all-powerful in their world that had any translation into what was to come? There is always more to know, I said, not bothering with them anymore. And if you want to know just how the Zhao family became the #1 family in City A, get me my weapons. With that final word, cause what girl did not like to have the final word? I left the dining room and let them find their own way out. How does she know about the Zhaos? Asked Wang Chao, turning to look at his assistant and best friend. They were still in the dining room, not prepared to leave for a while. The guards maintained their positions, not a single emotion on their faces. But that didn't mean that they were not reeling about the information they just overheard. Could the world really be coming to an end in just a few months? It was currently the middle of March, and if what that girl said was right, then they only had 6.5 months to get everything in order. Although no part of their bodies move, each guard directed their eyes to Wang Chao, trying to see what was going on in his head. They would follow his orders, that was what they were trained to do, but they were still human and needed some sense of security. Point 2. What are you thinking? Asked Lu Wei, also turning to look at his boss. Do you really think she is lying? Then can you look me in the eyes and say that without a doubt she is telling the truth? Returned Wang Chao. He had the weight of many lives on his shoulders and his very actions and decisions had to be made with utmost care if his family was to survive. Lu Wei ran his hand through his hair, causing it to come out of its perfectly gelled style. The length of it managed to brush his forehead. You would think that the tousled look would have made him softer and more approachable, but in fact, it was the opposite. An aura came out of him as if he was shedding all sense of civility. He might not be as broad as Wang Chao, but as his second in command, he did not lose out to the man at all. Are you asking what I would do if it were me? He asked, picking up his and Li Dai Lu's coffee cup and bringing them to the kitchen. After a quick wash, he let them dry on the drying rack and returned to the man that he trusted more than anyone else in the world. Hummed Wang Chao, still sipping from his own cup. I would prepare for the end of the world, because in a few months, everything that we know will be nothing more than a puff of smoke, said Lu Wei sitting back down. He rotated his neck a few times, allowing it to loosen up. And in some way, shape, or form, the Zhao family will take over City A. We need to stop them before that can happen. And what about Blood Moon? Are you satisfied that Li Dai Lu is not part of their organization? Lu Wei looked at his friend with a smile and took a bite from a butter tart that was still on the table. Apparently, Li Dai Lu was too cranky to bring them with her. Oh well, his gain. She has as much of a chance being part of the Blood Moon mercenary group as I do. Do you want to suspect me as well? Then why did she buy this place the day after we put it up for sale, why was she researching EMPs, and why was she buying so much stuff? Asked Wang Chao, needing to close the chapter on this issue. Now it was Lu Wei's turn to look at him like he was stupid. Because she is preparing for the end of the world, and this place was empty at just the perfect time. Hummed Wang Chao again, this time willing to concede that he was jumping at shadows earlier. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. Besides, how could preparing for the end of the world really factor into their thinking? Getting up, he signaled to his men to get back into the SUVs and return home. One last thing, he said as he and Lu Wei sat in the back seat of the car. Yes, sir. Lu Wei responded, his hair back in order and his aura suppressed. Find out what is going on with the Zhao family. If nothing seems suspicious, ask Li Dai Lu. Do you really think she is going to respond to any questions from us before getting her weapons? I don't know, Wei, what do you think? I think you should start preparing those weapons for her, and another batch for us. Even with 6 months out, the timeline is going to be tight for the amount that we need. Sir. It took Lu Wei another month after our meeting to call me again. Well, calling is stretching it a bit. It took him a month to text me, got what you need, there is a condition. I know, men generally are not the most articulate, and apparently Lu Wei is less so than most. I can only imagine how a conversation between him and Wang Chao would go. There's got to be a lot of grunting and tipping heads. Anyways, when he said that he has what I needed, I figured that he discovered absolutely zero on the Zhaos and was now trying to bribe me with weapons to figure out what they missed. I told him that he knew my address, and he showed up at my front door 30 minutes later. He had to be in my driveway when he texted me because my driveway is 35 minutes from the highway to my front door. I did the math, and I wasn't impressed. Hello, Lulu, he said as he got out of a silver car that looked like a Corvette but didn't have that weird thing on the trunk that made it look like a grocery cart. I'm sure you can picture exactly what I am talking about. Seriously, Wei, a silver electric car. Are you planning on being part of the menu? If so, I can give you some pointers to attract their attention even more, I said as I leaned against one of the posts on the deck. And that's a really small car for everything that I need and asked for. He chuckled, took off his glasses, and started cleaning them with the handkerchief from his front pocket. Seriously, the man was putting my stress levels through the roof. I warned you that there was a condition, we have to deal with that before you get all the shiny guns. My lip curled into a snarl when he said shiny guns. This man seemed to love pushing my buttons. I turned around and went into the house to leave him to follow me. He did and led him straight to the living room. As one of my many favorite rooms in the house, this one had vaulted cathedral ceilings with exposed wood on it, a metal chandelier hung down in the middle and there was another stone fireplace. This house was perfect at satisfying my desire to have a fireplace in every room. I sat on one of two of the light gray oversized chairs that had their back to the fireplace and waited for him to pick his spot. He chose the couch across from me that matched the chairs and put a bunch of documents that I had never noticed before on the coffee table between us. I am not a big fan of conditions, I told him bluntly. He seemed more relaxed for this visit than he had before, but he was still wearing his black three-piece suit. This time he had on a white shirt underneath and a red tie. Still, something was off. How about it, put it this way, it is a favor for me, but a condition for Wang Chao, he said, relaxing into the cushions and putting one arm on the armrest. After crossing his legs, he looked very comfortable in my living room, maybe a bit too comfortable. Favors or conditions, I am not a fan, I repeated, wondering where he was going with this. Wang Chao has me investigating the Zhao family, but I can't find anything that we didn't already know. I nodded my head, expecting this, but hey, it was not my fault. Do you want me to tell you everything about the Zhaos that you don't know? No, well, yes, simply because that will make my life easier, but that is not the condition that Wang Chao has asked. Spit it out, you are not doing yourself any favors by dodging, I said. No matter what, I still considered Lu Wei to be one of the first friends that I have ever made in this lifetime. Might as well hear the man out. We would like the old master to come and live here, starting in October, of course. I looked at the man as if he just asked for my right arm. He might as well have asked for that, I would have been more willing to accommodate him. No, I said. You'll also like. Farming space makes me rich, 4. 274k 7.5k. Chapter 601 to 800. After Xiao Lingyu was betrayed by her boyfriend, she had the scumbag underneath her feet and along with the slut. Then, she used the spatial jade pendant. The darkness in the light. 49,230. For over 100 years, humanity has lived in fear of the monsters that roam the streets, lurking in the drains below. Women and their daughters hide, protected in the life after death. 64.3k 2.1k. I hate everyone. Except me, right? No, especially you. It's funny, isn't it? That when the whole world decides to become heathens and hold UPS, Book 2 of the Heathens. 125k 7.3k. Callie, it's been a long year. I like to think I've grown as a person and become someone I can be proud of. Still, a part of me is missing, or rather 4 parts. Like a key. Farming space makes me rich, 5. 184k 5.2k. Chapter 801-1000. After Xiao Lingyu was betrayed by her boyfriend, she had the scumbag underneath her feet and along with the slut. Then, she used the spatial jade pendant. To be his, completed. 22.3k 453. I feel his hands glide down towards my fanny and I stop fixing my hair. Liam dash, I start to say but am cut off by him. Are you sure you want to sell yours? I understand that you don't want any outsiders here, but it would only be the old master. We just need to know that he is in a place that can keep him safe. I looked at Lu Wei sitting right in front of me, his position had changed and he was now leaning forward, toward me. If this had been my first life, I would have said yes in a second. The fact that he and Wang Chao were my ideal type had nothing to do with it. If this had been my second life, I would have said yes, knowing that even though I found the 2 men attractive, the idea of saving one more soul would have demanded I take him in and look after him. Unfortunately for all of us, this is my 3rd time at this and I was not going to be as nice. Wei, I consider you a friend, so I would like for you to listen to me closely. I started copying his posture. The width of the coffee table was the only thing between us. It will not be only the old master. It will be the old master, his assistant, his bodyguards, his butler, for all I know, and anyone else that you and Wang Chao determine to be essential personnel to keeping him safe. So at the end of the day, there will be at least 15 to 20 people that will be living in my house, eating my supplies and taking orders from someone else. I closed my eyes as pain streaked across my face. To this day I could still feel their hands as they held me down, their teeth as they ripped into me. I could still see their smile as they swarmed over top of me. I shuddered, trying to break free from the past. I leaned away from Lu Wei in front of me and collected myself. The whole time he just sat there, watching my every move, my every expression. I am sorry, sweetheart, he started, his voice softer than anything I had ever heard from him before. I know that this idea is uncomfortable for you, I can see it in every fiber of your being. But that man means a lot to us, and the only way that the Zhao family could take over City A is if he is dead. He doesn't die, I said, trying to give him some hope. He simply stopped caring about it and let Zhao Junjie take over. 2. That stopped him. His eyes widened and he came around the coffee table to sit on it right in front of me. He took both my hands and held them in his. Zhao Junjie took over? He asked. I nodded. I need those weapons, I whispered to him. I couldn't sacrifice my paradise by having other people here, but the information that I could give him would keep the old master safe. I know, sweets, but Chow does nothing without some profit in it for him. I can give you information that will save the lives of everyone associated with the Wang family. He reared back as if I hit him and the grip that he had on my hands tightened. I will make sure that you have the guns and ammo, he reassured me. Tell me what you know, he continued, looking deep into my eyes. I don't have the details, all I know is what was common knowledge at the time, you have to understand that, I stressed, and he nodded in return. Something happened in Country S, I can only assume that it was something important as Wang Chao ended up taking the majority of his private forces, leaving only the cousins from his second family, his sister, and the old master. I am sure that there were some bodyguards, but I don't know their names, numbers, or anything like that. I would assume that you would know that info better than me. Anyways, you guys flew out on October 29th, 4 days before the end of the world. When the world went to pot, there was no way of contacting anyone or finding out any information about you. Wang Shulan and Zhang Huifan took over the family, but the old master was determined that Wang Chao was still alive and would come back. I looked at Lu Wei, and this time it was my turn to grip his hands. Even if you think that everything that I said is crazy, is shit, is never going to happen, I beg you, kill Wang Zmo now. For the sake of the Wang family, and humanity as a whole, kill him as soon as you possibly can. Do not wait, I stressed, looking into his eyes as if trying to convince him of my honesty. There were still some secrets that I would keep, but Wang Zmo had to die. He stiffened when I started begging, but I refused to let go of his hands. Why? He asked, his entire body freezing as he waited for my answer. Wang Zmo hated the old master for putting a woman and an outsider as head of the family while everyone waited for word from Wang Chao. After 2 years, his patience ran out and he used his power to kill Wang Shulan and her husband. He killed his brother for objecting to him and continued to kill until all that remained of the Wang family was him and the old master. The old master refused to have him as head of the family, and instead, allowed the Zhao family to take over Sidia so that Wang Zmo could not have more power. He would get his power anyways, he just didn't need to go through the Wang family to get it, I thought to myself. What was Zmo's power? Louis Wei asked as he slowly digested the bomb I just dropped on him. Poison, I replied with a small smile. I think that you and I need to have a little talk about what powers are going to develop, but that will have to be saved for some time when Chao is here, said Lu Wei. I chuckled. Chao. I said, and he just shrugged his shoulders. He might be my boss, but I've been with that man since I was 9 years old and he was 10. We went to school together, and boot camp together. We have been through thick and thin, together. I think that gives me the ability to call him by name among friends. Are you among friends? I asked, my head tilted. He was still sitting on the coffee table in front of me, holding my hands in his. Well, I am pretty sure that I don't hold my friends' hands like this, but yes, I consider you a good friend. I nodded my head in reply. Maybe step 1 could be somewhat adjusted, just a little. But I still think that the majority of people needed to burn. Let me meet the old master first, and anyone that would be living here with him. I get the final say over who moves in, I said, willing to realize that step 1 was to protect me, not to isolate me. I wanted this life to be all about my freedom, the freedom to be and do what I wanted. Limiting myself through step 1 would not give me the freedom I desired. When is good for you? Asked Lu Wei, withdrawing his hands and moving to sit back on the couch. I assumed that you would prefer to meet everyone here rather than at the Wang family mansion. I looked at Lu Wei with a great deal of suspicion in my eyes. He isn't currently sitting in my driveway right now, is he? He shook his head and laughed at my question. No, I promise you he isn't sitting in your driveway right now, he is down the street. I threw the decorative pillow on my chair at his head but the fucker dodged it. Does he not realize that if a woman throws a pillow at you, you are honor-bound to be hit by it? Stupid men. But seriously, when do you want to set up a meeting? Asked Lu Wei, taking my pillow and putting it beside him. Whenever works best for you, I guess. It's not like I am really going anywhere, I said sullenly. Stupid pillow and stupid Lu Wei. I'll go back to the house and talk to the old master and Wang Chao, he said as he got up and started to the front door. Fine, just give me more of a heads up than you in my driveway, I replied, picking up the pillow off the couch and once again throwing it at his head. Once again, he ducked. He looked over his shoulder at me, trying to contain his laughter. You might want to work on your aim there, Dai Lu. I rolled my eyes and went into the kitchen, determined to work on steps 5 and 6. Organizing and filling the pantry was a great way to reduce stress. Or at least it was for me. There were a lot of times that I didn't have anything to eat just so I could make sure that someone else in the compound did. Knowing that I had enough food stored for a couple of years made me relax, just a bit. Gee, but if anyone thought that they would get their stinky hands on my desserts, they had another thing coming. What did she say? Asked Wang Chao as Lu Wei walked in the front door of the Wang family mansion. There was a group of 5 people seated around the living room, looking at Lu Wei. No one would know who she was besides Wang Chao and his grandfather. Sitting in a chair at the head of the arrangement was the old master, Wang Yichen, while Wang Chao and Wang Shulan were seated to his left and right. Beside Wang Shulan was Zhang Huifun, both of them sitting on a love seat so as to prevent the other 2 men in the room from sitting beside them. No one dared to sit next to Wang Chao without his permission. Those 2 men were stuck loitering around the room next to the bodyguards, their place in the family clearly stated without a word needing to be said. A lot, said Lu Wei, taking a seat beside Wang Chao. But not all of it is worth repeating. Wang Chao nodded his head as if that was to be expected and continued on with the conversation that they were having before Lu Wei arrived. So, I think that we need to expand Sunset Multimedia Corporation into international markets, suggested Wang Zihao, specifically, Country S. They are lacking a saturation in the market that other countries like Country M have, and it would be good to get our foot in the door with them sooner rather than later. The old master was nodding his head in agreement with his grandson's suggestion. Although the second family did not have much going for it, Wang Zihao was willing to work hard to ensure a bright future for himself. As a grandfather, there was nothing better than a grandson that did not expect handouts. It is a good suggestion, said Wang Chao, noticing a subtle signal from Lu Wei. I will have to do more research into that market before making a final decision. Wang Zihao walked over from his place against the wall and handed Wang Chao a folder. This is all the preliminary information I was able to gather, including a rough budget of what it would cost and any unforeseen circumstances that might arise as a result. Wang Chao took the information with a grateful nod and then excused himself and Lu Wei to the study to discuss some other matters. Alright, what happened? Asked Wang Chao as soon as Lu Wei had closed the door behind himself. You are on edge, and it seems to be a lot worse than normal. What happened depends a lot on your impression of Li Dai Lu, said Lu Wei, not willing to commit to anything at that moment. He was trying to feel out how Wang Chao felt about Dai Lu and if he even believed what she was saying. If he didn't, then there was no point bringing it up. Lu Wei could take the information given to him and make the best possible plans behind Wang Chao's back. The Wang family was just as much his family as the Lus were, maybe even more, and he would protect them until his dying breath. My impression? Asked Wang Chao, somewhat confused. My impression does not need to be brought into the matter. I just wanted to know what happened in your meeting with her. Did she agree to take the old master in? She would like to meet with him first, as well as anyone that we considered essential personnel to the old master's safety that would be staying with him. I can organize a time when the old master is free to take him to the ranch. Why take him to the ranch? She can come here, said Wang Chao with a wave of his hand, dismissing the idea of taking the old master to an unknown location. I wish you the best of luck on that, smiled Lu Wei, once again running his fingers through his hair and getting more comfortable on the chair. And I will be giving her some of my personal weapons, so you don't need to worry about supplying her with anything anymore. And what did she give you in return that is worth those weapons? Asked Wang Chao, raising an eyebrow. Lu Wei's personal collection of weapons could rival that of any country. The man was absolutely obsessed with them and wouldn't let anyone see them, let alone touch them. The fact that he was willing to supply Li Dai Lu with weapons spoke volumes about what she had given him in return. I guess the worth would be determined by whether you accept her prediction for the future or not, countered Lu Wei, not budging an inch on the issue. What she had said, the names that she should not have known, and the fact that there was an offer to extend Phoenix Conglomerate into Country S at this point in time, made what she said earlier all that more plausible. And Lu Wei was not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Would you be willing to have Wang Zmo killed? Asked Lu Wei suddenly. Wang Chao looked at him and tried to figure out where this was coming from. No, he said simply. Not even if it means protecting the rest of your family. He has not done anything to warrant being killed. I might not like the man, but he is family, Wang Chao said, putting the issue to rest. Did she say something? Lu Wei smiled. Does it matter if she did or not? You have spoken and the man will not be killed. What did she say? Asked Wang Chao, now curious about Li Dai Lu's next plan. If you refuse to believe her, then there is no point in talking about it. Responded Lu Wei standing up. I'm going to go. I'll see you tomorrow. Wang Chao nodded his head as he watched his longtime friend leave. He, too, would need to take some time and think about things. Lu Wei called me a few days after saying that he was bringing a few people for a visit that afternoon. I was a bit peeved that he didn't give me more of a heads up, but I guess 3 hours was better than 30 minutes by any stretch of the imagination. I still left the gate open for them to get through when they came though. It was mid-April and all of my plants had been put in the ground. The nights were still cold so I would just cover them up, but the days were so warm that it would be a shame not to use the sun to its full advantage. The owner of the seed store had even thrown in a few other things that he thought I might like so, apart from my vegetables, I now had a whole section of land as a dedicated orchard. I will fully admit that the wannabe farm girl in me screamed over the idea of having my own orchard, and so, when the workers left. After planting all the different types of fruit trees, I did do my own happy dance, complete with singing at the top of my lungs. I was now the proud owner of cherry, apple, orange, lemon, and lime trees. I wanted to see if I could get some banana trees, but apparently, City A was not conducive to growing bananas. That was fine. I had a whole freezer filled with the fruit so I could make banana bread on demand. Did I pick up enough peanut butter? If you have not tried peanut butter banana bread, you are really missing out. As my mind once again ran through all the possible things that I might want for the rest of my life, I heard the convoy of cars coming down my driveway. I met them on the deck and waited until everyone got out of the SUVs. I will fully admit that it looked similar to a clown car, but I wasn't going to point that out to one of the most powerful families in City A. I figured that might become an issue in the future if I was to compare them to clowns. Wang Chao and an older gentleman that I could only think to be the old master stepped forward first, followed by Lu Wei. "Brace yourself," he whispered to me as he led the other 2 men into my house. It took me a couple of seconds to see why he thought it best to give me advance warning. There, at one of the cars in the back, was Wang Zmo stepping out of the vehicle, his brother coming out behind him. I might not be able to identify a lot of people by sight alone, but Wang Zmo was most definitely one of them. Now, all I had to do was figure out how I was going to kill him before November 1st. Maybe I should have been nice and given him that additional year, maybe, just maybe he would not turn out to be the same man as in my previous life. And maybe, he would be much worse, and Wang Chao and Lu Wei just gave him a complete set of directions to my house. Not bothering to wait for the others to come in, I quickly followed behind Lu Wei. "You, with me," I hissed at him when I entered the same living room that we had been in a few days ago. The old master was startled when he heard me talking, but Wang Chao remained impassive. "Whatever you have to say to my assistant, you can say in front of us," said Wang Chao as the rest of his party filled the room. I looked at him, and I froze. Part of me wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, that he didn't just let someone I begged his assistant to kill into my house. The other part of me wanted to let everyone in this room burn. I debated back and forth, wondering which way I would go when I felt the presence of someone behind me. The familiar smell let me know that it was Lu Wei, but I was not in a forgiving enough mood to acknowledge him. "I'm sorry," he said, whispering in my ear so that no one else could hear him. The raised eyebrows of a lot of people in the room said that even if they couldn't hear him, his gesture did not go unnoticed. "I will explain." I turned my head, my lips barely missing his cheek, and returned the gesture. "You two have signed the death warrant of everyone in this room, I hope you realize that. And as of right now, neither one of you has the power to take me down before I do it. You brought us to Lu's girlfriend's house," came the soothing voice of a man that I wished I could forget. I shuddered at the sound and my left hand kept twitching, lighting the pink flame in my hand. As if he could sense what I was doing, Lu Wei's hand glided down my arm to my hand, entwining our fingers together. I don't know if he didn't feel the pink flame or if he just had a high tolerance for pain, but he did not move his hand from mine. The only question that popped into my head was, who was he trying to protect? Me or them? And if I did bring you to my girlfriend's? "It's not like I invited you, Wang Zmo, said Lu Wei from behind me. The joyful hint that his voice always had came out this time, but he still did not relax his grip on my hand. "You invited the old master and Wang Chao, why wouldn't I come?" replied Wang Zmo. I relaxed a bit at that statement. At least he forced himself to be here, Wang Chao and Lu Wei didn't invite him. I knew that Lu Wei could feel me relaxing, but instead of letting go, he maintained his position. Centering himself more behind me, as if to offer protection or comfort I didn't know, he introduced me to everyone around. "You've already met Wang Chao, but this is the old master, Wang Yichen, the oldest young master of the Wang family, Wang Zmo, and the third young master, Wang Zihao." I nodded my head in the direction of all of them and then once again, smiled up at Lu Wei. "Can I speak to you in the kitchen, sweetheart?" I asked, my voice dripping with honey. He simply smiled at me and led me towards my own kitchen, leaving the Wang family and their bodyguards alone in my living room. To say that my skin wasn't burning in stress would be an understatement. "Why is he here and what are you hoping to happen?" I demanded in a harsh whisper as soon as we entered the kitchen. "Relax, sweetheart," Lu Wei said with that easygoing smile of his. "The four of us will go into another room to discuss matters and the rest will stay in the living room. I am not leaving that man alone in my house unattended. It is bad enough that he now knows about this place, but he cannot have free rein to look around." Lu Wei looked down at me, a serious look on his face. "You are really upset about this," he said, somewhat surprised. "You just brought one of the men that I want to watch burn to ashes in my own flames into my house. To say that I am upset is an understatement. I am closer to killing every one of you and using your ashes as compost for my plants." He reared back in shock, the sun from the kitchen windows reflecting off his glasses. The sensory overload was too much for me and pink and blue flames shot out of my whole body, completely encasing me in their protection. It was probably a good thing that I had removed the fire alarm in this section of the house or I would be in trouble. "Okay, sweetheart," Lu Wei said as he cautiously held out his hand to my arm. "Just take a breath. I can create a situation with Sunset Corporation and have him called out," he continued as he frantically typed on his cell phone with one hand while still looking at me. Despite my anger, I was actually impressed by that feat. I couldn't even text and walk at the same time in my first life. "What about Wang Zihao, how do you want me to deal with him?" he asked, still staring at me. His hand had finally managed to touch my shoulder. But instead of being burned like I expected him to be, my pink flame wrapped itself around his hand, adding that small part of him to the protection it felt I needed. "Wang Zihao has to go too," I said, taking a deep breath. I managed to tame back the blue flame, but the pink one was not ready to obey yet. I don't know anything about him, but that means that he is not strong enough to stand on his own 2 feet. He can feed his older brother information if asked and I don't want him to have that information on me. "Alright, I can do that," Lu Wei said, still trying to help get my emotions under control. "What else can I do?" "Nothing, but those two need to leave," I said looking away from where my flame had engulfed his hand to his face. "I cannot deal with anything until that happens." "Done," he said. A few minutes later Wang Chao entered the kitchen, his eyes going to the two of us. I had managed to get the pink flame extinguished, but Lu Wei's hand was still on my arm. "You will explain your actions to me," he said, fully expecting a quick reply. "Well, bless your heart," I said with my best smile. I might be Canadian, but I could use "bless your heart" like the best of them. I will do no such thing to the man that brought uninvited guests into my house. "They're gone now," he replied, not understanding what "bless your heart" meant. It sounded like a good thing, but the expression on my face must have given it away. Something about there being an issue with Sunset Corporation and the move to Country S. He looked at Lu Wei as if knowing that he had something to do with it. Lu Wei simply shrugged his shoulders and escorted me back into the living room. Wang Chao followed after us. "Does someone want to tell me what is going on?" demanded the old master as soon as the three of us entered the room. I raised my eyebrows looking at the man and then glanced around the room to see who had remained. Seeing no familiar faces, I looked back at Lu Wei. "They are the same ones that were here last time for our little talk." I didn't think that what we needed to say should be done in front of a new audience. I nodded my head happy at his consideration. If all assistants were like this, I might have to get my own. But then again, at the end of the world, there wasn't really a need for assistants anyways. "I wonder how he was with a gun." "I do not enjoy repeating myself," came the voice of a very ticked-off old master. Apparently, he was not used to fading in the background. This might not work out after all. "And I do not enjoy uninvited guests in my home," I said, replying to the old master's comment. "As far as I was aware, I was invited here," he snapped in return. "Oh lordy, why couldn't he be one of those cute old men that just want to garden and gossip with his friends? I would have kept him then. You were brought here as a condition to me getting something that I want. However, I was under the impression that the information that I provided would be enough payment and you could spend your time happily in your own home and not mine." I turned to Lu Wei. I was willing to work with him, to put his mind at ease, but I really did not want someone that cranky in my home. Only I was allowed to be cranky here. "Would someone please tell me what is going on?" the old master asked, looking at the younger generation. He had served his country with honor, and his sons served their country and became martyrs. Their children should have the respect granted to them by that action alone. I looked at Wang Chao, wondering exactly what he was going to say to the old man, and to my surprise, he told him the truth. The end of the world is coming in about 6 months. This will probably be the safest place to be and I don't want anything to happen to you. The man could show some human emotion, I'm surprised. The old master continued to look at his grandson as if he was expecting him to keep going. When he did not, he turned to look at me instead, assuming that I would provide him with what his grandson did not. I shrugged my shoulders and went to sit down on the couch across from the fireplace. Wang Yichen and Wang Chao took their seats opposite me and Lui Wei, the last to sit down, chose the seat beside me. Once again, the guards took their spots and everyone relaxed for a moment. Feeling a slight chill, I looked at the fireplace and threw out the pink flame, lighting the fire within seconds. Some days, being a fire user was a great thing. Unfortunately, I forgot who was in the room with me. The old master stood up startled and the guards pulled their guns out and pointed them at me as a result. Seriously, people? I asked, exasperation evident in my tone. You are going to have to get used to this. Muscle, remember, need to be using it to keep it. The old master sat back down after noticing that neither Wang Chao nor Lu Wei seemed to react to it. Alright, young lady, you have my attention now. Do you mind telling me what is going on? First, I would like to point out that I neither wanted nor needed your attention. I was cold, so I started a fire. I am pretty sure that that is what most people would do when they became cold. It's not my fault I don't need a lighter to do it, I said, sounding perfectly reasonable in my own head. Lu Wei's cough/laugh suggested that I was not as reasonable as I thought I was. I waved him off and let him take the lead. Li Dai Lu came to our attention when she purchased this ranch from us after the Blood Moon mercenaries were wiped out. Wang Chao had some concerns and asked me to look into it. After a while, we found out that our concerns were misguided and, after a conversation with Li Dai Lu, discovered that the end of the world was coming on November 1st. Wow, when Lu Wei decided to be precise, he could do it quite well, but we were going to have a little talk about this Blood Moon thing. Welp. Time to take over, I guess. I am in need of weapons, a lot of weapons, and enough ammo to last at least 10 years, longer if possible. I knew that Wang Chao had his hands in a lot of pockets and thought that he might be able to get me some. The old master nodded his head that he had understood up to that point. Yay for me, I beat out the other two. They asked me why I needed the weapons and I replied to kill people with them. I am not sure why they expected another answer, but they apparently did. They asked for a meeting, my knowledge in exchange for their guns. So, I told them what I knew. And what exactly do you know? Asked the old master. I know that starting on October 1st of this year, every man, woman, and child is going to get a vaccine. In 30 days, that vaccine is going to mutate them into something else. As to exactly what that something is determined by their genetic makeup. I hope my boys told you that you were crazy and that they would not be providing you with guns. Something along those lines, but closer to, you won't get the guns until November 2nd to prove what you are saying is true, I grumbled, knowing full well that neither man trusted what I had said that day. Lu Wei might have come around to my side, but Wang Chao was firmly in the seeing is believing camp. Sucks to be me. Then if we all know you are crazy, what am I doing here? Asked the old master, looking from me to Wang Chao to Lu Wei. But that's the problem, I laughed, can you prove that I am crazy and that the world will definitely not end on November 1st? 'Cause they can't, and they are not willing to take any chances after I mentioned Zhao Junjia becoming the head of City A after you gave him the position. It would be a cold day in hell before I gave any member of the Zhao family complete control of City A, snarled Wang Yichen, hitting the armrest of the chair in anger. I guess a few months without electricity and heat would make it a cold day in City A, I smirked. But I am pretty sure that it had more to do with the disappearance of Wang Chao and 90% of the Wang family military. Coupled with the death of your daughter and her husband, and your third grandson. Would that count as a cold day in hell? I asked as I raised my eyebrow at the old man. His attitude was starting to grow on me. At least I knew that I wouldn't be stabbed in the back by him. Both Wang Yichen and Wang Chao looked at me startled when I gave them that piece of information. And by the looks on their faces, I could tell that Lu Wei didn't share that juicy bit of gossip either. I looked over at him and he just smiled at me, getting comfortable as if about to watch a show. You didn't tell them, I said to him, my head tilted. I thought that they would have had his complete loyalty. Apparently not. Wang Chao does not believe you 100% and has refused to kill Wang Zmo. I figured not knowing the details about the future would not hurt him, he replied shrugging his shoulder. I said, nodding my head in approval. Let's go with your plan. I won't tell them anything more and they can figure things out as you go. I assume though, that you will be staying in City A in October. Yeah, Lu Wei replied, the two of us completely ignoring the men from the Wang family. I don't suppose you have any more of those butter tarts, do you? Of course. I emptied out an entire bakery a while back. I probably should go do it again sometime soon. There are just some things that they can make better than me, I said as I waved my hand. A plate of butter tarts appeared on the coffee table and I grabbed it before Wang Chao could. I glared at him, knowing that he was wanting my butter tarts. Lu Wei picked up his tart and put it in his mouth just as the old master demanded an explanation. Indicating that his mouth was full and he would not be able to answer, I rolled my eyes and opened my mouth. You are going to have to be a bit more specific, I said, trying to be understanding, but I was falling back into the step 1 category with the Wang family. Especially after I saw Wang Zimo's face. How do I die? Asked Wang Chao, opening his mouth for the first time in a while. I rolled my eyes at his question. No idea, next. What do you mean you have no idea? You just said that Wang Chao and 90% of the Wang family started the old master, only to be cut off by me. Disappeared. I have no idea if they died or not. They were just not in City A for at least 13 years after the apocalypse. If I was away from the city for more than 13 years, I was probably dead, said Wang Chao, as if he was not discussing his death. Not necessarily, I replied, munching on a tart. If I wasn't fast, Lu Wei would take them away from me and they were mine. Mine, I tell you. Okay, so I might need to get over my addiction to butter tarts. All three men looked at me this time. What? I asked confused. You took a plane to Country S 4 days before the EMP went off. If you were not in the air when it did, there would be a chance that you could have lived. And Country S is a pretty big country. Keep in mind that there would be no vehicles of any kind, you would have had to walk the entire distance. Add on the zombies and it is completely possible that you were still alive 13 years after the start and still not able to make it back to City A. Not probable, but definitely possible. I thought about what I just said and then added, but if you were on a plane, then there would have been no chance as you would have fallen out of the sky and died a fiery death. The three men continued to look at me. I simply rolled my eyes and continued eating my snacks. Alright, let's get back to the topic, said the old man, looking at my plate of butter tarts. Was everyone after those things? We had a topic. I asked in return, genuinely not remembering what we were talking about in the first place. The entire Wang family dying and the Zhao family taking over, reminded Wang Chao. The entire Wang family didn't die, the old master was still alive, and Wang Zmo, I clarified. I was getting tired and we had yet to come to a conclusion about whether the old master staying here or not. How did my sister and her fiancé die? Asked Wang Chao. Poison, I replied. Who poisoned them? Wang Zmo. Impossible. He would never hurt a member of our family. Now I know that you are lying through your teeth to get something from us, yelled the old master as he stood up. Once again, the guns of the bodyguards were pointed at me. And once again, I was remembering my first step. If I burned everyone, would my house burn down at the same time? I used to be strong enough that I could concentrate my flame just on certain areas, but I didn't know if I could do that anymore. I guess there was only one way to find out. I flexed my right hand and my pink flame came to life. I had learned, by accident last week, that the blue flame burned a lot hotter than my pink one. The poor field that I was in will recover in a little while. I hope. I didn't know if I should practice it now or wait until the zombies came. I figured that in order to see the true effect of that flame I would have to wait to experiment on the zombies. They were harder to kill than humans. Trying to hide my pink flame from Lu Wei, who clearly wasn't smart enough to stay away from it, I didn't take into account Wang Chao standing up and grasping my right hand. I was startled but didn't let go of the flame. This man didn't believe me, and to a certain extent, I didn't expect him to. So if he happened to be burned, maybe that was the only way for him to learn. You will not touch my grandfather, he growled, looking down at me. In return, I smiled and looked up at him. Who said that I would touch your grandfather? I can reach him just fine from here, no touching needed. Now, if you don't want to have more problems, I highly suggest that you tell your men to stop pointing their guns at me. If you don't want to hear my truth, then you still have a few months to change it. The ball is in your court. You can see yourselves out. I increased the strength of the flame until Wang Chao flinched and dropped his hand. I didn't owe him or his family anything, if nothing else, it was they who owed me. They would learn the hard way, just like I had to, or they would die. Time seemed to pass by both too quickly and not quickly enough. It was that feeling of impending doom where you have waited for it for so long that you just wanted it to hurry up and get here, but at the same time, you wanted more time before it did. I compared it to exam time. You wanted it to just be over with so you could move on from it, but you wanted more time to study. April turned into May and May into June, and soon enough, it was time for me to harvest from the fields, process my meat, and get ready for the next step of my life. All of my ATVs arrived in the middle of July and I had a barn prepared especially for them. I drove them around the ranch as much as I could just so I could become accustomed to the handling. Nothing was worse than being caught in the middle of a horde and not knowing how to drive the escape vehicle. I saw that happen a few times and it wasn't a pretty sight. My night car also showed up a few weeks later, and I was extremely happy to see that in addition to matting all of the metal details on it, they also matted the paint. Now the light seemed to sink into the black paint instead of reflecting off of it. Maybe I should have done that to the day car as well, but I needed a vehicle at the time. August was winding to a close and I took an evening to just sit on my deck swing with a cup of coffee and check off my list of things to do. I have organized and stocked my pantry, although I still had a lot of crops in the field that weren't ready for harvest yet. As long as I had that all done before the end of November it would be fine. I got the old school DVDs, Blu-rays, and their players stored away in my space until after the EMP. There would be enough for me to worry about collecting on October 31st that I didn't want to add to my pile of worries. I continued to go through my list when I heard the buzz from my front gate, letting me know that someone was there. I opened the camera app on my phone and saw a convoy of military-grade vehicles waiting for me on the other side of the fence. I could easily recognize the Corvette in front, but I was happy to see that the silver color had become more of a matted gray. Apparently, you can teach an old dog new tricks. Chuckling to myself, I opened the gate and waited for the 30 minutes it would take for them to get to my house. I haven't seen you in a while, Wei Wei, I laughed as Lu Wei got out of his car. 10 military supply trucks stopped behind his car and fanned out in a semicircle. Well, I've been preparing for the end of the world, you know how it is, he laughed as two men from each of the trucks came down and walked up to me. I stiffened. I trusted Lu Wei, but the people around him were debatable. They are my men, here to add to your supplies, he said, watching my every move. I nodded in return and waited for them to grab the first batch of weapons before leading them deep into my house, into the basement, and through the hidden door. Everything can go in there, I said, pointing to the massive warehouse-sized room built under my house. I guess I should thank the Blood Moon mercenaries for thinking about it. I didn't feel comfortable with the bulk of my weapons being in a barn far away from where I might need them. I have one last surprise for you, Lu Wei said as he put his hand on the small of my back and guided me back through the house and out the front door. There was one more supply truck that hadn't been touched. Standing beside it, I saw Lu Hongtao and Lu Mingjia from Dragon Fencing. These two are also mine, he continued as we walked around to the back of the truck. I have been trying to think of a way for those gates to be secured, but not require electricity. This is the best solution I could come up with. In the back were 3 giant beams that looked like they would weigh 100 pounds each. He motioned to each man and they got back into the car and drove to the gates to install the drawbar on each one. Then, Lu Wei turned to me, his voice serious. I am going to send everyone back, but then you and I need to talk. I nodded curious about what he was thinking and went back inside to the kitchen to wait for him. Making 2 cups of coffee, I automatically started thinking about the coffee ground supply and if it would be enough. I bought coffee bushes to grow my own coffee, so I was hoping that it would be enough. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Wei was back and sipping from his mug of coffee. The silence stretched on until I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever you did, just spit it out. I'll help if I can, I said, putting my giant mug beside the sink and looking at him. Wang Chao and I got our hands on the vaccine from Country M, he started, looking at me and trying to figure out my reaction. Are you trying to have all your men exposed first? Or are you trying to put the whole timeline forward to see if I was telling the truth? I asked, looking at him. Neither, he responded. We have 2 doses, one for me and one for Wang Chao. But we want to take them here at the ranch. We thought that it would be safest for everyone that way. And we would know what to expect before giving it to our men. I nodded, understanding where he was coming from. Technically, it was the most logical thing to do. But it didn't mean that I approved. And what are you expecting from me? I asked. He looked startled like he didn't expect that answer or understood where it was coming from. 75% of the people who take the vaccine, on average, become a zombie. Of the remaining 25%, 15% become a power user, and 10% become asymptomatic. Or at least that is what the scientists could best figure out. So, what are you expecting from me? I asked again, picking up my cup of coffee and for the first time in a while, wished it was stronger. I had a lot of alcohol on hand, but I was saving that to use for bartering with the other humans. Even when it all goes to pot, people still had their vices. I looked at the expression on his face and had to laugh. You didn't take into account that you would be anything other than power users. I expected better of you, boyo, I said, my Canadian coming out. Kill us, he said after some pause. If we are not a power user in the end, then kill us. Ah, I said nodding, so you have no problem putting the burden on me for killing a friend. Lu Wei got up from the table and walked towards me. Crowding me between the counter and his body, he put both hands on the counter on each side of me and leaned in. Does that mean you consider me a friend? He asked, his voice taking on a husky tone to it. I raised my eyebrow. The culture that I was originally born into was a lot different than the one that I was in now, and truth be told, it sometimes caught me off guard the differences. Whereas to someone born and raised here, being in this type of position would cause them to maybe panic or assume that he was flirting. To me, this was simply a sign of a close friend. I took the index finger of my right hand and poked him in the head, pushing him back. If you weren't a friend, you wouldn't be here right now, I said, creating distance and escaping from his hold. And if you were trying to flirt, you need to work on it more, I continued as I walked out of the kitchen. If Lu Wei and Wang Chao wanted to take the vaccine here, then I would have to figure out the best rooms to put them in. As much as I wasn't that close to Wang Chao, I knew that he was Lu Wei's best friend, so I had to look after him to the best of my ability. Otherwise, I would not be able to look Lu Wei in the eyes if I had to kill Wang Chao. Lu Wei stood still in her kitchen, everything that just occurred going through his head at lightning speed. There was no way that she could be the second-generation wealthy socialite Li Dai Lu. Her reactions to everything were not like someone that had lived in this country for their whole life. If anything, she seemed to be more of a native to Country M than to Country K. Lu Wei shook his head. None of that mattered. He would trust what he saw and not what he had read. The Li Dai Lu of today was much better than the one in his files, so he would stand firmly in her court until she did something concrete that would put them on opposite sides. He shook his head, putting those thoughts to the back of his mind. He was in no way less than Wang Chao in terms of power or family. Just because he preferred to be in the background was not a reason to overlook him. After all, the knife that cuts best was the one that you never see coming. He quickly left the kitchen to figure out where the mysterious girl went. Finding her in the basement, looking in between two rooms, he cleared his throat. Watching her jump in surprise made him chuckle a bit. She was so strong when it came to planning for this apocalypse that she even made him believe, but every so often he would get a glimpse of a softer side to her that always made him smile. What are you thinking about? He asked her. I jumped a foot in the air when I heard Lu Wei clear his throat behind me. I swore to God I should put a bell on that man, just so he couldn't sneak up on me. I am trying to figure out where the safest place is for you to take the vaccine, I replied, answering his question. You look so serious, he said, coming up right behind me. I hummed and leaned back against him. I suppose I should have mentioned that I am a touchy-feely type of girl. Something my psychologist told me was a response to growing up in children's services. And if I had to be honest, I haven't been able to relax enough to be touched since Colin, and look at how that went. On a side note, did you know that for the average person to be denied touch of some kind is considered a type of torture? And that less than 8 to 10 meaningful touches can result in an increase in anxiety, depression, and stress. I'm not kidding. That was my excuse and I was going with it. It had nothing to do with how good it felt to be in his arms, or how good he smelled, or how solid he was. Nope, nothing to do with any of that. I sighed, feeling a bit of the stress leaving me. Given the circumstances, the only thing that I could do was be completely honest. I'm stressed about you two taking the vaccine at the same time. There are numerous side effects including fever, vomiting, and violent shaking even before the outcome is decided. Plus, if you both turn into zombies, I won't win a fight of 2 against 1. Especially since you have been together for so long. He slowly put his chin on my head as if that movement would call attention to the fact that I was leaning against his chest. New flash, I couldn't miss it, before he started to speak. What do you mean by that? He asked, trying to figure out where my brain was going. If he could figure that out then I would give him a dull gold star. Zombies are not the mindless creatures that they show in movies. This is hard to describe until you see it yourself. They maintain what makes them human, loyalty, any military training, love. They just have the added drive of an animal, I said, trying to explain it the best I can. So, a person's memory is still there. Is that what you are saying? Yes, it is just a person's genes that are compromised. So, all the memories are intact, but the drive for the three basics of life takes over to a certain extent. Three basics of life? He asked, but I could hear the smile in his voice. I rolled my eyes before giving him a half answer. The three basics of life that everything living thing on this planet needs to live. And those are, he chucked into my ear. I am pretty sure that if I roll my eyes again they are going to get stuck that way. But my battery had been recharged, so I spin out of his arms and stuck my tongue out at him. The three F's, feed, fight and. Leaving things at that, I went into the 2 rooms that I thought would be best. I could put locks on the outside of the door until 48 hours had passed. If I let them out one at a time, then I should be able to handle it. Besides, it would give me a chance to see if my blue flame was hot enough to kill a zombie without having to behead it first. It would take a lot less time and effort if that was the case. About what you were saying, started Lu Wei as he followed behind me. Would it be easier for you if we went one at a time or both at the same time? I guess that would depend on your schedule. I could just leave one of you in each room and lock the door behind you from the outside. That would give me more control over when you came out. If we went one at a time, then we would be looking at a minimum of 4 days, and I don't know if the amazing CEO of Phoenix Conglomerate can afford to take at least 4 days off. The company might go out of business 2 months ahead of schedule. I'll head back and talk to Wang Chao about it, Lu Wei said as he ran his fingers through his hair. There is something extremely sexy about that move, I don't care who does it. As if he knew what I was thinking, he smirked at me before seeing himself out. I could only shake my head. It was nice to have a friend that I could relax around. You're back, how did it go? Asked Wang Chao when Lu Wei entered his office at Phoenix. Since he seemed so relaxed, Wang Chao automatically assumed that everything went according to plan. Not horrible, but she did bring up some points that we didn't consider before, replied Lu Wei as he got comfortable on the couch. Like what? Like what do we expect to happen if we do not get a superpower at the end of all this, Lu Wei said as he studied his nails. According to her, there is only a 15% chance of that happening. What is the chance of us turning into a zombie then? Wang Chao asked, making sure to have all the information on hand before making a final decision. It might only be a matter of a couple of months, but he could still accomplish a lot in that time if necessary. 75%. However, she did say something interesting that we had no idea about. And what is that? Responded Wang Chao, leaning back in his chair and listening to what his friend had to say. That the zombies aren't what we have been led to believe. She does seem to be stressing that but hasn't given us details. She gave some today but mentioned that they were hard to explain unless you had a chance to see them for yourself. However, according to her, they maintain their memories and personalities of their human life. It's just that the animal genes take over and stress food, fight and fuck more than what she considered a normal human would think about, which cancelled out any personality that an individual would have before the transformation. Our loyalty would still remain as would our fighting skills and ability to strategize. That means that Country M has created the perfect, indestructible soldier, but did not instill loyalty to the higher-ups as much as they should have. That is why when the human genes were killed off, the animal part of the zombie was able to take control better and they didn't care about who the alpha was before. Pretty much, replied Lu Wei lazily, looking at the schedule on his phone. And do you know what that means for us? An indestructible army of both zombies and power users. Not many would be able to stand against us, said Wang Chao, not as worried anymore about the possible outcomes. As long as we have made sure that deep down in their subconscious, they are completely loyal to us and each other. Wang Chao hummed in agreement and sat forward to look at his schedule on the computer. I will get my assistant to move things around so that we can start the process tomorrow. How long did she say it would take? 2 to 4 days, depending if we go under at the same time or one after another, said Lu Wei, already making preparations on who will head the meetings and internal reviews. He was thinking of giving Wang Zimo some additional work, but with how Li Dai Lu was reacting to him, he didn't think that was a good idea. Let's plan for a week, make things easy. Just tell everyone that we are going to check out sites in Country S for possible expansion. Done. I'll send Lu a message letting her know to expect us tomorrow morning. Wang Chao grunted in reply. Just don't get too close to her, he warned. Lu Wei smirked at that warning. And if I do? He asked. Don't, replied Wang Chao. Why? Are you declaring sovereignty? Silence was his only reply. If you are, you should be warned. Li Dai Lu is not someone that you can declare sovereignty over. She is the sovereign. If you are not prepared to bow down, make sure you at least bow out. I would hate to see the great Wang Chao, Prince of City A, being defeated by a little slip of a girl. And would the Prince of the Lu family of City H be willing to bow down? The smile on Lu Wei's face was his only answer. I got Lu Wei's text in the early evening saying that they planned to be at the ranch by 10 a.m. While I had bitched before about his lack of advance notice, this time he gave me too much. Yes, I will admit it. I am never happy, no matter how much notice I do or do not get. Spending the night pacing and stressing did not leave me in a good mood in the morning. Even my morning offering of coffee did not put me in a good enough, or awake enough mood. I waited on the deck after opening the gate for the guys, trying to figure out if I was actually okay with this or not. If I hadn't had some practice killing zombies in my past life, I didn't think that I would be so calm right now. I wonder what option they chose about the vaccine. Besides, when they would arrive, Lu Wei was not forthcoming with the other information. I had expected a long convoy of SUVs filled to the brim with bodyguards, so when a lone grey Corvette parked in front of my garage, I thought that maybe Lu Wei had arrived first, and we would have to wait on His Royal Highness. Imagine my surprise when Wang Chao opened his own door and stepped out of the passenger side of the car. Lu Wei was not long after him, getting out of the driver's side, the typical smile on his face. "You look like crap," he said as he approached me on the deck. "Did you get any sleep last night?" I glared at him in response. Ignoring his sickening cheerfulness this early in the morning, and yes, 10 a.m. was early when you didn't sleep the night before, I turned around and went into the house. I knew they would follow, but I wasn't waiting around for them. "So, how are we going to do this?" I asked before I held up my hand, stopping Lu Wei from saying whatever it was on his mind. His smirk was enough to let me know that my brain was too much in a fog to put up with whatever came out of his mouth next. "You know, no matter what I say, it's going to come out wrong," chuckled Lu Wei. Seriously, this man looked like he could take out someone that looked at him side-eyed, but his brain reverted to a 13-year-old boy when in a good mood. Just my luck. Not putting up with this. "You two decide, send Wang Chao to tell me, I'm going to my room to watch something and hopefully fall asleep," I said, rolling my eyes and leaving the two men to help themselves to my basement. I had it all set up for them. 2 rooms, both with a bolt on the outside of the door so I could control who went in and out, a rec room so that if they decided to go one at a time, the other would have something to do while he waited, and a fully functional mini kitchen. I even stocked it with food. See, I could be nice. I hadn't even made it to the stairs when Wang Chao slid in front of me, effectively causing me to crash into him. My head on his chest, I let out a deep sigh and took a step back. Looking up at him, I rubbed my eyebrow and waited for whatever His Royal Highness would say next. At least it would be more to the point than the court jester, Lu Wei. "We will be going one at a time, and I will go in first," he said, his voice vibrating from his chest. I stared at his chest, trying to see the actual vibrations. I guess it was out of it for too long because I could see the next rumble. "You okay?" "See, straight and to the point." I looked over my shoulder at Lu Wei, who was standing there watching us, the smirk somehow absent from his face. I raised my hand to indicate Wang Chao and said, "See? Right to the point. Small words and short sentences are going to be key to communicating with me today." The smirk quickly returned to his face. "Small words, short sentences. Got it," he replied. I nodded my head and looked back at Wang Chao. Now it was Wang Chao's turn to smirk at me. Was I missing something? I shook my head. I was probably missing a lot, but I didn't care. "Do you have the vaccines?" I asked. Lu Wei held up a small temperature-controlled box that I could only assume held the aforementioned vaccines. I nodded my head and then looked back at Wang Chao. "Do you need me to administer it or can you guys handle that yourselves?" "Lu Wei can do mine," said Wang Chao, looking down at me. "Is there anything that I can expect? Besides potentially turning into a zombie and me experimenting on you?" I asked. I blamed my tiredness on my brain's inability to control my mouth. Thinking before I spoke would have been beneficial if I could, in fact, think. Wang Chao just raised an eyebrow, not commenting on my lack of filter. "Do I even want to know?" asked Lu Wei. I turned around to look at him and let out a very embarrassing squeak when I realized that I hadn't heard him come up behind me. "I am going to put a fucking bell on you, boyo," I grumbled. Looking back at Wang Chao, I realized that I was caught in the middle of the two men. My brain would sort that thought out later. "What were you saying?" I asked. "What can I expect?" he said, slowing, stopping at every word to give me a chance. "And no experimenting," he added. Then no turning into a zombie, I snapped back at him. For the first 48 hours after exposure to the vaccine, you will experience fever, vomiting, and extreme shaking. After the 48 hours are up, you will wake up, hopefully with a power. If not, it would be better for you to die. If it only takes 48 hours before the outcome is decided, why did it take a month before the world figured out what was going on? Asked Lu Wei. I tilted my head back and banged it off his chest. Was he always that close? I continued to look at him as I answered his question. The vaccines were administered in special buildings that contained the people. Since they could cite the side effects of the vaccine, the public thought that it was best that they stayed in the facility after they got it. After all, they would be monitored by doctors and nurses at all times. It took a full month before the facilities were overrun by zombies and power users and the people got out. Makes sense, said Wang Chao. Now, it's my turn. I left the basement to let the boys settle in and went to my room. Although it was still quite warm at the end of August, I still put on a fire in my bedroom fireplace. To me, there was nothing more comforting than a roaring fire. That might be why I developed the ability to start fires. It was always in my genes. I laid down in bed and turned on the TV on top of the fireplace. Scrolling through the movie and TV show offerings, I picked a monster movie that I knew but somehow got a different spin on it in this world. I was slowly closing my eyes when I heard a gentle knock on my door. Come in, I said lazily. It had to be Lu Wei, there was no other possibility. He opened the door and looked around the room before he spotted my head poking out from under a pile of blankets. Chuckling, he walked over to my bed and sat down on one side. Took me a while to find you. This house is huge. It is, I replied, turning over to look at him. And it is all mine. You snooze, you lose, I continued, glaring at him like he might try to take it away from me. Yes, 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 he said, the smile a seemingly permanent fixture on his face. It's yours, we wouldn't dream of taking it back. That's right, I said, nodding in approval of his words. So, he started, making himself comfortable on my king-sized bed, his back leaning against the headboard, his legs stretched out over the covers. Are you going to tell me who you are? I looked at him, confused. It had been almost a year now, he didn't know who I was. Li Dai Lu, I replied looking at him. Did you hit your head or something? He chuckled and shook his head. No, he said. I want to know who you are. I paused, thinking through that statement. There were so many possible ways that I could answer that question, but what would be the right one? Knowing that he might be dead in 3 days, I opted to tell him the truth and see if he would believe me. I am someone from a different world that died and woke up here, 3 years after the start of the apocalypse. After starting my own compound, the Phoenix compound, would you believe it, I was killed by someone I considered to be my best friend, and the over 200 people I had saved and fed for 10 years watched as I was torn apart by a Class 3 horde. I woke up in this body once again, a year before the apocalypse this time. Hopefully, the 3rd time's a charm where I am going to be cranky going through all this again for a 4th time. I knew I didn't make sense, my brain was too much in a fog to be able to speak clearly, but he should be able to get the gist of it. He looked at me, and the silence between us went on for a few minutes. The sound of an oversized lizard throwing a temper tantrum came from the TV, breaking up what could have been an awkward atmosphere. The silence continued until my eyes started to drift shut. The stress of the unknown having left my body. Maybe, just maybe there was some aspect of relief that I had told someone my story, as unbelievable as it might be. It always annoyed me in transmigration novels where the main character never told anyone that they came from another world. As if the fear of being considered a demon was a major factor in that decision. I thought it would have more to do with not trusting anyone with such a huge secret. I mean, the most they might think was that I was crazy, and I could live with that. In my second life, I never told anyone. I pretended to be someone that I was not. There were no merging 2 souls into the same body or getting all the memories of the previous soul to integrate perfectly into the new setting. People who should have been strangers to the new soul were treated like family in a matter of minutes. I didn't get that. I was in a completely different world, with no memories that might have helped me, smack dab in what I considered the middle of an apocalypse, alone. With no one around me. This time, I would be free to be who I was, unapologetically. I would not tiptoe around, saving people and secretly hoping that memories would come flooding back to me. I would no longer hope to come across the long-lost family of this body, and for the first time in all my lives experienced that love and joy that only they could give me. My name was Li Dai Lu, and I would live like the Li Dai Lu that I always wanted to be, not the one that I thought I should be. Lu Wei looked down at the girl slowly falling asleep beside him. The story that she had said was too far-fetched to be the truth, but the look in her eyes when she said it. He shook his head and leaned back more into the headboard, letting it take the weight of his head as if it would also take the weight off his shoulders. He was the head of his family back in City H, and if there really was an apocalypse coming, then it was his duty to go there and look after his family. Not to mention, there were several other commitments, both legal and illegal, that he would have to look after at the same time. Point 2. But that wasn't what called to him, it wasn't what he wanted to do. He had always made the excuse to his family that he couldn't take over the industries under his name because he needed to be beside Wang Chao in case the country needed them. He stressed that he couldn't take over the darker organization that had looked to his family for generations for guidance because the Lus would need a public face to cement their legitimacy. Then they started to push for marriage and he really had no plans to return. Should he go home after getting the vaccine? He sighed and looked down again at the small little girl that barely made a bump under all those covers. She was a mystery that fascinated him and unfortunately seemed to fascinate Wang Chao at the same time. Should he step aside and let Wang Chao get what he wanted? He had done it all his life simply because he never cared about the outcome. But he cared now. He was the type of man that went all in for what he wanted, and this time would be nothing less. She truly believed that the end of the world would happen on November 1st, so he would do whatever he could to get her what she wanted for when it did. But transmigration? Was such a thing truly possible? He closed his eyes again as his thoughts whirled around his head. Only to be brought to an abrupt halt when a tiny arm reached across the distance and wrapped itself around his waist. There was no way that the Li Dai Lu who spent her entire life as a second-generation socialite would drop everything and buy a ranch. There was no way that Li Dai Lu would know how to raise cattle, or make jams, or do any number of things that the girl laying next to him did. And there was no way possible for the Li Dai Lu of City A to fall asleep next to him without a care. If he believed in the apocalypse for her, he would believe in transmigration too. With his thoughts sorted out, Lu Wei fell asleep, relaxed and content for the first time in a while. While the two upstairs opted for a mid-morning nap, Wang Chao was not as relaxed. Gripped in a nightmare that he couldn't get out of, he could only wait and watch as scenes flooded his mind. He dreamt that he had received a phone call on October 29 that a private militia in Country S was trying to take over the land the Phoenix Corporation had purchased for their multimedia expansion. Since neither Wang Zimo nor Wang Zihao was able to give commands to the Wang family army, it was up to Wang Chao to go and sort things out. He took the majority of his soldiers as well as Lu Wei and left that very night. It took them a few days of going back and forth, but the Wang family army finally got rid of the militia and, after an agreement with the government for a percentage of Sunset Corp profits, they were getting ready to leave the country. They had just boarded the private plane when a shock wave blasted through them. Shaken, Wang Chao realized that whatever that shock wave was, it had destroyed all the electronics, including the plane and sat phone. The rest of the nightmare was them fighting their way through the zombies, of his men either turning into zombies or being taken by them. He dreamt of a fear that he had never experienced in his 29 years, the fear of failure. For the first time ever, he experienced being hunted, of being prey. He experienced the anguish and heartache of not bringing his men home. And he experienced watching Lu Wei being turned by the zombies, knowing that they would turn him next. In those nightmares, he experienced the constant hunger, and the need to find prey and eat. He fought the other zombies to become the leader of a Class 1 horde, one of the scariest types of hordes possible. He experienced never being able to die, no matter how much his brain called out to him to end it all. For endless years, all he felt was the need to feed and to fight, with Lu Wei by his side. But as much as he wanted nothing more than to die, even as a zombie, he understood that something was missing. Forcing himself out of the nightmare, Wang Chao staggered off the bed and to his feet. Knowing that the door was locked from the outside, he went to the ensuite and got himself a glass of water. Bracing his hands on either side of the sink, he hung his head as the nightmares came with him, the visions playing in a non-stop loop in his head. He looked at the mirror, expecting to see the light blue skin of a Class 1 zombie. Instead, he saw his own reflection, his sweat-dampened hair, the corner of his eyes red as the tears fell freely. With a shaking hand, he raised it to his cheek, the reflection in the mirror doing the same. He was still him, still Wang Chao. What the little girl had said was right, she was right about everything. He sighed and dropped his hand back to the sink. Straightening up, he pushed himself away from the mirror and staggered back to the bed. His body needed rest, even if his mind refused to shut down. He laid his head on the pillow and prayed for a dreamless sleep. Unfortunately, his prayers would not be answered. This time, when he closed his eyes, he was back at the Wang family mansion. Seeing his grandfather sitting in front of him, he called out to the old master. But he couldn't make a sound. He realized that he would be forced to watch everything, not being able to interact with his family. He watched as his grandfather seemed to age a decade overnight when he heard the news of Wang Chao's disappearance. He watched as his older sister took over as head of the family. A position that she fought so hard not to have. He watched for 2 years as his family searched for him while trying to survive being unprepared for the end of the world. He watched as the cousin he swore would never hurt the family poisoned his own brother, then his cousin, and her husband. He watched as Wang Zmo, denied the position of head of the city a safe zone, took matters into his own hand and joined forces with a Class 3 zombie horde. He watched as the man he had once called brother offered up humans to the zombies to save his own life. And he watched a familiar face being ripped apart by that same horde. Wang Chao fought through the dreams and nightmares, he screamed and yelled and did everything he could to wake himself up, to not let this possibility be the future for him and those he considered family. He never stopped fighting, even though it was only in his mind, until, at last, he woke up in a familiar room. No longer in the grips of the fever and the nightmares, he once again staggered to the ensuite, desperate for a shower to wash off all the things that he did and saw. Taking a quick glimpse in the mirror, he did a double take and stared at his reflection. His skin was still the same color, not blue like a zombie, but the same color it had always been. Maybe a bit paler, but he still looked like himself. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, he slumped to the ground and leaned back against the tub, allowing the cold from the ceramics to help soothe his hot skin. He was still a human. Whether he was a power user or asymptomatic, he did not care. He was a human, and he owed the little girl an apology, and apparently, a bunch of guns. 10. But first, a shower, a long, hot shower. And then food, a lot of food. Then he would get her weapons and whatever else she wanted. It was the least he could do. Lu Wei and I were sitting on the couch in the basement watching a superhero movie this time. I tried to explain to him that aliens from another planet could not be considered a superhero, because superheroes needed to be human. Aliens were not human. He, in turn, pointed out that having more money than God to invent your own toys didn't make you a superhero either. Rolling my eyes I agreed, simply because as far as I was concerned, a blonde pigtailed girl was the best hero, or villain, around. Too bad they didn't have her movies here. I was trying to not touch my DVD collection, so pretty much everything that we had been watching for the past 2 days had been through streaming. It has been the most laid back that I have been since this rebirth, and I have to admit, I've enjoyed it. The need to constantly be stocking up had lessened when I had company. I guess it was because I was not in my own head as much. The only thing that caused tension with Lu Wei and I was waiting for Wang Chao to come out of his room. I heard the sound of a knock coming from Wang Chao's room. Speak of the devil. I looked at Lu Wei and saw that he heard the same thing. I guess it turned out well, he remarked, looking at the door but not making a move to get up. Yeah, I replied, the zombies never seem to be one to knock on a door. I sighed and stood up. Here goes nothing. I unlocked the deadbolt from the outside and let Wang Chao open the door on his own. Just in case I was wrong about zombies and doors, I let the blue flame come out. Slowly the door opened and Wang Chao stood there on the other side, staring at me as if he had never seen me before. Seeing as he wasn't blue or purple, I let out the breath I just realized that I was holding and extinguished my flame. So, how'd it go? I asked as I turned my back on him and started to walk over to the couch where Lu Wei sat looking at Wang Chao, a concerned look on his face. What I did not see coming was the rushing of air behind me. I stiffened, not expecting an attack, and was caught off guard. I felt my eyes widen and was about to call my flame back when I felt arms wrap around me and a face bury itself in my neck. Have to admit, I did not see that coming. I looked at Lu Wei, wide-eyed, what the fuck look on my face. He shrugged his shoulder as if he didn't know either and got off the couch. You okay there? He asked Wang Chao, who still refused to let me go. Coming from a man that was so stoic I thought he didn't have emotions, this was so out of left field that I was beginning to wonder if he transmigrated too. Wang Chao? I asked, hesitant. He hummed in reply, still refusing to remove his face from my neck. Given how tall he was and how short I was, this position could not have been comfortable for him. When did you first meet Lu Wei? I asked, thinking that this would be the best question to determine if it was still the Wang Chao I knew in his body. When I was 10, came the muffled reply. I looked at Lu Wei to confirm. When he nodded his head that that was the correct answer, I shrugged my shoulder and let myself be a human body pillow for a while. I had never experienced the vaccine, this body had already gotten it before I transmigrated the first time, but I knew that it was a rough experience. I was willing to give Wang Chao some time to regroup before I hounded him with questions. Any reason why you asked that question? Asked Lu Wei as he prepared to give himself the vaccine. I didn't come with memories, and with what I had read, most memories when they came back were current ones, not from a long time before. If he wasn't him, there would be no way for him to remember what happened when he was 10. Or at least, not this early. Lu Wei nodded his head and gave himself the injection. I watched the process, not taking my eyes off him for a second. Once he was done, he disposed of the needle in the lockbox and then walked over to where I stood with Wang Chao at my back. His steps were slow and measured, his eyes never broke contact with mine. I will see you in 2 days, he said, his voice making a promise that I could tell he was determined to keep. He bent down to give me a soft kiss on my forehead before walking to the room that I had prepared for him. I nodded to him, tears in the corner of my eyes. I refused to shed them. He would come out in 2 days, just like Wang Chao did, and just like him, he would be perfectly fine. And I would tell myself that as many times as I needed to until I started to believe it. He reached the door of his room and turned around again to look at me. He briefly glanced at Wang Chao who had finally raised his face from my neck, only to rest his chin on my shoulder. The two exchanged a look and I could feel Wang Chao nod his head. Men. Make sure to lock the door behind me, said Lu Wei as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Now it was his turn to face the future. Hopefully, he would come out the other end still him. All right, big man, I said tapping Wang Chao on the forearm. Seeing as it was still wrapped around my waist, it was the easiest thing to reach. He squeezed me one more time before letting me go and composing himself. I turned around and watched as he straightened up, standing as tall and proud as the first time I saw him. He looked at me, studying my face and my body as if he was remembering something. You were right, he said slowly, as if he had never said those words before in his life. And I was pretty sure that he never had. I nodded, I tend to be, I replied. Now, let's go to one of the fireproof buildings away from my house and see what type of power you got. It turned out that a man like Wang Chao would not be someone with an average power in the apocalypse. I guess in this case, the novels were right. The CEO military character would always be exceptional. I just didn't expect him to have 3 fucking powers. Lu Wei stepped into the room that Li Dai Lu had prepared for him and looked around. It was a very standard room, not too over the top, but was obvious that she did try to make them comfortable. The narrow window at the top of the wall was just enough to allow natural light in, but not big enough to let a human out. There was a queen-sized bed with very practical navy blue sheets, a desk, a chair, and an ensuite. It wasn't a 4-star hotel, but it did beat some of the places that he had slept in while in the army. He took off his glasses and put them on the desk and went to sit down on the bed. He pinched the bridge of his nose and rotated his neck, trying to fight the feeling rushing through his body. As soon as he took the vaccine, he could feel it coursing through his veins, like an army of thousands of ants crawling across his skin. His discipline prevented him from scratching his arms until they bled, but suppressing it was taking a lot of effort. He ran his fingers through his hair and removed his suit jacket, tie, and vest. If he was going to go through hell, he might as well be comfortable while doing it. He laid down on the bed, his legs crossed at the ankles, and folded his hands over his stomach. Staring at the ceiling, he had to smile when he saw the little happy face sticker stuck to it, right above where his head would be. He would have to thank her for that when he came out. His eyes drifted closed as the ants crawling inside of him had taken over every muscle, bone, and fiber of his being. When he opened his eyes, he saw a Wang Chao that he had never seen before. Normally meticulously put together, Wang Chao was wearing his normal black combat uniform, but it had been ripped in numerous places and both red and blue blood poured out of the slashes. Lu Wei could see his mouth moving, seemingly screaming at him, but he couldn't hear a sound. He could feel though. He could feel sharp fingers holding him down, of teeth ripping out chunks of flesh. He could see the smiling faces over top of him as a light blue human with an inhuman mouth stood over him. 1 foot planted on each side of Lu Wei, the zombie put his own wrist into his mouth and ripped out a chunk. Blue blood flowed from the wound and dripped down onto Lu Wei's face and into his mouth. Any cut that he had was also infected with the blue blood. He could feel himself giving up, of losing all hope. Lu Wei screamed at himself to keep fighting, to not let whatever it was that the zombie was doing to him win. He knew that if he gave up the fight, there would be nothing left. He turned his head to the side and watched as Wang Chao underwent the same treatment, and he watched as Wang Chao also seemed to give up hope. He felt his eyes close and the next thing he knew was the hunger. Somewhere in the back of his brain, he knew what was going on. Was sick to his stomach with every bite of a human that he took. The need to feed and fight took over completely until that was all that he knew. He followed the alpha, knowing that he could take over if he wanted, but there was nothing driving him to have complete command. That was his brother and he would always protect his brother. His life was a constant circle of feeding and fighting until time itself seemed to have stopped. He didn't notice the sun rising and falling or of the days of extreme heat transforming into extreme cold. Nothing registered to him. Follow Wang Chao, fight for Wang Chao, feed to gather strength, and live another day. But there was something lacking, something that Lu Wei could not put a finger on, but knew without a doubt that he needed it. Inside the zombie body, Lu Wei looked at the world, knowing that this was not his reality, but it was still real. He could feel all the drives of the zombies, the way they thought, the way they responded, and realized that Li Dai Lu was right. They were still themselves, trapped within the body of an animal. Never to die, but also never to live. It was a cruel fate, and one that was coming. The scene changed and he saw himself standing next to Wang Chao after they followed the scent of something to this location. They watched from the side as a Class 3 horde waited outside of a complex like sharks waiting for a ship to finally sink. He saw the body of an unconscious woman being dragged out of the protective chain-link fence by a figure that looked somewhat familiar and dumped just outside the gates. Lu Wei watched as the woman regained her consciousness only for the horde to fall upon her and feed, the rest of the humans safe on the other side of the fence. The eyes that seemed to look straight at him would be something that he would never forget. As a giant pink and blue fireball engulfed the horde and the woman within, that feeling of something missing intensified until he let out a roar of pain. He never heard the roar of Wang Chao joining his. Lu Wei sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath. Growling in a low tone, he went to the washroom to splash water on his face, never bothering to look at the mirror before him. Once he cooled off enough to be comfortable, he made his way back to the bed. Incapable of doing anything else, he lay down and stared at the ceiling, the happy face looking back at him. This time, he dreamed of his family, of his grandfather and younger brother. He dreamed of the organization and all the brothers that he had grown up with, and the woman he was supposed to marry. While he was busy fighting for survival in Country S and all the way down to City A, they were living the life of luxury. His grandfather and the woman that was chosen for him decided that they did not need any type of superhuman power and simply stayed at home, letting everything they needed come to them. His brother, however, got stronger and stronger. He developed a strength that came only through bloody battles, trying to protect his family and men. Lu Wei watched as his brother constantly looked for information about him. How he rebuilt communication towers throughout Country K in hopes of getting some word about him, never giving up the idea that Lu Wei would still be out there, alive and well. This time, when Lu Wei opened his eyes, his vision was clear and he could see a sliver of sunshine coming in through the small window of his room. The smiley face was still there, looking down at him. Grabbing a shower, Lu Wei knocked on the door to see his best friend and a smile appeared on his face as he hurried up and got ready. I will fully admit to being cranky with Wang Chao, but seriously. The majority of the people that were lucky enough to unlock a gene that caused powers only got one. One power, that was the rule, no one ever said that there were freaks out there with more than one power. It wasn't fair. I sat on the couch, still pouting, and waited for Lu Wei to be ready to come out of his room. There was no second guessing, no wondering. Lu Wei was going to be perfectly fine, and probably come out like a freak, just like Wang Chao. I would accept no other way. 3 frigging powers. What the fuck? It was so not fair. I could feel the couch move as Wang Chao sat down beside me. Our relationship got a lot better when it was just the two of us. His attitude when he came out of his room was such night and day that I still think that someone might have taken over his body. When I confronted him about that fact, he tilted his head back and burst out laughing. The sound enveloped me in a hug and I couldn't stop smiling, damn him and his voice. He simply reassured me that this was his normal. I had just met the CEO first. I was still on the fence about whether he was him or not, but frankly, I liked this side of him, so I wasn't complaining, too much. He put his arm behind my back and pulled me in for a side hug. He had learned over 2 days that the best way to get me out of stressed out bitchy mode was a hug. I had no idea that that was even possible, but this was also one of the first times I have been able to be stressed out bitchy, so it was a learning experience for everyone. Cuddling up into his side, I asked in a small voice, "What is taking so long? Shouldn't he be out by now?" He squeezed a bit harder and then relaxed his arm. "He'll be fine. He is probably just taking a long, hot shower and doing his hair." Heaven forbids that his hair is not perfect. I laughed, realizing that what he said was true, but there was something about Lu Wei with messy hair that I seemed to like. I heard the knocking on the door and quickly jumped out of Wang Chao's arms, running to get to Lu Wei's room. I stopped outside of the door, trying to catch my breath and frantically trying to unlock the deadbolt that kept him on the other side of the door. Before I could completely unlock it, Wang Chao appeared behind me and wrapped an arm around my waist. He picked me up and spun me around before completely unlocking the door and calling a lightning bolt to his hand. His arm still around me, and him between me and the door, he waited for whatever was going to come out of it. I am sure that that was the best course of action, but that was Lu Wei. How could he be a zombie? Not the best welcome you have ever given me, but also not the worst, said Lu Wei as he walked out of the room, dressed impeccably in his white dress shirt, black pants, and a black vest. Even his tie was on. Did you seriously make me wait longer so you could dress up? I screeched as Wang Chao let me go and I jumped into Lu Wei's arms. He held me tight against him, my feet dangling above the floor. I am sure that I should have cared, that some part of this was inappropriate, but I just really didn't care. He was here and he was okay. At the end of the day, that was all I needed. Switching his grip so he still held me in one arm, he reached around me to grab Wang Chao's forearm. Interesting dreams, huh, he said, looking at Wang Chao. The other man gripped his forearm in return and nodded his head. Yeah, not wanting to go through that again, he replied. Lu Wei simply hummed in agreement and the three of us made our way over to the couch. Putting me in between them, Lu Wei sat down on my right and left the other side for Wang Chao. So, that lightning trick is new, said Lu Wei with a chuckle, still with his arm around the small of my back. Whatever those two experienced and there was enough for them to need human contact afterward. Yeah, she hasn't stopped bitching about it, but it seems to be good, came the smug response from my right. Good. Good. You have the power of lightning, gold, and fucking spirit. You, alone, after just 2 days, are stronger than most of the teams sent out for supplies. And you say it seems to be good. I think these men were set on my path by whatever fate there was to annoy me to death. Then why don't we go someplace to see what type of power I got? Asked Lu Wei, picking me up and walking out of the rec room. You do know I have 2 perfectly good legs, right? I can walk, I said, pointing out the obvious. That's nice. I have 2 perfectly good arms and can carry you for as long as I want. If you have an issue with that, gain some weight, came the reply. I looked over Lu Wei's shoulder to Wang Chao as he followed after us. A little help here, big guy? I asked, fully expecting Wang Chao to order him to let me down. He nodded his head and I thought we had come to an agreement. If she gets too heavy, toss her over here, he said and Lu Wei nodded. So much for having my back, stupid men. However, that didn't stop the smile that started to spread on my face. I buried my face into Lu Wei's neck, trying to hide my reaction. By Wang Chao's reaction, I don't think I was that successful. But you know what? Fuck it. Maybe for once, fate is on my side. Knowing that I wanted to take them to the back field near the base of the mountain, I looked around my toy barn. I think that it was very clear that I was only prepping for one. I would need to add a few more of the standard ATVs and maybe a luxury camper or 2. Not like I was planning on leaving my paradise, but part of being prepared was being prepared for everything. The 3 of us stood in front of the small ATV that could technically hold 4 people, I shrugged. At least you 2 are close, I'm sure you 2 would be okay in the back as I drove, I said, chuckling at the look on their faces. If you were wondering, that suggestion did not go over well. Sighing, Wang Chao took out his cell phone and started texting someone. I could only assume that His Royal Highness was putting in an order for more ATVs. There will be 12 coming in about an hour. 12. I screeched. As in a 1 and a 2. 12. What on earth do I need 12 of these things here? Wang Chao shrugged his shoulders and Lu Wei started chuckling. Hey, at least you will have extras, he said, trying to find the silver lining. Yeah, why don't you put in a few orders for some of the luxury campers I've seen around and also figure out how to get me the gas to run everything. Silently, Wang Chao took out his phone again and started texting. Wait, I said holding up my hand to him. When he met my eyes I continued, you know I'm joking right? I don't need you to buy all this stuff for me. Besides, I am pretty sure you don't really believe me about the end of the world. Superpowers aside. Wang Chao looked at Lu Wei and went back to typing quickly on his phone. I was put into a trance by how fast he could type. Luckily, Lu Wei knocked me out of it when he put his arm around the small of my back and led me outside the barn. I think it is safe to say that we believe you about the oncoming apocalypse. And now that Wang Chao is feeling guilt for the first time in his life, take advantage of it. Is there anything else that you need? I looked at the man confused as we stopped in the same clearing where I had lost control of my blue flame for the first time. What is there to be feeling guilty of? And guilt does not require him to spend millions of dollars on me. Lu Wei chuckled. Don't worry about it, just accept it and make the man happy, he said, bringing me around to face him. Now, on to important matters. How do I know if I have superpowers or not? Nodding my head at the newest issue before me, I put the idea of campers and ATVs out of my head and stretched my neck. The snaps, crackles, and pops reminded me that although this body was only 20 years old, I was almost 45 years old. I think there might be a warranty issue in the body that contained a soul over the age of 30. But I digress. Looking at Lu Wei, I took a deep breath. There are 11 powers that can develop after taking the vaccine, and one of those isn't really considered a power. Although everyone that I had met before only displayed one power, His Royal Highness over there has 3, so we are going to have to do this a different way than the others did. What kind of powers are there? Lu Wei asked, intrigued. There are the standard powers of earth, air, water, fire. Pretty self-explanatory, and the majority of power users have one of these. Me, as I am sure that you are well aware of by now, am fire. I held out my hand with the pink flame and watched as it seemed to wave at Lu Wei. From there, you have the less well-known ones. These include metal, lightning, and power. I like to refer to the power users as the fighters as that is all they seem to like to do. I can assume that with Wang Chao's ball of lightning that he greeted me with a few minutes ago that one of his powers fall under lightning. What does power and metal mean? Metal is the ability to call and manipulate any type of metal from iron to gold to titanium. I would say think along the lines of Magento, but you don't know who that is. And His Royal Highness is also a metal user, I said, somewhat cranky that Wang Chao got 2 out of 3 of the middle bracket powers. And a power user has super strength and stamina. In other words, they can fight for a very long time. I continue trying to think about what else the power users could do. Then we have the top 3 most desired and legendary powers that less than 3 people ended up developing last time. Those are Toxic, Spirit, and Healer. And before you ask, HRH has also developed Spirit as his 3rd and final superpower, and we will not be discussing exactly how we figured that one out. Well, now I want to know more than ever now, said Lu Wei laughing. I assume that Healer is somewhat self-explanatory, but what about the other 2? Healers heal people's injuries, they just can't heal any damage caused by a zombie or any type of blood transfusions. Those with toxic powers, and I only met one last time, can poison people. Either to just cause discomfort or to cause death, or discomfort until death, they can inject a toxin into someone either through a liquid form or a gas. Wang Zmo could kill someone from miles away at his height and no one would be the wiser. Then how did you know that it was him? Asked Lu Wei confused. By this time, Wang Chao had finished whatever he was doing and had come to join us. I was beside him when he did it, I replied, closing my eyes and remembering the screams of the asymptomatic as they were killed, not knowing what was going on. So, he needs to die, said Wang Chao as he stopped beside me. Point 1. The world is a really shitty place, I said, but it would be a lot better without that man in it. Alright, no point thinking about a dead man, said Lu Wei trying to lighten the mood. Moving on to Spirit, what exactly does that mean? I quickly held up a hand, stopping Wang Chao from giving him first-hand experience with a spirit user. Yes, you are all-powerful and all-knowing, but please keep it to yourself for right now. We don't need to traumatize Wei or me any more than I have already been, I said, trying to stop whatever was going to happen between the 2 guys. A spirit user has several advantages. They are psychic so they can read minds, and no, I am not trying to think too much about that right now. They can control time by making it stop for those that they want to and can use their voice to command people. Or to entrap them in one way or another, I said, remembering exactly how we found out about that particular power. I wish it was because he stopped time, but I am not that lucky. Yes, he did read my mind on an occasion that I would have preferred he didn't. Then, based on what I was thinking, he changed his voice into this smooth, silky tone that held a low baritone quality to it as he said exactly what was on my mind at that particular point. Between the 2 powers, I was gladly entrapped, wanting it all to just wash over me. Use your imagination cause I'm pretty sure that you are right, I am just not admitting Jack Dash. And it is probably a good thing that he is not a womanizer, cause that power would be deadly in the wrong hands. So, now that we got a general idea, let's see what you got, I said to Lu Wei smiling. Keep in mind that the power is literally part of your genetic makeup, it is as much a part of you as your arms or legs. So, at first, you might need to concentrate on what you want to happen, and then, just like breathing, it will happen without a thought. We ran through the basic elements, starting with fire and earth. Things exploded when it came to air and water. Fucker. An hour later I was regretting every aspect of my life. I was making a formal complaint to whoever handed out genetic powers. It was not fair that they both got 3 of them. Maybe I should take the vaccine and see if I could pick up another mutation or 2. No, interjected Wang Chao as he and Lu Wei were attempting to destroy my poor field all over again with their battle between lightning and air, and water. 'Cause yeah, Lu Wei's control over air and water was completely ridiculous. Really not impressed right now. Know what? I asked, distracted about the benefits of taking the vaccine to level up. You are not taking the vaccine just because you only have 2 powers. Technically, isn't having your own space a type of power? He said as he continued to rain lightning down on his best friend. On a side note, power users don't seem to react when hit with lightning. Huh. My space seems different than those with the space power, I said as I watched the 2. Might have something to do with my transmigration. But for the most part, being a space user was not considered to be a power because they really couldn't do anything with it. It was not offensive or defensive. You just put things in there instead of carrying them. In terms of powers, it is so far down the totem pole that it isn't even considered, I continued as I watched Lu Wei create a mini hurricane in his hands. For someone that just got their powers, Wang Chao and Lu Wei made me question a lot of things that I thought I knew. And if any of my crops are destroyed by your playing, I will kill both of you in your sleep. Lu Wei immediately dissipated the hurricane force winds and rain into nothing more than a spring breeze and a gentle mist to water the aforementioned crops. I might keep him around just for that. Not only would it save on the water bill, but I would be guaranteed better saturation as some of my crops needed less water than others. Wang Chao chuckled and put his hand on Lu Wei's shoulder. She is already planning on putting you to work watering her crops. I would run if I were you. Lu Wei smiled back at him, and whatever he was thinking caused Wang Chao to wipe the smile off of his face. I'm sure I can be useful too, he grumbled under his breath. I needed to remember that I had a mind reader around and act accordingly. My brain was scary enough for me some days, I didn't want to scare him off too. No worries, little one, he said, this time looking at me with a smirk of his own back on his face. I don't scare that easily. Yeah, whatever, I replied, waving my hands in surrender. There are people at my gate. I assumed that you had something to do with that. I asked, then my cell phone alerted me that there was someone at my front gate. At Wang Chao's nod, I unlocked the still very much electronic locks to the front gate and let his men enter. The 3 of us made our way to the front to wait for them. Regret selling this place to me now? I asked Wang Chao, curious. I could never imagine wanting to part with this place, and I wondered if, now that he had spent more time here, he thought that too. No, he said, his eyes locked on the long driveway. Not even a little. I smiled and nodded my head happily at his response. There was a small part of me that was worried about what would have happened if he had said yes. Lu Wei let out a low laugh that did something to my insides, not a great thing with the frigging mind reader beside me, but I couldn't control my reactions. I think he is very happy to have sold you this place, he said, his voice low and husky as he came up behind me and put his arms around my waist, interlocking his fingers over my stomach. After all, if we hadn't sold it, then you would never have bought it, and life would be very much different. Lu Wei knew just how different their life would have been if they had never met her, and he would thank each and every deity that he needed to that this time around they found her, before it was too late. Apparently, when Wang Chao wants something done, it gets done fast. This time there were 6 military supply vehicles coming down her driveway instead of the 10 that Lu Wei brought. I can have them bring more next time, said Wang Chao, looking down at her briefly in Lu Wei's arms. You can pretend that you are not eavesdropping in my mind any time now, I grumbled. It's not like I can return the favor. Maybe I should take the vaccine early. Do you have any more? I'll have to be officially vaccinated, no matter what. Yes, we have a few more vials of the vaccine if you are sure that you need to do it. No, I will not be stopping eavesdropping in your mind. I find it fascinating. And if you find it unfair, I can always let you know what is going on in Wei's head. That caused me to snap to attention. Looking at the face right over my should, I smirked at him. Oh really? You can read his mind too. Don't worry about him, sweetheart, whispered Lu Wei, the gentle air from his breath causing goosebumps on my skin. If you want to know what is on my mind, all you have to do is ask. I'll be more than happy to tell you. Nope. That was a definite nope to that offer. Smart, said Wang Chao, never taking his eyes off me and Lu Wei. When the latest convoy parked in my driveway, Wang Chao and Lu Wei went down to greet them, leaving me on the deck. Thinking that I had just about enough of this day and all the surprises that the guys have put me through, I went inside and closed the door behind me. They could figure everything out. You got the stuff? Asked Wang Chao as he approached his men standing at attention beside their vehicles. Sir, yes, sir, said the leader of this particular team, saluting. The only thing that will take longer is the modifications requested for the luxury RVs. Because of the fact that they are considered to be under the luxury category, most of it is electric and is able to be linked to your phone. Given your requirements that there be nothing electrical, but still having the luxury classification, it will take some time. They are also going to upgrade all of the exteriors to tungsten and install bulletproof glass on all the windows. Wang Chao nodded his head, happy with the arrangements. What about the sleeping arrangements in each one? Asked Lu Wei, looking at the man in front of him. Turning his attention to Lu Wei, the soldier replied. Each one should hold a maximum of 5 people per RV. With the requested 5 RVs, there would be enough room for approximately 25 people, but that number can easily be doubled if needed. Lu Wei nodded his head. Looking over at Wang Chao, he suggested, why don't we get more than the 5? Maybe closer to 10 or 15. Wang Chao nodded his head when he thought about the extra vehicles. Having too many would be much better than not having enough. See that it is done, he said, turning to the soldier. He saluted again, and after putting the 12 ATVs in the toy barn, they left to complete their orders. Time would be tight to have all 15 done before the end of October, but whatever Wang Chao ordered would be done. Wang Chao and Lu Wei climbed the stair to the front door when Wang Chao turned to his friend. You get to be the one to tell her that she is getting 15 RVs. After all, it was your idea. I'm not taking the blame. Lu Wei raised his eyebrows at his friend. Why? Scared of a little girl? Not willing to be provoked, Wang Chao simply opened the door and took a step into the house. No sovereign takes bad news well, and I have decided I will not bow out. Besides, you are too far ahead of me, might as well knock you down a bit. Lu Wei chuckled. He hadn't seen Wang Chao like this since before he took the mantle of head of the Wang family. Apparently, a little girl that was sent here by the whims of fate was exactly what they needed at this exact time. Maybe he would learn to pray, or at least thank whatever deity brought her back for the 3rd time. He shook his head and followed after Wang Chao, preparing himself for the backlash of his friend's decision. Nope, nada, het, neen, no, I said, shaking my head. I do not need 15 RVs here. The gas alone will kill me. I continued, trying to make my point. We can supply the gas, interjected Wang Chao, sitting at my kitchen island. When the EMP goes off, they are just going to be hunks of junk, I replied, listing some of the reasons why I didn't want 15 of them here. 1. Sure, I could handle 1. Maybe go camping by the mountain for a night. But I was not going to leave Elysian Fields for anything. 10. We are having all the electronics replaced. We just have to find a solution for the fridges and stoves, said Lu Wei, leaning against the counter in front of the sink. These 2 men were really making themselves at home this past week. My eyes narrowed as I thought about it. Bring me the fridges and I should be able to do something, I grumbled. They were trying to do something nice for me, and I did appreciate it. I just wasn't used to it. It would take a bit of time, but I knew that I would have to relax in some elements. Not step 1, never step 1. What is step 1? Asked Wang Chao. You think about it a lot, but never specify. That's because I know what step 1 is, I said, sticking out my tongue. I pulled out the paper with my steps written on them and tossed them onto the island. Lu Wei, intrigued, took a step toward Wang Chao and picked up a piece of paper. Quickly reading it over, he handed it to Wang Chao and accepted the paper that Wang Chao handed him. The efficiency between the 2 of them was really remarkable. But for some reason, I felt a bit vulnerable with my lists and steps on the table. I had told these men a lot about myself, including transmigration and rebirth, but I was nowhere as nervous as I was now. Let them all die, muttered Lu Wei, looking at the paper. I don't know what he was thinking about, but a look of intense hatred flashed over his face. I approve, he said, putting the paper back onto the counter. I quickly swiped them up and put them back into my space. I was not doing that again. Does that mean that you have everything you need? Asked Wang Chao as I put the lists back in my space. No, there are a few other things that I need, but I am not sure how to get my hands on a bulk order of it, I replied, thinking about what else I could want. Make another list, and color coordinate it in terms of priority. I'll give it to my assistant and he will get it all done. We have a full 2 months and a few days left to figure out all the details. I'll also send a shipment of weapons here, said Wang Chao looking over at his assistant. I thought that the old man said that I could forget about getting my hands on your guns, I said, confused. I was happy with what I got from Lu Wei and didn't want to cause issues between Wang Chao and his grandfather. The look on Wang Chao's face softened. You let me deal with my grandfather. Just don't ever let him hear you call him an old man. I laughed, not at all upset that I called him an old man out loud. If he had been cute, I would have had no problems calling him old master, but part of putting myself first was not putting up with people that did not respect me. Now, as much as I am sure we both would love to stay here for the next while, we are going to have to get going and prepare our own things, said Wang Chao standing up. I understood, but the idea of being alone after having them around so much made me feel upset. But whatever, step 1. I am perfect on my own. We'll be back soon, said Lu Wei giving me a kiss on my forehead. He didn't even have to read my mind to know what was going on in my head. And in a few months, we are going to move in here and you won't be able to get rid of us. He rubbed the top of my head and left the house first, letting Wang Chao say his own goodbyes. He wasn't kidding, all right. We'll both be moving in on the 31st, make sure to have good rooms picked out for us, he said as he too, took a step towards me, this time giving me a kiss on my cheek. And I will find a way to kill ZMO before he is vaccinated. I nodded my head, a sigh of relief passing through my lips. I don't know what happened to them those 2 days they were suffering from the vaccine. I didn't want to pry. But they had a new understanding since they came out and I could only appreciate it. See you soon, I said, quietly acknowledging what they said and agreeing with it. I would just have to figure out where to put them once they moved in. And would they bring their men? What the hell was I getting myself into? Was it too late to go back to step 1? Wang Chao walked into the living room of the Wang family manor and looked around. This was the first time that he noticed how stifling the atmosphere was, how restrictive. It felt like something was wrapping around him and squeezing the life out of him. If he had never gone to Elysian Fields, had never lived with Li Dai Lu for the week, he might not have noticed the difference. But now that he has, he was no longer comfortable here. After speaking to his grandfather he would pack up a bag and live in the apartment he shared with Lu Wei. Neither one of them spent much time in it, so it should not be an issue for him to stay there for the 2 months left. Well, for the 71 days left. Time was counting down, and now that he knew what he would be facing, he wanted to make sure that he was prepared. Given the fact that Li Dai Lu had completely outfitted 3,000 acres to survive the apocalypse, he would just add what he needed to her list and live there with her. A slight smile appeared on his face as he thought about the end of days. This might not be too bad, he thought to himself. But first, he would have to deal with ZMO. Hearing the sound of a throat clearing, he turned towards it. Seeing the old master sitting in his chair, he bowed slightly to the man. In his dreams, he saw how much the old man loved and cared for him. It was a side of his grandfather that he had never experienced before. Hopefully, this time around things would go better for everyone. But the only way to do that was to kill Wang ZMO. Old master, he said, his voice gruff and deep. Wang Yichen nodded his head in acknowledgement and gestured for him to have a seat. Taking the chair across from his grandfather, Wang Chao got comfortable and consciously turned off his power. He had a need that bordered on desperation to know what was going on in Li Dai Lu's mind at all times, his grandfather. Not so much. How did things go in Country S? He asked as if he knew what the answer was. We will not be expanding there, replied Wang Chao. It's a waste of resources. The old master slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair in anger. Clearly you don't respect me anymore if you are able to lie to my face like this, he yelled, his face turning red in anger. How am I lying? Asked Wang Chao, remaining impassive and emotionless. The man that Li Dai Lu had seen for the last few days was nowhere to be found. I have been informed that you never left City A, that you went to go see that thing, said the old master. The butler hurried over and tried to calm him down. Point 2. Second young master, the butler said, turning to Wang Chao after giving the old master a glass of water. Just apologize and promise never to go there again. I'm sure that the old master would be more than happy to find a wife for you if that is what you want. Wang Chao dropped his head and looked at the ground. In his dream, the master seemed so upset when they lost contact with him. Before he thought that maybe his grandfather loved him more than he realized, but now, the old master was probably upset that he would be denied all of the advantages that Wang Chao gave him. After all, since the old master had passed the Wang family army onto him, they would no longer take his orders. "And who said that I didn't go to country S?" he asked, maintaining his indifference. "Does it matter?" spat the old master as he tried to calm down. "It doesn't change the fact that you completely disregarded my authority when I said that you were to have nothing to do with her." "Yes, it matters," replied Wang Chao. "If it is one of my men, then it is a death sentence. So, please, who informed you of my actions?" "Wang Zmo. "Not that it matters." "Oh, it matters, old master. It matters a lot." Wang Chao sat across from the man that raised him, whom he respected more than anyone else, except for maybe Lu Wei, and just looked at him. The old master's hair was long past gray and had turned white in his old age. Although he did not look like he was 74 years old, it was clear from the lines etched into his face that during his time in the military and as head of the Wang family, the years were not kind to him. Maybe that was why he could no longer see what was in front of him. It was not until everyone died in his dream that his grandfather finally woke up to see what a snake Zmo was. "It matters, old master, because Wang Zmo should never tell the location of the head of this family to anyone." "You wouldn't give away the location of a superior in the military, would you?" "Of course not. But those are two completely separate things. You are changing the subject. If you want a woman so badly that you are willing to settle, then I will have you married tomorrow," threatened the old man as he took out his cell phone as if he was going to make a call and find him a wife. Wang Chao looked up at his grandfather from under his brows. "You can try, old man," said Wang Chao, appreciatingly Dai Lu's nickname for the old master. Seeing his grandfather's face changing colors like a mood ring made him raise his eyebrows. He never knew that the old master was so sensitive in his old age. Years ago he would have just slapped him upside the head for daring to speak like that to him, now he was acting as if this was the greatest insult ever delivered. Wang Chao had originally been worried about moving in with Lu Wei and Li Dai Lu, that he might regret not being with his grandfather when the apocalypse came. He was relieved that he no longer felt that way. Wang Zmo has been stealing money from Phoenix Conglomerate for the past few years to the excess of $20 million. "Why are you being so fussy?" "It's his money too, he also has the Wang surname," said the old master, waving his hand like stealing $20 million from a company was nothing. "Fussy," replied Wang Chao. "Okay, then shall we hand over everything to Wang Zmo? Would that be more in line with your thinking? Stop being so superfluous." As the oldest young master, if he wanted the company and all that it entailed, he would have had it by now, said the old master, putting the last nail in the coffin between him and Wang Chao. Wang Chao did not flinch, did not react in any way. He just looked at his grandfather, memorizing him as he was now. "I understand. And if he kills Wang Shulan, Zhang Huifan, and Wang Zihao? What then?" "That doesn't matter because that will never happen." Wang Chao nodded his head and stood up. "I understand. Please excuse me. There are some issues to attend to and Lu Wei and I will be staying in the apartment closer to work." After saying his piece, he went and packed a bag of only what he considered essential. He had no plans to return to this manor after tonight. Anything that he forgot could just be purchased. Leaving the manor, he made a quick call to his older sister. "Shulan." "Yes." She replied, surprised that Wang Chao would be calling her. She rarely heard from her family unless it was something important. "How are you and Zhang Huifan doing?" "We are doing very well," Shulan said, even more confused. She looked at the man sitting beside her on the couch of their living room. "That's good. I will not be returning to the manor any time soon and I suggest you do the same. If you need me, I'll send you my address." Silence met Wang Chao's statement. "Is everything okay, little brother? If you need anything, you know you can talk to me. I might not want to take over the industry, but I can temporarily step in if you need help." Her reply made the last few minutes fade away. He might not have the closest relationship with his sister, but he knew she would always be there for him. "I know, and I'm fine. There are going to be a few upsets coming in the next few months, so you should prepare. And if you want, I can give you the address of a friend who I will be living with starting in November." "I see," replied Shulan. She didn't know what was going on with him, but she would support him however she could. "And Shulan?" Wang Chao started, not sure how he should put this. "If Wang Zmo and Wang Zihao want to meet you. Even if grandfather wants to meet you, tell them no. If you can't tell them no, come get me. Don't go there alone. Do you understand me? Shu Lan closed her eyes and leaned into the comforting embrace of her fiancé. And if they ask for me and Hui Fan? The sigh on the other end of the phone was her answer. A viper has taken over the nest. Do not go there or even meet up with them unless I am with you. Even if Hui Fan is with you, wait for me. That bad? She asked. Growing up in a family like hers, she knew that the glamour that was on the surface was in no way, shape, or form what it looked like under it. Much, much worse. And the old master has refused to believe anything. Understood, I'll warn Hui Fan too, just in case they try to go through him. That would be for the best, said Wang Chao pulling up to the apartment building. The raising of his eyebrows was the only sign that he was surprised to see Lu Wei pulling up too. Understood. And little brother? Wang Chao hummed in response and waved at Lu Wei. Thanks for the heads up. Of course, big sister. You are my family. Always, she replied before hanging up the phone. She didn't know what was going on, but she would start to prepare, just in case Wang Chao got in over his head. Apparently, Elysian Fields was some type of paradise, thought Lu Wei as he looked down in his ringing cell phone. As soon as I left, shit managed to hit the fan. Hello, he said, waiting for whoever had called him to respond. He had just made it back to his private apartment and was sitting on the couch when his phone started ringing. At first, it was his grandfather, but when Lu Wei didn't pick it up, the next person to call was Wu Baihe. If he didn't answer his grandfather, there was no way that he would answer it for Wu Baihe. When he saw her name pop up, he paused for a second. Wu Baihe was the woman that his family had chosen for him to marry. She was the eldest daughter of the leader of the Black Mountain Syndicate, and their families had been pushing marriage as a way of strengthening the ties between the two groups. In City H, where he was from, this type of arrangement was very typical for those in his situation. As the eldest, and the one that was supposed to have taken over after his father had died, the marriage between Lu Wei and Wu Baihe would have made sense. However, he had chosen to follow a more legitimate path, which included serving his country in the military. Since his syndicate had ties with the government as well as the underground, this was easy to accomplish. The fact that his brother was willing to step in with the other side of the coin made the brothers pretty much unstoppable in any situation. Besides, if marrying Wu Baihe left a bad taste in his mouth before, it was nothing compared to the physical disgust he felt towards her now. Having met Li Dai Lu, Lu Wei could not imagine touching anyone else, or even being touched by them. It was one thing, not knowing the possibilities, to survive in a marriage like his parents. But to enter into a contract like that where he would never be able to relax, or just be him. He would much rather just kill her and be done with it. He sighed when his phone rang for a third time. This time it was his younger brother. Remembering how he looked in his dream, and how desperate he was to find him, Lu Wei couldn't help but answer the phone. Heads up, Yu Xian, came the rough voice from the other end of the phone. Lu Wei hummed in acknowledgement, his head resting against the back of the couch, his eyes closed. From heaven to hell in only 2 hours. He chuckled to himself, counting the days until he could go back there permanently. What now? Lu Wei asked. And call me Wei. Yu Xian was a lifetime ago. I don't care what the fuck you call yourself. You are my older brother and will therefore be addressed as Yu Xian. If you have an issue with that, come down here and solve it. The smile on Lu Wei's face was genuine, one that he only showed a small group of people. His brother being one of them. Yes, yes, yes. You are the big scary enforcer. Now, why are you calling? There was a brief silence on the phone before Lu Yuzheng spoke again. You are different, he said, not sure about the change. Things are different. I'll explain it to you later. Now, why are you calling? Black Mountain is making waves. They are insisting that you hurry up and come back home. Wu Baihe is also pushing for the marriage to happen. And just who are they to try and insist anything from the Red Dragons? Have you become so soft that just anyone can walk all over you? Lu Yuzheng scoffed. Grandfather is insisting on the marriage. He wants it done by December. December, huh? A lot of things can happen between now and December, said Lu Wei slowly, opening his eyes and looking around the room. Lu Yuzheng hummed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with that statement. And a lot of things will stay the same, he replied. Very true. But if I might be able to make a suggestion to the enforcer of the Red Dragon? Huh, very funny. Why don't you come down and take over as head? Then you wouldn't have to ask for favors from a lowly enforcer. I am being serious, Zheng. You need to take the next month and weed people out. Anyone that is not blindly loyal to our family will need to go. Anyone who is on the fence or you have questioned them before, kill them. I don't care if our numbers go from the thousands to 10. If they are not loyal to you and only you, kill them. Grandfather won't like that. A lot of people that you just mentioned are on his side, said Lu Yuzheng, pointing out the holes in the plan. He might be a hothead when the situation warranted it, but the man also knew when to back off and think. That trait was what made him one of the best enforcers in the world. At this point in time, I am not going to care about what grandfather likes or doesn't like. I will have more instructions for you later, but keep me informed about everything going on. I might not want to be head, but there are a lot of things coming down the pipe from the government and we will need to be prepared, said Lu Wei as he got up and started packing. He would go to the apartment that he shared with Wang Chao. This one felt too suffocating being in here alone. Another raid? Asked Lu Yuzheng, not sure what was going on but knew that his brother was on edge about something. A raid would be a lot easier than what is expected to happen. Can you give me any more details? Not right now. This line is not secured enough. But remember, only keep those around you that are completely loyal to you. Understood. And your marriage? Tell grandfather that if he wants the alliance so bad, he has my blessing to marry Wu Baihe himself. But there is no way that I will be going through with it. What changed? The world. With that, Lu Yuxian, otherwise known as Lu Wei, hung up the phone and left his apartment. The world had changed. His world. And before the apocalypse came, he would do his best to protect his brother and the two people he now considered family. The rest of the world could go to hell. Step 1 was not just for Li Dai Lu. Time moved fast when there seemed to be an invisible clock counting down. I had given Lu Wei the rest of my lists at the end of August and it was already approaching the end of September. We had 1 month left before shit hit the fan and I was absolutely determined to be stocked up, ready, and hunkered down by Halloween. Did this place even have Halloween? Anyways, it's not like I was going to have a lot of trick-or-treaters all the way out here, right? The boys have slowly been dropping things off as they get them. I had all 15 RVs here, sitting in various barns. I put in an order with Lu Wei to get more barns built, so he has had men working around the clock here to get another 8 barns built as well as some smaller cabins in the woods and at the base of the mountain. I was slowly becoming accustomed to having people around. I think that it is a lot like kids. They are cute when you can give them back, but not as much when they were underfoot all the time. As soon as the work was done, the workers left and I was back to being alone. Back in my first life, I had read a poem called No Man is an Island, and the first time I read it, I completely agreed. People need other people around in order to be able to survive and thrive. I had the same mentality for my second, but once I was reborn again, I decided that I would try being an island, away from everyone else, dependent only on myself. It took me almost a year to realize that I could be an island, but I wouldn't be happy. So I will be an island with a bridge, and security, and guards with big guns, only letting in those that I wanted. I was still in line with my steps, and I was happy. I had to go back to the city to grab some things that I didn't want to put on Lu Wei's list, cough, tampons and pads, cough as well as some more first aid supplies. I had my list and my locations all mapped out, what could possibly go wrong? Remember how I said fate hated me? I had finished buying everything that I needed to last me at least 10 years, including some reusable products that were becoming popular. Yes, we were trying to save the planet and destroy humanity all in the same year. Go us. But I figured that they would be good to have on hand, especially since it made more sense. No store carried a 10-year supply of menstrual products, sometimes a girl had to be inventive. So I was quickly filling up my day SUV when I was surrounded by black cars. Men poured out of them like it was a B-grade movie and proceed to pull out their guns and point them at my head and chest. In broad daylight. Seriously people. The apocalypse isn't happening for a month and people were pulling out guns in the middle of the day. See, fate hated me, this was why I never leave my ranch. I reached into my pocket and grabbed my cell phone. Pressing 1, I put the phone on speaker and took my hand back out. Let's see if I had put my trust in the right men. Hello, gentlemen, is there something I can do for you? I asked, holding my hands out in front of my chest to show that I didn't have a gun or a weapon on me. Without saying a word they pushed me into a blacked-out SUV and put a bag over my head. I have to say, I was a bit offended. Lu Wei was sitting next to Wang Chao at the head of the boardroom table. It was an annual meeting about the profits and losses for each company within the conglomerate and any upcoming projects that the heads would want money for in the next year. Knowing that in a month, none of this mattered, Wang Chao and Lu Wei were not impressed having to spend a day listening to old men arguing about who needed more money and why. However, appearances had to be maintained, and the old master would become even more suspicious if this meeting did not take place. Urban Paradise Real Estate was currently at the front of the room, presenting their record sales for the year. They were easy to deal with because they really did not need money from Phoenix, they just wanted to be under the banner of one of the strongest companies in all of Country K. When Lu Wei's phone went off, it startled almost everyone in the room. Excusing himself from the room, Lu Wei answered the call. "Hey, sweetheart," he said, a smile on his face when he saw the caller ID. The smile dropped a fraction when there was no response. "You know, we could have kept this civil," he heard the voice of the woman he considered family. His back straightened and he ran his fingers through his hair. He could feel his temper raise and the air around him started to circle him gently. "Is the hood really necessary? It's not like I can see out of the windows of this SUV. And where the hell are we going? I really don't appreciate this type of treatment." "Shut up," came a voice that Lu Wei recognized. The next sound he heard, he also recognized. It was the sound of someone being knocked unconscious. Turning back and entering the boardroom, Lu Wei put his phone between his ear and shoulder, grabbed Wang Chao's from off the table, and walked back out. "Dismissed," growled Wang Chao as he stood up and stormed out of the room after Lu Wei. He managed to get a brief glimpse of what was going on through Lu Wei's mind, but it was whirling so fast that he wasn't able to get everything. He understood enough, Li Dai Lu was in trouble, and it was someone from his family that was the problem. That was fine. Once he got his hand on them, there would no longer be a problem. I think that as much as I had steps to surviving the apocalypse, villains had steps on how to become bad guys. Seriously? I groaned as the hood was pulled from my head and I saw myself in an abandoned warehouse. Is there some type of handbook that says all kidnapped victims had to be held in an abandoned warehouse? Can I vote for a 5-star hotel? I think I would prefer that more. The backhand that snapped my head to the left was probably a no, but I had to try. Like my teachers always said, there was no harm in asking. I couldn't decide if they were professionals, or not. They hadn't searched me for weapons and my cell phone was still in my pocket, hopefully with a connection to Lu Wei. I was pushed into a chair and my hands were roughly tied behind my back with a rope. I was still on the fence about their professional credibility when it came to kidnapping. And then, once they had determined me to be completely helpless, they opened the door and a figure in a 3-piece suit walked into the open area. With the light shining behind him, I couldn't see who it was, but it was definitely a guy. "You are a very interesting girl," came the smooth voice from the darkness. I stiffened and then forced myself to relax. I was not that girl that he once controlled. I still had the chance to kill him before the vaccine hits the shelves and he becomes invincible. Aw, all this for little old me? I'm touched Wang Zmo. Or do you prefer Colin? I can't seem to remember, I said, looking at the man I once considered my best friend, the man that I was obsessed with. I wasn't able to connect that Colin could have a space and earth power while Zmo was toxic, but after seeing Wang Chao and Lu Wei with their 3 powers, I had to rethink a lot of things. "Ah, you know me?" he asked as his men brought a chair out for him and put it in front of me. "I do, your cousin speaks very highly of you," I said with a smile on my face. I could feel my body heating up as the twin flames inside me rose to the edge. "Somehow, I doubt that. But enough about me, let's talk about you. By all means, I am an open book. But I have a question first, how did the name Colin come about?" "Colin. It is easier to deal with foreigners if you also have a foreign name. Colin Wang is much easier for them to remember and say than Wang Zmo." I nodded my head in understanding. It was a common practice, not limited to business. "Thank you for answering my question," I said, my manners on full display. I worked very hard in my first life to perfect my manners and etiquette. I figured if I went back in time, they would be useful. Not so much in this timeline. "You are very welcome," he responded, his manners also reflecting a third-generation air. "Now, can you please explain to me exactly why Wang Chao and Lu Wei are so interested in you?" he asked. Such a polite tone for such a tasteless question. "No idea, may I suggest that you kidnap them and ask them? It seems pointless asking me. After all, I'm not a mind reader." Wang Zmo chuckled. "Ah, a sense of humor. Maybe that is why they keep you around and spend millions of dollars on you." I threw my head back and laughed. "If you had done any research, you would have realized that, while they have more money than me, I have more than enough to buy whatever the fuck I want." His eyes narrowed on my face. He always hated it when people laughed, especially at him. It was like nails on a chalkboard as far as he was concerned. Might as well have some fun with him before I set this place on fire. But you were never that good at doing research, were you, Colin? I asked, fully knowing the answer. I didn't know him before the end of the world, but I could assume that he didn't regress after the gene enhancement. He always needed me to do the legwork. I remember tracking down groups of people, thinking that I was helping them, and he took the information and sent the zombies to kill them off. The flames inside me continued to flicker restlessly just under my skin, and I could feel one burn through the ropes holding me to the chair. As they snapped and fell to the floor, I brought my hand around to my front and rubbed my wrists. Next time you decide to kidnap someone, might I suggest a 5-star hotel? 4 stars at the very least. If we have to put up with you for any length of time, we should at least be compensated, don't you think? No one seemed to react to the fact that I was no longer tied up. They must think that they had the upper hand. Too bad for them. Crossing my legs in front of me and putting my hands in my lap, I mimicked his posture. What do you really want to know? Because I am pretty sure that you are not letting me out of this place, right? I said, tilting my head. This man had never kept anyone alive if he had the chance to kill them. Ah, a smart woman, he chuckled. The sound that I once did anything for, now turned my blood to ice. What are they up to? Once again laughing at him, I looked him calmly in the eye. Preparing for the coming apocalypse. What? They didn't tell you. Now it was his and his men's turn to laugh. You might want to keep that smart mouth of yours closed unless you are going to tell the truth, ZMO said looking at me. Do you really expect me to believe that they are going through the ranks and killing off people, my people, simply because they think that the end of the world is coming? I didn't respond, simply looked at Wang ZMO. If Wang Chao and Lu Wei were killing off people, then maybe they too were following step 1. What? Does it bother you that they are killing people? Should I tell you how they have done it? The cruel methods that they used to torture men until they begged for death. I chuckled over that thought. Did he expect me to be horrified at what they were doing? People were going to die, hundreds, thousands, millions, maybe even billions. A few less now, especially of his men, was not something that I was going to lose sleep over. Did they stand at the top of a hill looking down at 100 men, women, and children just waking up for the day? Starting their morning routines? Did they force others to watch, holding them against themselves so they couldn't move, as a white mist, so fine it was hard to see, swept through the encampment killing all those people without a word? Is that what they did? The trauma from that day still haunted my dreams. I could feel his arm wrapped around my waist like a band of steel, his other hand holding my neck and chin so I couldn't look away. I watched as a mother, holding her infant in her arms, fell down dead, the child not even letting out a cry as it too, died. The mist swept through everywhere, there was no safe place. And not a sound was made as those poor people just fell where they stood. I swallowed back the bile as my stomach threatened to rebel. I closed my eyes for a moment before snapping them open again, looking at the man that I once thought I could fall in love with, and start a family with. No matter how many of your men they have killed, it is nothing compared to your body count, I said as the man in front of me just looked at me like I was crazy or something. Or something. There was silence after my words, like Wang Zmo didn't know how to react or what to say. Technically, what I told him had not happened yet, might never happen in this timeline. But it did. And it was. And those people deserved revenge. They could no more help the fact that they were asymptomatic than we could help the fact that we were power users. It was a throw of the dice, and they lost. That group, in particular, was a lot more peaceful than the other asymptomatic that roamed around trying to kill as many zombies and power users as they could. I took a deep breath and wished that Lu Wei and Wang Chao were here. I didn't know what to do next. Would I kill the man that I hated more than life itself and change the very future? Or would I keep him alive because he was Wang Chao's cousin? We are on our way, sweetheart, said a voice coming from my pocket. Never breaking eye contact with the man in front of me, I reached into my pants and took out the phone. I'm in a bit of a mood, Wei, I said, hoping that he would understand. Not a problem, little girl. You do what you need to do. We should be there in 5 minutes if you can hold on. If you can't, we will be there to clean up the mess. This time, Wang Chao's voice came out from the speaker. Wang Zimo's eyes widened as he stared at my phone like it had just turned into a snake and was about to bite him. I closed my eyes, completely relaxing. I did not put my faith in the wrong men this time. If you need me to wait, I can. But I need to be the one to kill him, I said to Wang Chao. Kill me. Kill me. You do not have the ability to kill me, little girl, and Wang Chao, you need the old man's permission to do it and you don't. Yelled Wang Zmo, starting to become a bit unhinged. His men raised their guns a fraction higher, ready to shoot me the moment Wang Zmo gave the order. Kill her. He screamed. I surrounded myself in my blue flame and stretched it outwards to encompass the bullets far away from me. I knew that the copper bullets would melt at just over 1000 degrees and my blue flame was 3000 degrees. The biggest problem would be that the bullets would still explode, and I could still be hurt. I was about to drop to the floor when time seemed to stop. There was an eerie quiet as all noise stopped. I turned to look at the entrance of the warehouse and saw the silhouettes of two men walking toward me. They're men waiting at the entrance. Are you okay? Asked Wang Chao as he took my arm and looked me up and down, checking me over for injuries. Sure, I guess, I said, somewhat confused about everything. What's going on? I continued, my hand gesturing to the teeny-tiny fireworks going on, with me at their center. If he wasn't here, if he didn't come for me, I would have been killed. Just my luck. I survived the apocalypse and human hunting sharks only to be killed by a few bullets. I am not sure how long it's going to stay like this, so do you mind if we move a few things around and then leave? Asked Lu Wei, already drawing me away from the frozen exploding bullets. When he determined that I was a safe enough distance away, which apparently was the front door surrounded by his men, he returned to the ring of fire and pulled Wang Zmo into the center of the bullets. After he and Wang Chao also go to a safe distance, Wang Chao waved his hands and time continued as normal. The scream of absolute anguish pierced the air as Wang Zmo was gunned down in a blaze of bullets by his own men. The only thing that would have made it more satisfying would be if he were eaten by his zombie horde instead. Lu Wei turned to look at the men behind the three of us. How did Wang Zmo die? He asked in a deceptively soft voice. He was gunned down by his own men in an abandoned warehouse, the leader responded. When he received Lu Wei's nod of approval, they saluted and, as if one, turned around and left the warehouse. Wang Chao and I continued to watch the show in front of us as the guards realized that they had killed their own boss. I should feel bad. I should feel some type of remorse for what I was going to do next, but I just couldn't bring myself to care. 2. I've got no more fucks to give. My fucks have all run dry, I hummed to myself as I felt Lu Wei come up behind me and put his arm around my waist. I played by all the rules but I very rarely won. As I continued to sing one of the greatest songs of all time by Thomas Wilde, flames began to dance up my hands and arms. I could only assume that their heat was not hurting either one of the guys as they continued to stand with me as I finished this final bow to my old life. I would not let Colin haunt me anymore and all of his victims, including myself, will be avenged. I raised my arms up to the ceiling as if I was doing a sun salutation. As I brought the ball of pink and blue flames to my chest, I threw it out to the stunned guards. Within a matter of minutes, there was nothing left of the men or of Wang Zmo, my flames burning them to ashes within a matter of seconds. Oh. Will you get into trouble? I asked, looking at Wang Chao. He shook his head and raised my left hand to give me a gentle kiss on the wrist. How can I be in trouble? His guards killed him and now no one can find a body. Hardly my fault. They weren't even my men. He was training his own army. I nodded in understanding. It still felt weird to me that the most powerful families in Country K had their own private militia. But then again, having your own military force will be very beneficial in the coming days. Maybe I had it wrong. Maybe the wealthy had always been planning for the apocalypse. Who was I to judge? There was a weird sense of emptiness when I burned Wang Zmo to ashes. In no way am I saying that I killed the man, his own men did that for me just fine with help from Wang Chao or Lu Wei. I originally wanted to kill him, but why would I give him that power over me? Why would I give him more power over me? I burnt that man to dust, and not even a zombie could come back from that. I was satisfied. But the biggest hurdle of my second life has now been dealt with, so what do I do now? Where do I go from here? I was feeling lost and confused. In most novels, it takes like 1,000 chapters before they get their revenge, if they even remember their revenge by then. I was sitting in the back seat of Wang Chao's SUV, looking out the window, just thinking. Colin was the boogeyman that I once considered my best friend. You know those relationships where it starts out perfect? He said all the right things, never pressured you, and everything just seems effortless. That was how it was for the first little while. He was always by my side, this rich man with all the best connections, the CEO type that all the web novels talked about, and he was interested in me. There was never one day for 2 years where he did not call me beautiful, or compliment my intelligence, or marveled at something that I had done. He thought I was a normal and that, when push came to shove, I would turn to him to save me. And I desperately wanted that too. I wanted a prince to come and save me from the world. What girl didn't want that? Then came the small comments, we should try and save more humans, do you think that you would know where to find them? And like the good little puppy dog I was, I went out and looked for more humans while he stayed at my compound. When I got back I would get a pet on the head and a soft, good girl, in that smooth, seductive voice of his. I was willingly doing whatever he wanted because I was so desperate not to be alone anymore. It had taken me 2 lifetimes to find a man that looked at me like he did. But as much as he drew me in, he also left me at arm's length. Everyone thought that we were a couple, and I wanted that, but not once did he touch me more than just a pet on my head. Not one hug, one kiss on the forehead, not even a brief moment where he held my hand, none of that happened, yet I still chased after him. The killing started so subtly that at first, I never really paid attention. Occasionally someone in the camp would eat something bad and die from it. But when you were eating food that was years past expiry, you would expect it, right? The fact that the ones who died were those that did not support Colin was completely a coincidence. It was not until the asymptomatic camp that I realized what type of man I considered my friend, that I wanted to be my lover. But by then, it was too late, I was already too far into his trap that I couldn't escape. I never thought he would kill me though, I thought that I had made myself useful enough to be kept around. I didn't want to die any more than the rest of them did. But at some point in time, your usefulness wears away and there was always someone, waiting, to take your place. I am sure that I was not the only pet he had. I just never noticed anything but the world he created for me. I could feel the tears quietly roll down my cheek and fall into my lap. I closed my eyes and let my feelings wash over me. Are you crying over that bastard? Asked Lu Wei as he turned around from the front passenger seat and looked at me. I shook my head and wiped my face, trying to pull myself back together. No, I'm not crying for him. Thousands of lives have been saved now that he is dead, I said, sitting up straight and rolling my shoulders back. Then why are you crying? Asked Wang Chao looking at the road in front of him, but I could feel his attention on me. You mean you can't read my mind to find out? I snipped with a half smile. How many relationships could have been saved if the guy could read his girlfriend's mind? Or in this case, how many uncomfortable conversations did I not have to have if he could just read my mind instead? No, was his short answer. I am sure that he was able to expand on that in some way but the frigger decided not to. Stop deflecting and answer the question, said Lu Wei, his eyes never leaving my face. I am not crying for him. I am crying for me. I was more than happy to come back here, to kill him and save all those people that he killed, but what about me? What do you mean? Asked Wang Chao. He had changed directions from where I knew my car was to somewhere else, but I didn't care. I found the people he killed, I looked the other way, I helped him. If it wasn't for me, he never would have found most of his victims and never would have been able to feed some of them to the horde. It is my fault that this happened. No, sweetheart, it is not your fault, said Lu Wei, his voice practically purring. You were as much his victim as anyone else. A part of me knew that, I understood that I was his victim, but it would take me some time to deal with my survivor's guilt. But I was not going to be able to do that in the back seat of this car before we got to God knows where. Just then, a completely new thought entered my mind. Now that my revenge has been taken care of, did that mean that I was starting the apocalypse on completely new footing? My eyebrows raised at that thought. With Colin dead, I was completely free and the future would be changed. I was liking that idea more and more. It was, blah, knowing exactly what would happen and when. Like you were living the same days over and over again. Of course, there were some surprises, the 2 men in front of my being the biggest ones. But for the most part, it was still the constant cycle that I had during the end of time. I got up, I went out and got supplies and I came back to a compound thinking of what more I needed. But now, the future stretched in front of me filled with countless possibilities. I straightened my back again and this time a genuine smile appeared on my face. A future with countless possibilities, a new attitude, and new friends. I would grab a hold of this life and do things my way. Fuck that shit, fuck Colin or whatever his name was, and fuck those that would stand in my way. I was a bad bitch in my head and I was going to bring her out. I would own that shit. Just as soon as I found out where the hell we were going. It turned out that we were heading toward downtown City A where all the expensive condos were. The first and last time that I had been here, the place looked vastly different. The riverside area that I remembered from my last life was old and run down with graffiti written all over the outside of the buildings. There were chain-link fences that ran up the buildings, even those with more than 30 floors. The smell of unwashed bodies and despair filled the air. It was considered to be one of the most desirable safe zones in this area that the average person could go to. Mind you, the rich still had their gated communities and their own men to guard them day and night. What I saw in front of me was nothing like that. I looked out the front window of the SUV as Wang Chao waved at the security officer as he opened the gates that lead to the condos. I had always assumed that those gates were installed after the end of the world. But the view would have been enough for the old me to die for. There were about 4 high-rises built with pristine white exteriors so beautiful that I had no idea how they did it. They stood strong and majestic, like they knew that they housed the cream of the crop of City A. There were parks with playgrounds and walking paths. Flowers grew along the banks of the only river that cut through the city. This place would have been a paradise for people, and I could see why so many people flocked here after the zombies appeared. Wang Chao drove into an underground parking lot in Building 2 and turned off the engine. I take it we should sell the place and move. He chuckled, clearly back to reading my mind. Lu Wei looked between us before he spoke. I take it that this is not a great place to live in after November. If it were me, I would sell this place as fast as possible and use the money to buy more supplies, I said, shrugging my shoulders. But I am kind of narrow-minded when it comes to getting money and supplies. Is money still used? Lu Wei asked. I've been trying to read some of those novels online and there seems to be a new currency put in place. Money is still used, it's just that anything that was in your bank account would have been lost. So the truly rich people are the ones that hid their money under their mattresses, I said, thinking about what I knew. What you are telling me, is that money is still important to people, said Wang Chao, already trying to figure out how he can use that information to his advantage. Yes, money is still extremely important. But when a moldy bun costs $20, you learn quickly that money is only worth what you are willing to spend it on. People would pay that much for moldy bread? Asked Lu Wei, his eyes wide with shock. I nodded my head. Yup. And when that green and white bun the size of your hand is the only thing that you have had to eat for a week, then you are willing to pay whatever they want. Supply and demand, said Wang Chao as he escorted me into the elevator. And that's how you became a CEO, I laughed at him. Something like that, he replied. I spent the evening at the guy's place before they drove me home. I guess they thought that I could use the company, and they were right. Talking and laughing with them over dinner and wine allowed me to forget about what had happened earlier. But coming home to my ranch alone brought everything rushing back. I put my key into the front door and stared off into space. I had seen my day SUV in the driveway and I could only assume that one of the guys got one of their men to drop it off. I paused at that thought. Was that like saying I'll get my people to call your people? I shook my head and walked into my massive house. Shutting the door behind me, I leaned against it and sank to the floor. The quiet was too quiet. It made me remember too many things. I cupped my hands over my ears hoping that I could get rid of the quiet that way, but it didn't help. I was about to turn on music, or the TV, or anything when I heard the soft meow coming from my feet. Looking down I saw the little puffball of a black kitten that I hadn't seen in months. So, you know to come home, huh? I said, standing up. I picked up the meowing bundle and brought it to the kitchen. I had added cat food to my list of demands and Lu Wei provided me with a wide variety of hard and soft food. Let's see what you are interested in, I said to Hades as I put him on top of the island counter. One of my foster sisters would have shit a brick to find a cat on the kitchen counter, but it never bothered me too much. That was why you washed it before you did your cooking. I filled up a small silver bowl of hard food and mushed some of the soft food onto a plate to make it easier for him to eat. For your dining pleasure, you have your choice of kitty chow, or a tuna and white fish blend served pâté style with gravy. I chuckled to myself. Good thing that I discovered that silence, while I love it most of the time, might just drive me crazy too. Wishing that the guys were here, I watched Hades eat the tuna pâté, completely ignoring the hard food. I was startled when I heard the chime of a text message coming in. Picking up my phone I saw that it was from Lu Wei. Moving up the timeline. We'll be moving there in 5 days. Make sure our rooms are prepared. Smiling, I sent him the eye-rolling emoji and went back to watching the kitten eating. So far, this like was working out better than she expected. 2 bad men could seriously fuck things up when they wanted to. The guys moved onto the ranch and into my house on October 5, 2120 and I was ready to kill them by October 6. As I suspected, they did not move in alone, as they promised me. Oh no, these men had to bring their own men. Now I realized why Lu Wei wanted to build the extra cabins and barns out back. Storage for supplies, my ass. So the house that I once bitched about being too quiet was now taken over by more than 100 men. And they were really not so quiet. Even when they tried to be. If I was not in a bitchy mood, I would fully admit that I didn't have to worry about anything when it came to those men. They were highly trained soldiers and acted like it. They didn't walk through my fields, they were very polite when they needed to come into the house for any reason. Really, they acted much better than anyone I had taken into the old compound. But so many men. And not a single woman. I had asked Lu Wei about it and he just shrugged, wasn't interested. I wasn't sure how to take that statement, but then I realized that I would not have been happy to be questioned on my decisions. Why should I question him? Besides, no women on the teams meant no catfights either, which was really nice. Not to say that having women together led to catfights. They just tended to occur on a more frequent basis. I'm sure that women would fit in on the teams and be as useful as the men. But the problem with women was that we were competitive. We compete for everything and anything and could not stand when someone else had something that we didn't. Seriously, even if we didn't want it, it was still ours. I might not be in a relationship with Lu Wei or Wang Chao, but they were mine. Have another woman thinking otherwise was a death sentence, for them. Or maybe I should consider that as territorial more than competitive. Whatever it was, women had it in spades. Don't get me wrong, it's not like women could not get along together, but there had to be special circumstances for that to happen. I couldn't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure that there were. But it seemed that even when men had their issues with each other, after working it out, it was over and done with. The other problem with women? Things were never done with a woman. Ever. Look at me, I came back from the dead just because someone pissed me off. But that was neither here nor there. The men were under my guise, the guys, you know who I mean, and they left me alone, for the most part. This was one of those days, though, when they reminded me of their presence in a grand way. I don't know what they did when it was time to train every day, but I swore to God that the entire house shook with it. I was hiding upstairs in my bedroom, needing some alone time, when I heard a knock on my door. Yelling at whoever it was to come in, I poked my head out of the cocoon that I had built for myself. Seeing that it was Wang Chao and Lu Wei, I turned my back to them and grumbled under my breath. You have exactly 24 days to get whatever else you need to feed and house all those men. Don't be stealing from my supplies to do it. Of course, sweetheart, we have all that under control. They are going to take the area in the back by the mountains, and once everything is set up, we won't even notice them there. And just think. Free patrols by people that have been trained to do it, said Lu Wei, coming to sit down next to me. I supposed he had a point. Unlike at the Phoenix compound, these men were highly trained. Fine, they could stay. We have a surprise for you, little girl, said Wang Chao in a voice that sent shivers up my back. My head peeked out again, wondering what the surprise could be. Every time they offered me a surprise, it was always something good. More weapons, more food, more everything. I was starting to really like surprises. I quickly untangled myself from my cocoon, and sat up, crossing my legs. I'm sure that if I was a puppy my tail would be wagging uncontrollably behind me. Luckily. I was not. But that didn't stop me from vibrating. What's my surprise? I asked, looking around. Not seeing anything, I gave them a suspicious side eye. Where's my surprise? Wang Chao took out a small box from where he had hidden it behind him. Sitting on the other side of my bed from Lu Wei, he handed me the box. Too big for a ring, I smirked. Definitely not something sparkly. Stop guessing and just open it, said Lu Wei as he leaned against my headboard and got comfortable. I opened the box and looked down at the syringe laying on a bed of fabric in front of me. The vaccines had been rolling out across the country NTRY for the past 7 days, but we had agreed that anyone that would be staying at the ranch would take the vaccine at the ranch so we could monitor them. But the name on the needle was not the same brand that they were giving out to the citizens of Country K. This is the last one that we took from Country M, said Wang Chao, and he too laid against the headboard. They looked like they weren't going anywhere, anytime soon. It's your turn, sweetheart, and we will be here every second of it, promised Lu Wei as he sat forward and gently took the box from my hands. I pulled off my hoodie, no judging. I was alone in my room and ready for bed. Hoodie, a sports bra, and sweatpants were mandatory. The fuzzy socks, not so much, but when I was in the mood for comfort, the fuzzy socks came out. I held out my left arm to Lu Wei as he prepared to give me the vaccine that would change my life, again. I wouldn't come out a zombie since I already had the firepower and was genetically predisposed to be a power user, but still, my heart pounded as I looked at Wang Chao, panic and something else sweeping across my face. "We'll be here the whole time," he said, echoing Lu Wei's words. He put the palm of his hand on my cheek and gently caressed me with his thumb. I stared deep into his eyes as Lu Wei injected me with the vaccine. I continued to hold his eyes until the pain took over my body and I blacked out. "Do you think she is all right?" asked Lu Wei for the 100th time, the concern evident in his voice. He brushed her bangs out of her face, marveling at how smooth they were, how soft her skin was. He couldn't seem to want to stop touching her. Wang Chao shifted from where he sat on her right side, her hand tucked firmly in his oversized one. He never knew how small she was, how fragile, until he saw her like this. They never left the room after Li Dai Lu was given the vaccine. If there were questions or things to be addressed, they either did it from the room or they would take turns leaving. They put the troop leaders in charge of gathering supplies, both from the lists that they came up with as well as the things that they could remember from her lists. That way, when she woke up, she would not feel like she was behind schedule. But in the last 5 days, she was not left alone for a single minute. That right there was the biggest worry. When everyone else had taken the vaccine, even he and Lu Wei, it had been 48 hours of tossing and turning, of nightmares and fevers, but with her? Nothing, not a single thing. In fact, they had to install an oxygen and heart rate monitor on her in order to be assured that she was still alive. Her breathing was shallow, her breaths few and far in between. And when she did breathe, they could barely see her chest rise. She had the stillness of death with only a brief glimpse of life, like a single candle flickering in the darkness. "She will be fine," said Wang Chao, not accepting any other outcome. Even if she turned, he would join her horde just to stay by her side. "She is special." "That's what I mean," said Lu Wei, deep in thought. "She is so special that it could be considered a miracle that she is even here with us right now," he continued, his words coming out slowly, like if he said his worries out loud then they would come true. "But what if this vaccine or whatever is reacting in her, sends her back to her world and the one that we are left with is the Li Dai Lu from City A?" Wang Chao paused as if he never considered that before. She confessed to him that she had transmigrated when Lu Wei was undergoing his vaccine, but it never bothered him. If zombies could come to life from a vaccine and an EMP, take out the world as they knew it, why couldn't she transmigrate from one world to another? To be reborn again after that? But if this vaccine killed her, or sent her back to where they couldn't reach her? He thought about it for a few minutes before he opened his mouth and spoke. "If the woman who wakes up is not our little girl, we kill her or kick her out of Elysian fields. But I will not have someone walking around in her body not being her." "Technically that body isn't hers to begin with," replied Lu Wei, his eyes closed as he thought about a future without her. "I licked it, it's mine," came a whispered croak from between the two men. Startled, they looked down to see the most beautiful blue eyes that they had ever seen. "I'm serious, I licked it, it's mine, no takebacks." Wang Chao nodded his head in complete seriousness. "You are correct, you licked it, it's yours," he said as if he had made a monumental business decision and everyone in City A had to obey it. She let out a tired smile before falling asleep again. But this time, the men were more relaxed. They climbed under the covers beside her and the three of them fell asleep for a much-needed nap. In her dreams, all Li Dai Lu could remember was being alone in complete darkness, not knowing which way was up or down. Combined with the darkness, there was utter silence. At first, it was comforting, knowing that she was alone and didn't have to worry about anyone or anything. But then the silence turned deafening. She still liked the darkness, the ability to just float in place, with no sense of urgency to do something, but then she started to hum, just to break up the quiet. Humming worked for a while, but as soon as she stopped, the quiet came back with a vengeance. Then she noticed something else. It started at her toes, the fingertips of the darkness claiming her toes for itself. She was impassive as she saw her toes disappear into the darkness. There was a pause, as if the darkness was testing her reaction, and then her fingertips also started to go from pink at the tips to black. She watched in detached fascination as the darkness went from her nails to her first knuckle, to her thumb, as if she was slowly placing her hands in a body of water and watching it go beneath the surface. The darkness continued its movement, up from her feet to her ankles, to her legs, from her hands to her wrists, to her arms. As much as it started out slowly, it sped up, completely engulfing her in its embrace. She opened her mouth to scream or to take one final breath, she didn't know. But as soon as she did, it was like she opened the gates and all of the darkness was able to slide into her body through her mouth until there was nothing left. Even the darkness inside of the space was sucked into her, her body absorbing everything. When she opened her eyes again, she was at the edge of a forest, looking down at a city that she had never seen before. It was on the banks of a body of water, probably by the seaside or something like that. The buildings that must have made up the downtown core had mostly collapsed, although there were a few still left standing. It looked like a bomb or something had gone off. Even this far away, she could hear the screams of people dying, could actually feel their lives slipping away. Then she heard them, the voices of men that she recognized. Looking further, past the buildings to the streets below, she could see her men standing in a circle of their men. All around them, as far as the eye could see, was another sea of light blue and purple. Screaming in rage, she felt her blue flame come to life and wrap itself around the pink flame as if to protect it. As her pink and blue flames bound together tighter and tighter, they created a light purple flame that she had never seen before. As her new lavender flame shot out, she could feel the life force of every living creature around her, from her men to the zombies to the very earth itself. And that was when she woke up, the dream fading into the background as she saw her guys staring down at her. I thought that I was supposed to dream, but I don't remember anything that happened after getting the injection and the wave of pain that accompanied it. There was absolutely nothing. And I was fine with not remembering what happened to me. I know the boys suffered from nightmares for 2 full days and I know how different they were afterward. I thought that maybe I could get some memories from this body during the process, but nope, nada. Want to know what I really was not impressed with? Knowing that I was knocked out for 5 days. It was already the evening of October 12th and only 19 days left before everything changed. I was lucky that the boys made sure that their men were still getting supplies. They even got storage tanks for gas and Wang Chao reinforced them to last longer. I don't know who the genius was, but someone even managed to get their hands on a gas stabilizer to keep the gas good for longer than 6 months. If I had known how productive they were, I would have got them on board long before this. The 3 of us were sitting cuddled up on the couch talking about what still needed to be done, the TV on in the background, when Lu Wei's phone went off. Not bothering to remove his arm from where it wrapped around my shoulders, he answered it. "Hello," he said in a lazy manner, not bothering to look at who was actually calling. "Heads up, big brother, you got incoming," came the voice from the other end. I tilted my head and looked at the man beside me. Big brother? Lu Wei had siblings. What the hell? How didn't I know that? Now I felt like a crappy friend. The hand that Wang Chao had draped over my lap squeezed my thigh as if to tell me not to worry. I knew the man couldn't control the mind reading yet, and to be honest, that was to be expected, so I wasn't too upset over it anymore. But wait. Heads up. Could you try speaking English for once, Yuzheng? Grumbled Lu Wei as he tried to get comfortable again. If he knew that it was his brother he probably wouldn't have answered. Grandfather and Wu Baihe are going to be driving up to see you in the next few weeks. I can't talk them out of it. Understood, keep me updated as much as you can. You are not going to want to be wandering around after November 1st. I know, said the sarcastic voice. Not like you'll tell me why. Have you dealt with the men? Asked Lu Wei. For the most part. Some went underground when they found out what we were doing. Lu Wei nodded his head like he understood. And when is your vaccine appointment? The 18th. Don't let them keep you in the hospital for any reason. Get to a safe place and lock yourself in a room. Make sure the men do the same. I know, you've mentioned it a few times, said the voice, this time in an exasperated manner. I couldn't help but chuckle when I heard it. There's someone beside you. It now snapped, clearly taking affront that I was here. Lu Wei hummed in agreement and looked at me with one of his smirks before saying, your sister-in-law. Rolling my eyes at his overly done joke, I turned my attention back to the TV. Their men have been calling me sister-in-law since they moved in. The fact that the joke was getting old made me annoyed, but there was now no way that I would let anyone else have the title. Women being territorial and all that. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone for a few minutes before Lu Wei hung up. He turned his attention back to the TV as if hanging up the phone was the end of everything. I hear a deep chuckle from Wang Chao but chose to ignore him. So, you have a brother? I asked, pretending like the TV was the most interesting thing right now. News flash, it wasn't, and neither was his brother. Yup, Lu Wei said, answering my question. When he didn't continue, I wondered if he knew how close to death he was. He has no idea, said Wang Chao, the smirk on his face and the look of challenge that he gave when he looked at Lu Wei made me roll my eyes in exasperation. Boys. You want to know about my brother? Lu Wei asked surprised, like me wanting to know anything about him was completely out of left field. Sure, I said, setting him up for a trap. Let's see if he would jump in or not. Not much to tell. He is my younger brother by about 3 years, we didn't really grow up together, but he is handling some of my businesses in City H while I am here in City A. I nodded my understanding and then opened my mouth. And you have a sister? Or whatever you call a female cousin here. A look of pure confusion crossed his face as he looked at me, trying to figure out who I was talking about. No, no female relatives. Just my grandfather and my younger brother. Great, another grandfather, is he as pleasant as the old master? I asked, my voice filled with sarcasm. Yeah. He said, still unsure about where everything was going. I mean, they are friends. Great, just perfect, I muttered to myself. The last thing I needed was another old man like Wang Yichen. Then, if you don't have any female relatives, who is Wu Baihe? Silence filled the rec room as both Wang Chao and I looked at Lu Wei, the smirk never leaving Wang Chao's face. Yes, Lu Wei, who exactly is Wu Baihe and why is she coming to visit you? He asked, waiting for his friend to shoot himself in the foot. My ex-fiancée. Lu Wei said slowly like he just realized that he was in trouble. I nodded my head at that and removed his arm from around me. Does she know that she is the ex-fiancée? I asked, not overly impressed with him right now. She should, but she refuses to acknowledge it. I have refused the marriage countless of times, I even went so far as to tell grandfather that if he wanted her as part of the family then he could marry her himself. Even Yu Zheng has refused to marry her, said Lu Wei, frantically trying to dig himself out of the hole he managed to put himself in. Well, I guess we'll see when they get here, won't we? I said as I stood up and looked down at the two men. But until then, hands to yourself. You too, Wang Chao, there better not be women coming out of the woodwork for you either. Wang Chao held up his hands in complete innocence. Nope, unlike him, I don't have any childhood engagements, he said in a reassuring manner. The look on his face, when he turned his gaze to Lu Wei, made me want to laugh, but I needed to hold it in. Childhood engagement? No wonder she thinks that you are hers, I said also looking at Lu Wei. Nope, I have maybe seen her once when I was 9 and that was the last time. I will not marry her and I don't want anything to do with her. I hummed, whether in agreement and understanding or with disapproval, I would let him try to figure it out. I left the room and went to bed. There would be enough things to figure out in the coming days, screwing with Lu Wei's mind was just a short diversion. If he seriously thought that I would take a step back for some girl that I didn't know, simply because his family arranged something for the two of them, then he didn't understand me. Don't get me wrong, I would never ever step between him and a girl that he was in love with or even liked. I might not be happy, but I would be able to pretend well enough that he would never know how I felt. But that was not the case, so her thoughts and feelings really didn't matter to me. And if she got too much in my way? Step 1 always came into play. Another 2 weeks had passed with everyone trying to get whatever they wanted and needed and the ranch was preparing to hunker down for the foreseeable future. We didn't hear anything from Yu Zheng, so we had assumed that everything was fine on that end and they decided not to come for a visit. We devised a classroom of sorts in the basement where I was giving lessons of a sort on the zombies, what they were, how they could be killed, their weaknesses, and the progress of humans at the end of days. It took me a while to be able to explain the normalcy bias and the great effect that it had on the first few days after the EMP went off. They couldn't understand that it took a normal person at least 2 to 3 days after shit hit the fan for them to realize that no one was coming to save them or that things won't just return to the way they were before. It affected more than 70% of the population and so, the other 30% took full advantage and started taking supplies almost immediately after the EMP went off. Once the majority of the population realized that things would not be going back to normal, most of the supplies that they needed to survive were long gone by the time they went to look for them. The cities didn't go to pot because the zombies decided to blow up buildings or break windows or crash cars into the side of houses. That was all the humans doing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the zombies stood off to the side and smiled their creepy smiles as humans killed and destroyed almost everything around them. At least I was dealing with men trained in the military so they were used to seeing the worst of humanity and could understand what I was trying to tell them. All those scenes of cities after the apocalypse, the destruction, the desolation, all of it was caused by humans. When law and order fell, so too did humanity in social norms. But it is easier to blame it on the zombies, I guess. The ranch was coming along better than I could have ever thought or have done on my own. All my little rabbit holes were well hidden from the outside and locked securely in a non-electronic way on the inside. I stood outside of my front door looking at the place I had considered paradise since the first moment I saw it inside. It was October 28th, 3 days to go, and I had accomplished everything I wanted and more in the year that I had to get ready. I would live happily here in my Elysian fields and not deal with the rest of the world outside my gates. Everything was absolutely perfect. Until the fucker known as Lu Wei answered his phone and my entire world came crashing down in flames. Really, men were more of a pain than they were worth. I could feel him slowly coming out from the front door behind me, cautiously approaching like I was a ticking time bomb ready to kill him. I looked over my shoulder at his expression and laughed in his face. I turned to him to see what he was going to say or do to warrant that look. What's with that look? Everything is ready and we have 3 days before life as we know it changes. We should be celebrating. Why do you look like I am going to kill you? I asked as I watched Wang Chao come out behind him, pushing him out of the way to put his arms around me from behind. I looked at both men, becoming confused. What was going on? We were all prepared, literally anything and everything I could think of was already here at the ranch. What was I missing? I just got off the phone with Yu Zheng, said Lu Wei, looking at me from behind his glasses. Okay, and? I asked, not sure where this was going. We had warned him as best as we could without saying, the end of the world is coming, you might want to prepare. So what was the matter with him calling? He called to let me know that he, grandfather, Wu Bai He, and a few of his men were on their way up here. His words stopped and he looked at me like he was expecting to connect the dots. Okay. Why? I asked, still not sure how this was going to involve me. They did not want to take a plane, so they are driving. Just spit it out, I am really not understanding what is going on, I snapped and Wang Chao squeezed his arms that were around me as if to make me remember that he was there. City H is at least a week of driving from here. You are not doing yourself any favors, I growled, still not understanding why he was looking at me like he just killed Hades. They are going to be driving when the EMP goes off and the zombies and humans are released from the hospitals. Okay, I was now starting to understand what he was concerned about but I still didn't see why it was our problem. They were the ones that decided to leave now, even when we warned Yu Zheng that it would be a bad idea. Lu Wei closed his eyes like the next words out of his mouth would be the hardest that he ever said. I cannot leave them out there to deal with everything alone. Wang Chao and I are going to take some men and leave tomorrow in the hopes that we might catch up to them. We want you to come. What? I said, looking at him like I had never seen him before. You want me to come? But why? I made this place so I wouldn't have to leave it and you are asking me to do just that days before the apocalypse comes and we are hunted? Lu Wei closed his eyes and nodded his head. Well, shit. I stared at the two men standing before me, not sure what to do or say. The look on their faces spoke louder than words that they thought they knew what they were asking me, but I don't think that they actually did. I closed my eyes and tried to take a step forward, to head to my room and just be alone to process everything, but the steel beam around my waist stopped me. I looked over my shoulder at Wang Chao and then down at the arm that was wrapped around me. Let me go, I said in a very calm voice. I needed to think and I couldn't do it with them around. I needed to break down, and I couldn't do that with them around. Talk to us, little girl, came the gruff baritone voice of the man behind me. I took a breath and pasted a big smile on my face. It's all good, I said in my normal voice, my normal answer when anyone asked me if I was okay in my previous lives. I just need some time to think. Wang Chao's arm let me go just in time for Lu Wei to step forward and pull me into his arms from the front. You are not fooling anyone, sweetheart. Talk to us, he said as he placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. I could feel my calm starting to slip at the way the two of them were acting. They had time to think about everything, time to plan, to figure out how to make things work. And yet, when they decided to inform me of their decision, they just expected me to, what, comply? Obey? I froze at that thought as another one screamed through my head. Did I just change one Colin for two? Was that what was happening? No. I couldn't go through something like that again. I couldn't. Let go, I said, my voice taking on a frosty tone. It was so frosty that I could almost see the condensation coming out of my mouth as the words formed. I felt cold starting to encase me, turning my body to ice. Lu Wei quickly dropped his arms as both men looked at me in confusion and concern. Are you okay, sweetheart? Asked Lu Wei as he moved to step beside Wang Chao, giving me free access to the front door. I didn't bother to reply to him as I walked into the house, putting one foot in front of another. Getting to my room, I locked the door behind me and just stood there, looking around. This was my paradise. Mine, the one place that I could truly call my own, it was mine. How dare they think that I would just get up and leave like all my hard work for the past year meant nothing, that the life that I was trying to build for myself meant nothing. I could feel the anger rising in me. I could feel the blinding rage as my thoughts started to spin and the memories of 3 lifetimes whipped through my head. Never had I ever felt like I had a home, a place just for me. My vision turned white, and I collapsed to my knees and hung my head as I started to cry and scream and just let out all the emotions that I could feel. Tilting my head back, I closed my eyes and screamed again. I could hear the pounding on the door behind me, but I ignored it. No one cared about me, so why should I bother with them? They just wanted to use me, to have me hunt down humans for sport. They would kill anyone and everyone just for fun, they would. They are not Colin, a small voice inside my head said, and a breath of warmth touched my cheek, warming up my frozen body. But they could be, I argued back, not caring if I was going crazy talking to myself. But they are not, the voice said again, and this time I could feel more warmth surrounding me as if I was embraced by someone or something. You need to trust them. Don't lock yourself away, don't do that to yourself. Be strong, take a step out into this new world and see just how strong you can be. Still on my knees, my head hung, a small part of me wanted to listen to the voice. I knew it wouldn't be healthy to lock myself away from everyone and everything. That I was making myself a prisoner in my own paradise. But at least I would be safe. But what is the point of being safe if you are not happy? Asked another small voice from inside. The longer that I listened to the 2 voices, the warmer I felt. We can keep you safe, said a third voice. This one seemed colder than the other 2, strong and determined. Go out there on your own terms. You want to be a badass, you want to own who you are. Go out and do it. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes to look around my room. I gasped in surprise when I saw the whole room completely encased in snow and ice. Icicles hung from my 4-poster bed, the sheets were covered with snow so that only brief glimpses of color could be seen. I was standing in the middle of an ice castle and I had no idea how that happened. I was brought out of my wonder as the door behind me started to shake with the force that the men were pounding on it. Taking a deep breath and looking around my room one more time, I stood up and opened the door. Looking at the 2 men on the other side with a rare look of panic on their faces like their world might have collapsed, I gestured to them. I think I got a new power, I shyly smiled, like my whole meltdown didn't just happen. I was not happy to be leaving my paradise, but there was nothing to say that I couldn't come back here once we got Lu Wei's family. They did say that they were only taking some of the men. There would be others here to protect this place. But if I wanted a life on my own terms, I could not be the one to lock myself away. Part of wanting to be free was having actual freedom. I straightened my back as I waved my hand and the pink flames shot around the room, melting the ice and snow and drying everything. Once my room was back in order, I looked at the guys. I will need some time to make lists and figure out what we need, I said as I brushed past the 2 men and walked downstairs to the kitchen. Ready or not, world, here I come. I hope you are prepared. I sat down at the kitchen island and paused. Music, why didn't I think about music? I normally did my best thinking to music. I would need to get my hands on whatever this world considered music. Lu Wei and Wang Chao entered the kitchen a few minutes after me and I turned to glare at the men. One of you, find a way for me to get my hands on music, I snapped, cranky that I had forgotten about music. That would have been a much simpler way of cutting through the silence than filling up my place with people. Lu Wei pulled out his phone and started to work his magic. Anything in particular? He asked, looking at me, trying to figure out my mood. Good luck with that, boyo, I was still trying to figure out my mood. Not a clue. I didn't have music in my second life, and I doubt that the music here is the same as it was back in my old world. Just get me everything you can get your hands on, pop, classical, heavy metal, bluegrass. I really don't care. Just music. With his assignment in hand and me not attempting to kill him, Lu Wei quickly left the room to get what I asked for. And if needed, something to play it on. And headphones. I yelled after his retreating figure. He waved his hand as he quickly left the house. A few minutes later, I heard his car starting and then peeling out of the driveway. I didn't know what he had planned, but here's hoping he could do what I needed him to do. He'll get it done, he is the best at this, said Wang Chao as he took the stool beside me and sat down. He's the best at getting music. I asked, an eyebrow raised. Shaking my head, I took out the paper and pens from my space and got to work. No, he's the best at finding what is needed and bringing it back. Let's hope that extends to finding his family because this is not going to be easy, I grumbled, sorting through my memories about what I picked up and what was in my space or spread out around the ranch. Tell him to add maps to that list of things I want ASAP, I grumbled. Thinking that I was going to be staying here at the ranch, having maps on hand was not even a consideration. Okay, maps, said Wang Chao as he took out his cell phone and started texting. What kind do you need? Every map and map book that he can get his hands on. From roads to city to country, whatever he can find, we need. It is rare to find a hard copy of a map. With everything on our phones, most people don't bother with them anymore. But we won't be able to access GPS, so even if our cells aren't fried, the map function will be useless, I explained, pulling out a purple pen and starting my list. When are we leaving? Tomorrow, said Wang Chao and he turned his attention back to me. All right, I said, cracking my neck. I handed him another blank piece of paper and a red pen. On that list, write suggestions on how to keep our electronic equipment safe. I was planning on just throwing everything into my space, but that isn't going to work now that I am not going to be here. You want me with you, figure out how to keep my stuff safe in the meantime. Leaving him with that task, I continued going through everything that I would need to take and writing it down so I wouldn't forget. And how many supplies do I need to leave for the men staying here? I asked as an afterthought. Enough for 75 men, but they do have their own supplies and can hunt in the mountain if needed, said Wang Chao and he got to work on his own list. Nodding my head, I asked, anyone that can look after the fields and animals. Wang Chao let out a grunt and I took that as a yes. All right, I said. 2 hours later, it was just approaching noon, when I stood up and stretched. I assumed that you were smart enough to take care of the RVs the way that I would. I asked, turning to look at the man that had not left my side. He nodded his head and took out a fresh piece of paper. Okay, then we will need enough of the RVs to be able to house the majority of the forces that you want to bring. We'll also take my day and night SUV, the off-roading ATVs, we'll put one in front of the convoy and another at the end. I assume that you can handle that part. The smart man nodded his head and continued to write down everything that I was saying. Watching him, a bona fide Prince of City A, doing this just to make me feel more in control, I felt my shoulders relax. I could do this, and they would be at my side supporting me. Turning around, I left the kitchen and proceeded to go to the basement where my extended pantry, fridges, and freezers were located. With a wave of my arm, I took all the supplies into my space, leaving the food that was in the kitchen and the saldas sections to those that were remaining. As Wang Chao said, they could still hunt prey in the mountains. Leaving the house, I did the same to the smaller ATVs, only taking 5 just in case, and half of the weapons and ammo on the ranch. I had not planned to take everything as the men staying back to look after my place would need some way of defending it, but at the same time, I knew that we would need them more. I then went back into the house, with a faithful puppy dog following me, to collect the basic necessities and clothes that I would need for at least a year. I was hoping to be gone for only a month and a half, but one thing I learned fast was never to assume that things would go the way you planned. If you had plans A, B, C, or even D, make sure they had backup plans all the way down to Z-O. Hearing a soft meow, I reached down to pick up Hades. You want to come with me, sweetie? Or are you going to stay here at home? When the purring intensified and he started rubbing his head against my chin, I realized that I would have to grab all the cat food before we left. Chuckling to myself, I turned to Wang Chao, still holding the black puffball in my arms. When Lu Wei gets back with everything I asked for, we'll figure out at least 6 different routes and then head out in the morning, I said with an assurance that I did not necessarily feel. Wang Chao grunted and looked down at his phone. He should be back in the next 3 hours. I smiled and rubbed Hades against my face. All right then, you go away, I'm going to take a nap until he is back. Giving me a quick kiss on the cheek, Wang Chao left my bedroom and I curled up under the covers and fell asleep, my mind still whirling about what I was going to do next. I was woken up by Wang Chao when Lu Wei got back. I think they got the point about including me in on stuff because they hadn't even opened any of the maps laid out on the dining room table. Pulling out my trusty paper and pens, I sat down at the head of the table and officially started this meeting. Do you have any idea what route they are taking? I asked, opening up a map of the east side of Country K. It was more detailed than a map of the whole country, but at the same time allowing me to see what actually stood between City A and City H. I knew that after the apocalypse, it would take roughly 6 months to travel from City A to City H, but because it would take so long, I never bothered to learn much about it. At least if Lu Wei's family is heading up here, we should be able to meet them halfway. If they weren't idiots, the jury was still out on that. I don't. I have been trying to get a hold of Yu Zheng to try and see where they would go, but I haven't been able to contact him, said Lu Wei, studying the maps intently in front of him. And his phone GPS? Shouldn't you be able to track him that way? I asked, seeing the dazed look on his face. From what I could see, the shortest route would have them going through 7 major cities, and the longest route could take them through the whole fucking country. Because of the sensitivity of some of our businesses, Yu Zheng felt that they should turn off the GPS on all systems so no one could track them. Replied Lu Wei, still studying the map. I was beginning to think that he was less studying the map and more refusing to look at me. Unless you are in the fucking mob, I don't think that anyone's businesses are too sensitive to not have a GPS on them. Silence greeted me at that statement and I had to close my eyes. Are you guys part of the mob? I wouldn't say part of it, said Lu Wei, the most defensive that I had ever seen him to be. I would say that here, in Country K, they are it, chimed in Wang Chao in the most unhelpful way possible. Lu Wei just turned and glared at him, refusing to admit anything. I sighed, willing to put it on the back burner. Once November 1st came, the mob, organized crime, or whatever they wanted to call themselves was no longer really a thing. The services they supplied were no longer in demand, and with zombies and the rogue asymptomatics, there was really no place for them to be. They just carved out their own territory like the rest of us and stayed put. I didn't know if I should tell him that or later, but judging from the look on Wang Chao's face, I would not have to be the one to tell him. Some days it sucked to be a spirit user, I am sure. Wang Chao nodded his head in agreement. Agreement for what? I didn't know, and frankly, I didn't care. Okay, then are there any cities or territories that are giving your brother problems or that they would be required to visit if passing through the area? I asked, trying to put what I learned from the criminology classes to work. The best part of being a social worker was that if you took a wide variety of courses at university, the more likely you were to be successful when you applied for a job in the future. Criminology, psychology, sociology, let's just say I took a lot of the ologies. Lu Wei froze for an instant as he processed my words. Since they were leaving City H, the only option for them to go would be through City G. There is really nothing for us to worry about in that city as we control most of it. So there would be 2 options from there. City B is more important to us than City C as City B is more coastal, so a lot of the imports come through there if they didn't come through City H. So, what you are saying is that there is a better chance of them going to City B than City C, I said, marking the 2 routes in 2 different colors. How long would they have to stay in City B? Is it like just a drive-through? Or would they have business to deal with? I said business like I was a wise guy from a movie that I had seen one too many times. I chuckled when neither one of them caught the reference. We spent at least an hour mapping out the 2 most likely routes that they could take, and then, just as the boyos were feeling comfortable with their game plan, I threw a wrench in it. Great! Now that we have what highway routes they took, what backroad ways would they have gone without a car? I said, leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms. When the 2 men looked at me like I had gone crazy, I very, very politely reminded them, an EMP goes off in 2 days, give or take, they will not have any vehicles working after that point and every major highway will be congested with cars that will not be able to move. You do remember that, right? Apparently, they did not, because it took them another 2 hours to figure out what walking routes they might have taken. I didn't add that they might get lost a few times seeing as they would not have any maps on them or compasses to guide the way. By the time morning rolled around and there were 2 days left until the EMP struck, I was pretty sure that I had the guys rethinking their heroic rescue. When they stuffed Hades and me into one of the middle RVs, I realized that they hadn't and they were in for a very rude reality check. Hopefully, Yu Zheng would call in and give us some idea of a location. With more than 2,500 kilometers between City A and City H, and not knowing the route that they took, this was like looking for a zombie in a cornfield. But, at the end of the day, a small part of me, very, very small part, admired their dedication to family. The much larger part was trying to figure out my own routes and strategies to ensure that me and mine made it through this little adventure with all of our heads and limbs attached. I sat forward in the passenger seat of the RV that I was put in. Lu Hongtao was given the dubious honor of being my driver for the first stretch of this road trip. With no coffee and shit ton of candy, I doubted the boy's definition of a road trip, but I will admit to being in full bitch mode right now. I watched as the convoy drove through the gates of Elysian Fields and I closed my eyes as soon as I saw the forest that separated my lands from the view of the highway. I couldn't even begin to guess what an average person would think when they saw a bunch of military trucks, 14 RVs, and SUVs driving down the road. I just hoped that we wouldn't be pulled over by any police. The sad part was the amount of vehicles and supplies I still had on hand in my space. And I might have stolen a few of my livestock to house in the space as well. I was not going to go without anything that I wanted if I didn't have to be. As we exited the woods and merged onto the highway, I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. In actuality, I was thinking back to the beginning of the month and all the vaccines I had personally given out. I was not willing to test the boys' powers on any new zombies, so everyone that received the vaccine had to deal with me on a one-on-one basis. Luckily, the majority of people came out just fine. I didn't tell them about power users or anything like that, there just wasn't time to walk everyone through figuring out what they were. Battle was the best way to do that. Of the 248 men that Wang Chao and Lu Wei brought with them, 250 including themselves, only 50 turned into zombies in my basement. Honestly, I was surprised by the high level of people that would either be asymptomatic or a power user. But I would like to point out that even 200 men were more than the 2 that I was promised would move in with me. There were a few, growing, pains that were a direct result of the vaccinations. I refused to allow the zombies to live, whereas the guys thought that since they retained some memories, they would do just fine merging back in with the troops. Aw, aren't men just the stupidest sometimes? Bless their hearts, QI rolling. Blue zombies might be able to join a troop of zombies and power users, they tended to be the strongest and most intelligent. The problem was that as loyal as they might be to Wang Chao and Lu Wei, they were not that loyal to each other. You think the boys understood that difference? Yeah, they really didn't. I sighed out loud and stood up. If I wasn't stuck sitting down the whole time, then I was going to wander around this luxury RV and see what Hades was up to. The next 2 days would be a race against time to try to get as far south as we could before the EMP went off and the end of the world came. The tension in the air was palatable when everyone woke up on the morning of November 1st. I had tried my best to prepare everyone, and thankfully, the majority of them listened to me. Stepping out of my RV and into the campground that the guys took over, I saw the 2 of them waiting for me. Happy Apocalypse Day, I said, a big smile on my face. I would say that it was the same feeling of both relief and stress as waiting for your period to come. You didn't want it to come, but at the same time, you just wanted it to hurry up and get here so you can move on with your life. The guys looked at me like I had gone crazy, but when they saw the large travel cup of coffee in my hands they understood my happiness. How could you not be happy with coffee in the morning? The only thing that would make it better would be to have a double chocolate donut with it, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Once we made it back home, I would experiment with some donut recipes and see if I could come up with something that would satisfy that particular craving. Lu Wei stepped forward and gave me a gentle hug while the 120-some-odd men prepared to leave the camp. We would push forward as much as we could in the 10 hours we had before the EMP would hit. I wanted to be off the road and hidden somewhere, preferably in the woods or a warehouse of some kind an hour beforehand. I wanted to make sure that we had plenty of time to get everything stored away. I returned his hug, resting my head against his chest. Turning so that my cheek was against his chest and I could still see Wang Chao, I smiled at him. Are you ready for the big day? I asked. A part of me wondered if they truly believed that the world would end today or if they just got swept up in the tornado that was Li Dai Lu. Wang Chao leaned down to give me a kiss on my cheek and chuckled, as ready as I'll ever be, he said. And more than the majority of the population, that's for sure. Did you call your sister to warn her? I asked, still looking at him. You can send her to the ranch. Since it is occupied by your men, she should be safe there. I'll give her a call and let her know, said Wang Chao as he took his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed her number. Walking away, his head down, it looked like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Is he going to be okay? I asked, looking up at Lu Wei. He just gave me a sad smile. He will be, he said, looking at his friend. It is hard for him to not tell his grandfather, especially now that Wang Zmo is no longer a threat. The old master took his death hard. He has barely said 2 words to Wang Chao since. I nodded as if I understood, but truth be told, I really didn't. Growing up without a family and then the only person I considered family feeding me to the zombies, I didn't much understand other people's close ties with them. As far as I was concerned, sharing blood was no guarantee of loyalty. In fact, it might just be the opposite in some situations. You can expect those that share your blood to stab you in the back at any moment. What about you? I asked, have you heard anything from Yuzheng? Lu Wei shook his head, his eyes roaming over my face trying to get whatever comfort he could out of me. No, I have tried calling him a few times, but nothing. Have you tried calling your grandfather or Wu Baihe? I asked. At his surprised look, I disentangled myself from his arms and pushed him away. See if you can get a hold of anyone. At this point in time, even Wu Baihe would be useful if she could tell you where they were and where they are going. Lu Wei left quickly, his phone to his ear. I took a moment to take a sip of my coffee and marveled at the organized chaos that was in front of me. Now to figure out how to keep them all alive. Any suggestions? Anyone? Yeah, I didn't have any either. 08:00 M.T. 9 hours and counting. We were back on the road as soon as the boys had made their phone calls. Surprise, surprise, Wu Baihe managed to answer the phone on the first ring and give us their general itinerary. She refused to hand the phone over to Lu Yuzheng, so Lu Wei was not able to get any type of details. All we knew was that they were making their way to City B and they were hoping to be on the highway by 1 p.m. Great, just great. Let's do that. Even if the zombies don't appear today, it does take them some time to get out of the medical facilities. When the EMP strikes, it will be bumper-to-bumper cars and plenty of raging drivers. Just peachy. A normal drive from City A to City B would be about 10 hours, but I wanted to be off the highway and in a safe place in 8 hours, so to say that the boys were pushing the speed of the convoy was an understatement. I didn't even pretend that I was okay with it, so I hid in my bunk with Hades and just closed my eyes, hoping that we wouldn't die before the end of the world. 'Cause you know, that would suck. 12:00 p.m., T-5 hours and counting. I don't think that I had ever been more impressed to see a group of men manage to cook and eat lunch in less than 20 minutes. But I guess, when you were either in the military or trained in the military, you were used to not having that long of a lunch break. Me? I wanted to go to a restaurant and eat. You know, because they would not be around much longer, but the soup and sandwiches that we ate at lunch would be there for us for the rest of our lives. But as much as I wanted to complain, I could understand the need to hurry. We had a ticking clock hanging over the top of our heads and not enough time in the world to get to where we needed to be before it turned to 0. I fed Hades some soft food and let him run around the park for the 20 minutes it took everyone else to eat. I couldn't see Wang Chao, but he had mentioned that he needed to run an errand and would catch up to us later. Lunch was done and we were back on the road, getting closer and closer to City B. 15:00 p.m. T, 2 hours and counting. I had found out that the important errand that Wang Chao had to go on was to raid all of the fast food joints and bakeries around the park that the rest of us were eating in. Coming back with an SUV filled with all the food I could possibly want, and a storage space to keep it fresh, I was in tears with the offering. More than the guns or anything else that he could have given me, this was perfection. Sitting down in my bunk bed, I happily unwrapped a huge hamburger and started munching on it, not caring about the sauce or the lettuce that fell out. I would get that later. For right now, I would enjoy this little taste of heaven. I guess it did pay to have a friend that could read your mind. Smiling, I went back to my meal and let the rest of the men worry about the drive. 16:00 p.m. T, 1 hour and counting. I had done some research on my phone while scarfing down as many fries as I possibly could and realized that with a population of 27 million people, trying to find 3 people plus their men would be a bit hard. But as far as I was concerned, not my circus, not my monkeys. Lu Wei and Wang Chao could figure that part out themselves. 16:30 p.m. T, 30 minutes and counting. I know that I had given the boys more time on the highway. It wouldn't take me an hour to put away all of the vehicles and everything else that needed to go into my space when the timer went off, and I knew that the closer we could get to City B, the better. Lu Wei was constantly on the phone with Wu Baihe, demanding updates and to speak to his brother. I can't say that I was impressed with the whole situation, but I was trying, not to go into a murderous rage every time he mentioned her name. Really I was trying. I wasn't succeeding, but I was trying. I saw Lu Wei walking towards me from where we had pulled off of the highway and onto the shoulder of the road. It was not a comfortable feeling to be sure, but I was willing to let the boys take the lead. As long as it didn't kill me. They are off the highway and at our house in City B, said Lu Wei as soon as Wang Chao joined up. Well, that's good I guess, I said, trying to suppress the uneasy feeling that was crawling up and down my skin like ants. We needed to get a move on, we needed to get out of here and somewhere that we can bunk down for a while. I think that we should push it, we are only 35 minutes out, and we don't even know if the EMP will go off right at 5 p.m., Lu Wei continued, watching my reaction. I know he was concerned about his family, and I was willing to put up with it to a certain extent. Unfortunately, I had reached the end of my leash. So, let me get this straight, I said looking at him, my top lip curled into a snarl. Your family and precious fiancé are safe and sound inside a house right now with 25 minutes to spare. But you want us to what? Drive until the last second, hope that I can get everything where it needs to be just so you are that much closer to them. Did I get that right? I knew my voice was coming out in a tone that only dogs could hear, but I was pretty sure that I was making my point. The look that the boys were giving me didn't make me feel any better. They were going to push, but I was not in the mood to move. I agree that the EMP might not come at exactly 5 p.m., but that is not to say that it doesn't come earlier. If you want to take the chance, then go ahead, and be my guest. But me and my RV will be taking the next off-ramp and getting someplace safe. With those final words, I walked back into my RV and glared at Lu Hongtao. Stay with me or leave with them, make your decision, you have 2 seconds, I snarled. I made sure that Hades was in the RV before going back to the front to see what his decision was. Seeing him still in the driver's seat, I sat down in the seat beside him and gave him his orders. Find the next off-ramp and take it. If you can find this place I said as I pointed out the location that I had picked from my cell phone. We need to get there in the next 10 minutes. He nodded and left our position in the convoy to complete my orders. I didn't bother to look if anyone else would be following. The men might think that they were big shots, that their words could control the fate of the people around them, but they were going to get a harsh dose of reality when they realized that no one was going to care about them unless they controlled a safe zone. And to do that, we would need to be in a safe zone, not driving down a fucking highway minutes before the world ended. Unless they didn't believe that it would end. I closed my eyes at that thought. If they didn't believe that the world would end in a matter of minutes, then the friendship that I made with them over the past year was all for nothing. Thinking of that, I felt a sharp stabbing of pain in my chest. Whatever, fuck them and fuck everyone else. I would survive this, whether or not they did would be up to them. 16:44 T, 16 minutes and counting. Lu Hongtao made it to the site that I had picked out with 16 minutes to spare. I was actually quite impressed with him. I knew that if left on my own, there was no way that I would be able to get here in that time. Stepping out of my RV, I saw the rest of the convoy speeding to a stop around us. I watched all the men getting out of the vehicles and lining up in straight lines in front of me as if this was a military drill. Wang Chao and Lu Wei walked up to stand on either side of me and Lu Hongtao stepped into his position in line. If anyone has anything electronic on them that they want to save, watches, cell phones, anything, go put them in your RVs. You have 5 minutes, I said looking at my cell phone. The men broke ranks to do what I had asked and returned to their lines within 3. It was so nice dealing with professionals. 16:55 p.m. T, 5 minutes and counting. Grabbing Hades, I managed to stuff him into the kitty carrier that I had for him, much to his disgust, and went back to where everyone was waiting. With a wave of my arm, I brought all the RVs, SUVs, ATVs, and any other alphabet vehicle that we had with us into my space. Making sure that it didn't land on my fields or into the pastures, I was happy when I saw the space had developed a parking lot of sorts where everything had gone. Now, to be clear, I don't know if it goes off at exactly 5 p.m. or not, but the EMP will be coming. It will not affect anything organic, only things that rely on electronics of some kind or another to work. This means that we should not even be able to feel when the EMP goes off. However, this one is also powerful enough to wipe out the internet, so let's not take any chances, shall we? I said as I looked at the men. They stood there, staring at me, giving me their undivided attention. It was a pretty fun feeling to tell you the truth. But that means, in addition to cars no longer responding to commands, traffic lights will no longer be directing the traffic and bullet trains that will no longer be able to maintain their speeds. We also have to be careful of airplanes falling from the sky. Yeah, fun times, I know. I took a deep breath and figured out what we were going to do next. We will be traveling parallel to the roads, still continuing southeast. We are a big group and are bound to attract attention. Based on how you look, many are going to assume that you are County K soldiers there to rescue them. You are not. I will repeat this so you fully understand. You are not here to play God or hero. You are here to follow orders and fight zombies. I don't care if the most attractive woman you have ever seen falls at your feet and begs you to take her. You do, and I will either leave you or kill you, I said, trying to remember what people had mentioned about the first day of the apocalypse. Do you understand? I asked, looking at the men in the eyes. When they yelled back that they did, I handed Hades to Lu Wei. Hey, he's the one that got us all into this mess. He can carry the cat, and started to walk down the small path that I had marked out in my mind as the best route through the forest around us. Mind you, when I did this in my past life I did not have 125 people following after me. At least they were somewhat quiet. I didn't know how far we had gone, or how much time lapsed, but it seemed that we had just gotten started when we hear the first crash, and then the second, and then a giant explosion. The scream started shortly thereafter. The end of the world had arrived, and I was willing to bet it happened on time too. As the world was plunged into chaos, I could see the nervous twitches and the looks of the men behind me. I knew that they would want to see what was going on with their own eyes, to gain some type of understanding that what they had been hearing for the past year had actually happened. A small part of me wanted to have an "I told you so" moment, so I led them back to the highway. We didn't even make it to the off-ramp before the chaos hit us. The intersections were congested with piles of cars that had collided with each other when the lights stopped working and their cars just died. We weaved in and out of the people pounding on the windows, begging for our help. I saw one of the men reaching for a car door to help and mother and child out. "If you open that door, you will be left here. No supplies, no nothing," I said, my voice leveled and my tone flat. It's not that I didn't care about the carnage in front of me. Once upon a time, I was just like that soldier wanting to help out to the best of my ability. And when those people that I saved thought they could have an easier life by leeching off of me, I was never able to get rid of them. The soldier paused and looked at Wang Chao as if expecting to get a different response. The Prince of Sidia simply raised his eyebrow and looked down at the soldier, not bothering to say a single word. At least he was on my side, but, "Sir," said the soldier, clearly confused. And I got that, he trained to be able to save people, that was who he was deep inside, a savior. But he just didn't understand. Ignoring him, I continued to weave in and out of the cars and around the people that were shouting for us to call the police or the ambulances. Like they would be able to come and save them when no one else could. It would take a few days for them to realize that no one was coming and that if they wanted to be saved, they needed to save themselves. Beginning my ascent up the off-ramp, I could feel Wang Chao and Lu Wei quickly trying to make their way beside me. "This is why you wanted us off the roads," started Lu Wei, looking around at the cars and the people. "I'm sorry I didn't understand." "No," I said as we breached the top of the off-ramp and a clear view of what was left of the highway could be seen. "This is why I wanted us off the roads," I continued as I swept my arm around in order to have their attention drawn to the mess that was before us. If they thought that that small intersection behind us was an example of shit hitting the fan, then I had no idea what they would think when they saw this view. The highway itself was an 8-lane highway, filled bumper to bumper with cars, trucks, and 18-wheelers when we were driving down it minutes ago. Now, it was a wasteland. Cars were piled up on top of each other from rear-end collisions that seemed to go on for miles. 18-wheelers were tipped over, crushing the cars that were beside them or jackknifed across lanes of traffic, their cargo spilled all over the road. Now just picture all of this with our convoy, our only vehicles, just as impacted as the rest of them, I said, looking at Lu Wei, willing him to understand what I was trying to say. Some cars had caught on fire while others had the tops of them ripped off by only God knows what. The biggest thing was seeing where the highway collapsed as it went over the road underneath from the Airbus A390 that fell from the sky like a bird with a broken wing. Passengers were scrambling to get out of it, their clothes in tatters and blood flowing from their bodies. Some of them helped others out of it as one engine after another caught fire, while others just ran as they saw the amount of jet fuel on the road. I raised my eyes at the sight and turned to look at the people behind me. "Any questions?" I asked. "We might want to leave before the plane explodes causing everything else around here to burn." Silence met my remarks as the men turned around and started to head back to where the off-ramp was. We ignored the screams of people as they begged for help, running as quickly as we could to a safe-ish area. The people that could run with us, some begging us to take them and others cursing us for not caring about their safety or for not taking them to a safe area. Mind you, as far as I was concerned, there were no safe areas left in the world. Well, there was one left, and I was counting down the minutes until I could return to it. I scanned the area to my left and right as we ran down the highway. We needed to get off of it because even if the explosion from the jet fuel did not kill us, it would send off a chain reaction to all of the cars still on the highway. To my left, I saw a low guard rail that acted as a barrier between the highway and the ditch and forest beside it. Veering towards the guard rail, I quickly jumped over it and quickly took a look at the ditch in front of me. We were in luck. This ditch was fairly deep with high walls on either side. I slid down the embankment and ran to where I thought the deepest part of it was. I quickly lay flat on the ground and watched as my boys and their men followed me. There was not enough time to worry if everyone had made it, and I didn't care about the water soaking into my clothes. My Hail Mary plan was for the ditch to protect us and have any fire go over the top of us in the event of an explosion. I could extinguish the fire, but without knowing the size or intensity of it, I was not going to risk myself like that. The men could learn the hard way. I watched as Lu Wei wrapped his arms around Hades' cage and without a second thought, I vanished it into my space. I let out a small chuckle when it took him a second to catch himself from falling headfirst into the muddy water of the ditch, but hey. They wanted to see what was going on. They needed to learn to listen to me first, then satisfy any curiosity that they might have. I quickly laid my cheek as far into the water as I could while still keeping my airways free. Breathing is a great thing, especially if you are planning on staying alive, and curled my arms over my head. My nervous tick of counting in my head came out as I started whispering numbers in my head. I felt the heat on my back at 20 seconds, by 25 seconds I heard the whoosh of the explosions and by 30 seconds I could see the fire over top of us from the corner of my eyes. I tried to get an eye on the boys from my position, but I was only able to see their backs, a wall of flame maybe 6 inches from it. I closed my eyes and tried to access my ice. It was both easy and hard to call it forward. It didn't like the heat, but the cold water soaking into my body helped push it out. I pictured it acting as a barrier between me and the people around me and the fire above me. When I felt the cold air, I knew that I had succeeded. By 50 seconds, the fire was gone, leaving only small embers and fires spread out. Feeling that it was safe to stand up, I looked around at the men beside me. Checking Lu Wei and Wang Chao for injuries and not finding any, I quickly looked around and took stock of everything. Their men were coming to their feet, with no obvious signs of injuries. The others? Well, I really didn't care about them. Turning my attention back to the wall of dirt in front of me, I started to try to figure out how to get out of here. Should we cut through the forest behind us or take the highway? As I was trying to plan out our next move, an angry man came rushing up to me. Looking him up and down and then dismissing him as a threat, I took the map out of my side pocket and started to study it. You guys are soldiers. We pay you to look after us and you just left us like that. How dare you? Do you know who I am? The man screamed, trying to get in my face. I continued to ignore him and left Wang Chao to intervene. A confrontation like this was pretty standard at the end of days. So many people thought that the world owed them something and that other people needed to save them. I was not going to play those games anymore. Listening to the man turn his attention to Wang Chao and continue screaming, I had just about enough. Pretending to pull a gun out of the small of my back when I was actually pulling it from my space, I held it to the stranger's face, my eyes still on the map, my brain caught between protecting something that was mine and the need to get a move on. Pulling the trigger without warning, I ignored the gasps and screams coming from the people around me. That's it. That is where we were going to have to go. Putting the gun back into my space, I looked at Wang Chao, completely disregarding the dead body in front of us, its brains and blood flowing into the water and down the ditch. I found the route, are you guys ready? I asked looking between Lu Wei and Wang Chao. They had an indiscernible look on their face that I chose to ignore. I expected them to be shocked. It's not like I was like this at the ranch. But the ranch was my space, where I was safe. I knew I wasn't safe here, and I was don't taking chances. Could you take us? Asked a soft voice coming out of the crowd of people that were not part of my men. No, I said flatly, returning the map to my pocket and scanning Wang Chao and Lu Wei one more time for injuries. Please. The voice came again, this time injecting a hopeless tone in it. Please. She asked again, stepping away from everyone and walking up to Wang Chao. I won't be a burden. I really won't be. I looked up, my eyes looking the woman up and down. She couldn't be more than 20 years old, her black hair was in soft curls that hung around her thin shoulders and to the middle of her back. Her nails were done to perfection and her white skin practically glowed in the sunlight. She was the definition of a beauty, and a helpless one on top of that too. I turned my attention to Wang Chao, wanting to see what he was going to do. The look he gave her caused me to burst out laughing. Sorry, sweetheart, I said, drawing her attention towards me. He only listens to me, I continued giving her a smirk, I'm sure that one of these other men would be more than welcome to play hero to a damsel in distress. As if fate was working in my favor for once, a voice called her name from out of the crowd and a young man elbowed his way from the crowd. Kiki, what are you doing? Ah, the boyfriend. I chuckled to myself, not interested in watching the drama unfolding in front of me. Wang Chao. I started, nodding my head towards the dirt wall I had no chance of getting over by myself. A little help here. Quickly turning his attention back to me, He gripped me by my waist and lifted me up over the barrier that saved our lives. Even with everything that I had seen in my past life, the destruction that I saw in front of me right now caused me to pause. I pretended it was because I was waiting for everyone to join me, but my body was frozen in place. The sight that greeted me was what I sometimes pictured hell to be. There were skeletons of cars with fires still burning inside, but that was the only source of color for miles. Everything was black, from the roads to the remaining cars. Even the dead bodies reduced to nothing more than bones were black, their hands stretched forward, the desire to flee still ingrained into their bones. The jet fuel acted as a bomb, completely destroying everything around it. We were too far from the plane itself to be able to see it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it too was reduced to nothing more than its inner structure. Well, I said, forcing a cheerful tone into my voice. At least the highway has been cleared for a bit. We'll go this way. I shrugged my shoulders when I saw the look that the boys gave me. In the apocalypse, the only type of humor was dark humor. Hardly my fault. The boys took their position on either side of me and their men fanned out behind us. I had taken out enough automatic guns for each one of the men to be able to have one, just in case, so I had to say, we look really badass walking down the deserted highway, guns out. I chuckled to myself at the vision in my head. More than 100 men decked out in black long-sleeve shirts, black cargo pants, black combat boots, and an AR-15 style rifle in their arms. And they were all following me. Cue evil laughter. I tried to remember to get the boys and their men to practice their powers while we were walking, but I kept forgetting. When something was as easy as breathing to you, you forget that it was not the same for other people. We continued to walk past the burnt-out airplane, past the blackened cars and charred bones until we got to the end of the explosion area. The contrast was pretty striking, if I had to say. Behind us was a blackened nightmare of nothing but death and destruction, while in front of us were luscious green forests on either side of the highway, and you could still identify the cars. If there weren't people screaming and yelling, it would be almost picturesque. Mind you, people stopped screaming quickly when the zombies came out, so I would let them stretch their lungs while they still could. No skin off my back. When the people saw us, they came running up fast, as if we were there to save them. I thought of investing in a neon sign to hang above us saying something like, "You are going to die anyways, come here to die faster," but I thought that might be a bit harsh. The first time a girl flung herself in Wang Chao's arms as if she was so irresistible that simply by touching him, guaranteed her protection, I was able to ignore it. I did roll my eyes, but for the most part, I managed to just keep walking forward, not worrying too much about the guys. When he flung her to the pavement and continued walking forward, I had to duck my head to hide my smile. By the fifth time, I was no longer in a laughing mood. Seriously, were he and Lu Wei so irresistible that they had a magnetic force, drawing women to them? I cracked my neck and prepared to start shooting. I took this route because it was the most direct way to City B, and we were close enough that half a day of walking would not be too much of a problem, but humans were really ruining my plans. I really should start putting a cap on the number of people I killed in a day. But then again, I was already at one, more wouldn't be that big of an issue, right? Helpless damsel number 6 flung herself at Lu Wei, completely disregarding me standing between the two men. I knew that I was short compared to them, but still, that was just rude. Stopping where I was, I took out my gun again, this time putting it to her temple. "Excuse me," I said in a very calm, not psychopathic way at all. "You are touching private property. Get your hands off before you lose them. Please." See, I could still be polite and a badass at the same time. I was very proud of myself for that. However, the look that she gave me from where her cheek rested against Lu Wei's chest made me snap. I understood that he was not interested in her touch at all, not by the way he held his arms up in the air. And no, the man was not my boyfriend or husband. But he was mine, and that meant that no one else should be touching him, especially not some bottle blonde bimbo that thought that by hanging on to a strong thigh she would be able to survive what was coming next. I'll give you a hint, these men were hanging on to my thighs, so she was really barking up the wrong tree. I couldn't tell you exactly what I was feeling, or the exact moment I snapped, but when I saw her completely engulfed in my pint flames, her body flying off of Lu Wei and the scream of absolute pain leaving her mouth, I felt content. Noticing that my pink flame never even touched Lu Wei, I glared at him. If so much as one more person decides to fling themselves into your arms, you will be the one going up in flames. Have I made myself clear? I snarled. I mean, it's not like I licked them, but still. The boys simply chuckled and nodded their heads, agreeing with me. Letting out a huff of expiration, I continued forward, leading the boys, their men, and all the civilians that were hiding behind us, thinking I didn't notice them. I did, but unless they were going to do something stupid, then I would leave them alone. But a new problem popped up, one that I really didn't consider. The sun started to set on the first day of the apocalypse. It would still be a few hours until it was dark, but I didn't know what to do next. If I was alone, I would get off the road and start to prepare camp while there was still light out, but I wasn't alone. If we kept pushing, nothing bad would really happen to us. It would take at least a few days for the zombies to make it out here, so the only danger at night was the other humans. Hungry humans, hangry humans, but those could be dealt with easily, even if hangry humans were high on the scary spectrum. There had not been enough of a stressor for the humans to truly discover their superpowers. Those seemed to coincide with the breakout of zombies, so I wasn't worried about any power battles yet. Discreetly I took out my cell phone and looked at the time and compared it to the time left to our destination. Although I did not have a functioning GPS, I had taken a screenshot as soon as I put away the vehicles and could guesstimate from there. It would be another hour and a half to 2 hours before we got to Lu Wei's house in City B. Compared to the current time, that meant that we would get there around 9 p.m. or so, depending on how many stops we made between now and then. I had enough sandwiches and food that we could eat while walking to keep hunger at bay. The biggest issue was trying to deal with our tail. To kill or not to kill, that is the question. I muttered under my breath, only the guys close enough to hear me. We could probably scare them off by threatening to shoot them, said Lu Wei, always the voice of reason. If he really thought that I wanted a voice of reason right now, he had another thing coming. Is that really a mob boss mentality to have? I looked at him, a look of shock and disbelief on my face. Like seriously? What did you think I was going to say? He asked, an eyebrow arched. Kill them all and let me bathe in their blood? Well, yes. I exclaimed. I did not want to be the only person with murder on my mind. It just wasn't fair. Wang Chao was too cold to say something like that one way or another. Lu Wei was supposed to be on my side. Step 1 people. Let them all die. Wang Chao sighed like he was the only adult in a room full of children. Raising his hand, his men turned to the civilians behind us and raised their guns, eyes trained on their targets. Stay here or die, the choice is yours, he said in his calmest voice as if he was asking his men to simply take out the garbage. I smiled, it was nice not having to do everything myself. Turning to his men, he opened his mouth. Kill anyone that keeps following us. This is as far as they go. Yes, sir, came the voices of over 100 men, the ground practically vibrating beneath them. Turning back around, I quickened my pace to almost a run. I was going to take the chance and push us until we got to Lu Wei's house. Fingers crossed we get there in one piece. I heard a gunshot and then silence, the pounding of footsteps the only sound coming from behind me. This time, things would go just fine. I tried to convince myself. The third time had to be a charm, right? It was dusk when I first felt it. We had been walking, quickly, for about an hour and we had just reached the very outskirts of City B. The sun was setting enough that it was casting pink and purple streaks on the horizon. The highway route had been treating us very well, and we were able to make good time using it. Of course, we had a few incidents where people thought we should save them, and when we didn't there were a few scuffles. But I didn't really think much of it. If they wanted to bring a knife to a gunfight then that was completely on them. We had passed the "Welcome to City B" sign maybe 15 minutes ago when I realized a few crucial things. 1. My thoughts that the zombies would not be able to reach the middle of nowhere this early on was right. And 2. I didn't take into account that all the zombies were escaping the medical facilities in major cities right now. Like City B. I really needed to get my head on straight if I was going to keep it attached to my shoulders. I had gotten too comfortable in the last year, and that might prove to be a horrible thing. Maybe I should not have been so happy to have that long of a time to prep. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things that I should have remembered. But as much as my mind might have forgotten, my body seemed to remember. I froze, looking around at where we were. There was still a forest to our left, but to our right was the industrial area, filled with windowless warehouses and open spaces. All around us were destroyed cars, but no people. Wang Chao and Lu Wei made it a few steps forward before they realized that I was not moving. Walking back to me, Lu Wei started to open his mouth to say something, but I held up my hand for silence. Until I could figure out what was setting me off, I was not taking my attention away from the surrounding area. Their men were smarter than they were because as soon as I had stopped, they formed a circle behind me. Facing outwards, their backs to their fellow soldiers, they raised their guns and stood still, waiting for whatever came next. I took out my own AK-15 rifle and continued to look around. It took less than a second for Wang Chao and Lu Wei to put up the same defensive positioning, and for a few seconds, no one and nothing moved. When you hear interviews from shark attack survivors, they all mention how right before it happened, the world seemed to freeze for an inexplicable reason. Our world was frozen, not even birds made a sound, and that stillness meant only one thing as far as I was concerned. The zombies were here, but where? I continued to analyze the surrounding area, trying to figure out where they might be looking to ambush us from. Do not freeze when you see them. You need to try and remove their heads as fast as possible. Rapid fire in the same area of the neck will hopefully accomplish it, I started, my eyes never stopping. I would put some swords in the middle of the circle, but I didn't want to give the zombies a weapon if they should break our ranks. Anything else they will recover from within a matter of minutes. If you feel a pressure building up inside you, congrats, you are a power user, feel free to direct it to the zombies and not at each other, I continued. There. Movement in the forest. I swung my gun around to where the bush made the slightest tremble. One thing that got more humans killed than anything else was assuming that slight trembling was animal-related. It wasn't. Animals had a better sense of self-preservation than humans did, and when they sensed a predator in the area, they were nowhere to be seen. I let out a single shot into the bush, holding up my hand as soon as I was done to prevent the rest of the men from doing the same. It worked. A snarl came from behind the bush, but then nothing. I slowly walked towards the place I knew had a zombie and signaled for the rest of the men to follow me. Maintaining their defensive circle, they advanced with me until we passed the bush and came across a small clearing. I wish I could close my eyes at the sight before me, but I knew that as soon as I gave any sense of weakness, the horde would be on us in a matter of seconds. Well, horde might be a bit of a stretch. There was just a group of 20 or so zombies couched on the ground gorging themselves on the humans that I could only assume were in the cars on the highway. This was why we were the only ones around, everyone else had become dinner point too. The zombie closest to me turned his head almost 180 degrees to look at me and the men behind me. I heard the quiet gasps as the men laid their eyes on the zombies for the first time. I guess my warnings didn't fully prepare them for real life, or maybe they just didn't believe me. But then again, seeing was believing, I guess. Crouched on the balls of his feet and the palm of his hand, the zombie was in a position that no human could possibly maintain or even get into in the first place. His light purple skin was easily seen through his ripped jeans and a tattered collared shirt. He was very clearly missing shoes, but there was not a scratch or an ounce of his own blood on him. His body looked similar to a normal human, but it was on the thin side, not quite emaciated, but still much thinner than anyone would consider healthy. The joints were his knees and elbows, which appeared to be enlarged, like balls in between two sticks. But it was his head that was truly shocking. His head was round, more so than just his face. His entire skull had undergone a transformation so that it almost looked like a ball resting on top of a thick stick. His ears had also become two tiny holes in his skull, almost invisible to the naked eye. A few dark purple veins were streaked across his temples as if he was struck by lightning, and those were what was left behind. His nose, or where his nose should have been, was simply an open triangle in the middle of his face with fine gills blocking the entrance. After all these years I knew that the zombies had no traditional sense of smell. Instead, they used their gills in order to be able to detect certain chemical signatures including blood, urine, and sweat. There were also electrical receptors running front, back, and on either side of their bodies from head to toe that could detect the electrical output of their prey. Guess what? Humans didn't even know that we naturally sent out an electrical field from our bodies. They could literally find us with their eyes closed. Pretty cool, huh? Now, his eyes, they were round white balls with a small black pupil sunk deep into the sockets, and he had 3 different types of eyelids. I managed to bring back a head to the compound once and let the scientist run some experiments on it. From what we could understand, each eyelid would open and close due to a certain response, just like a real shark. But their vision itself was limited to only 20 feet or so they relied on their other senses to be able to hunt, especially from a distance. The zombie ignored me and the men in favor of turning his attention to the dead body in front of him. Opening his giant mouth that took up the entire bottom half of his head and almost unhinging his jaw, he took a giant bite of flesh, moving his lower jaw in a back-and-forth manner. His teeth clearly needed a sawing motion in order to get through the tissue, fat, and muscles of the shoulder he was chewing on. Sorry, it took me a second to identify where he was eating. After the bite was removed from the corpse, he turned his attention back to me and mine. Chewing once, twice, he tilted his head back to swallow the chunk of meat. There was an almost hypnotizing quality to watching the bulge move from his mouth and down his throat. He bared his teeth towards us in a creepy smile. If these things could actually smile, showing off his impressive set of teeth before turning his attention back to his meal. All of the 20 zombies in the clearing were acting in a similar manner. We were not presenting a threat and they had a meal right in front of them, so they were not willing to risk this kill in order to chase a different one. Like it said, they were smart. I motioned for the men behind me to start backing up, never taking my eyes off of the clearing in front of us. It was so quiet, only to be interrupted by the occasional sounds of ripping flesh and chewing. We were lucky that these ones weren't hungry, but we would have to hurry up and get to Lu Wei's house before we ran across other zombies that had yet to have their dinner. That Lu Wei started before I once again held up a hand to quiet him. We might have gotten out of the clearing, but we were in no way, shape, or form in a safe enough position to be making too much noise. They might not have traditional ears to hear us, but our voices made vibrations in the air which the zombies used to be able to pinpoint our location. They might not be able to listen in on our conversations, but they could still hunt us down by using our voices. And I was not going to take the chance that one body would be enough to fill them up when they just escaped. As soon as we made it back to the highway, I ran as quickly as I could towards City B and hopefully a safe place. I was not going to take the time right now to try and be quiet, because whether or not our footsteps made enough noise for us to hear or not, they still made vibrations on the ground. And, say it with me, vibrations bring the zombies. Wasn't this a fun end of days? I would literally kill for the slow, dumb zombies from the online novels where they didn't advance until the humans around them could. It seemed that here we were constantly playing catch-up, and it was not a pleasant feeling. We continued to run until we entered the city and I stopped again, trying desperately to catch my breath. You would think that I spent the past year training my body for this, but I really didn't. A whole year without exercise was a dream for me. The men formed a ring around me, making sure to keep me safe while I recovered. Knowing I didn't have that much time, I only took a few minutes before I was worming my way through the men and back to the front. Okay, I said, still trying to catch my breath. Seeing a bunch of birds picking off God only knows what from the streets, I knew we would be safe for now at least. Pointing to the birds I said, as long as you see any type of animal around, we will be fine. If they leave, we need to leave. Understood? I saw the men nodding and a few placing all their attention on the birds around us. Now, I said, looking at Lu Wei. What were you going to say? The zombies, he started, looking around the area as if expecting them to jump out at any time. Clearly, this man was not used to being prey. Nodding my head, I motioned for him to continue. Why didn't we kill them? I was shocked for a minute and then burst out laughing as I took the map out of my space and studied it. Why would we kill them? I asked, trying to figure out where we were and where we needed to go. Briefly looking at my cell phone, I needed to save the battery until I could get the generators up and running or have time to plug it into the house in my space. I saw that it was 8:30 p.m. Not interested in being out in the open much longer, I needed to get us to a safe place as soon as possible. We were now in the city, and, as we saw before, the zombies were out and running around. We need to find a safe place for the night. We can try to make it to your home tomorrow, I continued, not really paying attention to the guys. Why didn't we kill the zombies, said Lu Wei again, this time with a bit of a snap to his voice. Because they weren't trying to kill us, I said as if it made all the sense in the world. If you were in the middle of a pack of lions and decide to annoy one of them, you needed to expect all of the other ones to come after you. All in all, it was a pretty dumb thing to do in the first place. But we should have killed them, came a voice from the crowd of soldiers behind me. Taking in a deep sigh, I tried to explain myself. But first, I pointed to Wang Chao, the only one to have remained quiet this entire time. We need a safe place to go, preferably now. Nodding his head, he started walking, weaving in and out of the cars on the street. There were no longer people around, but I was not concerned. Hopefully, they would become the first meal out of prison for the zombies and leave us alone. Why didn't we kill them? Asked Lu Wei for the third time. We survived that because they were feeding and we didn't present a threat to them. If we attempted to fight them, we would have been wiped out. Do you understand that? There were only 20 of them and over 100 of us. Plus, you have your fire. My fire, I said, nodding my head like he was making complete sense. So, how were you planning on knocking them down long enough for me to be able to burn them to ashes? A bullet to the head, or enough bullets to decapitate them, said Lu Wei, proving that he was listening to me to some extent. They would have been all over us by the time the second bullet flew. Did you forget that I fired the first shot? If you fired the first shot, then why weren't you prepared to finish it? I fired the first shot for a few reasons, I said, trying to be understanding. I know that this is their first experience in this type of situation and movies and video games aren't overly accurate. First, I didn't want to startle the zombies by appearing without warning. A startled zombie is a dangerous zombie. Second, the snarl implied that they were otherwise occupied. If there was silence after the first shot, then we would have had to prepare for battle, I said, explaining my reasoning. How do you expect us to learn how to fight them without giving us a chance to do it? Asked Lu Wei. Wang Chao was still suspiciously silent, but he was bringing us to a safe place, so I would count that as a win. Well, at the ranch the idea was to bring in one at a time for your guys to learn, but for some reason, we aren't at my ranch. I have been here before, I had to learn the hard way, and I have lost more people than you have behind you to zombies. I know what I am doing, and that means, out here, I am your best chance of survival. You want to ignore me or question me? I will wish you the best of luck and will meet you back at the ranch, I said, stopping at raising my head. We will do things your way, said Wang Chao, finally speaking. Pointing to a hotel in front of us, he continued, would this be okay? I looked at the large hotel in front of us and cringed. When I said safe place, I was thinking more along the lines of a house. A small house. Where we would be practically on top of each other, but would be able to know for certain that we were the only ones there. This hotel could end up being a nightmare. My mind ran through the logistics of entering those doors, and I sighed. If Lu Wei wanted a fight, then I guess we were going to jump in the deep end and see who sank or swam. Hanging the AK-15 over my shoulder within easy reach, I took as many swords as I could out of my space. Putting them into a pile, I motioned for the men to grab them. As they proceeded to do just that, I let out a big breath through pursed lips. Alright, you guys want to try your hand at this, then heaven forbid I stop you. Here is what you need to know. They are fast. They will not die, even if you cut off their heads. A bullet will not stop them at all, even a headshot. If you cut them in half, be prepared to be fighting two of them instead of just one. A severed limb might make them pause for less than a second as a new one regrow. But it would only be a matter of a minute or two before the severed arm also became its own zombie. I looked at the soldiers around me, and closed my eyes, wondering how many would come out of this alive. Make your way as quickly as you can to the penthouse suite, or presidential suite, or whatever is the biggest room in the place. Ignore any humans you come across unless they present a threat. If that is the case, kill them, I said, waving my hand for Lu Wei and the soldiers to enter the hotel first. Good luck, I said, and may the odds be ever in your favor. I chuckled to myself. I watched as the soldiers put their swords on their backs and instead, took the guns that they were more familiar with and raised them as they crouched down. I had seen this formation in the movies, but I never expected to be able to see it in real life. Like a black wave, 125 soldiers flowed into the hotel, led by one of the men I was trying to put in the friend zone, but wasn't successful at it. I sat down on the curb of the sidewalk outside of the hotel, trying to get myself together. I was never dumb enough to try something like this in my past life. It was a well-known death sentence. So what was I doing agreeing that they could do this? They will be fine, came a deep reassuring voice beside me. They are highly trained. I know, I said, my voice catching a bit when I heard the first shot ring out. But they are highly trained against other humans. Not animals. And these zombies are more like a pack of wolves than a team of humans. A second shot rang out followed by so many that I couldn't keep track. And I don't even know if my flames will be enough to save us, I continued as I stood up and dusted my pants off. Picking up a specially made katana beside me, I unsheathed it and put the now empty sheath back into my space. Shall we? I asked, looking at Wang Chao, wondering if this will be the last time I ever saw him. He took my hand, pulling me into his embrace. Giving me a gentle kiss on my cheek, he looked down into my eyes. Whatever he saw, caused him to pause and slowly, ever so slowly lean down until he could put the softest kiss ever on my lips. We will be back safe and sound. I promise, he said as he took a step back. If this was going to be like that manga I read where the asshole MC was shot on his way to his own wedding, I would kill someone. Hearing his chuckle intermixed with the screams and bullets coming from the hotel, I had to smile. Come back to me, I said as I followed him into hell. Apparently, I was willing to follow these two men anywhere. We walked through the glass doors and entered a hotel that Wang Chao must have stayed at before. While I was not overly impressed by the exterior of the building, glass, and modernism were not my thing, the interior was completely different. Walking across the dark marble floors, I could just make out an area to the left with a large reception area and what was probably once pristine white carpets. Too bad the blue and red blood stains were preventing me from truly taking in the magnificence of this place. Wang Chao strolled forward as if he owned the place, completely unconcerned about what we were likely to come across. I smirked to myself, thinking that he probably did own it, which was why he clearly felt so comfortable here. "No, this one belongs to Lu Wei," he said, unable to help himself from reading my mind. His statement caused me to pause for a second before I hurried to catch up to him. It was not like I was biased against personal assistants, but it really never crossed my mind that Wang Chao's assistant would not only be a mob boss but also extremely rich in his own right. That begged the question, why the hell was Lu Wei a personal assistant in the first place? Another round of gunfire went off directly in front of me, so I had to shelve those thoughts for a bit. But I would come back to them, probably, if I remembered. We entered into a marble hallway that, according to the signs, led directly to the elevators. Marble pillars were lined on each side of the hallway, and Lu Wei and the men were using them as cover, trying to shoot at the 3 zombies directly in front of us and between the pillars. "May I offer some advice?" I asked Wang Chao as I stretched my neck. "Of course," he replied, not speeding up or slowing down. The man was designed to give me an aneurysm. "Thunder is not going to work in here, so try using the metal around us instead. You can also try using the spirit powers, but just warn me ahead of time or try to not have it affect me," I said, picking up my pace as the zombies in front of me finally noticed us. "And if you do use metal, try not to weaken the foundation of this place. We don't want to be buried." Taking off into a full sprint and leaving Wang Chao behind us, I approached the zombies. Luckily Lu Wei noticed us and the gunfire stopped. Friendly fire really wasn't all that friendly, and it still hurt like a bitch to be shot. I swung the sword down with my right hand in a single-hand grip. I knew this was not traditional or even close to the correct way to use it, but I needed my left hand to be free. Thankfully, I was able to obtain this sword from a master blacksmith, and the sharpness and dexterity of the blade was second to none. Cutting off the head with a single stroke was not as easy as it looked in the movies, but it was a move that I had spent a decade in my previous life perfecting. The head rolled off the first zombie and I quickly threw out my blue flames, knowing that it had a high enough temperature that the head and body would not be able to regenerate before the flames consumed it to ashes. Seeing that the second and third zombie was approaching even faster than the first, I quickly threw another blue fireball at the third one while once again, trying to take off the head of the second one with a single stroke. It's a swing and a miss. The second zombie, fully realizing what happened to the first one, was able to duck in time to avoid my stroke. Circling around to my back, I was now placed in the extremely uncomfortable position of being between 2 zombies that wanted to eat me. Fuck my life. The third zombie, the one in front of me, was now a blue flame walking. Not noticing or not caring about the fact that it was on fire, it still advanced toward me, trying to force me to back away from it and into the waiting grasp of the other zombie. I tried to picture the elevator doors flying off their hinges and encasing the 2 zombies, but Wang Chao was either not paying attention to what was going on in my brain or he had a better idea. Truthfully, I am pretty sure that it was the first one. Why else was he taking so fucking long to get over here and help me? And what about Lu Wei and the men? Shouldn't they have gotten their asses in gear and joined the fight? Wasn't this whole thing their idea? I grumbled to myself as I weaved and ducked between the 2 zombies, somehow keeping up with their speed. Or maybe Wang Chao was slowing them down. I wasn't sure, but I was not going to complain. When the second one took a swipe at my face with her nails extended, I barely had enough room to duck. Luckily for me, I was not the only one to do a swing and a miss, because she ended up missing me in nailing zombie number 3 instead. I sighed when he let out a roar of protest. If he wasn't standing so closely, he would not have been injured. That should teach him a lesson. Trying to look around, I cursed at whoever chose the marble design for this hallway. Clearly they didn't take into account a zombie apocalypse and the need for footholds. The marble surface was too smooth to be able to climb up to any height, but I needed to get a distance between me and them in order to get their heads off. That was one problem with a sword like a katana, you needed distance to be able to use it effectively. Finding a gap between them wide enough to slip through, I slid across the floor between them and hid myself behind a pillar trying to catch my breath. In the less than a second that I had to compose myself before going back into battle, I looked around and saw the men with Lu Wei and Wang Chao simply watching me. "Are you fucking serious?" I screeched, ducking even further when Zombie 2 tried to take another swipe at my head but ended up taking out a chunk of the marble pillar behind me instead. I was pretty sure that I was done right now. Done with the boys, done with their men, and most of all, done with the fucking zombies. Letting out a scream of rage, I once again swung the sword, this time managing to take the second zombie's head. Throwing the blue flame at the 2 separated parts, I turned my attention to the walking flame before me. I now had more than enough room to take care of this problem, but the men needed a lesson before I did. Recalling my blue flame, I waited the few seconds that it would take for the zombie to regenerate. He looked at me, cocking his round head to the side at an impossible angle, and opened his mouth wide enough that I could see all of his teeth. And I do mean all 3 rows of them. His head ended up looking like a ball cut in half. If I didn't know better, I would assume that his lower jaw was just going to fall off, but I was never that lucky. This was how they not only showed dominance, but it was also his way of trying to figure out if he could eat you whole, or if he would have to break you down into smaller parts. I smiled at him as I quickly dashed up and cut off his right arm. He looked down at the missing appendage, then back to me, and then started shaking. Rolling his shoulders a few times, it took him almost 30 seconds for that arm to grow back. I know. I was counting. With his 2 arms in their proper places and a third one on the floor not far away, we both stood there, staring at each other. The seconds were still ticking away inside my head, and by the time I had counted to 180, there were now 2 identical zombies standing in front of me. Both their heads cocked to the side and their mouths open. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, wondering about the mess that my temper got me into, and then cut off the left arm of the first zombie. Once again, more shaking and poof, the arm was back. 3 minutes later and a third zombie stood up to take its place beside its sire. Clone. Original. I am not sure what you would call him, to be perfectly honest. But I wasn't done making my point yet. I cut the right leg off of the original and the zombie didn't even flinch or lose his balance. Clone number 3 popped up after 3 minutes. Finally, I split one of the clones down the center and, would you believe it, each side took less than 5 minutes to become a complete zombie. For those of us that were counting, that meant I have 1 original zombie, 2 zombies from each arm, a zombie from the leg, and finally, a zombie that was originally half of a whole. If anyone wants to do that math, I now had 5 zombies standing in front of me, 4 of them who were clones of the original. Looking at the men that were looking at me, I took out the AK-15 that I had put in my space and shot each zombie repeatedly, not stopping until I had emptied a full magazine into them. We all watched as chunks of flesh flew off of the 5 zombies, spraying blue blood all over the place. In less time than I could count to 1, they were back in perfect condition. They didn't bother to move from their original positions and I continued to stay in mine. The 6 of us just looked at each other, no one bothering to move. Any other questions? Concerns? Comments? I asked the men behind me, not caring about making eye contact with anyone or anything else but the zombies in front of me. They didn't listen to me the first time and we left my sanctuary in order to go save people we may or may not like. They didn't listen to me a second time and we were stuck on a highway with an exploding airplane. They didn't listen to me a third time and decided to enter the hotel from hell just to test their abilities. Well, guess what? If this was a test, then they all failed. I snarled when none of the men responded and swung the blade from left to right, removing the heads of 3 of the clones and the 1 original zombie. The last remaining clone was too fast and managed to get out of the way. But it was also because it was the last in the line and my blade had slowed down more and more with each head that was removed before I reached it. Knowing that I was quickly using up more power than I had, I sent out a blue flame with hopefully enough strength to burn the 4 zombie bodies and 4 heads to ashes in seconds. When I was done, I turned my complete attention to the second clone. It snarled at me, once again flashing its teeth, and made a half-hearted attempt to swipe at me with its claws. I watched as it looked around, and noticed the moment it saw the door to the outside. I slid to my right, giving it more of an opportunity to run, and it took it, rushing to the doors as fast as it could. Now that the immediate danger was over, I walked over to the stairs and began the long journey to the top of the 40-floor hotel. Sometimes, not having electricity was a real bitch. I heard the door to the stairwell open and a rushing of feet that told me Wang Chao and the rest of the men were on their way behind me. If they had any injuries or lost anyone, I didn't know, and quite frankly, I didn't care. They might be mine in a very general sense, but they refused to listen to me and this was the result. Any consequences fell firmly on their head. You didn't kill him, said a voice I was a little tired of hearing from today. Neither did you, I pointed out as Lu Wei rushed to catch up to me. My zombie kill count stood at 6 for the day, and my human was still at 2. I think. Anyways, seeing as they didn't have the ability to burn the corpses to ash, I knew that Lu Wei and his men had not managed to take out a single zombie. The highly trained super soldiers that thought guns were the answer for everything, did not manage to kill anything and instead wasted a lot of bullets that could have been put to better use, like on the humans that would need to be killed in the future. It's not like there was a factory creating bullets anymore, each one was precious and needed to be conserved. But I digress. Li Dai Lu equals 6, super soldiers equals 0. They want to bitch that I allowed one of the zombies to escape, then, by all means, bitch away. But I must have missed the part where they came in and helped me. Oh wait, they didn't. Deciding that I had had enough exercise for the day, I picked a random floor and walked down the hall where the rooms were located. Thanks to the lack of electricity, I didn't have to worry about not finding a place to rest for the night. A head poked out of one of the rooms along the corridor and I raised my gun, not bothering to see if it was a man or a woman. Hell, I didn't even care if it was a zombie at this point. Back in your room, lock your door, and leave me the fuck alone, I said as I continued past the person. She/it was smarter than the other men currently wandering down the hallway behind me and they withdrew back into their room. Deciding on a random room, needing sleep more than anything else, I tried a door and to my luck, it opened on the first try. Scanning around the room with a king-sized bed in the middle, I checked the bathroom and cupboard. Not finding anything, I turned to the door to see Wang Chao, Lu Wei, and the rest of the soldiers standing on the other side, just staring at me. I walked up to the door and saw Lu Wei open his mouth. Before he could even breathe out a word, I had slammed the door in his face and pulled the deadbolt across the door, effectively locking out the world. Finding a turn lock on my side of the handle, I engaged that lock too, making doubly sure that the men stayed on their side of the hall and out of my room. Looking between the bed and the bathroom, I went into the bathroom first and turned on the water. Putting my hand under the shower head, I was greeted with an icy spray. Fuck that. I knew that my blue flame was severely depleted and my pink flame was not up to heating my water quickly, so a shower was out of the picture for me right now. I went over to the bed and without even bothering to get changed, I slid under the covers and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. No electricity meant no elevators, no electronic locks on the doors, and no hot water. Fuck my life. However, for the first day of the end of the world, it didn't go too badly when it was all said and done. But tomorrow was a new day and I would have to deal with the boys, and probably Lu Wei's family, and his fiancée. But if I wanted to make it out of here alive and get back to my paradise, then this couldn't continue. Someone would have to bend, and it wouldn't be me. Do you think she is pissed? Asked Lu Wei as he and Wang Chao picked the room to the right of hers to spend the night. Although they were not overly happy with the two queen-sized beds, at least they were close to Li Dai Lu in case of an emergency. I think to say that she is pissed is a bit of an understatement. She created 4 zombies just to shut us up and then proceeded to kill 4 of them in front of us without help. That is in addition to the 2 that she killed when we first got in here. That is a total of 7 zombies that she dealt with one-on-one, said Wang Chao, going to the bathroom. Noticing that the temperature was ice cold, he got undressed and went into the shower, trying to get rid of the grime from the day. This day seemed to have gone on forever. It was hard to believe everything that happened in just 24 hours, and honestly, they were the liability that she said they would be. She didn't want to be here, but they dragged her into their mess, and then Lu Wei and their men disregarded what she had said in order to be able to see things with their own eyes. And not one of them was able to fight against the he tried. God knows how hard he tried. Closing his eyes, he let the water wash over him as if washing the sins of his failure down the drain with the rest of the dirt. He was just as guilty as Lu Wei. Hell, he could see in her mind and he still didn't get the full picture of what would happen when that EMP went off. He shuddered to think of the dreams that he had where he was not prepared for that EMP and the consequences of that. Turning off the tap, he quickly dried off and wrapped a towel around his waist. Leaving the bathroom, he passed Lu Wei who was also wanting a shower before bed, and went to the closest bed to the door. The fact that it was also against the same wall that Li Dai Lu's bed was simply a coincidence. At least he still had the comfort of being able to read her mind from this distance. But maybe that was the problem. He had assumed that using his powers would be as simple as breathing. Li Dai Lu certainly made it look that way. But he also remembered her saying that the powers were like a muscle, and you couldn't expect a muscle that had never been used before to be strong. He had tried to grab the elevator doors like she projected in her mind when she was fighting, but all that he succeeded in doing was shaking them. It was the same for the metal in the walls. He called, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything. He had to get stronger if he wanted to survive, he needed to get stronger if he wanted to protect Li Dai Lu. As novel of a feeling as it was, being the one to be protected for a change, he could feel what it was costing him, he could hear her doubts about them in her head. Not bothering to get dressed, he closed his eyes and thought about the feeling of the metal around him. He was able to manipulate the smaller pieces of it, paper clips, staples, nails, but large pieces, the beams and the doors, he could not move. Yet. He would start small and work his way up. He had seen the damage that a cluster of nails did when it exploded, so maybe he was thinking about powers in a completely wrong way. He needed to learn how to manipulate the small and build up to the big, like starting off with the 2 pounds weight and moving up to the 150 pounds ones. With a solid gameplay in place and the contented thoughts of his little girl sleeping, he was in a much better mood when Lu Wei came out of the shower. "What do we do?" Lu Wei asked, his own towel wrapped around his waist and another one drying his hair. "We?" asked a smug Wang Chao. "There is no we in this mess. The blame is placed firmly on you and the men for this shit show," he continued, looking at his best friend, an arm behind his head, his 8-pack on full display. "And after all this? I don't think I need to consider you that much of a competition anymore." The smirk on his face let Lu Wei know exactly what he was thinking. "A minor setback," said Lu Wei, worried, but pretending not to be. "We will fall in line like the good soldiers we are, and everything will be fine again." Wang Chao hummed noncommittedly. "The queen is not happy. How are you planning on changing that?" "I figured I'd start by kissing her feet and working my way up," said Lu Wei with a smirk of his own. "Good luck with that," chuckled Wang Chao. "She'd sooner kick you in the head than let you kiss her feet." Lu Wei shrugged and got into his own bed, not worrying about getting dressed. His clothes were dirty and all of his extras were in Li Dai Lu's space. He would put on his old clothes tomorrow and not a moment sooner. "I'm playing the long game," he confessed as the last rays of the sun set and the room was plunged into darkness. "I can wait for her forgiveness." "One problem in your plan, Wei," said Wang Chao, not bothering to move or to take his eyes off the ceiling of the room. "You are not the only one playing a long game, and I don't plan on losing." Lu Wei grunted in acknowledgement and closed his eyes. That was another worry for tomorrow. With the challenge sent out and accepted, the men had a restful night's sleep. "I woke up naturally, something that would be rare in the coming days, but I needed the sleep and it would take less than an hour for us to get to Lu Wei's place from here. Hopefully. I figured I would also need as much sleep as possible if I was going to deal with both him and his family. I got changed into clean clothes, not wanting to take a cold shower this early in the morning. I would disappear into my space and take a shower there when I had time, but it was on the low end of my priorities. I needed to be in a safe place for that to happen, and I wasn't there. But then again, the RV did have a shower with hot water, maybe I would just take one of those out and enjoy a shower there. The men could stand guard, after all. From what I had seen yesterday, they would have to get a lot of training in if they wanted to keep their pretty heads attached to their bodies. I boiled some water in my space and made myself a giant travel mug full of coffee and sat down at the desk of my room to enjoy some music and coffee until the guys were ready. After being smart and plugging in my cell phone in my space overnight, I managed to get a full battery, perfect for games and music. It was maybe 15 minutes later when I heard a knocking at my door. Raising my eyebrows, and taking out the single earbud from my ear, I went over to the door and looked through the peephole. Hey, it was the end of the world. A girl couldn't be too careful. Seeing the guys on the other side of the door, I opened it wide to invite them in, but when the rest of their men filed in behind them, I wondered how everyone was going to fit in the room. Then I realized that was a them problem, so I smiled and took my seat as everyone tried to fit into the single room. "Any deaths or injuries from yesterday?" I asked, taking a sip of my coffee. "No deaths, but a few injuries, mostly bruises and broken bones," said Lu Wei as he took a seat on my bed. Seeing that he was somewhat back to normal, I rolled my eyes. I would write yesterday off as a bad day, but this would be the only time he got that pass. Like I said, this was the first time they had ever experienced an apocalypse, so I needed to be a bit understanding about the whole thing. No bleeding or any other transfer of fluids. When most people heard that, their thoughts immediately went to sex, but technically, you could become a zombie simply by having one spit on you and the saliva getting into your mouth, nose, or eyes. And if you just pictured a zombie standing back and spitting on people, congratulations, that is exactly how humans found out about the method of transfer. "No, we are all good," confirmed Lu Wei, leaning forward. "Did you have a good sleep?" Raising my eyebrows, I took a sip to hide my smile. "Not a horrid sleep, but I don't know if I had enough to put up with your family," I chuckled. "That's fine," he reassured me, "you protect me from the zombies and I'll protect you from my family." Thinking that statement over, I figured I got the better end of that deal. I was beginning to understand that zombies were a lot less scary than the wealthy citizens of Country K. I think that the men had learned a few lessons yesterday, no matter how hard they were. Passing a few humans that were in the halls and staircase of the hotel, trying to get our attention, the men all ignored them, carrying their rifles in a low-ready position. No one talked, no one asked dumb questions, everything was fantastic. And then we got to the lobby, and the huge group of humans that crowded the area, clearly waiting for us. I stopped and stared at the man that walked towards us, clearly the spokesperson of the group. He was dressed in the same impeccable style that Wang Chao and Lu Wei used to have, and the air around him seemed to shimmer with his authority. A power user that didn't know he was a power user. Wang Chao, the man greeted, completely ignoring me, his sole focus on Wang Chao beside me. No wonder they seemed similar, they must have been in the same circles before yesterday. Zhang Hao ran, Wang Chao said as he nodded his head. Turning to me, he said, he is the younger brother of Zhang Huifun. I racked my brain trying to remember why that name sounded familiar and then it hit me. Your brother-in-law-ish? I asked. He'd have to forgive me for not remembering. If it wasn't about getting to Lu Wei's house, or getting supplies, or fighting zombies, my brain was really not caring about it. When Wang Chao nodded his head to me, I turned to look at Zhang Hao Ran. What do you want? I demanded, needing to leave this place as soon as possible. Being on the brunch menu was not how I wanted to start my day, and the longer we delayed here, the more of a possibility that was going to be. Zhang Hao Ran looked down at me and then back to Wang Chao. We need to get back to City A, he said, doing his best to hint at what he wanted without having to ask for it. I hummed and nodded my head. Good luck, I said as I started to walk towards the front doors. The problem that I was beginning to realize, was that people did not part like the Red Seas to me, they parted for Wang Chao, who was still standing and looking at Zhang Hao Ran. With a huff, I turned back around and went back to the boys. The sun reflecting off all the shiny metal on the outside of the building before beaming in through the giant windows made me close one eye as I looked at the group of men before me and the mix of men and women behind me. Stretching my neck, I realized that I had spoken too soon when I said that the men in my group had learned their lesson. Fucking idiots. I don't know about you gentlemen, I said, ignoring Zhang Hao Ran and speaking directly to Wang Chao and Lu Wei. But I am going to be walking out of this door in the next 2 minutes. If you are not coming, please inform me now. We did not have the time to be playing the games that were so popular in the upper crust before the EMP. Lu Wei quickly took a step forward and stood beside me. Giving Wang Chao a smirk he said, I'll be leaving with Princess, you feel free to have your meeting here. Well, at least that one developed some brain cells last night. Nodding to him, I pulled the sword I had strapped to my back and held it pointing down. I was not above killing people to get out of here. I only had one coffee this morning and no matter how big it was not nearly enough for me to deal with this shit. Wang Chao looked at Zhang Hao Ran and said calmly, we are not going to Cydia right now, you will need to call your brother to come save you. Zhang Hao Ran shook his head as he heard what Wang Chao said. Putting his right hand in his pocket he gave a half smile. We are family now, I expected better of my brother-in-law, he said, a challenge clearly in his voice. Leaving Lu Wei's side, I slid into the space between the two men and faced Zhang Hao Ran. Smiling my most polite smile, I started poking the man in the chest. I am sure that Wang Chao would have had no problems helping you, but the fact of the matter is, he is not in charge of this little operation. I am. So the man has no say and his very life depends on keeping me happy. Understood? Now, you guys are more than welcome to stay here, and maybe, just maybe, we will swing by this way once we are done with what we need to do. But either way, fuck off. Done with men that couldn't understand that their world was not going to be the same, I left the hotel with Wang Chao's men following me. Sorry, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. He smiled at Zhang Hao Ran as he walked past him, putting his hand on Zhang Hao Ran's shoulder. You heard her, I have no say in the matter. With those parting words, he followed me into the sun and the beginning of a new day. The sunlight did nothing to improve the scene outside. In fact, I am pretty sure that it made it worse. Where before the darkness was able to hide the blood stains on the concrete, the sunlight shone down on the dark red puddles on the roads and sidewalks. I looked at the abandoned cars around us, noting the broken windows and blood stains, the stuffed bunny on the street, and the severed limbs. I saw where some cars drove into storefront windows, some of their occupants still hanging over the steering wheel, no longer caring about the fate of the world. And then I saw a murder of crows raise up into the air, a fierce cry coming from them before they disappeared into the distance. Silence followed. Flight, fight, or freeze? I asked Lu Wei who had come up behind me and to my left. He too studied the surrounding area. What do you suggest? He asked me, willing to concede to me. Stretching my neck, my nervous tick out in full force, I shot a single bullet into the air. Silence. Flight or fight, I said this time making it a statement instead of a question. I continued to scan around for anything that was out of place. Sunlight gleamed off the mirrors, windows, and cars around us, essentially putting us in the very middle of their reflections. Given the fact that the men were all wearing their black uniforms from yesterday, we were a bit screwed. Still only steps away from the entrance of the hotel, I motioned for the men to go back inside, not willing to turn my back for a second. The slight sound of their footsteps let me know that they were listening. Lu Wei quickly followed, also not willing to turn around, and finally, I entered the lobby and locked the door in front of me. I still couldn't see anything outside of the windows in front of me, but that didn't mean a thing. They were out there, the only question was, where? Those that can, hide. Those that want to fight, stay here, I said, not bothering to see who would listen to the order and who would not. If lesson 1 was I am always right, the second lesson that they were going to learn today was how to kill a zombie, or die trying. I smelled Wang Chao before I could feel him, his arm gently wrapping itself around my waist. What's the plan? He asked, speaking softly in my ear. It took everything in me to still scan the outside and not give in to the need to melt against him. Training practice, I said as I spotted the first bit of movement. The light blue and lavender of the zombie's skin allowed them to blend in perfectly with a bright, sunny day like today, so you had to hope that the clothes they were wearing would give you the opportunity to see them, or that they tripped. And the fuckers never tripped, or wore huntsman's orange. The men fanned out behind me, allowing Zhang Hao Ran to step closer to me. He didn't say a word, simply looked at me and Wang Chao. It will need to be done in groups of 10. I will let in one zombie at a time and you guys try your best to kill it before it multiplies or the rest of the zombies are hungry, I said, spotting more movement. These were the advanced scouts, so whether we took them out or let them leave, the rest of the horde would know where we were. This was going to be an all-out battle, and I was stuck with people that had only engaged with the enemy once, leading to a crushing defeat for the humans. Was it too late to go back to bed and have a do-over? I can help, said Zhang Hao Ran from where he stood beside Wang Chao. Somehow, I doubt that, I said with a tired sigh. These people all thought that it was easy to kill zombies, but it really wasn't. Combine that with the male attitude that they could do anything and everything, and we were set up for disaster. Alright, I continued in a louder voice. Break yourself off into teams of 10 and the first one line up here. Seeing a single zombie crouching between the cars, trying to stay out of sight, I waited for the men to organize themselves before opening up the door and letting out a piercing whistle. The zombie snapped his head up and looked around as if trying to find the source of the noise. I let out a lower-pitched whistle and lightly tapped my foot on the marble floor. I knew that if I was willing to cut myself, the zombie would get here quicker, but I only wanted one, and blood would call them all. I continued with my whistling, occasionally throwing in a snap of my fingers, and in a matter of minutes, the zombie was at the glass door, her mouth open and her eyes on me. I opened the door a bit wider and saw the gills in her nasal cavity tremble as it caught the scent of so much prey. Keeping me, the boys, and Zhang Hao ran behind the door, I opened it a bit farther, allowing her to push herself in. As soon as she had entered the lobby, I quickly shut the door behind her and locked it. The 3 men plus 7 soldiers quickly surrounded the zombie, their guns up and leveled. Not the guns, boys, I called to them. Use the swords. Realizing that Zhang Hao Ran was the only one without a weapon of any kind, and the dumbass still wanted to fight the zombie, I walked over to him and handed him a sword from my space. Cut off the head, nothing else, I said, not really believing that he would listen to me, but still willing to give it a shot. I watched as one of the soldiers that I recognized as a team leader quickly slashed at the zombie, only to have his sword stuck in her neck tissue. I nodded, impressed with what he managed to do. Most people think that it is extremely easy to cut off someone's neck, but in reality, it was extremely hard. Even people that died in the Middle Ages from being beheaded had that axe fall on their neck 3, 4, or even 5 times before the head rolled off. He pulled the sword down and threw, not allowing it to remain stuck in the body. Blood sprayed all over the place, but the men managed to avoid it. Even Zhang Hao Ran managed to not get covered in the blue goo. Maybe they weren't as helpless as I originally thought they were. And then Zhang Hao Ran cut off the zombie's arm and all those positive thoughts went right out of my head. I told you to aim for the neck, what part of the arm made you think that it was a neck? I yelled, looking at him. I missed, what's the big deal? He snarked back to me, taking his eyes off of the zombie in the middle of the circle. That, I said, pointing behind him to where the zombie was shaking and another limb regrew. I smirked when his face turned pale as a second zombie stood up and went back to back with the original. And now you have 2 to deal with. Men, make sure to thank Zhang Hao Ran for this added bonus, I said sarcastically. I heard the door behind me shaking as 5 zombies had come up to the building and discovered us. Way, I yelled as I watched the zombie start hitting the glass, looking for weak spots. I don't suppose you sprung for the bulletproof glass, did you? No. He yelled back, taking a swing with his own sword. His strike was better, but it was still not enough to take the head. Why would we? In case zombies came. I replied with a rolling of my eyes. And aim a bit higher, not so close to the shoulders. Turning my attention back to the other 11 groups, I smiled. So, my plan went to pot. Get ready, I said as I opened the door to the hotel and let in the 5 zombies waiting oh so patiently outside for their turn at the buffet. I would rather have them in here and keep the glass between us and the outside world intact for as long as possible than risk them breaking it and not having control over who or what came in and when. The other teams quickly picked their zombie and rushed to sequester it in the middle of a circle, not allowing them the advantage of an extra body on their side. I walked around and observed, throwing in advice here and there. I was lucky that all the other humans that were originally here opted to hide as the lobby would have been much too full to be able to fight. But that was human nature for you, the majority would run to ensure their survival. The last group to get a zombie was the first one to manage to decapitate it and I hurried over to burn the corpse. After praising them, I watched as they helped the others take out their own target. Soon, the only group still fighting was Wang Chao's group, and that was simply because they were now fighting 2 against 1 with 5 zombies in the middle of the defensive circle. Looking at the time and the world outside, I decided to call a stop to the training and stepped into the circle between Wang Chao and Lu Wei. Slicing off the head of the first zombie, I set the 2 pieces on fire and moved on to the second one. I knew that this got easier the more time and practice that you had, and let's face it, there was a steep learning curve. But we had to get a move on. I had seen the crows return and I knew that it was safe enough for us to leave, but we might have a limited time before the rest of their horde realized that they weren't coming back and went looking for them. Like a dance, I moved between the remaining 4 zombies, pushing myself. I had to get back to my old standards and fast. I took off one more head before making a mental note to sharpen my sword when we got to Lu Wei's as it was starting to get dull. Setting that corpse on fire, it was now a matter of facing the remaining 3. All of a sudden, I felt Lu Wei grab my arms and hastily pulled me back before there was a hail of long nails hitting the zombies, effectively pinning them to the floor. Impressed, I looked over at Wang Chao where he stood, holding his hand out as if directing an orchestra. Now! I yelled as soon as the nails stopped and the zombies were helpless. Cut off their heads. The men quickly complied, even Zhang Hao ran, and took their swords to cut off the heads. Turning everything into a pile of ash on the floor, I turned to the group, so. What did we learn? I asked as I put away my sword after briefly cleaning the blue blood off of it. That zombies are fucking hard to kill, grumbled one of the team leaders. I would have to figure out their names later, depending on who survived or not. Aw, look at that, you can teach an old dog new tricks. Very good, I praised. Now, let's get going, shall we? We wasted enough time. The men simply formed their lines and waited for me to unlock the door and once again step out into the afternoon sun. Take 2, I muttered under my breath, already tired and in need of a coffee. Since Wang Chao and Lu Wei would know the area better, I waited for them to leave the hotel and lead the way. They quickly joined the rest of the group and we started to head east, constantly surveying the area around us. We were lucky in that we managed to escape the hotel without the other people noticing, but the bad news was that Zhang Hao Ran was coming with us. I rolled my eyes as I saw him mingle in with the rest of the men, but the business suit was a dead giveaway that he was not one of us. I called Hades out and arranged him on my shoulders, not caring about his claws digging in to maintain his balance. He would be our best advance warning of when the zombies were around, and I needed all of the advantages that I could have. Pulling out another cup of coffee, I sipped on it as the men around me carefully advanced. I admired them for their focus and determination, but I knew that it would not last long. You couldn't maintain that level of anxiety for too long before you're burned out. But I was not going to tell them that. They could learn that lesson the hard way. I had to. Completely lost in my own head, I started bobbing to the songs playing on repeat in my brain when I felt the men around me start to slow down. Because I did not have to be in charge of finding Lu Wei's house, and there were no zombies currently around us, I slowed down my walking speed until I was in the middle of the group of men and let myself relax a bit. However, now that we were slowing down, I picked up my pace and moved up to the head of the pack to see what was going on. Hades was still relaxed, so I knew that there were no zombies around, but I didn't like not being in control, and not knowing what was going on screamed lack of control. And for me, that was completely unacceptable. The men came to a standstill as I stepped in between Wang Chao and Lu Wei, just in case I was wrong and there were zombies in front of us. I wasn't, just to set the record straight. In front of us was a group of maybe 200 men with a single individual clearly leading them. For the first time since we set out from the hotel, I took a good look around. We were in the middle of what could only be an affluent neighborhood with large houses, bigger properties, and flimsy metal gates around them. Flimsy metal gates with electronic locks, I might add. Turning my attention back to the men in front of us, I could feel Lu Wei stiffen. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his voice becoming deeper, darker, and a tone emerged that I had never heard before. This wasn't the flirty Lu Wei, or even the prim and proper personal assistant Lu Wei. Curious, I tilted my head and really studied the man in front of me. Noting the same black hair and gray eyes that Lu Wei had, I went out on a limb and assumed that this was the little brother. Cranking my head as far back as it could to be able to see his face, I amended my thought, "A really big, little brother." "Patrol," came the gruff reply. "Yup, gotta be related. He does the same single-word grunts that the other two used to do." Rolling my eyes and wanting to go back to listening to my music and maybe getting another coffee, I felt Hades dig his claws into me and stand up from his position on my shoulder. He started off in a direction to my right and started hissing. "Fuck," I grumbled to myself and looked at the two guys. "Are you two friends or are we leaving them to die?" I asked, nodding my head toward the person I thought was the little brother. "Brother," bit out Louie like the badass I was sure he was when he was a mob boss. Unfortunately for him, he was cannon fodder if we didn't either prepare to fight or get out of here. "Flight, fight or freeze," I demanded, pulling out my still dull sword from my space and stared in the same direction as Hades. "Thanks for the heads up," I said as I scratched him under his chin and sent him back into my space. Lu Wei quickly moved his gaze from his brother back to me. "What do you suggest?" I looked at the men around me and quickly made a calculation. "Fight," I said. The men needed a chance to practice what they learned at the hotel. An hour ago, and with over 300 people around, it should make things even in terms of numbers. Lu Wei and Wang Chao nodded. "Same grouping as this morning, but we might not be able to have the same strategy. Put yourselves back to back and fight out," I said as I put away everyone's guns. They still had their swords from this morning and they have finally realized just how useless a gun truly was. "Someone want to tell me what the fuck is going on?" asked Lu Yuzheng as he watched his brother's men follow my direction. "Maybe later," I said, "zombies first." "There are no zombies here." "We already checked," said Lu Yuzheng and he still readied his gun. "Sure you did," I said as I took a step in front of the men and fired a single shot into the air. Dead silence. "You'll also like." "See," said Lu Yuzheng. "I told you, there are no zombies." "Wang Chao," I called, wanting to see if he understood me. "No birds, no animals." Silence after a single shot. "They have come to hunt," he replied, effectively calling the situation. Nodding in happiness, I continued where he left off. "They have been following Lu Yuzheng and his men." "Why?" "To see their level of threat and see if they could take them out easily," said Lu Wei, walking up to stand on my left. Once again, nodding in happiness, I expanded on his thought process. "And to see if they could lead them to more prey." "So, what does that tell us?" "Yuzheng's group alone was not enough to feed them all, so no need to attack. If they attack us now, they are confident that they will be able to feed everyone in their horde," said Wang Chao as he came up to my right. "Exactly," I agreed, scanning the area in front of me. There was that creepy stillness in the air that only happened right before an attack. Lu Yuzheng fell into step beside his brother and looked at me. "Who are you?" he demanded as he put away his gun and pulled out two blades the length of his forearms. "Your savior," I said with a smile. Nodding to the area in front of me. Coming down the street, weaving in, out, and over the stalled cars was a true zombie horde, but it only looked to be a Class 10, the weakest one. Then again, weak was a relative term. "Class 10 horde," I said to the men behind me, wanting them to understand what they were seeing. "This will be the first time you have encountered them outside. It will be easier for you to access your powers. Remember, aim out, and don't hit your friends." I raised my arms and let out my blue flame. It rose above our heads, breaking off into small balls of fire and just hung there like decorative lights on a summer night. I would not be able to keep track of any decapitated zombies, but I could let my flame loose to burn them on its own. It was a new trick that I was trying, but I really didn't have much choice. We needed to burn them to make sure they stayed dead, and there was only one of me and hundreds of them. Stretching my neck, I turned to Lu Yuzheng. "Take off their heads, bullets mean nothing, and don't remove any other part of them but their head," I said in a concise enough manner to hopefully make him understand. Then again, if he was related to Lu Wei, it might take him a few tries before he would get it right. Not bothering to see his reaction, I sprinted towards the zombie horde, holding out my left hand, and calling on my ice power. I needed to exercise this one more. The only other time that I had used it was when I lost my shit and froze my bedroom, and that would not be beneficial in this situation. Thinking about the zombies turning into giant ice cubes, I managed to freeze the two closest to me. 1. Unfortunately, the ice was weak and in a matter of seconds, they managed to break free from their capsule. Shit. They were almost on top of me when I swung my blade and took their heads. One of the blue balls of light quickly swooped down and set the pieces on fire before returning to its position in the sky. At least that trick worked. I tried to take out as many as I could before they got past me, my pink flame coming out to burn the zombies too. It worked, it just took a bit longer, but still not long enough to allow them to regenerate. Thankfully it was November and the weather was not too hot, so I was able to use my ice with more success. But I was still pretty limited with what I could do with it. As more and more zombies managed to get past me, I heard more sound of battle coming from behind me. I was powerless to check to see how my boys were doing, even if there was nothing that I wanted to do more. I continued my assault on the zombies that approached me, and between my sword, ice, and flames I was able to take out a good number of them. Unfortunately, though, they just kept coming. If we kept this up, we were going to get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. We needed a place to retreat to. Lu Wei. I yelled, still fighting the zombie trying to take my head off. We need a safe place. Get the men and go. I heard him grunt and I quickly took the head of the zombie before he took mine. I paused for a second while I gathered all of the strength and power I had. Pulling out my arms parallel to the ground, I slowly rose them, creating a wall of blue and pink flames between me and the zombies in front of me. Picturing a solid wall that surrounded us on three sides, I began to weave my flames to create something solid enough that the zombies could not pass. Go! I screamed, pushing more and more power into the wall. I could feel the zombies hitting the flames on the other side, not caring that the flames were causing them damage. They knew their food was weak, helpless, and right in front of them. I was struggling to maintain my wall of fire, the one thing that was keeping the zombies away from me and mine. Every hit they made, every scratch, weakened me that much more. They did not care about the flames that burnt them, they simply continued their assault as their flesh regenerated as fast as my fire could burn it away. I could feel the sweat dripping down my back, and my arms shook from the effort to keep them up, but still, I persisted. I needed to make sure that everyone had made it to a safe spot, and given the extra 200-some-odd men from Lu Yuzhang's side, that meant that I had to buy a lot more time. All of a sudden I felt a hand grab the back of my shirt collar and I flinched, worried that a zombie might have found the exit that I had left for the men. "Shoo, little girl," came the harsh voice beside my ear as Wang Chao wrapped his other arm around my waist. "It's just me," he continued as he slowly started to guide me back, one step at a time. But as I retreated, so too did my flames, unable to keep up the energy they needed if they were too far from my body. And as my flames retreated, the zombies advanced, pushing their advantage one step at a time. Wang Chao guided my body to where it needed to go, not allowing me to trip or stumble. Trusting him completely at this moment, I concentrated on pushing the flames out, but still holding back a bit, just in case the safe house was further away. "It's not," he whispered into my ear. I could feel us taking a step up, knowing that it had to be the curb of the sidewalk. "Just a few more steps," he said in encouragement as the zombies, seemingly knowing that we were going to get away, increased their attacks on the wall. My vision was nothing but a blue wall of flames, I couldn't even see whatever zombies were in front of me or even if there were any on my sides, I just continued to step back until there was no place left to go. "We are here, little girl. Push them back if you can to give us a chance to close the gates and make it inside." I did as he suggested, pulling up every last bit of strength and energy inside of me and letting it go out, picturing it encasing the zombies and burning them to ashes. "Hey, if you are going to visualize success, you might as well go all out." I heard the banging of steel gates before everything turned black and I collapsed, not caring about what came next. Lu Wei watched as Wang Chao swept Li Dai Lu into his arms and brought her into the house. "Is she okay?" he asked, concern apparent on his face. "Burnt out," Wang Chao replied as he put her on the couch. Grabbing a blanket and tucking her in, he looked around at the men. "Any casualties?" he asked. "No," replied Lu Wei adjusting his glasses. A lot more injuries than yesterday, but no casualties. You Zeng. The man looked over his shoulder at his second-in-command behind him. Raising his eyebrows in question, he waited for the man to give him a report. 2 dead, several wounded, came the gruff reply from Chen Zihan, Lu Yuzhang's second-in-command and enforcer for the Red Dragon Syndicate. Lu Yuzhang nodded his head in understanding and turned to look at his older brother. You going to explain who that is now? He asked, pointing to the unconscious girl laying on the couch. Your savior, came Lu Wei's sarcastic response. Lu Yuzhang rolled his eyes. Wu Bai he won't be happy, he said, a small smirk on his face. And I care. Replied Lu Wei as he went to the front window of the mansion that they had commandeered. He could not see anything, but that didn't mean a thing. Like Li Dai Lu pointed out, the zombies were predators, they would not give away their location until they were sure of a successful hunt. Looking up, he could not see any birds or animals, so he could only ascertain that they were still out there. What were you doing out there? Grandfather told me to go out and see what was going on, replied Lu Yuzhang as he moved to sit in one of the chairs in the living room. Since there was a woman taking up the couch, the seating options were limited. Lu Wei raised his eyebrow and turned to look at his younger brother. And me telling you to keep your asses at home until after November 1st. Lu Yuzhang shrugged his shoulders. Grandfather said differently. And that was the catch. As much as Lu Wei was the head in name, he was not in City H full-time, so everyone still listened to their grandfather's orders. And how did that go? Lu Yuzhang scoffed. Peachy, until we lost power and the princess went into a panic about not being able to dry her hair or take a hot shower. You know, if you knew this was coming, a bit of a heads up would have been nice. Lu Wei pursed his lips and nodded his head. You are right. I should have come out and said, on November 1st the entire world is going to pot and a zombie apocalypse is going to come. You would have believed me, right? He asked, maintaining eye contact with Lu Yuzhang. Lu Yuzhang never broke his gaze but chose to remain silent. If Lu Wei had told him that, he would have assumed that he had gone crazy. No one could have seen this coming. So, how did you know it was going to happen? He asked the question that had been burning inside him ever since the power went out. Lu Wei cocked his head, indicating the woman on the couch. Wang Chao had made his way over to her side and had her head on his lap. Wang Chao's girlfriend? Asked Lu Yuzhang somewhat surprised. He didn't realize that Wang Chao was interested in the opposite sex, let alone had a girlfriend. No, snarled Lu Wei as he made his way over to the couch and picked up Li Dai Lu's feet and put them on his lap, making sure that the blanket still covered her. Wang Chao smirked at Lu Wei, not yet, was his only reply. Lu Wei simply rolled his eyes and refused to continue on with the conversation. She told us. He said, trying to bring the conversation back to the topic at hand. She was preparing for it and bought one of our properties. And you just believed her? Asked Lu Yuzhang, his surprise apparent in his voice. Even Chen Zihan was stunned. Never in a million years did he think that Lu Wei would believe that the world was coming to an end. Not at first, but she is very convincing, admitted Lu Wei, looking down at Li Dai Lu. He slowly started rubbing her feet in an unconscious manner. Anyways. How many men are here and what are your plans? I left about 50 men with grandfather and Wu Bai he has another 25 from her father. They should be safe enough. Neither one was too interested in leaving the house until someone came to rescue them. Good luck with that, scoffed Wang Chao, his fingers running through Li Dai Lu's black locks. No one is coming to save anyone. He didn't realize until just that moment what Li Dai Lu was saying. People would spend the first few days waiting for someone to come and save them, only leaving their house once the food ran out. Lu Yuzhang frowned, the look on his face would be intimidating to any normal person, too bad those in this room were not normal. What about the government? There is none. Chances are, the bases where the military was would be the safest place for people, but the higher-ups would not risk their soldiers, now their own personal army, to go out and protect the citizens. Li Dai Lu said that there would be a mass scramble to establish safe zones, but it was not like anyone was bothering to enforce the laws outside of them. Lu Yuzhang leaned back in his chair, folded his hands in his lap, and went silent. Chen Zihan, who was just standing behind and off to the right of Lu Yuzhang was in a comfortable stance, his legs shoulder-width apart, his hands behind his back. What is our next step? Asked Lu Yuzhang. We wait for her to wake up and tell us, smiled Lu Wei and he looked down at the woman that was becoming more and more important to him every day. Then I guess we wait, said Lu Yuzhang as he too looked at the girl laying on the couch, apparently in deep sleep. I knew that I had dreamed something about a purple fire, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember it when I woke up. Slowly coming out of my dream, I could feel that I was laying on something soft and someone was playing with my hair and giving me a foot massage. All in all, not a bad way to wake up. I hummed as I stretched my body, still refusing to open my eyes. I was tired, had the mother of all headaches, and really wanted a chocolate cake. I heard Wang Chao's chuckle and I smiled in response. This place has supplies, he said, his voice could tempt an angel to sin, and I was no angel. Supplies? I said, my attention immediately catching on to his words. I like supplies. My headache seemed to magically disappear at the mention of supplies. He hummed in agreement. But you are going to have to open those eyes of yours if you want to collect them, he said as his fingers continued to comb my hair. Do I have to? I whined, really happy and content at the moment. Getting up seemed to require more energy than I wanted to spend right now. You don't have to. He said, starting to agree with me, but then again, I don't know if Zhang Hao Ran or Lu Yuzheng will walk away with them. I'll kill them, I screeched as I quickly sat up and looked around the room, wide-eyed. I was laying on a couch with Wang Chao and Lu Wei at either end and across from me was Lu Yuzheng and another guy standing behind him. I looked around frantically, but I could not see Zhang Hao Ran. Where is he? I growled, not willing to let him steal my supplies. I saved that man twice now, if he dared to take what was mine, he wouldn't have to worry about a third time. I heard a chuckle on both sides of me and I turned my head to look at Lu Wei first and then at Wang Chao. Is there something funny? I snapped, feeling more like myself with every passing moment. Burnout was not fun, but luckily, I was recovering well. There were horror stories about people that pushed their powers so hard that they became normal in the end. Nothing at all, sweetheart, said Lu Wei, still chuckling. Your supplies are completely safe and waiting for you to take them whenever you want. I nodded my head like that was to be expected and looked at Lu Yuzheng. So you guys are here too? I asked, trying to figure out what was going on. So it would seem, said Lu Yuzheng in a slightly haughty way. And Zhang Hao Ran is? I asked, looking around the room for him. As far as I can guess, he is outside trying to get his brother on the phone, replied Wang Chao, as if that exercise in futility had nothing to do with him. I smirked, and how is that going for him? Wang Chao just shrugged, not caring about his future brother-in-law. Alright, so, what's the plan? Apparently we were waiting for you to wake up and tell us what it was going to be, said Lu Yuzheng, once again giving off an air of superiority. This was going to be fun. I raised my eyebrows and smiled at the man sitting in front of me as if he was holding court. I was surrounded by princes and only two of them were smart enough to understand their circumstances. Looking at my two boys, I widened my smile. So smart. I praised them, happy that they didn't do anything stupid until I woke up. What is it looking like outside, and how far are we from Lu Wei's house? I asked, looking at all four of the men around me. No movement outside, but not sure if it is because there is a zombie horde outside or just that this neighborhood eliminated all animals around it pre-apocalypse, said Lu Wei, giving me a brief report. And distance? We are looking at about 3 blocks away from here, said Lu Yuzheng. I nodded and stood up. Alright, how many men do we have on hand, what is the weapon situation, and what time is it? I continued. I walked through one set of doors and into what appeared to be a dining room. It was too pretentious for the farmhouse chic decor that I liked, so I left it all. Making my way into the kitchen, I hit paydirt as I opened the cupboards and found the food that was left behind. Putting it away into my space, I continued with my tour of the house. Wang Chao and the others followed me around, pointing out things here and there that they wanted. Surprisingly, Lu Yuzheng and his shadow didn't say a word as they saw things vanish before their eyes. Not including the 5 of us, we are looking at 342 men in total, only enough cold weapons to supply half of the men, unless you have more swords on you, and it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, said Wang Chao as he pointed to a vase that he liked. Meh, if he liked it. I waved my hand and took it into my space. I paused, trying to think if I had any more swords or daggers or really anything that could remove heads from bodies. Without meaning to. Hey. I was still trying to work out the kinks, this space is new to this life I'll have you know, a pile of swords, axes, and short swords appeared in the hallway in front of us. Oops, I said, trying not to show that it was done completely without my knowledge. Sorry about that. But apparently, we have more weapons. Do you men know how to use them? I asked Lu Yuzheng as he reached forward and grabbed a sheathed katana from the pile. They should be fine, he replied in a very blasé type of way. Good, I said as I stepped around the pile of weapons and continued on my tour of the house. And that stick up your ass, is it sharp enough to take off a head or should you remove it to sharpen it before we leave? Silence met my comment and I tried not to smile. I didn't really try all that hard, but I did try. Looking over my shoulder, I raised an eyebrow. When there were no replies coming from anyone, I considered that a win. I quickly finished my inspection of the house, wanting to make sure that I didn't leave anything that I would need behind. This meant that I took all the beds, mattresses, sheets, towels, and any other useful item that I could get my hands on. I was not going to look back and wish that I took it while I had the chance. I even took all of the living room furniture, just in case. And if I didn't think that Hades would put up a stink, would have also taken the small doggy bed, but since he would have, I decided to leave it here. See, I can leave things behind for others to take in the future. Feeling in as good of a mood as possible, thanks to all of the new supplies, I opened the door, ready to see what the world had in store for me. Apparently, that meant me walking face first into a chest and crushing my nose. Who the hell stands so close to the freaking door anyways? Looking up, my question had been answered. What do you want, Zhang Hao Ran? I grumbled, rubbing my nose to make sure it was all in one piece. It was, for those of you who were worried. I know I was. Wang Chao, when are we leaving? The man asked Wang Chao over my head. Talk about rude. Well, if he was going to be rude first, there was no reason for me not to retaliate. Swinging back my foot, I landed a painful kick to Zhang Hao Ran's shin. Watching him drop down to the floor and holding his shin while screaming in pain brought back all of my previous feelings of happiness. Practically skipping down the steps, I made my way to the metal doors that saved us all from the zombies. Putting out a quick thank you to whatever god or gods were listening at that moment, I rejoiced that this horde did not choose to scale the walls. Given the fact that they were only 6 feet high, it was a distinct possibility. I called my fires, my pink in the left hand and the blue in the right, and motioned for the men to slowly open the doors. I hadn't heard any birds or other wildlife, so I was not going to take any chances that the zombies had gotten bored and left. Barely opened more than a foot, I quickly slid out of the gates, ready to face the horde again, this time, determined to win. As soon as I got to the other side of the gates, I froze. Looking to my right and my left, I scanned the area. Not a single zombie was in sight. Scrunching my nose, I took Hades out of my space. It's not like I am trying to treat you like the canary in the mine, but a little help here please. I asked as I put him in his customary spot on my shoulder. He glared at me and walked around, digging his claws into me as he made himself comfortable and laid down. The anime that I used to watch, and even the books I read where the female lead had a cat that hung out on her shoulder never mentioned exactly how painful it was to actually do it. I was developing new scars there whenever Hades slipped and dug his claws into me. 0 out of 10 would not recommend it unless in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, even then, get a dog and put it on a leash. Seeing that Hades was happily napping in the sun, I turned back around and knocked on the gates that had closed behind me. All good, I yelled as the gates slowly opened. Let's get going. The Wang Chao, Lu Wei, Lu Yuzheng, the guy I was told was Chen Zihan, and Zhang Hao Ran came out first, then followed by the rest of the men. Looking at the number of people in front of me, I would have cringed if it didn't mean that Hades would have dug his claws into me. Hopefully, when all this was done, the numbers would be greatly reduced. This many people in a group was just begging for trouble. I cracked my neck, completely forgetting about Hades, until the murder mittens came out. Cringing, I indicated for the men to go first. I wanted coffee. The chocolate cake would have to wait, but I could drink and walk at the same time. Pulling out a travel mug full of the good stuff, coffee with 5 shots of espresso, I hid back in the middle of the crowd and enjoyed the afternoon. They weren't kidding when they said that the mansion was nearby. Less than 10 minutes later, I hadn't even managed to finish my coffee, we arrived at another set of gates and Lu Yuzheng stepped forward to speak to the guy guarding the front. Within a matter of minutes, we were all entering the most unique mansion I had ever seen. I don't think that unique is the right word, but it was definitely not my type. It seemed to be a cross between Gothic architecture and modern, and while I am sure that it cost a fortune, I really wasn't impressed. There was a round tower-type structure on the right, but it didn't have the typical roof that you would think of when you heard the word tower. It connected the 2 wings of the mansion, one on the right and the other on the left so that the whole house looked like it was an obtuse angle that you would find on a math test. Once again there was floor-to-ceiling windows that, even before the threat of zombies, I was not a fan of. I know that people off the streets couldn't see in, but still, to be that exposed gave me the heebie-jeebies. Snorting with the thoughts going through my mind, I didn't notice when the men arranged themselves into their lines, leaving me out on my own. Rolling my eyes, I walked up to where the 5 men stood in front of the men. As much as I appreciated their discipline, there were some times when I thought they went a bit overboard. But that was just me. I continued walking until I was in my regular spot between Wang Chao and Lu Wei, who were looking very intently at a closed door. Confused, I looked around and saw that everyone but Zhang Haoran was staring at the door. Not wanting to be anything like Zhang Haoran, I too stared at a closed door. Welp, this is bullshit, I grumbled. Maybe this was a city age thing. Or a crazy thing. Not like I was one to really say anything. I had a constant dialogue going through my head all the time. Pretty sure that falls under the crazy category. I heard Wang Chao chuckle beside me as he wrapped an arm around my side and gave me a light kiss on my temple. You are not crazy, I find your running dialogue extremely cute. Stupid mind reading. Then can you tell me how it's not crazy to stare at a closed door? Is someone trying out their spirit powers and what to know if they can open a closed door? It's a sign of respect to grandfather, said Lu Yuzheng, still staring straight in front of him. Leaning forward so that I could see around Lu Wei, I looked at Lu Yuzheng. So the man has X-ray vision and he can see us through the closed door? I asked. You'll have to forgive me, maybe I was because I didn't grow up here so I didn't understand, but why were we doing this? I don't think that anyone even rang the doorbell. How was the old man supposed to know that we were even here if we didn't let him know, and if he didn't know that we were here, would we have to stand like this for hours? Days? Wang Chao grabbed my coffee cup from my hands and handed it to someone behind him. I think that is enough coffee for you, he smirked. You are not going to be able to sleep tonight with all that caffeine running through your veins. Ha! Joke's on him. I already finished it. Sticking out my tongue inside my head, I hear Wang Chao try to hold back a chuckle. And I don't think that there was such a thing as too much caffeine, the fact that I was vibrating had nothing to do with anything. Wondering how long we were going to stay here, standing at attention, I took out the slice of chocolate cake I had been dreaming of since I first woke up from my burnout. Holding the plate in my left hand, and the fork in my right, I took my first bite and moaned. This cafe really knew how to make a good cake. Too bad they are probably destroyed by now. I guess I was a bit too loud as I could feel countless gazes turn to me. Fearing for the safety of my cake, I hunched over the plate and began shoveling it as fast as I could into my mouth. No one was taking my cake from me. I would kill them first. When I heard 3 barks of laughter, I lifted my head up and saw Wang Chao, Lu Wei, Lu Yuzheng, and Chen Zihan staring at me, and everyone but Chen Zihan was laughing at me. Deciding that Chen Zihan was now my favorite, I lifted my head, trying to look composed, but not before I licked the last few crumbs and frosting off of the plate. With a sigh, Chen Zihan stepped out of line and came to stand right in front of me. Wide-eyed, I looked up at the 6 feet 6 inches man. What the hell did they feed the people around here? Everyone was freaking giant. He grabbed my chin to hold my face steady and then proceeded to wipe my mouth and cheeks with his thumb. Slow down next time, he growled. You have chocolate all over your face. No one is going to take it from you. Once he felt that my face was clean enough, he went back to his spot in line. I looked at Wang Chao and Lu Wei. Was it okay to not be staring at the closed door? Wang Chao just shrugged his shoulders. He is right, he said as he looked down at me. No one was going to take it from you, but I was going to leave the chocolate on your face. You looked like a little kid. I could feel my bottom lip coming out in a pout. I was not a kid. I was 20 years old in this life and like 70 years old in all lifetimes. I was not a little kid. Sure you're not, sweetheart, said Lu Wei, still not moving his gaze. What the hell? Lu Wei was not supposed to be able to read my mind. That was a Wang Chao thing. I could not deal with both of them inside my head. It was scary enough with just me in there. He can't, said Wang Chao, clearly enjoying himself. You just have a really expressive face, no mind reading necessary. I was going to have some type of snarky response, if I was given another hour to think about it. But the doors finally opened and everyone around me straightened up a little bit more. I guess the guest of honor has arrived, or are we the guests of honor? I mentally shrugged my shoulders. Either way. Wang Chao was right. I might need to lay off the caffeine. An elderly gentleman, I could be nice, stepped out of the doorway, his arm linked to the woman beside him and his other hand was gently tapping hers where it rested on his forearm. He was dressed to the nines with a navy blue pinstripe suit with a white dress shirt beneath it and a navy blue tie. His white hair was combed in the typical elderly style and he was sporting a very stylish goatee. The amount of care that he showed the woman beside him was incredibly heartwarming. I wanted that type of look directed at me someday. How sweet. I have to admit that I was a sucker for age gap romances and this one looked like at least a 50-year gap or so, and no, I was not one to kink shame. Good for them for finding the love of their lives. I wish them all the best in the future. Looking at the couple and thinking about how cute they looked together, it took me a few minutes to hear Wang Chao breaking the silence with his bark of laughter. When everyone's attention turned to him, the Prince of Sidia simply waved his hand in the air, not at all embarrassed by being caught laughing. If it was me, I would have wanted the ground to swallow me whole. Freezing with that thought, I closed my eyes, hoping that I didn't get an earth power that I was unaware of. I had actually seen an earth power user get swallowed by the ground one time when she was embarrassed. That was not the way that I wanted to go. We had seriously tried to dig her out for hours and never found her. Wang Chao let out another bark of laughter as I could only assume that he saw the images in my mind of a giant hole opening underneath a woman and her dropping into it only to close back up as soon as she disappeared. When you were a power user, you had to be careful what thoughts were running around in your head. Is there something funny, Wang Chao? Asked the elderly gentleman, his eyes trained on Wang Chao as if he was offering up the greatest insult possible. Once again, Wang Chao simply waved his hand in dismissal. Nothing that I am sure you would find amusing, he said in answer. How are you, Master Lu? Master Lu. Lu Wei and Lu Yuzhang's grandfather, huh? I really couldn't see a family resemblance. Well, except for the black hair. But then again, in Country K, black hair was the signature of like 80% of the population, so I really didn't think that would count. Lu Haoyu, otherwise known as Lu Wei's grandfather, ignored Wang Chao and instead turned his attention to Lu Wei. Finally decided to grace us with your presence, he snipped. I could feel my hackles start to rise and Hades was similarly unimpressed with my reaction. I hardly think that it was Lu Wei's problem that you decided to leave your house in the middle of the zombie apocalypse, I snapped, more than willing to be done with all this and get back to my ranch. And you are, the old master snapped back, turning his head to look at me. The way I saw him gripping the woman beside him, I think I might have pissed him off. Your savior, I returned with a smile, giving him the same answer that I gave Lu Yuzhang. I paused. If Lu Yuzhang was going to be with us for a while I would have to find a way to shorten his name. Lu Yuzhang was a mouthful, or was it a mindful? Whatever it was, clearly the caffeine was still in high gear. That was my excuse and I was going with it. Nonsense, came the old man's reply as he raised his arm. The 20 or so men that had filed out of the door after him like ants from an anthill raised their weapons and pointed them at me. You are being melodramatic. It is a simple power outage, it will be restored in a matter of hours. I was really not impressed when I saw the guns pointed at my head. In fact, I was getting downright cranky. But then, when I heard the sound of guns raising behind me, I felt a lot more content. Lu Wei and Wang Chao did not have to move a muscle and their men were still willing to protect me. Mind you, I didn't want to be smack dab in the middle of a firefight, but the idea was really sweet. Yup, I said and I started nodding like a bobblehead. And that's why the power has been out for 2 days now and still no one has come around to fix it. The woman beside the old man scoffed as she looked down her nose at me. I studied her, my head tilted. Her long black hair hung down her back like a roll of the purest silk. Her makeup was on point, done in pink tones to make herself seem more innocent, with only the slightest bit of black eyeliner and her lashes, she drew attention to her eyes. She was dressed impeccably, with a pink pencil skirt, white silk blouse, and a pink cardigan over top. Her white heels looked like they had never seen a speck of dirt in their lives and the diamonds on her wrist, neck, and ears sparkled in the sunlight. It was clearly a subtle attempt to do a couple style with the old master. All in all, though, she looked like shark food. I smirked at her, not worrying about her opinion. If her backing was an old man that might be able to shoot his way out of a wet paper bag but was in no way, shape, or form able to take on a zombie, then she could scoff at me as much as she wanted. I pulled out another cup of coffee, willing to keep this staring contest between the two of us going for as long as possible. This time it was Lu Wei that took it from me before I could even get a sip. I snarled at him, breaking contact with the witch to look at the dead man that had taken my coffee from me. You've had enough, he said as he took a sip. Narrowing my eyes on him, I ignored everything to solely focus on the man keeping me from my coffee. I didn't care about the gun still pointing at me, or the screech coming from the woman in front of me. My undivided attention was in the coffee mug that was being held over Lu Wei's head. Even if I jumped, I would not be able to reach it. With a sigh, Chen Zihan came to my rescue. Stepping out of line, he grabbed the mug from Lu Wei and handed it to me. He was definitely my new favorite. Lu Wei was slipping. Once again, Wang Chao laughed out loud as I took a sip of the heavenly nectar. Leave her alone, Chen Zihan growled and went back to his place. Coffee in one hand, my other petting Hades on my shoulder, I felt like I was a queen. And as queen, I was not going to put up with any more shit. But then it hit me like a fucking freight train, we got to Lu Wei's family. But what were we going to do with them next? That was something that I never considered, and the boys talked me into the rescue mission. They were damn well not going to step foot on my property. And I was not willing to stay here. Lu Wei, I said with as much calm as I could. What are we going to do with them now that we found them? He turned to look at me and shrugged his shoulders. Bring them home, he said like it was the most obvious answer in the world. And it was, but... Who's home? I asked, giving him a side eye. Saying that we were just going to take them home left a lot of wiggle room. Home could be City H. Home could be Elysian Fields, over my dead body. Home could be any place anywhere in the entire country K or neighboring countries. Home, in my opinion, was a really, really broad concept. Feeling the beginning of a panic attack coming on, I struggled to breathe. Wang Chao came up behind me and started rubbing my back. Breathe, little girl, he said, his voice low, almost a purr. He plucked Hades from my shoulder and passed him to the team leader behind him. Pulling me deeper into his arms, my brain thankfully went blank. Lu Wei will explain what he means, but let's go inside and figure things out before we start to get upset, okay? He asked, his voice continuing the gentle purr. I felt myself relaxing in his embrace. Okay, I said. But the ranch is completely out of the question. I felt Wang Chao nod. Agreed. Funny, came the soft voice from the woman hanging off of the old master of the Lu family. I don't recall inviting her into the house. I looked at the woman in front of me, the air of superiority seeping from her very pores. You don't want me inside your house? I asked, my head tilted. A wide smile appeared on my face. Perfect, because I don't want you in mine. Looking at the boys around me, my smile stayed perfectly in place. I'll just go back outside and relax. You can deal with the shit here. Moving to turn around, I had forgotten that I was still trapped in Wang Chao's arms and he was not willing to let me go. Dropping my shoulders in defeat, I shut my mouth and waited for the guys to sort things out. You know, Wu Baihe, I don't remember this being your home, said Lu Yuzheng, completely catching my attention. That was Wu Baihe. Like the same Wu Baihe that was engaged to Lu Wei, Wu Baihe. Then why was she hanging off of the old master like a bunny at the Playboy Mansion? Confused beyond all belief, I tilted my head back and looked at Wang Chao. Wu Baihe. I mouthed and he just nodded my head. Taking a second, I quickly got over my disbelief. If she wanted to trade in Lu Wei for his grandfather, then that was up to her. I stood by my statement about no kink shaming. Once again, she let out a high-pitched squeal and looked at the old man she was holding onto, shaking her arms in protest and in return, shaking the old master. And the boys thought I was childish, I scoffed. Maybe I would have to keep her around to remind the boys how much better I was than her. We don't need to do that. We know how perfect you are, said Wang Chao, rummaging around in my head. As long as you are aware. Now, are we going inside anytime soon? I asked, looking around. It was almost 5 p.m. and the cake from earlier was not doing much to keep me full. I wanted dinner, and to sit down, and a shower. What I did not want was to keep standing here throwing insults back and forth. Where was a zombie when you needed one? And keep in mind, I said one, not a horde. I just wanted some form of entertainment that didn't make me feel like I was losing brain cells with every passing minute. Lu Wei huffed out a sigh, like he was giving up, and started to walk up the stairs toward the front door. Come on, sweetheart, let's get you sitting down. You just woke up an hour ago and must still be tired. The obnoxious woman that had quickly let go of the old master when Lu Wei went up the stairs, let out the fakest laugh I had ever heard. The high-pitched twitter she let out literally gave me goosebumps. How could Lu Yuzheng put up with her this long without trying to kill her? Swinging my head over to the man in question, he looked back at me with a raised eyebrow. It was hard, he said, and Chen Zihan nodded his head in agreement. What the fuck? Was everyone a spirit user now? Nope, said Wang Chao with a sigh. You still have an expressive face. Hey! I cried in protest, it's not my fault for what my facing is saying while she was talking. The three men chucked and looked back to the mansion entrance to watch the drama unfold. Sometime within the minutes that we were talking amongst ourselves, Wu Baihe had managed to get an octopus grip on Lu Wei's arm and was refusing to let go. It was kind of funny to watch this 6 feet 5 inches large man trying, unsuccessfully, to break out of her grasp. I would not be surprised if her feet were hanging off the ground with how high Lu Wei was holding the arm she was gripping. I chuckled, willing to lend him a hand, but not an arm. I didn't want her hanging off anyone else that way. "Ah, thanks Wei Wei," I croon, wiggling out of Wang Chao's arms and ascending the stairs. "You are so good at looking after me." The high-pitched squeal that the other woman let out made me want to laugh. "What? Did you think you were his sweetheart?" I said as I pushed past the men that still had their guns pointed at me and stepped inside the mansion. "Bless your heart," I finished, blowing her a kiss. Ignoring the chaos going on around me, I walked into the foyer and quickly found a room off to the side with couches and chairs. The Gothic/modern mansion had an open-concept main floor-ish that I found myself admiring. I say ish because the kitchen was still closed off, or at least nowhere to be seen. And the fact that I am looking for the kitchen because that was typically where the supplies were, has nothing to do with anything. I promise. I sat down in the middle of a couch and waited for the rest of the people to come in. Wang Chao was right, I should figure out the details before freaking out over where we were going next. The old master and the octopus might not even want to leave. But then, would Lu Wei stay with them? I shook my head at all the thoughts scrambling through it. One step at a time. And if step one was not coming into play, then as a famous queen once said back in my world, let them eat cake. I thought about which dessert I wanted as first. The old master entered the living room, followed by Lu Wei and Wu Baihe, and finally, the rest of the guys. Deciding that key lime crumble was the order of the moment, I took it out along with a glass of water and put it on the coffee table in front of me. The water, not the key lime crumble, that was firmly in my hands. Just as I was about to take a bite of the graham cracker crust, tart lime filling, and streusel topping, I heard a chuckle coming from behind me. Seeing that Wang Chao was on my right and Lu Wei, who successfully managed to remove the octopus, was on my left, I tilted my head back to see who was laughing behind me. I would give him credit. Chen Zihan quickly erased the smile from his face, but there was nothing that he could do about the twinkle in his eyes. I glared at the man and took a giant bite of paradise right in front of him. Slowly chewing, I turned my attention back to the old master and Wu Baihe, aka the octopus. I smirked when I saw their attention on me as much as my attention was on them. Taking another big bite of my dessert, I slowly gave them a big smile. "Can I help you?" "You do realize that it is the epitome of rudeness to eat in a house that is not your own unless invited to by the owner, right?" came the snarky voice of the octopus. Looking over to Lu Wei, I asked, "Can I eat this in your house?" I took his grunt as approval and took my third bite. I stared down at my plate for a second and realized that this dessert was disappearing too fast. Oh well. I guess that was why I had 59 others. What? I believe in stockpiling my food. Hardly my fault, it's a side effect of already living through this apocalypse thing once before. "There," I said to the manor police, "I have permission from the owner of the house to eat. Is it okay now?" I asked as I took my fourth and final bite of key lime crumble. Refusing to lick the plate in front of the octopus, I simply vanished it back into my space to save the crumbs for later. Taking a quick sip of my water, I looked around the room. "Now what?" "Now, we take them home," said Lu Wei, taking my hand in his and slowly rubbing the top of it. I caught that the first time you said it, I snapped, pulling back my hands with a roll of my eyes. If he thinks rubbing my hand will make me less stressed or angry, he had another thing coming. The only cure for stress or anger was desserts, and he did not have a supply of his own, so he was SOL, what home? Lu Wei froze when I asked him that question, and I realized that just like me, he had no idea. Lu Wei turned to look at Lu Yuzheng, who was standing just behind him and beside Chen Zihan. Why those two weren't sitting, I had no idea, but I was not about to ask. Lu Yuzheng simply shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head in his grandfather's direction. Wait, the old man was supposed to decide where we were going. Were they insane? Couldn't we just kill the two of them and be done with everything? The look of adoring frustration that Wang Chao was giving me made me smile. Wondering if that was his way of saying yes, I started to think about how we would kill them. I voted for death by fire, but since they were Lu Wei's family, it would probably be better to cut off their heads first. You know, a more humane death. No. Wang Chao's voice cut through the arguing around us. I pouted but understood that if I really wanted to be humane, then a bullet to the back of the head when they were least expecting it was a much better way to go. No, said Wang Chao again, this time rubbing his forehead. Trying to think about what he could be objecting to, I turned to Lu Wei. Any idea what he's talking about? I asked him, pointing to Wang Chao. The poor man seemed to be developing quite a headache. Lu Wei simply shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Wang Chao let out a tired sigh and looked me in the eyes. Making sure he had my undivided attention, he spoke very, very slowly. No, I watch his lips form the word, but I still was not clued in. You will not kill them using fire, you will not kill them by taking their head, and you will not kill them by putting a bullet in their brain. I was stunned. That was the stupidest Dr. Seuss rhyme that I had ever heard. He should have gone. You should not kill them very dead, you should not shoot them in the head. You should not burn them to a fine ash, you should not go and take all their stash. That would have been a much better rhyme. I mean, it would need a bit of work, leave it with me and I'll try to come up with something better. Wait. Now I get what he was saying. He didn't want me to kill the old master and Wu Bai He. Why didn't he just say that? Ack. Men. So complicated. No sugar and no caffeine for you for a week, Wang Chao grumbled. He seemed calm and collected, but I could see his mounting frustration clearly. Whoever said that you shouldn't poke the bear was wrong. Sometimes poking the bear was a great thing. I chuckled, noted. Now, can we please get down to business? This is not a place that we are going to want to be in a few days. This was only day 2 of the great zombie uprising, and so the friggers hadn't had the time to truly come together in an organized manner. Trust me when I say that the scariest zombie was one that was organized. I had no idea how the original owner of this body stayed alive for the first 3 years before I took over. I racked my brain trying to think about what I knew about City B in my past life, but honestly, I don't remember much. Before the apocalypse hit, City B was practically the epicenter of Country K. It controlled almost everything from food, finance, business, research, science and tech. Transportation, tourism. It was surrounded on 3 sides by the water and was considered to be one of the most important ports in the world. It's official, we were fucked, and not in the fun way. The fact that they were a key player in the country's research and science meant that they were probably up to their eyeballs with the zombie vaccine, and when all the locks opened 2 days ago, all those zombies were freed. Combined with the fact that they were a really big tourist attraction, we had everything that zombies need to survive and do well. I could feel the wave of anxiety wash over me and I knew I was helpless against it. The reason why I never really heard of City B 3 years after the start of the apocalypse was because there was no City B to hear about. And if that was the case, then we needed to get out of here fast. I quickly jumped to my feet and looked around in a panic. Pulling out my cell phone, I realized that even if I had power, I didn't have any internet to access the information that was crucial to our survival. Calm down, little girl, said Wang Chao as he too stood up and walked slowly towards me, his hands outstretched like I was a wild animal and he was worried that I would attack him. Your brain is going too fast for me to process, sweet thing, he continued, his voice in that low purr that normally helped when I was in this mood, but it was doing jack all right now. I frantically looked around, ignoring the look on the octopus face, and zeroed in on Chen Zihan. He was here before. Lu Wei said that this was an important city for them. He would have the answers and not be a dick about it. I rushed over to him and grabbed his shirt, pulling him down to meet my eyes. I need to know everything about City B and I needed to know it 3 days ago before I started on this hellbound trip. I tried to calm down, I really did, but when I realized that this was going to be a zombie-run city in the future, I just couldn't. Lu Wei stood up this time and tried to pull my arm away from Chen Zihan, but I guess I was part octopus myself because I was not letting go. Sweetheart, whatever it is, we can deal with it, just talk to us, crooned Lu Wei, taking on the low soothing voice the Wang Chao normally used on me. Chen Zihan just continued to stare into my eyes. I didn't know what he saw, but he started nodding his head. All right, he said in a deep baritone voice. What do you need? Have I mentioned how nice it was to deal with professionals? As soon as I heard that I was going to get the information, I managed to calm down a fraction. Just a fraction, mind you, because shit was still coming and I didn't want anything to do with it. But I had to stop and take a breath. Chen Zihan would not be able to get me the information I needed if I didn't ask him the right questions. Wang Chao and Lu Wei lead me back to the couch and pushed me down. The 3 of us were ignoring the higher-ups in the room, but I didn't care. Thanks to their pig-headedness, we were stuck in a place that we really didn't want to be in. Yes, I put the blame firmly on them. How many medical facilities here administered the vaccine in October? I asked as Chen Zihan came to sit on the coffee table in front of me. Even Lu Yuzheng was interested in this conversation and stood beside Lu Wei, studying my face. City B had officially 530 medical centers that housed people after they received the vaccine. There have been rumors that there are at least another 200 unofficial medical centers that also administered the vaccines. Well, shit. I was not prepared for those types of numbers. I closed my eyes. The second most important question: what was the population of City B at the beginning of the year? City B is the largest city in the country and had a population of over 25 million official inhabitants, but also has a tourism trade that sees over 300 million tourists in a year. Did I mention we were fucked? Yes. Good. I was standing by my previous statement. You mean to tell me that we might have 325 million people here right now? I asked, trying to remain calm, but really not succeeding. No, you idiot. He said 300 million in a year, and this isn't even prime tourist season. We might only have 10 million in the city right now, snapped the octopus. I flung out my arm and a strong layer of ice froze her mouth shut. I was not really caring if I had hurt her, frankly, I wish that I did. I closed my eyes. That was a lot of people added to the lunch menu and had the potential to become a zombie. Fuck. Fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck. How far away is the nearest vaccination center? Please, please, please tell me thousands of kilometers away. Please. I was not above begging if it would change the answer. I think there was one 5 blocks away if I remember correctly. The people in this neighborhood wanted a center for themselves, interjected Lu Yuzheng. Of course, they did, I whined. Damn rich people. At least I know why there was such a huge zombie horde so close by. They were probably the ones from the closest facility. They weren't organized per se, just all from the same place. Just as I was trying to figure out where we were going and how fast we could leave this place to get there, I heard a thump coming from across the room. Looking up, I saw the old master hitting the coffee table a second time with his hand. You will stop this nonsense, he yelled, his eyes fixed on me. This type of behavior is not acceptable in my house. I looked down my nose, in more ways than one, at the old man that thought he was still in control of everything. Not impressed by his lack of concern about the situation, I scoffed and turned my attention back to Chen Zihan. He had been very patient in answering my questions and was doing quite well handling my freakout. Not many would have been so calm in his situation, or at least, they would have been a lot crankier. All in all, I was impressed. 3. Do you know roughly how many facilities are in a 20 kilometers radius from us? I asked. He shook his head. I have no idea, I just know about this one because it was close enough to the house to potentially cause a threat to the syndicate. I nodded in understanding and looked at the men around me. We are going to have to figure out where we are going and be gone fast, like yesterday, fast. I saw Wang Chao nodding his head, clearly thinking through the logistics, but when I heard another thump on the table, I was ready to commit murder. What do you want? I snapped at the man that probably not that long ago could have had me killed and my body buried with a simple snap of his fingers. Unfortunately for him, while he was used to being a big fish in a little pond, he was now a little fish in a big pond, and he hadn't even realized it yet. You will cease this fearmongering. There is no reason for us to leave this place before we are good and ready to, and I will be the one to determine exactly when that is. Not some little girl who is in way over her head, the old master Lu Haiyu sneered like I was something to be wiped off of his shoe. Truth be told, I enjoyed it when Wang Chao called me little girl, but hearing it coming from the old man simply made my temper burn even hotter than normal. Then, by all means, you stay here, make yourself at home. I am so sorry that I have done whatever it is that I have done by arriving here and trying to save you. Now that you have made your decision, I am going to head to my own home now. I wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors, I said with a sneer of my own. I went to stand up, but before I could make it to my feet, I was held down by 4 hands. Looking around, I saw that Wang Chao, Lu Wei, Lu Yuzheng, and Chen Zihao were all holding a different part of me down. I snarled at them. If I was not welcome here, I would not stay here a moment longer. They forgot, all the complex niceties that govern social interactions were now no longer a consideration. Sons could and would kill their own mothers over a sip of water. I did not have to stay here and put up with someone that meant less to me than Hades. But then again, I guess for the most part, everyone meant less to me than Hades, so maybe that wasn't the best example. Long story short, I was leaving, those that wanted to come could, and those that did not, were more than welcome to stay here and die. I think Wang Chao started before he cut himself off. I raised an eyebrow and looked at him, wondering what he was going to say. You know, it probably would have put him in the doghouse, that was for sure. When I saw him nod his head, I started to chuckle. At least he was smart enough to know it before he said it and got himself into trouble. He cleared his throat and started again. I think that we should leave Lu Wei and his family to figure things out. We will be outside, come inform us when you have made a decision. Either way, we will be leaving first thing in the morning. I was okay with that, and he was right. I was not family, I really did not have a say, and I would be pissed if an outsider had pushed me to make a quick decision. Nodding my head, I left the house and pulled an RV out of my space, and set it up on the more than spacious front lawn. At least this way I could have a shower, a nap, and maybe, a caramel cheesecake. Lu Wei sat down on the same couch that Wang Chao and Li Dai Lu had just vacated, but instead of being the one on the side, he was flanked by his brother and his brother's second in command. Looking across the coffee table at Wu Baihe and his grandfather, he wondered how things had gotten this far. He always remembered his grandfather being a strong, cold man. His prowess and skills were legendary, not only in his own syndicate but in others as well. How could a man such as that stoop so low to be controlled by another syndicate? He had no idea. But one thing was for sure, his grandfather was certainly showing his age to those that knew him, and Lu Wei felt a small twinge of regret for the hard life that his grandfather had lived. But, at the end of the day, everything was based on the choices he had made, and he would have to live with the consequences of those decisions. Then Lu Wei remembered his dream and that his grandfather, although worried about him, didn't really bother to go out looking for him, preferring to stay at home with Wu Baihe instead. Maybe he wasn't too far off when he suggested that his grandfather marry the woman himself. I do not approve, said the man as he slapped the armrest of his chair this time. Lu Wei fought not to roll his eyes in a very Li Dai Lu Wei. You don't approve of what? Lu Wei asked as he leaned back against the couch and got comfortable. He would have never done something like this in the past, but this situation was far from normal. The old master was throwing a temper tantrum, over what, Lu Wei had no idea, but this was not the time for that type of nonsense. The world had literally changed overnight and the old man needed to keep up or be left behind. That little girl has no idea what she is talking about. Imagine, having such a reaction to a simple power outage. It will get fixed in a few days and she will be proven as foolish as her actions suggest, replied Lu Haoyu as his face twisted into a snarl of disgust. And the zombies outside that we had to fight in order to get back home? What about them? Asked Lu Yuzhang as he too leaned back to become more comfortable. He felt that his grandfather's mental state had been declining lately, ever since Wu Baihe had come to live with them. He didn't know what she was whispering in his grandfather's ears, but he has become paranoid about everyone and everything else besides the Black Mountain Syndicate. Clearly, something was going on, some type of obscure power struggle was happening between the two syndicates that Lu Yuzhang was not aware of. And as the acting dragon head while his brother was gone, as well as the fact that he was the head enforcer of the entire syndicate, he should be aware of any and all threats to their organization. But he was kept in the dark. By his own grandfather. Any control that the old man had over the Lu brothers officially snapped at that moment and they both knew it. The old master scoffed when Lu Yuzhang brought up the zombies. Clearly just some kids playing a prank, he said as he waved his hand. He looked at Wu Baihe as if to get her approval over that statement. When she nodded her head, he looked back at his grandsons and sat taller in his chair. There is nothing outside of these walls to worry about. Lu Wei and Lu Yuzhang looked at each other when they saw the brief interaction between Wu Baihe and Lu Haoyu. What on earth was going on between the two and just how was that woman managing to manipulate their grandfather to such an extent? They had no idea, but they would be keeping their eyes open from now on. Or maybe, Li Dai Lu was right, the best way to deal with a situation like this was step 1. Maybe they should just kill Wu Baihe and not have to worry anymore. Lu Wei looked at his grandfather after contemplating just how he was going to kill off Wu Baihe and spoke. We will be leaving tomorrow morning as Wang Chao had said. It is up to you to come with us or not. He understood that once his grandfather had made a decision, that was the end of it, and there would be no point in wasting his breath. He would leave with Li Dai Lu and Wang Chao and whoever else wanted to go with them. I think it would be best if we all stayed here, said Wu Baihe in a soft, soothing voice. Yes, yes. That would be for the best, we should all stay here, agreed the old master looking at both of his grandsons and Chen Zihan. Waving his hand to one of the loyal bodyguards behind him, the old master continued. Lock everything down. Those that try to leave, kill them. Once again, the old master looked to Wu Baihe for approval, and once again, she nodded her head. The old man visibly sighed in relief and slumped down in his chair. Understood, grandfather, said Lu Wei as he stood up and bowed towards the old head of the Lu family. If it is okay with you, we will just go and unpack our stuff. Receiving permission from the old master, the three men stood up, offered a bow, and then quickly but steadily, exited the room and the house. Where are we going? Asked Lu Yuzhang as he and his second followed Lu Wei across the front lawn and towards a camper they saw set up. To find Li Dai Lu, replied Lu Wei as his strides ate up the ground between him and the RV he knew was Li Dai Lu's. Why? Because something is clearly going on and she is probably the only one to know what it could be and how to deal with it, replied Lu Wei. The scene he saw inside had set off warning bells in his head and he was anxious to figure out why. How could she possibly know that? Asked Chen Zihan as he too quickly matched steps with the other two men in front of him. Because this isn't her first zombie apocalypse, said Lu Wei in a deadpan voice. Making it up the 2 steps to the front door, he quickly barged into the RV. What does it mean when I can't read someone's mind? Asked Wang Chao, scaring the shit out of me as I came out of the shower wrapped only in a towel. I looked at the door to the RV and could have sworn that I had locked that thing. Shrugging my shoulders, I grabbed my pajamas and went back into the bathroom to get changed. Finally ready to deal with the unexpected visitor, like seriously, I thought for sure the man would have been doing one of a million other things before coming in here and asking me weird questions. I sat down on the couch beside him and handed him the towel to dry my hair. If he was going to be just sitting there scaring me, then I would put him to work. What do you mean? I asked, somewhat in a haze from how good it felt when he dried my hair. What does it mean when I can't read someone's mind? The man asked again as he focused on my hair. It has not happened before. I searched my head, trying to think of an answer. It's because they are another spirit user, I finally said, suddenly remembering the one weakness that the spirit users had. However, it was also one of the biggest indicators that they were dealing with another spirit user. In fact, there were a lot of weaknesses that a spirit user had, and they were all limited to their own mind. They were only as strong as they believed themselves to be, and they could only control what they thought they could control. Like Wang Chao could manipulate people with his voice or thoughts, but because it was not an aspect of his power that he actually thought about, then he would be significantly weaker than someone that exercised it more. Same with the mind reading. Wang Chao was probably one of the strongest mind readers that I had come across, to the point he couldn't turn it off because he was always reading someone's mind. Even his ability to freeze people only happened once, and if he did not continue to practice it, it would not be strong enough to eventually use in a fight. Some spirit users were stronger when it came to levitation or telekinesis, while others had perfected teleportation or telepathy. However, I, and the scientists at my old compound, had a theory that all spirit users could use all of the different aspects of their spiritual power, they just make an unconscious decision not to. For example, if Wang Chao wanted to, he could have access to everything that came with psychic powers including levitation, time control, telepathy, mind control, telekinesis, hypnosis, and teleportation. But he was limited in that he thought that his spirit power was only reading minds and maybe freeze them in place. But that was one of the biggest secrets that was never revealed before my death, while all other powers were limited to that particular power, earth to the ground and soil, water to water, air to air, fire to fire, etc. The spirit power had no such limitations. They could control every aspect of a person, and most didn't even know it. The one spirit user that I had known about before that tried to use both his telepathy and mind control was killed by another spirit user for being too powerful. He was actually able to manipulate his opponent's mind enough to convince them that they were dead. And so their brain shut down their breathing and heart and they became dead. Manipulating the mind was one of the most powerful offensive and defensive weapon that any individual could have, making spirit users the uncontested superpower of the new world. In fact, pretty much every successful base, compound, or safe zone in the apocalypse was run by a spirit user because, even if they only concentrated on one aspect of their power, they were the strongest among all humans. The Phoenix compound, my compound, was the only exception to the rule. Wang Chao stopped rubbing my head and froze for a second. You mean, it is more than just being able to freeze people and read minds? Realizing that he was reading my mind, I nodded my head, both to agree with this statement and to call his attention back to my hair which needed more attention. You have no idea the infinite possibilities that have fallen into your hands simply by being a spirit user, I said as he went back to rubbing my hair. Now, whose mind could you not read that started this whole conversation? Before he could utter a word, the front door of my RV flew open, and a very determined Lu Wei came and followed quickly by Lu Yuzhang and Chen Zihan. At least Chen Zihan was polite enough to close the door behind him, even if Lu Wei was not polite enough to knock. What was it with these men and just barging into my place? You okay? I asked Lu Wei as he sat down on the floor in front of me and just stared at me. I would have called him frazzled, but I don't think that would ever be an expression to describe Lu Wei. I looked around the small space and saw Lu Yuzhang and Chen Zihan taking their own seat around us, on the chairs. I rolled my eyes at Lu Wei, who was quite comfortably sitting at my feet. He nodded and then shook his head. I sighed and took a deep breath. Okay, I started looking at the other two men that might be able to make a bit more sense. What is the problem? There is something going on, said Lu Wei as he looked up at me. That made me raise my eyebrows. There are zombies outside, the world is plunged back into the dark ages and humans have mutated into having supernatural powers. I think there are a lot of things going on. Can you be a bit more specific? There is something going on with my grandfather, Lu Wei explained as if I would immediately understand what he was talking about. Having never met the man before today, I couldn't really say either way. In what way? I asked, still trying to put all the pieces together. He is weaker than before, came the instant reply. I shook my head and placed a hand on Lu Wei's cheek. Sweetheart, I stated. You have not seen that man in years, and he is like 75 years old. It would only make sense that he is weaker than before. Not that, Lu Yuzhang cut in, he is now looking to Wu Baihe for decisions, unable to make up his own mind. This is something that never would have been acceptable in the past. Confused, I looked at the man, why not? Ask a dumb question, get a dumb answer. Because she is a woman, cut in Chen Zihan. I glared at him. But until I understood exactly what was going on, would not snap at him. Remember how you asked whose mind I couldn't read? Wang Chao said as he put his hand on me and drew my attention back to him. I nodded in response. It was Wu Baihe. Well, fuck. Well, fuck, I said again as I slumped down against Wang Chao, wondering how I got myself into this mess. What are you two talking about? Asked Lu Yuzhang looking back and forth between me and Wang Chao. Wang Chao was just saying that he was not able to read Wu Baihe's mind. That means that she is a spirit user, and I think I know which aspect of it she excels at, I grumbled looking at Lu Wei. You know, you are a huge pain in my ass. The man that the audacity to shoot me a wounded puppy dog look, like that would make me forgive him for bringing another spirit user into my life. I was very happy back at my ranch, thank you very much. I didn't need this crap. Now we were either going to be manipulated to death or die from a zombie hostile takeover. Either way, not how I wanted to go. Manipulation? Asked Wang Chao, his confusion apparent in his voice. I nodded, my head still trying to take in all the information that had been thrown at me. I tried my best in my second life to, A. Avoid power users and or, B. Not piss them off. I am pretty sure that I did not avoid Wu Baihe and I most definitely pissed her off. FML. Ever heard of a green tea bitch? I asked, looking at the guys in front of me as they shook their heads. Typical. The men in this room would have been targeted by green tea bitches and white lotuses all their lives and they didn't even know what that expression meant. A green tea bitch is a woman that seems so sweet, kind, and innocent to men that she finds useful in some way, shape, or form. But she is more interested in their money and their power than anything else, and she doesn't mind destroying relationships to get it. Does that sound familiar in any way? I asked, looking at the four men. When they once again shook their heads, I wondered just how they were able to become as powerful as they had. Maybe they were more innocent than stupid. Sure, let's go with that. A green tea bitch, in my opinion, is a master manipulator, I said like the answer was right in front of them. As per usual, Wang Chao was the first to catch on. What you are saying is that before the vaccine, Wu Baihe was a green tea bitch, and now that she has developed into a spirit power user, she is using that power to continue to manipulate. I nodded my head in agreement and settled a bit more contently into his chest. Chances are she doesn't even know what she is doing. She is just using the same tactics as before, but this time, she is having a lot more success. What I am having a hard time understanding is what are you guys even doing here? Said Lu Wei as he stood up, picked up my feet, and sat down on the couch beside Wang Chao, having me effectively laying across the both of them. Lu Yuzhang studied our formation for a second before he shook his head and addressed his brother. It was Wu Baihe's insistence. She wanted to come and visit you since she hadn't seen you in years. At first, grandfather said no, but then she mentioned it was a good time to ensure the power of the Red Dragon Syndicate was still what it used to be. Grandfather agreed after that. Lu Wei shook his head as he gently tickled my legs. I mean, in my dream, you three were still very much in City H when this whole thing started. You never left the city before or after. You tried, but grandfather kept denying you. I stiffened when I heard what he had said. If his dream was a vision of his past life, and let's face it. If I could be reborn, he could have visions of what once was, then his family never made this trip. So what caused things to change in this life? The only common factor was Wu Baihe. She is the one that wanted to come here now, so what changed with her? I thought that maybe she had a dream when she was vaccinated. And saw that Lu Wei disappeared at the beginning of the apocalypse and she wanted to rush to his side to prevent that from happening. When did she start pushing to come visit Lu Wei? I asked Lu Yuchen. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't really remember. I think that was the end of August or something like that. So, before she got the vaccine? I demanded, praying that she somehow got her hands on the vaccine sooner than almost everyone else in the country. Yeah, by several months. Well, fuck, I grumbled, realizing that maybe I really should not have woken up today. Was it really just this morning that we were still at the hotel? That was like 2 zombie hordes ago. Do you want to discuss your concerns? Asked Chen Zihan as he too looked at the arrangement on my couch. And this was why he was quickly becoming a new favorite. Or maybe it was his superpower. Once this shit show was handled, I would get the boyos to run these two through the gauntlet to see what powers they might have. There are 4 possible scenarios, and quite frankly, they all suck. First, the woman is absolutely in love with Lu Wei and wants to marry him more than she wants her next breath, and so when she had a dream about him disappearing, she frantically came here in the hopes that she could stop that from happening. Not a chance, said the 4 men. And besides, she started pushing for this before she took the vaccine, pointed out Lu Yuzheng. Second situation, she wanted whatever power Lu Wei could give her through marriage and manipulated the old master into coming here. Chen Zihan shook his head. It is highly likely, but at the same time, if this didn't happen in a previous life, why would it happen now? Have I mentioned how nice it is that these men seem to just accept the possibility of more than one life? It was truly fantastic. Third, this is at least her second life and she knew what was going to happen to Lu Wei and needed to stop it before it got that far. What I don't understand is, what are the benefits that Lu Wei can give her that she could not get from the old master? What's the 4th scenario? Asked Lu Wei, not wanting to address the 3rd possibility. That she knows exactly what is going to happen, when and why it is going to happen, and she is setting herself up to be able to take advantage of it, I said simply. But as far as I was concerned, this would be the worst-case scenario. People did not get a rebirth for any random reason, there was always a purpose, a reason why they were sent back. Mine was for revenge since I died in such a bad way and just maybe, to save the lives that Wang Zmo took. So what caused her to be able to come back to life? And what was her purpose? I closed my eyes and leaned against Wang Chao's shoulder more than ready to end the day and get out of here. But, this whole situation with Wu Baihe was causing me to feel unsettled. Like something big was going to happen. What it was I had no idea, and there was also no way to know if it would be good for us or bad. But I knew I needed sleep before I could plan out my next step. As my thoughts swirled, I slowly sunk further into Wang Chao's embrace and fell into a much-needed sleep. Feeling Li Dai Lu relaxing against him, Wang Chao looked down at the little girl carrying the weight of the world on her small shoulders. He knew grown men, military men that broke with the amount of pressure that she was carrying, and yet, you would never know it to look at her. He was able to follow the majority of her thoughts, but they were definitely becoming overwhelming. Especially once this Wu Baihe situation occurred. Maybe we should have just stayed at the ranch. It had only been 2 days since the end of the world, and in those 48 hours we experienced more issues than most people did in their lives, well, at least before the apocalypse. Do we start with the biggest issue on her mind or the smallest? Asked Lu Wei as he too looked down at the girl between us. That's the biggest problem, I scoffed. When we first came here, her biggest issue was when she could get home. When she remembered that City B had become a zombie paradise in her last life, her biggest concern was how fast she could get us out of here before they took over. And now? Asked Lu Yuzheng. Now? Now she is wondering what Wu Baihe knows that she doesn't. Something big is going to happen in this city within the next little while, and whether it is beneficial or not, her brain is trying to factor it into the long list of problems. So, what should we do? Asked Lu Wei to Wang Chao as they both looked down at the girl laying on top of them. Honestly? I am not sure, replied Wang Chao with a sigh. If Wu Baihe is able to manipulate people with her voice, then we run the problem of being manipulated without knowing it. I don't want to take the chance of that happening. If we cut out her tongue, would that work? Lu Wei asked. Maybe, said Wang Chao. But I am not able to use my powers against her. In fact, the only reason why we even managed to figure out that she was a spirit user was because I can't read her mind. It wouldn't be the first time we cut out a tongue and made them write down the information, pointed out Chen Zihan. We could try that. But then we would need some way of preventing her from speaking between the time we approach her and when we manage to cut out her tongue, said Lu Yuzheng, also getting in on the conversation. He might have spent the last year living with the woman, but he was really not going to be heartbroken if and when she died. As far as he was concerned, at best she was a mole for the Black Mountain Syndicate, and at worst, she had brainwashed the elder of the Red Dragon Syndicate in order to take it over. Either way, she was a threat, and all threats need to be dealt with. Would it work if we wore earplugs or something along those lines? The three men turned to Chen Zihan at his suggestion. Maybe, conceded Wang Chao. But we need that information from her, no matter how we get it. If she really has gone through this once before, she would have an advantage over anyone else. Lu Wei and his brother both nodded their heads. But what are we going to do about Li Dai Lu's need to get out of here as fast as possible? Asked Chen Zihan. Are you going to come with us? Asked Lu Wei, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that they would have chosen to stay with his grandfather. Yes, replied Lu Yuzheng simply. And more so now that I know that Wu Baihe is manipulating grandfather. Wang Chao and Lu Wei turned to Chen Zihan, looking for his answer. I go where he goes, the man replied pointing to Lu Yuzheng. So, we have a plan, said Lu Wei in a tone that suggested both a question and a statement. Sure, said Lu Yuzheng, not willing to commit to admitting that they had a plan. Maybe we should wait for Sleeping Beauty to wake up before deciding anything, suggested Wang Chao. The other three men nodded. Li Dai Lu was their best chance at getting out of this alive, and they were not willing to do something that would screw that up. I woke up to my stomach growling and I realized that I never got that piece of caramel cheesecake that I had promised myself. I also missed dinner, but that was nowhere near as important as missing that cheesecake. Still half asleep, I took the cake out of my space and without opening my eyes, started to eat it. I had to pause and open my eyes when I heard the first chuckle. Is there a problem? I asked, looking at the four men that had barged into my RV yesterday night. Not sure when. Time losses all meaning when there are no clocks around to tell you when it was. No problem, sweetheart, came the purr of Lu Wei's voice by my feet. I looked down and noticed that I was still in the same position as I had fallen asleep in. Apparently, I was either so heavy that the boys couldn't move me or they decided not to. Either way, I was finishing my slice of cake. Morning, noon, or night? I asked, looking at Wang Chao who was by my head. Morning. We are planning on leaving within the next hour, but we don't know what you want to do about Wu Baihe, Wang Chao replied. Wu Baihe, the new bane of my existence. A spirit user with a strength in manipulation. A potential rebirth. I looked at Lu Wei, did you see her in your dream? I asked, trying to figure out if I could have some insight into her past life. Lu Wei nodded. Yeah, she seemed really happy and content at the house in City H, he confirmed. I tilted my head from side to side as I tried to think things through. Just because she seemed happy and content then, didn't mean that something changed in her life to make her miserable. But then again, she was a green tea bitch with strength in manipulation, so there should be no reason why she would suffer enough to be granted a rebirth. There were honestly too many possibilities to consider and potentially decades to unwind before I could figure out where she stood in this whole mess. But the only thing that confused me was why was she not scrambling to get out of here? If this was her second life, she should know that the zombies had probably taken over this area in the early days. But what if she knew a secret about this city, which was why she was not willing to abandon it? I had a million questions, and only she might have the answers. But, did it matter? I took another bite of my cheesecake and took a breath. I needed to deal with my stress and anxiety if I wanted to approach this whole situation with a clear mind. Finishing my cheesecake, and with a much clearer head, I looked at the four men around me. We are going to pack up and leave. We will deal with Wu Baihe if, and only if she becomes a threat to us. Not before. It was amazing how much of a clear head and caramel cheesecake helped. If I wanted to change the world or even potentially set up my own base, I would care about what Wu Baihe knew. But I didn't. I wanted to live my life, eat my sweets and avoid the outside world as much as I could. As long as she left me and mine alone, I would leave her alone to do whatever it was she wanted. Given her type of personality and ability, she was probably going to do what she needed to do to be at the top. And this time around, she might not be willing to gain that power through a man. Maybe she wanted everything for herself. It would match. If everything she had was based on a man, then that man could grow sick of her and force her out, leaving her at someone else's mercy. Maybe that was what she was trying to change. However, as it stood, I wasted too much brain power on a woman that should have nothing to do with me in the future. What about your brother-in-law? I asked, looking at Wang Chao and effectively changing the subject from that woman. Brother-in-law? He asked with a confused tone. Yeah, Zhang, whatever his name is. Didn't he come here with us? How on earth was I the only one that remembered that man when he was clinging like a leech to Wang Chao? Leech. Octopus. All of these water creatures. Was my brain trying to tell me that I wanted seafood for breakfast? Or maybe lunch? Fish stew with crab cakes and lobster on the side. That was what I was going to do. As soon as we got on the way, I would get started with a yummy lunch of seafood. My mind now occupied with all of the different types of seafood both frozen and fresh in my space, I forgot about the bitch and the other dude. Let the guys figure it all out. I had more important things to do. Oh. Maybe a seafood pancake. That would be fantastic. Wang Chao had to chuckle out loud as he combed through Li Dai Lu's mind. Clearly she was more concerned about what she wanted to have for lunch than Wu Baihe. And that was more than fine with him. However, as much as she could ignore a potential threat, he could not. He would honor Li Dai Lu's plan for right now, but he would keep an eye on what was going on in City B. The only question was how he was going to go about doing that. It was not like how it was even a week ago where he could leave one of his men here and simply get updates by phone or text. Now, trying to get information would be a lot harder. Still, it involved the safety of his family, so he would find a way the lack of technology and eliminate any threats that arose. It's not like you had to be within vocal range to put a bullet into the head. Maybe he should do that anyways. It was always better to stomp out any snakes than keep them hiding in the grass. Just as Wang Chao promised, we had left Lu Wei's house about an hour after I woke up. I was sure there had been some drama, but I was completely ignorant of it as I chose to stay in the RV until the last possible moment. When I saw the boys and their men leaving the house, I quickly got out and flung the camper back into my space. Depending on the condition of the roads, would probably take out all of the vehicles to make the trip back to my ranch a bit quicker. Maybe pick up some gas if I found any stations along our route. No point saving it for the next guy, I was the only one left in the world with a working vehicle, probably. I was pretty sure. Either way, I was not going to care about anyone else. It took us about an hour just to make our way through the city on foot. Day 3 of the apocalypse, and the humans were scrambling around outside creating more chaos than was warranted. More than a few approached us, asking to be able to follow us, but the men, having learned a lot in 2 days, simply pushed them aside as we continued on our way. My spidey senses were tingling as more and more people flooded the streets, completely unaware of what was going on. Many were crying when they saw the devastation, the smart ones were frantically trying to get to the stores to grab supplies before anyone else thought to do so, and the dumb ones were starting fights. Welcome to humanity where no monster can hold a candle to the darkness lurking within us. But I digress. In amongst the chaos that was going on around us, not a single zombie had made an appearance, and that was what was setting me off. In nature, when there was this much bait fish in the water, the predators would be all around, waiting for their moment to strike. I think it was referred to as a feeding frenzy, but I couldn't be sure. Anyways, the point was, there was a giant bait ball of humans just waiting to be eaten, so where were the predators? We need to hurry, I said to Wang Chao who was standing next to me. This isn't right. I cracked my neck a few times. I now had over 300 people in my group, and not enough safe vehicles for all of us. It was going to be a life-or-death version of musical chairs if we did not get out of here. But then we ran into another problem. The reason why bait balls were balls was because anyone outside of it would be easy pickings for the sharks, dolphins, and whales to eat. So, do we stay with the rest of the people and pray that we did not get eaten? Do we strike out on our own, hoping that the zombies were interested more in the other group of humans, or did we shelter in place and wait out the massacre? Unknowingly, I started to pick up my pace until I was almost at an all-out run, the men following close behind. We would have to pick all 3 of the previous options if we wanted to survive. Reaching the same clearing where we had come across our first group of zombies, I quickly took out the RVs, placing them in a circle with enough room at one point for us to run in and create our own bait ball. Although the men did not know what was going on, they quickly and quietly followed my lead and went into the clearing. Finding another RV to plug up the hole, I took out a quarter of my weapon stockpile and put it into the very center. "Okay, here is the plan," I said as the men went to the cornucopia of weapons and picked out what they were most comfortable with. "I don't see any zombies around, and with the number of humans that were wandering around downtown, there was no wildlife to warn us if they approached." I waved my hand around the clearing and pointed to the RVs. "We have now officially circled the wagons. We will wait here for about an hour and see what is going on. And if we don't hear any screaming, we will assume that it is safe to continue on our way. If there is screaming, we will wait until it stops and then be on our way. We will not be traveling by foot but by vehicle from here on out. Any questions?" One of the men that I did not know raised his hand. I raised my eyebrow to him and smirked. "Ah, a newbie. Welcome, what is your question?" I said sarcastically. At least Lu Wei and Wang Chao's men knew better than to question me. That meant that this man was one of Lu Yuzhang's men and had yet to experience the pleasure of what was to come. "Why are we listening to you?" came the voice of the man I did not know. "Who are you?" Before I could say a word, the man was hit by the person standing beside him. "She is the one going to get us out of this mess, so shut the fuck up," he hissed. "Huh, I could work with that. Any other questions?" "What is going on?" asked Chen Ziai-han. Honestly, I couldn't fault him for asking. He had only known me for a matter of hours and only one zombie horde during that time. Plus, I figured he was asking to settle his men that didn't know what they were about to face. This is the beginning of the third day of the end of the world and the zombies have all managed to escape their prison and they are hungry. Downtown City B is currently swarmed with humans freaking out and trying to understand what is happening. They are hungry and scared. And fear lends a certain flavor to our meat that is completely irresistible to zombies, I said, trying my best to explain what was going to happen. But, like everything else, they would have to witness it to truly know what I was talking about. For those that like to watch nature documentaries, that is a feeding event where the bait fish are out in full force and the predators are outside where they can't be seen. I don't want to run that chance with us. It makes us too vulnerable. This should help protect us from all sides if we are attacked. "But you said that guns are useless when it comes to zombies," said one of Lu Wei's captains that I recognized as Hua Liyang. "And for the most part, they are. What I am hoping for is that we can cause them enough damage with the guns and grenades that I have a chance at burning them to ash before they can regenerate," I said. "We don't know how many might come and there could be too many of them to simply cut off their heads before burning them." He nodded and went back to his team. "I am also hoping that once a few of them are taken out, they might decide that the humans in the city are an easier target and go there," I continued. I know it wasn't the nicest way to go, throwing other humans under the bus like that, but I knew they wouldn't hesitate to do that to us either. I took out my advanced warning system, Hades, and put him on my shoulder. When he refused to lay down in his regular spot, I lit a bunch of blue fireballs and had them float overhead, waiting to burn whatever they needed to. "Get ready," said Lu Wei since he was the only person here that everyone had to listen to, whether they were Wang Chao's men or from the Red Dragon Syndicate. "And whatever you do, don't let them multiply." The men quickly divided into 3 groups and rushed to the outer edge of the circle, using the RVs as cover. The first group took the middle ground as they held their guns in between the RVs and through the smallest holes that they could find. The second group laid down on their stomachs and rested their guns on the ground underneath the RVs and used that as their line of fire to the zombies. The third group, much smaller in numbers, ran into each one of the RVs and poked their heads out through the roof vents and sky windows. There was also about half of the men still in the middle of the circle. Chen Zihan had told me it was to prevent burnout. This way we would always have rested me in case things went on for a while. I have to admit, I was impressed. But then again, they probably got into a lot more wars than I did before the apocalypse and would have a better handle on how to be successful at it. I heard a low hiss in my ear as Hades let out a very cute growl to the east of us where we had originally come into the clearing. Apparently, the zombies had arrived. Now let's see if we could make it out alive. We waited for the zombies to arrive in complete silence. There was such a heavy atmosphere in the clearing that it almost seemed like a struggle to breathe. I didn't bother to shoot my customary first shot as they were approaching us and not the other way around. They were here to hunt, and like good prey, we needed to remain still and quiet until they made the first move. And like good prey, if we ran, we would be killed that much faster. The first zombie stepped into the clearing, walking in a zigzag manner like a shark swimming. It always amazed me just how much of their actions and responses were based on their shark genetic markers. I stood between Lu Wei and Wang Chao as Lu Yuzhang and Chen Zihan had taken the first offensive shift and were hanging out of a skylight, their guns trained on the single zombie. Stupid fools. That was not the zombie to fear. I watched as the female with the beach ball-sized head opened her mouth and tilted her jaw as far as she could, showing off all of her teeth. All in all, as much of a strong impression I was sure it made on some of the men, I was not that impressed. Her horde sent her in first to see how many we were and how we would respond. Not getting any response from her dominance display, she closed her mouth and looked around with her pinprick eyes. I knew that she could not visually see us. We were well hidden behind the vehicles and beyond her 20-foot eyesight limit. However, I knew she could smell us and definitely feel our electrical output. Every time we took a breath or our heart beat in our chests, she could sense us. We were at a stalemate for a good 5 minutes before she made her decision. She slowly backed out, refusing to turn her back to us. When she disappeared back through the entrance to the clearing, it was like we could all breathe again. However, even though the atmosphere had lessened, it did not mean that the men relaxed with it. They still remained in place, waiting for an order to stand down or remain put. "What is happening?" asked Lu Wei, leaning close to me so he could whisper into my ear. "She is going back to discuss things with her horde," I said in my regular voice, completely calm and not bothering to whisper. These types of standoffs could last hours before being resolved one way or another. One of the men around us looked at me with curiosity. "Discuss things? Zombies?" I chuckled. "Yes," I said, wanting to pat him on the head as he displayed a childlike innocence. "That was the advanced scout. A tester, if you will. Her job is to gather numbers and determine if it is a situation that would be beneficial to her horde or not. If she dies in the process, another one will come, and so on and so forth until the horde either leaves or attacks in return." "So, she is going to report our numbers," confirmed Wang Chao. I nodded in agreement, "and our chemical scent," I added. "We do not smell like fear, so we would not only not be tasty to them, but it would prove that we felt on the same level as them. Especially after she gave her dominance display." "So?" asked Lu Wei, looking down at me. "2. So, we have a 70% chance that they will not attack because we are not easy prey and there is much better smelling prey in the city," I said, giving them my opinion on the matter. But there were several factors that I had not considered, like how hungry they were, their numbers, that sort of thing. I stopped talking and started counting. 300 still nothing, but Hades refused to relax. 600 nothing. There had been no movement for 10 minutes, but I still didn't dare drop my guard. 900 nothing. 910 there. Off to the side of the clearing, a rustling in the bushes. "It's just an animal," said one of the men around me when he noticed where my attention had gone. "There are no animals around," cut in Wang Chao as he too looked to the bushes. When the first zombie stepped out from behind the bush, I shot her in the middle of the forehead and then doused her in blue flames. I managed to do it in quick enough succession that it made her pause for a second, but it was only a second before she continued forward, staggering under the onslaught of the flames. I concentrated on my blue flame, trying to raise the temperature as much as I could. I was able to smell the burning flesh from here, but it still didn't deter the zombie. I raised my gun and shot her one more time, this time in the eye, and pictured the blue flame entering her body through that small hole and burning her from the inside out. This method proved to be the most successful as she finally fell to the ground meters from where the RVs were. Within 20 seconds, her ashes blew away, leaving no trace of her but footprints burned into the ground. Silence reigned once again in the clearing, and I started to count again. And then it happened. In less than a minute the clearing went from dead silence to a low rumble as a tidal wave of zombies poured through the narrow entrance. The men that were positioned as the first offensive team opened fire, and the sound of gunfire echoed around the area. I pictured the blue flame burning through the holes that the bullets made and going deep inside the zombies. I only half watched what was going on outside the circle as my focus was on what my flames were actually doing, but I saw line after line of approaching zombies falling to the ground and being engulfed in the blue flames until there was nothing left. Thunder sounded, causing the earth around us to tremble at its might as lightning struck the heads of the zombies with deadly accuracy, my flames swooping in to finish them off. I watched as Wang Chao got better and better with every strike of lightning and every clap of thunder. The fact that thunder was able to disguise our vibrations did not go unnoticed by either me or the zombies. Within a matter of minutes, the tide of zombies slowed down as more and more of them were killed and then turned to ash. The rest of the horde that did not attack with this first wave swayed at the entrance to the clearing, pacing back and forth, but not going near us. When the last zombie in the combat zone fell, no one moved. It would be up to the zombies to decide what to do next. I would accommodate them either way. After all, they just lost 80 zombies from their horde while the men on my side stood strong. A single zombie stepped forward into the clearing, not stopping until he was equal distance between my men and his. Understanding what was going on, I stepped out from between my men and squeezed between two of the RVs to approach the leader of the horde. I heard my men shouting for me, but I simply waved my hand, hoping that they realized that they needed to stay put and let the adults deal with what came next. Waited until I was about 2 feet away from the zombie leader in front of me before coming to a stop. I raised my chin and looked down at the 6-foot lavender male in front of me. I refused to show fear or to even consider it. He puffed out his chest and showed me a brief glimpse of his teeth. When that didn't get the response he was looking for, he tilted back his head and let his jaw drop open as far as it could. He didn't roar, didn't make a sound, but he was trying to imitate me. When he closed his mouth and looked at me again, I let out a smirk of my own, also showing off my teeth, and then proceeded to call on both my blue and pink flames, allowing them to surround me until I was covered with an almost lavender haze of my own. Seeing him still staring at me, I increased the temperature of my flames as well as the height until I looked like a human torch, the ground beneath my feet catching on fire. Flames spread in a straight line from either side of me, letting the zombie know that I was protecting those behind me. He might be the leader of his horde, but I had my own as well, and I would protect them from anyone and anything. They were mine. I let my shackles of civilization fall and allowed my true nature to appear. Cracking my neck, I flashed a smile to the alpha in front of me, showing off my own teeth at the same time. Raising my arms, I let the fires grow until the sight was almost blinding, and then I let it slowly start to crawl toward the zombie in front of me. I watched as fear entered the zombie's eyes the closer my flames got to his feet. In fact, he even broke eye contact with me in order to watch the flames eat up the ground between us. I clicked my tongue, bringing his attention back to me as I widened my smile, showing off as much of my own teeth as I could. Of course, I was still wrapped in the lavender flame as I allowed the fire to go where it wanted to with free rein. It rushed at the alpha, stopping just short of his feet and raising up like a tide of its own. Wang Chao, if you can hear me, get Lu Wei to breathe some air into the clearing. Make it wrap around my flame like a fire tornado, I said in my head, hoping that Wang Chao could hear me. I wanted to make an impression on this alpha so that if he ever saw me again, he would know to stay away. When I felt the air around me start to whip up into a frenzy of its own, I burst out laughing. There was always something freeing about getting into a dominance battle with a zombie. You could shuck the human trappings and tap into a baser version of yourself. I continued to laugh as 3 purple fire tornadoes raced across the clearing, 2 toward the zombie horde at the entrance and 1 that continued to circle where the men were. When the alpha saw the fire tornadoes cutting him off from the rest of his horde, I could practically smell the fear coming off him in waves. I parted my hands, moving the flames away, and allowed him a safe path back to the entrance of the clearing. He took off, almost turning into a blur with how fast he went. Within seconds, there were no more zombies in the clearing and I could hear Hades meowing from where he was left with Wang Chao and Lu Wei. The coast was clear and we had won. I called back my flames, allowing them to reabsorb into my body, and marveled at their color. I had never seen purple flames before, I hadn't even heard of anyone with them. Even the strongest fire user that I had ever heard of in the past only had red flames. I would have to experiment with them when we got back to the ranch. The air started to die back and I turned around and made my way back to where the boys were waiting. I slipped back between the 2 RVs and faced the men. While I had a huge smile on my face, they clearly were not as impressed about the situation as I was. In fact, they looked downright pissed. "Are you going to explain yourself?" asked Lu Yuzhang from where he stood beside his brother. I raised my eyebrows and cracked my neck. I was no longer facing the alpha, so I would have to bring myself back a bit and not think of everything as a challenge. This was the worst part, getting into a dominance battle with an alpha, coming down from it, and wrapping part of you back into the chains of civilization. What is there to explain? I asked, holding back my temper at being questioned. Taking another breath, I pulled out a Snickers bar, praying that some form of chocolate would help me take a step back and not bite off the men's heads. "What was that?" asked Chen Zihan as he walked up behind me, his gun resting on his shoulder. "A different type of battle," I said with a shrug. Honestly, I was surprised that the zombie was willing to do that. In most cases, the alpha would stay back until his or her horde was completely destroyed before backing off. There were not many that would be willing to stand up for the rest of their team by putting themselves at risk like that. "As cute as your half answers are, sweetheart, you are going to have to give us a bit more than that, said Lu Wei, and he took a step closer to me and enveloped me in his arms. I shook my head, still trying to clear it. It was a dominance battle between me and the leader of the horde. They are normally just referred to as the Alpha, I said, assuming that that would be enough for the men. Once you guys get a handle on your powers, you could do them too, they are just a bit tricky and not many Alphas would be willing to risk themselves for it. You are about as clear as mud, little girl, grumbled Wang Chao as he pulled me from Lu Wei and into his own arms. I could hear the frantic pounding of his heart. I guess I scared them. Confused about how I could have scared this prince, I was not expecting the hit to my head. Yes, you scared us, said Wang Chao as he took one hand and tipped my chin up enough that I could look into his eyes. Now, could you carefully and clearly explain what just happened for those of us in the class that have not been through a zombie apocalypse before? Sorry, I pouted, really not trying to upset them. The zombies are more animal than human or mindless beings. So there will be ranking fights between the member of a horde to determine the one at the top, and that one would lead to a horde is called the Alpha. Just like the leader of a pack type thing. Sometimes, they will issue a challenge to see who is the more dominant one in a battle. Since we had wiped out most of his horde, he issued an Alpha challenge to save the rest of his team. And if you lost? Demanded Lu Yuzheng. Then one of you would have fought him or would have given him our team to control as part of his horde. And when you won? Asked Chen Zihan. If I had killed him, then technically I would have been the new Alpha of the horde, but because I had allowed him to live, he remains the Alpha but will steer clear of us in the future, I said, a yawn coming out. My fire display was impressive, but I needed Lu Wei to help at the end because I was becoming too drained to keep it up. Luckily the Alpha didn't realize that I had helped or he would have killed me on the spot once my flames were extinguished. Now let's get onto the road and get back to the ranch, I said, as I made sure all of the men were out of the RVs before I vanished them. I would take them out once we got onto the highway, but for right now, they could go back into my space. What? I needed to save gas where I could. That was a lot of RVs and ATVs. The men formed up into their lines again, this time, the two groups were somewhat intermingled. I don't know if that was something that they did a lot, or was something that they worked out while I was in battle. But frankly, I didn't care. Pulling out a couple of peanut butter cookies, I lead the way out of the clearing in a leisurely manner, not worried about what was waiting for us on the other side of the forest. After all, I just defeated the Alpha of this area, what else was there to worry about? The four men fell in line on either side of me and their men behind them. As we exited the forest path and stepped back onto the highway, I took one last look behind me at the skyline of City B. I didn't know what actually happened to all of these cities when they rose or fell, but I found a new sense of hope as we left behind the soon-to-be zombie paradise. Hopefully, we would never have to come back here in the future. City A rose as a safe haven for humans, and I couldn't wait to get back home and just relax. There were a lot of cake recipes that I wanted to try out and a harvest to process and put away. Home was calling me with the same lure as a siren and I sighed as I started walking in the direction of City A. There is nothing else that you guys are going to spring on me at the last minute, right? I asked, looking at Lu Wei and Wang Chao from where they stood on either side of me. Both men shook their heads. At least I knew that there were no more family members to rescue. Lu Wei's important people are with us. Jean What's-His-Face was lost somewhere in City B, and all of Wang Chao's family was back in City A. All in all, I could rest and eat sweets as soon as we got a bit further away from the city and I could take the RVs out. Happy and content in my own head, I didn't pay attention when the boys came to a dead stop. Wang Chao quickly grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back, causing me to stumble a bit. Looking at him, it took me a few seconds to see that he wasn't even paying attention to me. Instead, his gaze was fixed firmly in front of us, and the lineup of soldiers, complete with fatigues and weapons pointed at us. Ah, fuck. Did I mention that I had no more fucks to give? I grumbled as I started at the military soldiers that were preventing us from going forward, that were preventing us, me, from going home. My fuck fuse has just blown. I've hunted for my fucks all day but they've upped and fucked off home, I hummed, trying to get myself into the good mood that song was always able to put me in. But I guess that the last few times that I hummed it, I wasn't in the middle of a standoff with guns pointed at my head. I tried to find a silver lining, I really did. But there was none. I was tired, I was cranky, and I was pretty sure that my aunt had just started. I was done for the day. Step 1, let them all die. I was about to take a step forward to implement my latest plan when Wang Chao grasped my shoulder a bit harder, not letting me move. I looked at him again and raised my eyebrow. Excuse me? I demanded. I would not be held back like this. They wanted to stand in between me and where I wanted to be. Then like the alpha, they would quickly learn how foolish they were. Lu Wei took a step in front of me, pressing me closer to Wang Chao at my back. When Lu Yuzhang and Chen Zihan closed me in on my right and left, effectively preventing me from being able to move, I let out a humorless chuckle. Do you boys really think this will work? I asked, my voice in a low purr that caused goosebumps to appear on the back of Lu Wei's neck. Hush, crooned Wang Chao as his thumb rubbed back and forth on my neck, trying to calm me down. Spoiler alert, it wasn't working. I felt the 4 men around me stiffen as footsteps approached from the other side. I stretched my neck back and forth, my nervous/pissed off tick out in full effect. Did they really think that pinning me between all of them really did anything? Did they really think that my fire couldn't burn a target 100 meters away? I went incredibly still, a trick that I had learned in my past life from the zombies. I straightened my back and slowed down my breathing, concentrating on my heart. I even managed to slow down its beat. Wang Chao might be able to control time, but I had complete control over myself. I closed my eyes, prepared to disappear into my space as soon as Wang Chao relaxed his guard enough to allow it. Lu Wei! Came the overly loud, joyful voice of the other side of the wall of men. I saw Lu Wei nod in response, but he didn't say a word. Wang Chao! Said the voice again, every syllable playing on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. I didn't expect to see you two here. And walking. The chuckle that followed that sentence made me see red. It was too soon from the battle with the alpha for me to pretend to be human again. Even the ever-present pressure from Wang Chao's hand was doing nothing to help the mounting rage. But then again, I guess we are all walking now, huh? Is there something we can do for you, General? Asked Lu Wei in his perfect assistant voice that I had not heard for a while. A small smile managed to make its way out before I could recall it. I had forgotten that when I first met the man he was only an assistant for Wang Chao. It seems like they have been part of my life forever. Thinking about the boys allowed me to relax a fraction, my anger no longer as pressing as it was before. Just as I started to calm down even more, Fuckface had to open his mouth and ruin it all. Oh Lu Wei, there are many things that you can do for me now, said Fuckface. My eyebrows rose so high that they managed to disappear within my bangs. General, I suggest that you hurry up and tell us why you have stopped us like this, interjected Wang Chao, hoping to defuse the situation. Unfortunately for him, Fuckface did not appreciate his efforts. What's the rush? It's not like there is any place to go right now. Why don't we all head into City B and sit down for a nice conversation? He was going to die, maybe slow and painful, or maybe fast and furious, but he was going to die. I was not stepping foot back into that city come hell or high water so he could tell us his problem now, or he could take his problems to the grave and maybe come back a second time to deal with them. Whatever way they chose, I was done with this conversation before it even started. I was supposed to be going home. In my luxury RV, with all of the cookies, cakes, and pies that I could possibly eat in the 3 days it would take us to make it here. I was not going to listen to some pretentious general, who knew the boys before the end of the world. Read my mind, it was not happening. I practically shouted my thoughts at Wang Chao and got a small sense of satisfaction when he flinched. Okay, so maybe I felt a bit guilty. But they said that there was nothing that would come up at the last minute, and this is definitely last minute. I huffed in exasperation. I guess the sound alerted Fuckface that I was there and he leaned to the side and tried to see me where the boys had me blocked off. And who are you hiding back there? Have you ever heard a voice that just set off every warning bell in your head and caused you to shudder in disgust? Yeah, that was Fuckface's voice. Someone that would be better if you didn't meet, said Lu Wei, the honesty practically ringing around him. I tried to figure out if I should be insulted because they didn't want me to meet him, but then again, he was saving me from interacting with a grease ball so I might as well go with it. Well, now, you have me mighty curious, replied the general. And you have 2 minutes to say what you need from us before we leave. We are no longer with the military and as such, don't have to obey orders. Especially from someone that does not outrank me, snapped Wang Chao, clearly as done with this situation as I was. And I didn't know he ranked higher than general, that's kind of cool. Somewhat impressed by the man standing behind me, I leaned back and let him take some of my weight. The longer I was touching him, the better I felt, so I didn't hold back anymore. Closing my eyes, I would let the men handle things and I would catch a few minutes of sleep. It's not like you to be this protective of something, Si Wang, said the general as he looked down on Lu Wei. Si Wang. As in death? I asked, confused. This man had so many names I couldn't keep up. And I was pretty sure that Lu Yuzheng had called him a third name. His birth name is Lu Yuxian, his everyday nickname is Lu Wei and his military code name is Si Wang, said Wang Chao as he tried to lessen my confusion. It was really not working. Just keep calling me Lu Wei, clarified Lu Wei while still staring back at the general. They had been out of the military for years, so I guessed that calling him anything other than Lu Wei or Lu Yuxian was inappropriate. I just nodded my head in agreement. So you are hiding something from me too, Zhanzheng. I swore to God, the man had a death wish and, as I felt Wang Chao stiffening under me, I was pretty sure we were going to grant him his wish. And you are war? I asked, this time trying to rein in his temper instead of the other way around. I guess the best way of getting me out of a pissy mood was to annoy the boys. I'll have to keep that in mind, said Wang Chao as he forced himself to relax and ignored my previous question. Removing myself from Wang Chao's embrace, I didn't try to escape the little box the four men had put me in. If they didn't want me to deal with the man in front, then I would respect their wishes. For the last time, what do you want? Asked Lu Wei, not allowing any type of emotion to pass through the wall that he had erected. Assistant Lu Wei was a dick, just saying. The general decided to ignore my presence and finally answered Lu Wei's question. I don't suppose you boys remember Rear Admiral Zhou Gangjia? Well, I guess he is Vice Admiral right now. Anyways, he was on base in City J 3 days ago and we haven't been able to get in contact with him since. Ah, fuck. I really should have seen this coming. So, a quick recap of how much my life had gone down the drain. I won an alpha battle with an alpha zombie, was on my way home to get a cup of hot chocolate to deal with the cramps and overall pain associated with my aunt arriving, and the boys have been asked to go find someone. Did I miss anything? No. Didn't think so. Fuckface stood there smirking at the men around me like he knew just what buttons of theirs to push in order to get the results that he wanted. Clearly, this Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral really meant something to the boys. I closed my eyes and slumped back into Wang Chao's arms. There goes getting home in the next 3 days. Hopefully, wherever this City J was, it wouldn't take me too far away from home. I am so sorry, little girl, whispered Wang Chao as he wrapped his arms around my waist and held me securely. I nodded in understanding. I knew that it was not like the boys were willing to go out of their way and rescue any random people, so this had to be important to them. The man was like a father to us after our own had died, said Wang Chao, clarifying the relationship between him, Lu Wei, and this Vice Admiral. Well, fuck. I guess it is a done deal, then. I closed my eyes as a wave of pain overtook me. I had wanted to have already been in my RV, laying down in bed under my blankets with a heating pad on me and a cup of hot chocolate in my hand. But the best laid plans and all that crap. Can we just hurry up and leave? I asked him in a low voice of my own. Lu Wei and Fuckface were discussing the plans, but I wasn't really paying them any attention. I wasn't worried about any zombies nearby as it was still too soon after the last battle for them to come out of the woodwork. Not to mention all the easy prey in the city. Wang Chao hummed in agreement, just a few more minutes, little girl, he crooned again, causing all of my tense muscles to simply want to melt into the man. I gave him more of my weight as I turned around and, cuddled my face into his chest, and breathed in his scent. The smell of leather and wood with just a hint of sage and bergamot hit me. Taking in a few more breaths, I realized that I could quickly become addicted to that scent. I let the world fade away and concentrated on the feeling of Wang Chao's arms around me, his scent in my nose, and his heartbeat in my ear. But I probably should not have let him affect me as much as he did because I missed a few crucial pieces of information as I wallowed in his embrace. Crucial piece number 1, City J was even further south than City H and would take us at least 3 weeks of traveling to get there. And that would be traveling by foot. Why, you ask? Why on earth would I be traveling by foot when I have like 25 campers, 2 heavy-duty ATVs, and at least 15 of the smaller ATVs? Well, that would be part of crucial piece number 2 that I missed. Crucial piece number 2, Fuckface and his men were planning on traveling with us. Fuck my life. I would like to point out that I didn't come out of whatever spell Wang Chao had me under until after everything had been settled and we were on our way. Stupid fucking men. So, I said, wondering how I was going to keep my temper and tell the men off at the same time. Could someone let me know how exactly this happened? Which part? Asked Lu Yuzheng, not aware of the landmines that were littered all around him. There was a reason why Lu Wei and Wang Chao had not volunteered a response. The part where we are going in the opposite direction as home, with fuck face, while walking, I replied, taking a deep breath and putting one foot in front of another. My cramps were coming out in full force, and my aunt was worse than anything I had experienced in the last 15 years of all of my lives combined. Usually, I skated by just fine, but no, not today. Today my body had to knock me on my ass while the boyos around me made it so I couldn't do anything about it. Because of fuck face. Okay, so I will fully admit to spiraling down into a hopeless rage inside of my head, but clearly, I was doing a great job at hiding it from anyone else around me. For fuck's sake, I couldn't even take 5 minutes to deal with things and clean myself up because men were selfish bastards that did not understand anything. Breathe Dai Lu. Just breathe.